The story begins with the past. The main character tells about his life, where he was reborn in a fantasy world. He looked forward with surprise on his face. In the room in which he was reborn, there is a lamp with old candles, instead of LEDs, and the cozy ceiling is illuminated by their light. A fantasy world that remained from the earthly civilization. The house in which Leon Dragonia was reborn is considered rich. This is not a bad reincarnation for an orphan who died from overwork during hard work. He thought that there is another reason why he considers this the house of the rich. The biological mother of this incarnation was very beautiful. His mother, with a smile on her face and drops of tears in her eyes, calls Leon her child. He thought that fortunately, in the future he will not have problems on the love front. In the 3rd year of his life, Leon saw the world outside the window, beyond his cradle. He stands on a chair and puts his hands on the window. Leon, with a smile on his face, looked at the illuminating rays of the sun. He saw many houses and alleys through the window and said that it really was a completely different world. Considering that Leon was still small, the world outside the cradle was huge. The nanny came to the door and looked ahead, loudly calling the young master. Leon thought that his adventures were quickly over. The nanny, with beads of sweat on her face, holds the protagonist in her arms, taking him away from the window, and stepping back said that it was dangerous. The Archduchess could do something to her. He thought that, as it turned out, his family was the Grand Duchy of this kingdom. Leon, with a drop of sweat on his face, looked up and asked the nanny for forgiveness. He is the legitimate son of the Grand Duke of Dragonia, in the kingdom of Lionheart, the so-called young Grand Duke. In the 8th year of life, Leon, holding a dagger in his hands, loudly marvels at its beauty. At this time, he began to study fencing, as a future knight of the kingdom. He uses something like a sword and aura, and the one who trains him, sent from the royal palace, the holy knight Sir Gordic. Wulfric Dragonia looked at Leon with a smile on his face and put his hand on his head. Gordic, with a smirk on his face, said that it must be the will of the goddess. It was an honor for him to train him, and he was glad to meet him. Leon wondered, is he really a holy knight? He said loudly with a smile on his face that he was also glad to meet him. Leon wondered, well, what is this? In his 14th year of life, he pulled the bag on his back with his hands with an exhausted look, and said loudly that this freak Gordic would make a real mockery of children. Holy knights were truly monsters in human skin, and it was very difficult to achieve this title. Gordic looked at Leon with shaking legs dragging a huge stone and said that in addition to that, he got another lap. Leon thought that first, through training and completing quests, becoming a knight of the kingdom, one must accumulate experience and glory. He holds the sword in his hand with a confident face, striking at the defending Gordic. Leon thought that then one must be chosen by the Holy Grail and drink the holy water. He holds the sword in his hand with a determined look, attacking it again with great force, from which stones fly aside. Leon thought that in addition, as the heir of Dragoni, he had to learn everything necessary to become a Grand Duke. Gordic strikes him with great force, and with smoke spreading around them, he told him to look at his opponent until the end. Leon thought that first the lessons of the heir of the Grand Dukedom, before the lessons of the Holy Knight. If God really exists, then he would like to pray for him to spare him. Leon lies on the ground with a tired look and his mouth wide open, holding a broken sword in his shaking hand. He thought that although he does not believe in something like religion, in his 16th year of life, Leon walks through the puddles under the night sky. He confidently looked ahead, clutching his cloak in his hand, and said that it was definitely somewhere around here. Leon thought that he wandered around the world to gain the recognition of the goddess, to become a holy knight, and receive quests. He looked at the illuminated area behind the foliage with a surprised face from which a strong black smoke was emanating. Leon wondered how to gain the recognition of the goddess? In the village engulfed in flames, people loudly said that the orcs were advancing more and more, and they loudly asked to save them. He thought that if he diligently accumulated fame and good deeds, then she would come to give a quest. The man looked at the green orc standing in the smoke and loudly said to Sir Gildas that there were too many orcs, and this was the end. Leon thought that he had many opportunities to use his sword, so he was worried. The protagonist looked at the orc who turned to him and loudly said that they were freaks. Leon asked loudly how dare they trample the land of the kingdom with their dirty feet. He, with determination on his face and with great force, hits them with his sword. Leon thought that the kingdom had many enemies. In his 20th year of life, he looked forward with a surprised look and thought that he met a goddess. The goddess Ariana looked down with her arms crossed and told Wulfric's son, Leon, that she was giving him a task to prove his honor and faith. Leon thought that this was not a joke, and she was really a goddess. He knelt down on one knee and standing above Ariana floating in the sky said loudly that he accepted her order. Leon thought that the goddess really existed. After long battles, he became a holy knight. Leon with calmness on his face stands on one knee leaning on his sword. The protagonist thought that after that he continued to fight, he cut orcs, destroyed goblins and eradicated the evil cult. Eventually, he became a military knight of the kingdom, which gave him the right to summon other knights. Leon looked at the bright light emitted in front of him, while standing among the many dead orcs lying on the ground. Leon thought that he had killed 700,000 orcs, including women and children. The protagonist, with a smile on his face and many wounds, looked at the sun and thought that they were damned freaks. Leon felt so alive after these battles. In his 35th year of life, the true saint and demigod, Argent Majesty Leonhardt, passed away. This happened while he was fighting a great demon summoned by the Empire. The orcs were already a headache, and now the demons were rampaging, which is why humanity must believe in the gods and serve them with faith. Leon confidently strides forward in front of the pallbearing saints. He looked forward with a determined look and thought that they were freaks of the Empire's magicians. In addition, a holy knight must be elected to replace King Leonhardt, who passed away with honor. In the middle of all this chaos, people bowed to greet the goddess Ariana who appeared. She was covered in light, spread her arms out to the sides and hovered in the center of the church in front of Leon, saying that her loyal knight would inherit the symbol of honor and belief. He thought that the goddess had come down and pointed at him. Leon bowed and looking down under the glow, Ariana agreed with her. He thought that it was an honorable path and a hard place, but he could not disappoint the knights and people of his kingdom who followed him. Leon transplanted the sacred treasure he received from the goddess, the lion's heart, to himself and swore to protect the Holy Grail. He placed his hands on the crown on his head. Leon thought that he, being the great Duke of Dragonia, became the king of the kingdom of Lionheart. He, with a tired face with falling light petals behind him, removes his hands from the crown on his head. In his 80th year of life, a lot has happened during this time. Leon rides forward at the orcs while sitting on stallion and holding a sword in his hand. He thought that there were 3 great wars with the orcs, and some strange goblin evolved into a great demon. The Empire kept causing terrible trouble. The knight behind Leon called out to His Majesty and said that people were saying that the Empire's dark magic faction was conducting experiments. Leon looked forward with a serious face and said nothing and thought that this was all because the Empire had accepted the northern pagan freaks into their ranks. They were trying to be independent from God. He looked forward with a tired expression and told them to gather the knights. Leon thought that this is what happens when you give rights to people who are not even worthy of being slaves. It would be better to conquer them all. In the 90th year, the Empire's freaks finally did some damage. The old man stands in front of the broken statue and said something in his own language. He folded his hands in front of his chest and said loudly that he offered them 3 million sacrifices and asked them to listen to his request. Leon thought that the Emperor's freak had crossed the line. The freak who sang that he did not want to die committed suicide with 3 million citizens of the Empire. The Lord of Chaos was summoned to the capital and eventually, Leon gathered all the knights and took the holy sword, which was still wet with the blood of the orcs killed last year. He quickly walked to the open door and told them to go to the Empire. In the 121st year of life, he did everything he could, but contrary to his wishes, the world fell apart. Leon holds a battered doll in his hand and thought that he tried to defeat evil with all the gods of this world, but could not stop it. Aaron stands behind Leon who is kneeling and calls him. He said without turning around that he can be proud of this. His father died with dignity and went to the world of gods. Aaron quickly looked at him with a tired look and agreed with him. Leon turned to the side and clutching a doll in his hand said that all the troops should look forward. He thought that the goddess should look. Here her young knights are trembling with fear. Leon, looking at the army of knights, asked if she hears the sounds of demons scattered across the land. He thought that women are calming children, swallowing tears. The younger generation is trying to hold in their hands the dying flame of resistance, and the knights are trying to plant seeds of hope in the wasteland soaked in blood. Leon asked, having taken their brothers, does she hear the voices of the villains who took their loved ones? He thought that the owner of the holy sword, the holy spear, and the holy grail. Leon, with a confident look sitting on the stallion clenching his hand into a fist, asked if they heard the sounds of evil trying to crush them. He, with fury on his face, loudly told them to be angry, endlessly angry. Angry at these impudent fools who fell into the illusion of victory. Leon thought that her first night, he knows that he cannot stop the evil that stretches beyond the horizon. Leon loudly told the knights not to forget, as long as they do not lose their honor, they will never lose. He with confidence on his face holds the sword in his hand appearing from the portal and wondered what this knight should do. Leon with a determined look gallops towards the stallion holding the weapon in his hand and said that it is in the name of the goddess. Ariana told her knight, her noble knight, that his goddess will be with him until the end. Leon with beads of sweat on his face said that it was for their honor, for Lionheart. He said loudly with a menacing look for them to go forward and attack. He thought that winter they had a decisive battle with tens of thousands of demons that had filled the land. The barbarian slaves were used as living shields, the warriors of freedom armed with spears and shields, and the knights of glory left with honor. And only the chosen one of all the gods, he was the only one who stayed until the very end and killed the demons. He cut down hundreds of demons and great demons. Showed them the superiority of the Holy Grail Knight. In the year 217, the winter was still not over. From the year 234 to the year 256, Leon destroyed the last remaining demon gates and now they have nowhere to run. He turned towards the demons with a terrifying look and a yellow aura in his eyes and said loudly that they were pathetic and despicable evil. Now they are freaks locked in this world with him. Now he will destroy them all to the last one. The monsters with horror on their faces and beads of sweat running down looked forward quickly. Leon thought that it was not he who was trapped, but they who were locked where he was. Leon with a terrifying grin with great power hit the demons with his sword, cutting them down. The year 300, a huge skeleton with a red aura to his eyes screams loudly in pain. Leader Kim Jinsu loudly asked if Hari was okay. The people stood and looked at the huge dead monster lying on the ground and asked what was this. They stood near the blue gate and loudly said that it was possible to kill the great demon with only a sword. The head of the great demon with an open mouth and black blood flowing from his eyes lay on the ground. Leon with a bloody face said for the brave men to get up, now is not the time to rest, they must get up and fight. The deputy of the Korean Hunters Association, Han Hari, looked forward quickly with a surprised expression and asked who he was. Leon, who was enveloped in a fiery aura, held a sword in his hand and approached the demon and said that he was King Lionheart. He said with a calm face that he was the king of valiant knights and a man who carried out God's will. Leon turned towards them with his naked body and said that he was Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Hari looked at him with an amazed expression. It was exactly the 300th year when he met the Earthlings. The system window notified that all the demons had been defeated, and there were 0 remaining demons. The Night King had finally returned. At present, a gate had opened in the center of Seoul. The gate level, black, could not be measured. The Korean Hunters Association and the World Hunters Association asked the major guilds to intervene in this matter. But they all refused because the difficulty level could not be determined. Hari raised her hand with a surprised expression and looked forward. In the end, the government ordered the Korean Association to go first, which was tantamount to suicide. The association looked at the blue portal in the sky with surprise. She remembered Leon's naked body and wondered what she had encountered. Hari looked forward with a surprised expression and a dirty face and thought that it was a naked body. Jinsu called out to her through her memories. Hari looked at the red portal in the sky and the corpses of the monsters lying there. She came out of her memories with a surprised expression and made a loud sound. Jinsu extended his hand holding a cup towards her and asked, "Is she tired?" She stuttered and agreed with him and thanked him loudly. He sat on a chair with an interested expression and turned towards her and asked, "So what was there?" Hari put her hands on her legs and said that everyone found it hard to believe. Jinsu said that it was expected. It was a black level demon gate, behind which was a great demon. It was already a miracle that they survived without any support from the guilds, and even cleared everything, only thanks to one man. Leon crossed his arms with an arrogant look and looked ahead. Hari, with a surprised face, held a cup in her hands, looked at the glass and asked, "This is a survivor, right? The one who remained alive behind the gate." Jinsu crossed his arms with a serious look and said that it was true, a survivor of the other world. Sometimes such cases happened, people who survived behind the gate. The gates that appeared all over the world over the past 30 years had common features. A world that was destroyed or was in the process of being destroyed, that was the common feature. Sometimes survivors came to Earth from the demon world. At the same time, they retained the incredible power that they had in the demon world. Therefore, the government tried its best to satisfy the needs of the survivors and prepared a plan to recruit them. Hari sat on a chair with a surprised face, put her hands on her knees and said that they should recruit him at all costs. That man is incredibly strong. Jinsu leaned his face on his hand with a tired look and said that she was right, they had to do it. Even A-rank hunters had to risk their lives against advanced-level demons. That guy cut down a great demon with one blow. A demon that even the best S-rank hunters feared. He didn't just throw a blow. Jinsu recalls the fight between Leon and the demon. A long beam of light flashes past the demon. He held a weapon in one hand and a shield in the other hand and looked at the fallen body of the demon. Jinsu came out of his memories and said that he completely suppressed him. He asked with a surprised face, right now, their biggest concern is the cultural difference, right? If Leon talked about himself in such a tone, then he must be some kind of king. Hari looked at the computer monitor where the events in the room with Leon were transmitted and said loudly that he understands them better than they think. Jinsu asked, where did she get that from? She looked up with an admiring look and remembered Leon's face, and said that that person was definitely, and she didn't have time to finish. Leon with a terrifying look said loudly that he was just a freak. He broke the glass with the force of his scream and blew away all the objects in the room watching him. Hari with horror on her face looked at the flying objects and thought that he broke the armor-piercing glass that even blocks monster attacks. He with an angry look enveloped in an aura clenched his palms into fists, and turning over the table next to him loudly said, how dare he denigrate the valiant name of Lionheart? Jinsu with a puzzled look asked Hari, did she also say that he was good? Leon with a menacing look pointed his finger towards the assistant's table. Hari with beads of sweat on her face asked, maybe this is a difference in culture? 15 minutes ago, a surveillance camera was recording what was happening in the room. He sat at the table with his arms crossed and looked down. Leon thought with a menacing look that this was unusual. Maybe it was supposed to be like this? He was an orphan who died at the age of 20 from overwork. Then he was reborn in another world, and for over 100 years he was a knight and the ruler of a kingdom. When demons invaded the world, he spent 200 years hunting them. So a gap of 300 years, fortunately. At least some faint memories remained. The assistant in the black suit looked at him with a smile on his face and told him to listen. He put his hand with a pen in it on the table and asked, isn't he Leon Dragonia Lionheart? Leon thought that even if that was the case, there was no need to reveal the fact that he was an earthling. Then a young 20-year-old orphan, doesn't a 300-year-old knight from the other world sound better? Leon looked at him with an arrogant expression, crossing his arms, and told him to call him Your Majesty. The assistant, with a puzzled expression and beads of sweat running down, quickly looked at him. He scratched the back of his head and said loudly that he agreed with him, or rather, with His Majesty. Leon thought that even if it was a bit of a stretch, it would do. Is he a good person? Or is the government just wary of survivors? The assistant, with beads of sweat on his face, said that by the way, that black gate, in other words, the world of His Majesty. He had contact with their hunters. And he was the one who defeated all those demons? Leon, with a calm face crossing his arms, said that it was exactly like that. Has he already forgotten? The assistant, with a puzzled look, holding a pen in his hand, asked what he meant. He, with a menacing look crossing his arms, said that it was necessary to call him. His Majesty destroyed all evil, and defended the honor of the knights. Therefore, he gives him an order, to be his temporary scribe. He will do him the honor of capturing this honorable event. The assistant, with surprise on his face, stutteringly agrees with him. He looked down, holding a pen in his hand, and felt the cultural difference between them. The assistant, writing down what was happening, heard Leon's voice. He looked up with an arrogant look and said that isn't there a certain etiquette on how to treat guests? The assistant, with an angry look, holding a phone in his hand, said that he was hungry, that is, he wanted to have lunch. They would prepare food for him right away. Leon, with a calm face, told him to reveal the information about this world to the king. He thought that it was necessary to know what happened on Earth after he disappeared. The assistant raised his glasses higher with his hand and said that this is how he will explain everything to him. He put his hands in front of him with a thoughtful look and said that the nightmare suddenly began 30 years ago. Gates opened all over the world, monsters and demons began to jump out of them. Then a series of emergencies followed. After a large number of victims, they realized that each gate had a theme and a clear task. The thing is, if you leave the gate unattended, the dungeon breaks through, and monsters break out onto the ground. He got up from the table with a smile on his face, and leaning his hand on it said that his dinner seemed ready. Leon put his finger on his chin with a thoughtful look and thought that this was a little different. Unlike his world, which was captured by demons, here each gate has a theme and a task. The assistant happily turned to His Majesty and loudly said that his food was ready. Leon looks at the seasoned thick broth that was boiled for a long time and the crispy kimchi with a surprised look. For someone who did hard physical labor on the land, xiaoliangtang was like food for the soul. The familiar taste was even more attractive. But Leon was trying his best to collect his drool. He turned his head to the assistant with a serious look and asked, "What kind of food is this?" The assistant turned to His Majesty and said that this dish is called xiaoliangtang. It is called food for the soul of the common people. Leon, with a furious look, slammed his fist on the dish and loudly called the assistant trash. How dare they slander the valiant name of Lionheart? How dare they offer the king the food of the commoners? So this is how much their kingdom called Korea honors a person from another kingdom? Leon Dragonia Lionheart, a king from another world, messenger of the gods, keeper of the Holy Grail, and wielder of the Holy Sword and Holy Spear. The assistant looked at the spoiled dish lying on the floor and said that it was not that at all. Leon loudly chased that freak out of the room. The Lord of Chaos Malius and the 23 great demons, the opponent of evil who destroyed millions of demons, the embodiment of 300 years of history, finally returned to Earth. When he returned and saw the Earth after 300 years, he thought that it was very bad here. All because there is no proper faith. Enlightening the stupid peasants is the duty of the royal family. Even after returning to Earth, he is still a night king. After some time, Leon holds a fork and knife in his hands and eats steak. Jinsu calmly asked Hari how he knew that chicken and jajangmyeon are food for mere mortals. She closed her eyes and said that fortunately he at least eats steak and red wine of 1993. Jinsu, with beads of sweat on his face, crossed his arms and told Hari that she should go first. She pointed at herself in bewilderment and said loudly that she did not know how to speak in a historical tone. Jinsu, remaining in the same pose, said that nevertheless, it seems that Leon has favor with her. She also said that he praised her and called her brave. At least he will not kick her out. Hari, remaining in the same pose, said that he only said that she was brave. After a while, Hari, with beads of sweat on her face, opened the door and, turning to His Majesty, said that she was terribly sorry that she interrupted his meal. Leon, with a serious look, wiped his mouth with a towel and, looking at her, said that she was that same swordswoman. She needed to sit down. Hari looked at him with a wide smile on her face. Jinsu watches her on the camera located in the room and sees that she puts her hand behind her back and shows a thumb. Hari sat at the table with a smile on her face and asked if he liked the food. Leon closed his eyes with his head slightly down and said that it was not bad. He felt the chef's diligence and graceful execution. He raised his head with his arms crossed and said that the reason why he had given them so much trouble was not because of the food. It was all because of the manners they had shown towards the king. When meeting a representative of another country, they should be treated with due respect. Doesn't this have to do with the prestige of their country? Hari looked at him with beads of sweat on her face and said that because of their meager knowledge, they had shown him disrespect. Leon remained in the same pose and asked, "Her name was Hari, right?" She looked down and agreed with him, telling him her full name. He said that he had listened to stories about this world. Demons also appear on Earth. Did he understand correctly? She placed her hands on her knees with a serious expression and said that it was so. Hari's mission was one thing, to get the Hunters Association to recruit him. She thought that at least they had to settle this man in their country. Perhaps, if His Majesty didn't mind, the Korean government would take care of him from now on. In the 21st century, the intelligence agent's job was to recruit survivors. Even if they had to promise great support, they couldn't let him go to other countries. Leon looked at her with a serious expression and said that in order to settle in this world, he had to have duties to go to the battlefield. If he was a noble knight, he had to fight. Hari looked at him with a smile on her face and said loudly that then he would join their Hunters Association. Leon crossed his arms with an angry expression and said loudly that a king couldn't fight under the flag of another kingdom. He would establish a new knight's troop in this world. Hari looked at the camera in the corner of the room with beads of sweat on her face. She had no choice but to nod. After some time, she came out of the room and asked Jinsu with a puzzled expression what the higher-ups were saying. He looked at her with a smile on his face, holding his hands in his pockets, and asked what else they could say. Give as much support as possible. It was already good that he had not left for another country or joined a large guild. Hari said with a tired expression that it was hard to even think that the association and the government should bow down to him. She looked forward with an enraged expression and said loudly that it was all because of the idiots from the large guilds who boasted of their money and power. Jinsu looked at her with beads of sweat on his face and remembered something, mentioning the Phoenix Guild. Suddenly, A red light came on in the room and an alarm sound was turned on. Jinsu took out his phone with a terrifying expression and looking at the screen read a warning about a breakthrough in the dungeon of the Konam Plain. He said loudly that if there was a dungeon breakthrough at the location of the granary, the production of food might be stopped due to the monsters. Hari asked in confusion, "Isn't the Phoenix Guild's S-rank hunter Li Yanwan there? There's no way he couldn't block the orange gate." Jinsu gritted his teeth with a serious expression and said loudly that he was sure those idiots had other plans. "We need to quickly go and stop the freaks from the Phoenix Guild." Leon looked at the door from which the sounds were coming with a serious expression. He could hear all the sounds coming from behind the door. Leon thought that something bad must have happened. He raised his hand filled with his energy up and thought that if a dungeon breakthrough occurs, the land becomes polluted and crops don't grow. As he thought, this place doesn't have what he needs. Leon looked at his hand with a calm expression and wondered if everything is okay. He remembers the blonde goddess named Demira. After some time at the Orange Gate, Jinsu turned to the hunter Yanwan and asked him how this even happened. He looked ahead with a sly grin on his face and asked, "Are they the people from the association? The leader of Jinsu and their new recruit Hari?" Jinsu gritted his teeth with a drop of sweat on his face and thought that those idiots deliberately provoked a dungeon breakthrough, just because they didn't respond to their demands. During this year, the Phoenix Guild has been constantly requesting an exemption from taxes on the income received inside the gate. They were getting a lot of income from the gate, especially from the magic crystals, materials, and monsters, and now they want to be exempt from paying the 1,000,000,000,000 tax. Jinsu remained in the same position and thought that they already had so many advantages for a large guild. It's hard to think that they would do something like this because their request was rejected. Hari put her hand on her chest with a serious expression and loudly told Hunter Yanwan that he needs to close the gate right now. It's already a week today, if more time passes. Before she could finish speaking, Yanwan interrupted her with a smile on his face and said that he knows everything. The ownership rights of the gate will be transferred. But what should they do? Their guild has suffered greatly. It seems that it will be difficult to attack in this state. Yanwan turned his head away from them, putting his hand in his pocket, and said that they will try their best until tomorrow, but he doesn't know what will come of it. Hari looked at him with an angry expression and asked if he really had no patriotism at all. Jinsu grabbed her shoulder and asked her to stop. She said loudly with the same expression on her face that Yanwang knew very well what would happen if the Honam Plains were polluted. He looked at her with a mad expression and asked, did she think he didn't know? Why was she acting childish? Didn't he tell Hari during last year's draft that justice in the world is money and power? Leon suddenly appeared with a serious expression and looked ahead and said that they were somehow vulgar and old-fashioned. Hari looked at him with a surprised expression and asked what His Majesty Leon was doing here. He said with a serious expression that she should not dare to call the king's name whenever she wanted. He only allows people to call him by his title. Yanwang looked at him with beads of sweat on his face and asked who he was. He looks like a European. Leon told him to shut his mouth with a serious expression. How dare such a low-class person talk to him? Yanwang gritted his teeth with beads of sweat on his face and wondered what was wrong with this idiot. Calling him low-class when he was one of the 20 S-ranked and the leader of a guild in the top 10? He swung his hand filled with energy with an enraged expression and asked Leon if he wanted to die. Hari asked Hunter Yanwang loudly in confusion to stop. He was one of the survivors. He looked ahead with beads of sweat on his face and asked if he was really a survivor. Yanwang stretched his hand forward with a smile on his face, bowed his head and introduced himself, and said that he was asking for his forgiveness. Could he really be from that black gate? Leon looked at him with a serious expression and said that the king does not repeat himself twice. He turned his head towards Hari and said that she needs to be told what the problem is. He doesn't know much about the gate, so she needs to explain it to him in as much detail as possible. Jinsu brought his clenched fist to his chest with a smile on his face and thought, is Leon really going to help? Hari looked at him with a smile on her face and said that she will tell him everything now. This is a dungeon breakthrough. When a dungeon breakthrough occurs, a huge number of monsters break out and pollute the land, and crops cannot grow on polluted land. The Honam Plain is an important place for growing grain, so the situation is critical. Right now, the demons that have spread are polluting the land. Leon looked at her with a serious expression and asked what is the way to solve this problem. Hari said loudly with a confident expression that the pollution needs to be cleaned up and the dungeon needs to be cleared as soon as possible, and the dungeon itself needs to be destroyed. He said that he understood everything. Leon asked if the polluted soil and the expansion of the gate are a problem. We need to gather forces, and tomorrow, at the end of the raid of all sorts of trifles, the king will act in person. Hari looked at him with a smile on her face and asked if this was true. Leon looked at the gate with a serious expression and said that before that, the king of another country has no right to arbitrarily conduct military operations on foreign territory. First, you need to get permission from their king. Hari looked at him with bewilderment and said that everything is fine. Leon, with a serious expression, said that there is a legal process and rules for everything. How can you call yourself a noble knight if you do not follow the laws containing the authority of the state? You need to hurry to send a report to their king. Yang Wang, with beads of sweat on his face, opened his mouth and thought that this idiot seemed even worse than himself. In the end, they called the president flying on the plane and reported what was happening. After some time, Hari with bewilderment turned to His Majesty with a request to listen to her. Leon turned his head towards her with a serious expression and told her to speak. Hari, holding a straw doll in her hands, said that everything he asked for had already been prepared. Where was he even going to use it? Leon, remaining in the same pose, said that the valuable land was polluted and the soil needed to be cleaned. She asked in confusion, was he going to do this with a straw doll? Leon asked for only 2 things, including a straw doll. He crossed his arms, looked out from behind the wall and asked Hari, were these the people who made the doll? She, with a smile on her face, said that this was exactly the case. A straw doll must be made by a woman who had experience in childbirth. Leon, with a serious expression, entered the room to the women and said that this was excellent. Now each one must show the doll she made. So the doll competition was held in the middle of the plain. He took one of the dolls in his hand with a displeased look and loudly asked the woman who made it, does she think that such a metaphysical monster can be called a doll? Leon tore the doll and said that it was a failure. He tore a lot of dolls and loudly said that it was a shame. So many dolls turned into dust. What caught Leon's eye was an 80-year-old elderly woman. He looked in surprise at the doll she made and loudly said that it was amazing. Leon, with beads of sweat on his face, took her hand and asked the lady how many children she gave birth to. She, with a wide smile on her face, said that 12. He, remaining in the same pose, loudly said that this is truly a real example of patriotism. In a normal situation, he would personally send her a knight with a medal and a gift. However, due to this situation, he cannot do this and asks her to forgive him. After some time in the field, Leon puts the doll on a wooden table on which there is a candle. He looked at his hand in surprise, around which a magical blue disc appeared, and said that the conditions were met. Leon placed the bowl on the table and said that she is the mother of the fertile land. The people of this land offer her a harvest doll. Yang Wang watches this with bewilderment. Leon calmly extended his hand to the bowl and asked her to accept it. A golden ray from the sky hits the bowl, causing it to begin to fill with water. Hari, with beads of sweat on her face, brought her hand to her chin and thought that the bowl itself was filling with water. The sun rises, the red light colors the clouds, a repeating day is about to begin. However, the sun that rises today will be a special beginning for the entire world. Yang Wang, with confusion on his face, looked ahead and asked how the water drops penetrate the doll. Now the doll is standing on 2 legs. Demira entered the doll's body and called out to her child, Lionheart. Leon bowed his head with a calm expression and greeted the mother of the earth, the goddess of life and fertility, Demira. She said with a smile on her face that they had not seen each other for a long time. A deity had descended to this land. Demira, remaining in the same pose, said that this new land was also being invaded by demons and the soil here was very polluted. Leon agreed with her with a serious expression and said that this land was not without evil, there was not even a deity here. He looked away to Yin Wang and said that he was afraid that dirty low-grade freaks were polluting the goddess's gaze. Demira looked ahead with a smile on her face and said that ignorance and greed could not be called sins. This is what is called mortal life. What does Leon think he will do next? He closed his eyes and said that the ineptitude that roams among the swordsmen may become famous, but the right to rule is sacredly enshrined in law. Leon opens his eyes and placing his hand on his chest says that he will make sure that duty and power are on equal terms here. He will teach the ignorant and lead them along the righteous path until a new pantheon is built on this land. Demira's image burst out of the doll and she asked her child if he hadn't asked her for something. That they are always ready. Leon kneels and turns to dear Demira and says that the free people on this land are suffering from evil energy. Perhaps this is not her duty, but he asks her to heal and cleanse this land. Demira, with a smile on her face, pointed at him with her hand and said that he is her priest, their champion. The land of this world is not part of her body, he must spread her deity, and replace this arid land with her body. Then everything on this earth will become his support. Demera stretched out her hand with a drop of water flowing forward. The drop, surrounded by yellow light, falls to the ground, causing a powerful beam from the sky to hit this place. People with beads of sweat on their faces watch this. Leon turned to them with a menacing look and said loudly that they must see and feel this. Fools who know nothing and have not studied anything. Life is brought into the withered field and it blooms. Leon, with a serious look, spread his arms to the sides and said that this world will move together with the deity. People need to be fruitful and multiply. This is the duty of those who are given life, like this fertile land, being proof of the eternal promise. Yamwang, with beads of sweat on his face, tore off the stalks of wheat, and squeezing them in his fist loudly told the guys so that they would not be deceived. Crops grown by magic are poison, they should know this. Leon looked at him with an angry expression and said that this was the harvest that was blessed by the deity. How dare he judge it as poison? Yamwang remained in the same pose and said that it was just a straw doll. Leon said that ignorance was forgiven only once, he had no right to desecrate the goddess with his worthless tongue. Yamwang looked at him with beads of sweat on his face and sighed in horror. He thought that this was very bad and could not be done. Because of one survivor, all his plans would be ruined. Yamwang, with an enraged look, thought that he could not leave it like this, he needed to tear off this impudent mask of lies. However, first they had to check. He hoped for his cooperation, for the sake of the safety of the people who would eat this harvest. He would reveal what a fraud Leon was. Yamwang pointed his hand at the man with a serious expression and said that an appraiser would be nominated from their side. The appraiser put on his gloves and said that he would begin then. He stretched his hand forward, causing a ball of magical energy to appear in his palm. The appraiser, with a drop of sweat on his face, looked at the system window, which notified that this was blessed seed rice. The level of this was rare. The rice was blessed by the divine power of the goddess Demera, the goddess of life and fertility. Third-stage diseases were improved. With constant use, there was a high probability of healing. The appraiser, with a surprised face, said loudly that the appraisal result was rare. Each of these stalks was rare. Moreover, it could cure third-stage diseases and even cancer. Hari, with a surprised face, picked up the stalks of wheat and asked, "Is this true?" Chinsa looked forward with a serious expression and said that someone needed to go to the local manager's house and bring a cauldron. After some time, a cauldron was standing on the ground in which rice was being cooked. Chinsu, with a surprised face, tasted the rice and said that this couldn't be. He looks at the system window, which notifies that the recovery of stamina and strength increases by 100 every minute. The recovery speed of mana increases by 50 every minute. The duration is only 8 hours. Jinsu continues to eat rice with a serious expression and says that this is the level of tonic. What food can compare to a tonic that costs 3 million won? Hari runs towards him with beads of sweat on her face and loudly calls out to the leader, saying that this is simply amazing. Jinsu looks at her with a displeased expression and says that she should finish everything first and only then speak. She swallows the food with a red face and asks that she is curious to know if he has ever eaten bugs grown in rice fields. Jinsu looks at her with beads of sweat on his face and asks if she really wants to know if he has eaten bugs. Hari looks at him and loudly says that she ate it and received buffs. Chinsa thought with a worried expression, if this blessing spreads to the entire surrounding area, then can it be called a free booster? It is nothing special that except for the seed rice, all the living creatures here were blessed. The hunters with beads of sweat on their faces loudly say that they need to catch at least one. With a full buff, they will enter the gate. The morale of the Hunter Association's strategic team has increased. Demera turns to her child. Leon looked at her with a serious expression. She said that it seems that her role is over here. It seems that she should slowly go back. He knelt down with his hand on his chest and said that he always thinks about and cherishes the blessing given by the Mother of the Earth. Demera's appearance extended her hand to his head and asked her child to let her scold him one last time. She crossed her arms with a smile on her face and said that he should never go hungry no matter where he goes. The straw doll falls onto the wooden table. Hari turned to His Majesty and said that was all. Before she could finish speaking, Leon interrupted her and asked, "Is there no deity in this world?" She said with a drop of sweat on her face that she was not sure about that. He looked ahead with a serious expression and said that a righteous life and peace is harmony with the deity. They, the people, should listen to this carefully. Now the soldiers are full and it is possible to enter the gate. The man from the Phoenix Guild called out to Yin Wang with a calm face and asked if he was okay. If this continues, their plan will be ruined. He looked ahead with an enraged expression and said that this is all because of the damned survivor. Where did that idiot come from anyway? If it weren't for him, the government, which had suffered great damage, was left in a hopeless situation and would have satisfied their request. It would have been better if he had died outside the gate. Yanwan put his hand on his chin with a wicked smile on his face and said with a laugh that it wasn't a bad idea. The man from the Phoenix Guild looked at him with a calm expression and asked the leader if everything was okay. Yanwan remained in the same pose and said that there was no need to worry. After all, the last time they attacked the gate was to close it. The man from the Phoenix Guild looked ahead with a drop of sweat on his face and said that it was true, although their condition worsened in the middle. Yanwan looked ahead with a wide smile on his face and asked, "Is there only one A rank Hari? That survivor may have a blessing, but he's most likely a nobody during a fight. In that case, those idiots will definitely be defeated. What's inside can't be destroyed by normal means because they are monsters. The system window notifies that a dungeon breakthrough has begun. The sentence is death. The time limit for all creatures inside the gate begins. After a while, they enter a gate." Leon looked ahead with a serious expression and said that most gates will close if they complete the quest or defeat the boss. He likes to fight the boss one-on-one. Hari, with beads of sweat on her face, couldn't say that they usually do it in a group. He looked closely at the skeleton under his feet and said that he heard that those plebeians have tried clearing dungeons before. But it seems like there are a lot more monsters. Hari said that this dungeon has that special feature. She stretched her arms forward and looked at him and said that usually in a gate, the number of monsters decreases as the number of monsters defeated decreases. Skeletons or zombies, or even demons in special cases, as long as the boss monster is alive, they will endlessly respawn. Leon crossed his arms with a serious expression and looked ahead and said that that was interesting. That means it will only end if they defeat the boss. He understands that. Then this must be one of those dungeons. Hari walked forward with a smile on her face and said that there is a high probability that this is the case. Perhaps it is a necromancer controlling the skeletons. She looked at the system window with a drop of sweat on her face, which notifies that the dungeon breakthrough has begun. All living beings within the gate will now have a time limit. The commander Knight Dullahan is advancing with his army. They need to defeat the commander. The remaining time is 3 hours. All the people inside the gate are enveloped in intense horror. Jinsu looked at Dullahan with beads of sweat on his face and said loudly that Yanwan is an idiot. He should have warned them about this. The skeleton army is moving forward with the intention of attacking, and the system window notifies that the commander of the Dullahan Knight needs to be defeated. The remaining time is 2 hours and 58 minutes. The people from the Hunter Association with beads of sweat on their faces say that there are a lot of enemies. One of them asked the leader if he should hand out potions. Jinsu, remaining in the same pose, said that it should be divided as much as possible. He asked Man Shik how many archers and mages are there? Shik, with beads of sweat on his face and a green aura in his eye, said loudly that there are 30 archers and 2 mages here right now. Jinsu gritted his teeth holding a shield in front of him and said that those with a sniper skill need to deal with the distant enemies. And those with a shield need to stop their advance. He, remaining in the same pose, looked at the huge number of skeletons and said loudly that these idiots are finished. One of the skeletons strikes with his sword, but Jinsu manages to block it with his shield. He looked at the skeletons with beads of sweat on his face and thought, are they stronger than he thought? It seems like the orange gates are really different. However, they are not too strong for a B-rank tank like him. Jinsu swings his hammer and strikes the skeleton. He looked at his back in confusion, which is shrouded in a blue aura, and wondered how simple skeletons can have advanced spells of such a rank. 2 skeleton mages raised their hands shrouded in a blue aura to the magic circle. Jinsu took a step forward with a serious look and thought that he should get their attention. He is here, they need to get to him. The skeleton mage swings his hand, which contains a round magic sphere, and throws it at him. The magic sphere explodes and someone calls out to the leader. Jinsu looked forward with a battered look holding a shield in his hand and said that he was fine. It was just a small scratch. They should know that this equipment was very expensive. He looked at Dullahan with a serious look holding a hammer in his hand and thought that the boss was standing in front of him. He slashed with his sword very quickly, causing Jinsu's body to fly back, leaving a blue energy trail behind him. He lay on the ground with his head down while coughing. Hari watches this with a drop of sweat on her face and loudly calls out to the leader. The girl from the Hunter Association turned to Hari's deputy with a serious look and loudly said that they should go save him. Maybe they should bring in a backup force. Hari looked at the people fighting Dullahan and thought that this is what the backup force is for, they should help them now. She turned her gaze to Leon and thought that even if he was King Lionheart who defeated the great demon. Hari didn't finish her thought and loudly addressed His Majesty and said that he should help them. Leon looked at her with disdain and said that the king shouldn't participate in such a small battle. She asked with a puzzled expression what he meant. He remained in the same pose and said that they should look for ways to strengthen their honor. He couldn't believe that she was trying to force him to fight with such damn bones. This was also rude to the goddess. He even felt disgusted to look at it. Hari wondered with confusion why he was saying that. The girl from the Hunter Association looked down with a sad expression and asked her what they should do. Hari looked forward with a serious expression and thought that she had no time to waste. This man had no intention of helping. It seemed that he didn't care about anything except Dullahan. They had to stop him first. Hari took out her sword and loudly told everyone else to support the leader and their comrades. She runs very fast into the crowd of skeletons, and pushing off the skull of one of them, jumps towards Dullahan. Hari swings her sword and strikes, which he manages to block with his weapon. She thought with beads of sweat on her face that he blocked it. She must do everything possible to separate him from the rest. Dullahan throws his head into the air and swings his hand with the intention of striking. Hari looked at this with a puzzled face and thought that he threw his head up to block her view. What kind of undead fights like this? Dullahan hits with his strike, causing her body to fly off and hit the ground. Hari with a battered look thought that this was even for the best. She managed to separate him from the rest. Hari swung her sword, looked at Dullahan, who was standing in front of her, and loudly said that the range of her skills is very large. Everything around catches fire with a powerful fire, causing Dullahan to scream loudly and strike the air. Hari with a serious look swung her sword shrouded in flames and thought that she did it. At least this time she will succeed. She struck a powerful blow at Dullahan, but he managed to block it. Hari with a puzzled expression thought how he was able to block the blow with the blunt side of the sword. She with beads of sweat on her face quickly ran forward looking at him and thought about his stance. Dullahan strikes a powerful blow that leaves a blue trail behind him, but Hari manages to duck and dodge the blow. Leon with a calm look looked at this and clapping his hands loudly said that this is wonderful. Dullahan wields a sword so amazingly, despite only having one hand. Leon is sure that he used to be a noble knight and apologizes. It's hard to even think that he could mistake such a great knight as Dullahan for a simple undead. He loudly addressed the nameless knight and said that he is King Lionheart, and he gives him the right to challenge him to a duel. There is no need to hurt the soldiers, right? We need to end this fight with an honorable duel between two knights. Jinsu and Hari think that he challenged the boss to a duel. This can't be. Dullahan holds his head in his hand, looking forward. It worked. Leon looked at Dullahan with a serious expression and crossed his arms, saying that he is definitely an honorable knight. He took out his sword from the magic circle and told him that he can put his head aside. His fencing requires the use of two hands. They will not be able to truly fight if Dullahan fights with one hand. Hari walked up to Leon and turned to His Majesty saying that if his head is not cut off, he will not die. He looked at her with a calm expression and asked, "Is it that important?" Hari with beads of sweat on her face said that it was very important. How can he defeat Dullahan if he doesn't cut off his head? Leon, remaining in the same pose, said that he doesn't care. The honor of a knight determines the outcome of the battle. He looked at Dullahan with a serious expression, holding his sword in his hands. And said that he was the first knight of Erin, the goddess of light and justice, the great Duke of Dragonia, the lion-hearted, challenging the noble knight. But Leon manages to block the blow with one hand. He calmly leaned his sword against his neck, from which blue flames come out, and said that he caught it for the first time. Dullahan rises up and holding his sword with both hands powerfully swings it, leaving a yellow mark behind the blow. Hari looked at this with beads of sweat on her face and called out loudly to His Majesty thinking that he wouldn't be able to block such a powerful blow. Leon with a serious expression told Dullahan that he was standing unsteadily and he blocked his blow very quickly, and Jinsu with a worried expression asked if they saw how he did it. The guy from the Hunter Association with beads of sweat on his face asked if he wasn't hit by the blow. Jinsu looked at Hari with a puzzled expression and asked if she just saw what happened. She with a smile on her face put her hands in front of her and said loudly that it was amazing. Hari was literally the only one who understood what happened. She thought that the moment the sword touched, he spun his sword and changed his center of gravity. In addition, he performed a lateral movement. She wouldn't even have the courage to try it. Leon, with a calm expression, leaned his sword against his head and said that he caught it a second time. He needed to get up and take his position again. Dullahan thought that this skill was only possible because he possessed such a terrifying power. How long ago was it, when he was treated like a knight and challenged to a duel? He strikes Leon, which he manages to block, and continues to think that this is most likely a trick to overcome difficulties. Anyone would think so if they heard the suggestion to dismount from their horse. Dullahan swung his sword and thought that this was completely absurd. You have to look at Leon. The appearance and his stance are like those of a veteran who has been on countless battlefields. Sparkling eyes that chase honor and glory. Leon looked forward with a serious expression and said that he will take this blow with his sword. He parried his attack and, while striking back, said that he caught him for the third time. Will he attack again? Dullahan thought that he was the pinnacle of honor that all knights desired, the king of knights, who could be looked up to and challenged. Dullahan began to quickly run forward with the intention of attacking and thought that he did not want to use the magic he had as a necromancer. Since he was a knight, he would cross swords without any magic. He wanted to cross swords with Leon again and again. In that life that Dullahan had forgotten, wandering the world as a noble knight and fighting glorious knights. He struck at him, but Leon managed to reflect it, causing Dullahan's sword to fly to the side and fall to the ground. He held the sword in his hand and said that he had caught it 10 times, his swordplay becoming more and more sophisticated. Did his memories of when he was alive return to him? Dullahan looked at him and thought that this noble knight had returned to him, a fallen spirit, the glorious days of the past. Leon remained in the same pose and turned to the knight and asked if he intended to continue. One of the skeletons held Dullahan's head in his hands and gave it to him. He held his head and thought, how much time had been wasted on slaughter, how many times had the battles been repeated without a drop of honor. If this damned journey could end like this, then there was no greater happiness than this. Dullahan knelt down and held out his head to Leon. He looked at it with a smile on his face and said that this was excellent. He was very glad that he had restored his honor. Leon placed his hand on his head and closed his eyes and said that he would pray for him. If there was a god he believed in, then let him calm his soul. If not, then let the goddess lead him to the Garden of Eden. Leon opened his eyes with a smile on his face, looking at Dullahan, and turning to the outstanding knight said that they would meet at the feast of the gods. May the light come. Dullahan's body began to dissolve, and he wished for the glory of Leon Dragonia Lionheart. After some time, Hari and Chinsu are standing among the other workers of the association. She looked forward with a confident look and said that the promise was kept. He looked forward with a surprised look and said that it really ended in a duel. Hari, with a thoughtful look, put her hand to her chin and asked, what kind of light was that? I think he said may the light come? Chinsu turned his head towards her and asked, isn't that some kind of holy power? That's why all the undead evaporated. She, with a tired look, said that if he had such a skill, he should have used it sooner. Leon walked towards them with confidence on his face, putting his hands behind his back and asked, if so, could that noble knight meet the end as a great general? Hari looked in his direction and loudly addressed him by status. He said that a knight is a person who follows honor and glory. Honor comes from actions, and actions come from the will. If that Durakan is a noble knight, then the answer will be like this. Leon walked back with his hands behind his back and asked, now will they go for the loot? She looked in his direction with beads of sweat on her face and asked what he was talking about. He asked, if there was a battle, then shouldn't they get their loot? On the black cloth lies a magic ball with a pink aura emanating from it, and a black sword. Jinsu looked down with surprise on his face and loudly told her to look at this ball. It is immediately clear that it has tremendous magical power. Hari looked down with a surprised look and said loudly that the great sword and the Durahan cloak were still left. A purple ball with purple energy was lying on a soft pillow. Leon looked down with an angry look and said that this thing was ruined and should be thrown in the trash. A broken gray piece of the ball was lying on the pillow. Everyone looked at Leon standing next to the ball. He said with a dissatisfied look that such things only cause trouble. The system window notified that the final loot was the Durahan cloak, sword, and other magic stones. The Honam gate was cleared. After some time, Hari put her hand on the handle of the table with a tired face. 4 days had passed since Leon returned to Earth. A lot had happened in such a short time. She, with bruises under her eyes from lack of sleep, said that she was tired. At first, she had a little commotion because of the taxes. A few days ago, Leon asked with an irritated face, how can a king ask a foreign king to pay taxes? Hari said that even if he used magic stones to pay taxes. He interrupted her and said that kings should not count coins. How could she argue with the king about what his servants should do? She told him with a tired face to stop talking about coins. In order to establish a deity on this land, new believers were accepted. The old man asked while standing in line of people how he could pay the offering. Leon said with a serious look that it would take 19 trillion to pay a share of the harvest as a donation. How generous were they being? The old man said with a puzzled look that the taxes and living expenses were already high, and to pay 90% of the harvest as a tax. Leon crossed his arms with a smart look and asked the devotee of the goddess how dare he worry about his stomach? His guild would handle all matters such as food and accommodation, well-being and life. Hari looked at the piece of paper in her hands with a smile on her face and said that if she thought about it, it was blessed rice and was highly appreciated. The old man looked at the sheet of paper with a look of amazement on his face, which said that they were paying 150 million for 80 kilograms of rice. He said that one bag was at that price. How much would they have left if they gave up a ninth? Leon looked ahead with a confident smile on his face. It so happened that Leon's biggest problem was where he lived. He stood in the room with an angry look, crossed his arms and said loudly that this was not even a battlefield. What's the point if there are no works of art in the royal chambers? He made a request, which requires providing a room with the most luxurious bed, as well as constantly available servants and a work of art for constant enjoyment. In the end, Hari tried to rent a room in a 5-star hotel until 2 in the morning. With tears in her eyes, she stood on her knees, loudly addressing His Majesty, asking him to go to bed. She agreed to make a concession in terms of placing the paintings and ceramics that decorate the hotel, within certain conditions. That is why things are like this now. At this moment Hari raised her hand and said loudly addressing His Majesty that she had arrived. He told her to come in. She, with beads of sweat on her face, was pushing a table towards him and asking if he was feeling well. Leon, sitting on a chair in front of the panoramic window, said that he was feeling well. Hari, with a smile on her face, pushed the table towards him and looking at him, said that it was time for breakfast. He, with a thoughtful look, holding a glass of wine in his hand, asked if she had had breakfast. Hari said that she had not yet. Leon, with a calm face, brought the glass to his face and said that she should eat when she had time. She, looking tired, agreed with him. There were many delicious dishes on the table. Hari, with a smile on her face, looked at the food and thought that it looked delicious. She would eat a sandwich or something like that later. Leon, closing his eyes, looked down, putting his hand on his leg and told her to sit down. She raised her hand with red cheeks and tears in her eyes and loudly called him by his status. She wondered if he wanted to share breakfast with her. Hari folded her hands in front of her with a smile on her face and laughed while sitting at the table. Leon asked what she was doing. He looked away with an angry expression and said that he asked for the spare ribs to be cut so that they could be easily eaten. And what was she doing? She looked at him with a surprised expression and asked, so he didn't offer to eat together with her? Leon sighed with a terrified expression and said, in which country does a king and a commoner eat together? Hari looked ahead with a sad face without saying anything. After some time, the high stages were standing under a clear sky and a car pulled up to one of the buildings. Hari, sitting in the car, said that the Hunters Association had decided to provide grants and subsidies to His Majesty. Even if it was not as big as the royal palace, they would take him to a place where he could live. Leon looked out the window with a calm face and said that they were very thoughtful. He couldn't ask too much as a guest, so he trusted her with everything. She turned to him from the front seat and said to His Majesty, "What about distributing the spoils?" He closed his eyes with an angry expression and interrupted her, saying that he had told her to take care of it herself. But he liked the cloak, so she should leave it to him. Hari, with beads of sweat on her face, agreed with him. After a while, the car stopped near a tall white building. She told His Majesty that they had arrived. Hari extended her hand forward with a smile and said that the place was next to the Hunters Association. And there was a helipad on the top, so it would be convenient. She looked forward with an excited expression and asked, addressing His Majesty, "Isn't it good?" Leon agreed with her with a serious expression. He looked at the stones stacked on top of each other with a sad expression and wondered, what is this? Director Park Young-chan, from the Dujong Group, who deals with the products of the future Dujong, looked at them and asked, "Is this the deputy from the Hunters Association, Hari?" She thought with a drop of sweat on her face that today's movement was confidential. Hari asked with a serious expression, "Who is he?" Young-chan put his hand on his chest with a smile on his face and introduced himself, saying that it was a coincidence. She asked with a smile on her face, "Is this from the Dujong Group?" Hari thought that the Dujong Group was one of the largest conglomerates in Korea, and the director of such a company was waiting for them, under the guise of a coincidence. He looked at them with a mischievous smile on his face, narrowing his eyes and making a sound. Chung Chan extended his hand to the side with a smile on his face, and said that this person was the famous survivor. Hari thought with a hurt expression that, as she thought, he already knew about their arrival. He extended his hand towards Leon with an ominous look and said that it was a pleasure to meet Leon Dragonia Lionheart. He tilted his head back with an arrogant look and looked down on Chung Chan and asked that some merchant wanted to shake hands. Hari said that this place was being given to him by the Hunter Association for 1 year. She flipped through the documents in her hands with a serious face and said that he didn't have to worry about the monthly rent and maintenance fee because the association would take care of everything. There was also room service or cleaning. It was also included in the maintenance fee so he could use it. She thought with a tense expression that it was for the best. The information about the survivors was top secret. A situation in which it was unknown why Zhang Chan had decided to get close. It was a blessing for Hari that King Leon had ignored Director Zhang Chan. She turned around and asked why he had come to him in the first place. Leon looked out the window and put his hand behind his back and said that there was only one thing a merchant wanted. He must be chasing profit. Hari asked with a surprised expression, "What profit?" She asked with a drop of sweat on her face, "Is it because of the rice?" "Because of the blessed rice of the Hongnam Plain. Due to the emergency situation, information was not controlled properly. An internet broadcaster took advantage of the situation and filmed the incident. Even though the association recommended deleting the video." Hari looked down at the phone in her hands with an angry expression and asked, "Did that person really post it again? Was it that farmer Mr. Park who did it?" Her phone shows a video of Leon standing in a field, and the channel that uploaded the video is called Farmer Park. At the same time, Zhang Chan is holding a phone in his hand with a video of blessed rice open. He put his face on his hand with an angry look, leaning it on the table, and said loudly that it was that impudent freak. Zhang Chan, with an angry face, closed his eyes and asked if he was sure that it was effective. The worker crossed his arms and said loudly that it was. Zhang Chan said that they didn't even conduct clinical trials. If it worked on rats, is there a guarantee that it will work on humans? The worker scratched his cheek with his finger with a frightened look. The girl with glasses put her hands on her legs and addressed the director, said that in order to get as many seeds as possible, he found the owner of the field. However, in that place, a barely alive dog came back to life after eating rice, cured chronic inflammations and a runny nose. It is said that all the villagers were cured of minor illnesses and serious chronic diseases after eating rice. They couldn't get the clinical trial data, but these facts are like proof of the effect. Zhang Chan, with a smirk on his face, crossing his arms, said that a thing is still a thing. He remembered Leon with an angry look, saying that if it weren't for that insolent freak. He thinks of him, the director of the Dejong Group, as some kind of small traitor? The girl with glasses said with a serious look that they should get to him. The power of that rice is simply limitless. He said with a tense look. That he also knows this, they should meet again. Zhang Chan with great force hit the table with his hand and asked, "How dare he look down on him?" He said with fury on his face, leaning his hands on the table, that Leon thinks he is the center of the universe because of one rice. He met the wrong opponent. Zhang Chan with a smile on his face said that he is the same as the other survivors. He thinks that the world he lived in is the best. The one who came from some ancient civilization. He said with a wicked smile on his face, holding the phone in his hand, that he would give him a real shock. Leon, who had returned to Earth, set 3 goals for himself. First, spreading faith. There are many gods and followers on Earth, but there is no truly important holy power. Man must have faith in God and spread His grace. The idea that diseases and pollution of the earth are punishment is wrong. So, in order to use holy powers, it is necessary to spread a new faith. The number of followers of this faith must increase. Second, reconstructing the Holy Grail Knights. There is no fighting unit in this world that uses holy powers. If the guardian of the Holy Grail, Lionheart, is a demigod, then the Holy Grail Knights are the living saints who rank just below him. They are the knights of the gods, using the sacred laws, as well as the fear of all demons. The last third, to eradicate all evil in this land, spread faith, restore divinity, train the Holy Grail Knights according to the established order. Among the courtiers here, it was too much to expect the appearance of holy knights who had the ability to be like the Holy Grail Knights. Leon looked forward with a serious face and thought that it didn't matter to him, he just needed to do everything according to the established order. He turned around when he heard someone calling him. Hari, with a drop of sweat on her face, put her finger on her phone and said that there was someone who had requested an official audience. Leon looked at her with confidence on his face and said that since he was observing the order, he should be listened to. After some time, Chong-chan entered Leon's room. He addressed His Majesty with a serious expression and thanked him for allowing him to hold an audience. Leon raised his clenched fist in front of his face with an interested look and looked forward. Chong-chan thought with a fake smile on his face that if it was for corporate profit then it would be easy for him to bow his head to this freak. He said that he had prepared a small gift this time. His assistant placed a huge metal suitcase in front of him. Chong-chan held out his hand with a smile on his face asking him to accept it, and thought if he found out what it was he would probably be very surprised. It was a luxury product that this freak had never even dreamed of. Once he tried it, he would never be able to go back to the old days. He would even ask them to deliver it to him more often. Leon agreed and said that he would accept it out of mercy. Chong-chan thought with a fake smile on his face what was wrong with him. An attitude as if he was the one receiving something from him. He placed his hand on the suitcase and asked how about checking it out. He would definitely like it. Leon leaned his face on his hand with a tired expression and pointed to the sides saying that it was too hard for him to explain etiquette to them. He asked Hari to open the suitcase. She agreed with a serious expression. Hari put her finger to the handle of the suitcase with a smile on her face. She pressed a button to open the metal suitcase with her finger. Hari looked at the suitcase doors that were opening quickly. She asked with a surprised expression, "Is this really it?" Chong-chan with a smile on his face extended his hand towards the open suitcase with weapons and said that this was the newest weapon that their company was proud of. He could choose whatever he liked. Hari looked at him with an amazed expression and asked, "Is this really a unique weapon made by craftsmen directly under the guidance of the Dojong Guild?" He turned his head to the side with an arrogant smile on his face and said that these were all high-level unique weapons. He pointed to the weapons and said that he heard that from now on he would act as a hunter. These things would be very useful to him. Hari wondered, are they really just giving them the unique weapons of the Dojong Guild? Such high-quality weapons that even money couldn't buy. When she was a cadet at the academy, she had only seen him on a video hosting site. Leon, with a menacing face, leaned his face on his hand and quickly looked forward and told him to stop. Where should he use this low-grade weapon? Chong-chan, with an angry look, asked loudly, "Why low-grade?" Hari turned her head to the side with a surprised expression and addressed His Majesty and asked, "Did he really say low-grade?" He looked at them with an arrogant expression and asked, "How can a famous sword be created if it is not bathed in the energy of the stars and if it has not received a divine blessing? Are there weapons only for hunting animals?" Chong-chan, with a puzzled expression and beads of sweat, wondered what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Does he want weapons to be dried in the sun like peppers and have prayers read over them? Leon, with a disinterested expression, sitting on a chair, said that he was inspiring mistrust. He, with a bead of sweat on his face, waving his hand loudly, said that this was a misunderstanding. Leon, with a bored expression, said that merchants always strive to promote their goods wherever possible. He, with a confident expression, raised his hand, taking out a sword from a blue portal emitting energy, and said that it was like using a knife to chop up a cow when you need to slaughter a chicken. But he can experience his gift. Chong-chan looked ahead with a surprised expression at the sword that was emitting a bright aura and wondered if the sword appeared out of thin air. Was it an old sword? He wondered with a terrified expression if he pulled out some ancient sword. He was going to despise him until the very end. Chong-chan said that if that was the case, he would also like to see the sparkle of His Majesty's precious sword. He smiled as he put his hands on his back and turned to Hari. Chong-chan asked if she could use any sword she liked. She smiled as she pointed at herself and asked if she could really do that. She turned her head towards Leon with a drop of sweat on her face. Hari confidently extended her hand towards the weapon. She put her hand on the hilt of the red sword and thought that all she had done was wait for 4 years. Hari looked at the sword in her hands with a smile on her face and thought that this was the sword of Master Park Jin-chul, Dawn. She could feel the power of the sword. Was it true that it had been tested for 10 days under the scorching sun of a special gate? She walked up to Leon with the sword in her hand and asked if she could really swing it. Leon, holding his sword in his hand, asked her if she was holding a toy in her hands. What was the point of asking adults for permission? Chong-chan looked at them and thought that he was just a freak. She looked at the red sword in her hands with a confused look. She filled it with fiery energy. Hari raised the sword, enveloping her body in fiery energy, and loudly said that she was advancing. She confidently looked down with a red aura in her eyes and swung the sword down at high speed. Pieces of the sword flew around under the pressure of Leon's weapon. They looked at the broken sword with surprised faces. Hari, with a sad face, holding the sword handle with the remaining blade in her hands, looked forward. Leon, with a calm look, put his hand in front of him, holding the sword in it with energy, said that there was not even a trace of fire. This is a waste of time. They will shorten the audience time. In 3 minutes he must tell why he came. Chong-chan, with a frightened face, stepped back and thought, did dawn really break? This is the most powerful weapon that was developed by their company. How did this happen? This simply cannot be. He, with beads of sweat running down his face, cannot say a word. Chong-chan, bowing to him, said that they would like to obtain a patent for rice seeds. Leon, with a serious look, leaning his face on his hand, asked what he said. He, with fear on his face, raised his hand and said that of course they will pay for it. According to their management's calculations, its value is 180 billion. Chong-chan thought with a mischievous grin on his face that of course this was a low price. There was no way that the seeds that could cure cancer were only worth 180 billion. However, there was no way this fool could know the value of 180 billion. If you explained it to him, he would definitely be very surprised. He looked ahead with a calm face and asked, did they really want to buy the seeds with money? Chong-chan rubbed his palms with a mischievous grin on his face and thought that he had been caught. He said loudly that this was exactly the case. Of course, he would have to sign a contract that would help De Jong's company distribute this rice. If he wanted, they could raise the price a little depending on the negotiations. Leon said with an angry look that he was a freak of a merchant. He asked with anger on his face, enveloped in a fiery aura, with a lion appearing above his head, how dare he blaspheme? Leon thought, how dare this damn merchant insult a deity? Chong-chan looked forward with a frightened expression and bulging veins on his face. He looked at the huge energy lion standing above him with beads of sweat on his face from fear. Leon with an angry face said that he was a fool. He showed his sin. He knelt down with fear on his face and tears falling from his eyes, leaning his shaking hands on the floor, and said loudly that he really did not know what he did wrong. Leon with an unperturbed expression stretched out his hand forward, dispelling the energy lion, and asked how could one be so ignorant and forgetful. Chong-chan gritted his teeth, lowered his head and made a sound. Leon with a confident face said that the harvest grows from the blessed Demira land. In other words, it is a blessing bestowed by God on the farmers so that they can then plow and cultivate their fields. It is not something that can be bought with money. Tribute must be given through gratitude and subsequent faith. Leon looked at him and said that he must have decided to mislead people in pursuit of vile profit. He asked him how Chong-chan was going to profit from the sacred offerings if he did not practice religion. He raised his hand with an angry expression and clenched his fist. After a while, Hari asked Leon, who was standing by the window, if it was okay to let Director Chong-chan go like that. She looked at him with an upset expression, holding a bundle with a broken sword in her hand, and said that from his point of view, he may be a simple merchant, but in reality, he is a man with great influence. Leon said with a thoughtful look that it was not even worth paying attention to him. That merchant would not influence him in any way. He crossed his arms and turned his head towards her and asked if what he told her was ready. Hari said that the association had contacted her. She said with a smile on her face that this time, His Majesty would also be tested. In terms of procedure, passing the measurement tests will make his job easier. He asked with a puzzled face, what kind of nonsense is this? Are they really going to test the Lionheart King? Hari asked with a puzzled look, then why did he ask to go there? Leon, with a confident face, crossed his arms, looked to the side and said that he needed to find some useful warriors and he would test them. She, with a puzzled look on her face, clutching a bundle in her hands, said that this was a procedure. Leon interrupted her and said that if it didn't work out, then she should make it so that it was possible. Hari, with tears in her eyes and a smile on her face, looked ahead. After some time, under a clear sky, there was a tall building surrounded by trees. Independent D-rank Hunter Gu Taesung, with a smile on his face, told the leader Kim Do-hun that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Do-hun, with a smile on his face, put one hand in his pocket and waved the other in greeting, asked, does that mean he's here for a rank reassessment? Inside the building, there's a receptionist with several people in suits. Do-hun looked at him with a surprised face and said that the gentleman is trying hard. Daesung laughed with a drop of sweat on his face. Dohan walked into the building and asked if he thought his rank would go up this year. He said that he should try hard. Dohan told him to stop doing this. How about joining their team? Daesung looked down with a resigned look while holding a cup in his hand and thought that he had heard that even people who are incompetent eventually reach C rank, but he had been AD rank for 10 years already. Dohan smiled while holding a cup in his hand and said that a diligent person like him would do his best and would soon become the best. Well, speaking of hard work, the mining team is not bad. Daesung looked at him with a smile on his face and said that it was true, he had also been doing this for 10 years. He looked forward with a confident look and said that he still wanted to try again. He thought that if he didn't follow the strategy of leveling up in powerful dungeons, even paying off the interest would become problematic. As long as he had a family to provide for, he couldn't give up. He had to somehow rise to C rank and retire from his position as a porter. Dohan looked ahead with a surprised expression and asked, "Are there really foreigners here?" They looked ahead and asked, "Is he from Europe? Is he a foreign worker?" They looked at Leon standing there and said that he looked like royalty. They called out to him and told him to listen. Dohan looked at him with a smile on his face and asked, "Is he okay?" Leon turned around and said nothing. He said with a terrifying look that the serf should not talk whenever he wanted. Dohan, with a smile on his face, was frightened by his words. He turned his head to the side with a smile on his face and asked if he had really learned Korean in some strange way. Taesung looked at him with a stunned look and said that it seemed that way. He remembered Leon's look with beads of sweat on his face and began to shake. Dohan, with a look of surprise on his face, looked into his face and asked what was wrong with him. Maybe something hurt? Taesung, with fear on his face, wondered what it was. His breath was taken away, as if something was pressing on him, something gigantic. The worker, holding a list in her hand, loudly called Taesung, number 57. She told him to go into the second office. He, with a look of surprise on his face, loudly agreed and said that he was coming. Leon, with a serious look, turned in their direction. The worker turned her head towards Daesung and asked, "Will only one person go?" Leon thought that he was not looking for the strongest, but none of them are worthy of being a warrior. It's all the same, it tires him. Those who come for testing are mostly eternal low-level hunters or newly awakened fools. The worker loudly said for number 77 Dragonia Lionheart to go to room 9. He looked at the door and thought that it was impossible to be satisfied the first time. Leon walked into the room with a serious look. The supervisor with a smile on his face holding a list in his hand asked, "Is this number 77, Leon Dragonia Lionheart?" He said with an angry look for a commoner to call him, His Majesty. The supervisor with beads of sweat on his face called him by his status. He walked to the instrument standing on the table and asked, in order to pass the test, could he touch the measuring device? Leon looked at the device with a calm look. The warden looked at the piece of paper in his hands with his data. He said that they were fools. The warden looked at him with surprise on his face. Leon with an angry face crossed his arms, looked down and asked loudly, "How can a commoner test the honor of a knight?" The warden raised his hand in front of him, said that it was not they who took the measurements, but a magical instrument. Leon asked loudly, "How dare the instrument measure the knight's abilities? Only noble knights and gods can evaluate knights." The warden with a tired face asked him, "So why did he come?" He crossed his arms, turned his head to the side and said that he came to find a suitable warrior. Even the judges here are ordinary people. They wondered, is headhunting really so open? Leon looked at them and said that there was no person who would suit him yet. What will be the next test? The man said that the real test was taking place at the gate. He said that it was good. Initially, skill is shown through constant training and practice, so he would be watching. The warden thought with a frightened look, maybe he shouldn't watch, but participate himself? After some time, at the Seoul Station gate, the warden asks, "Does anyone have symptoms of dizziness?" Some people who pass through the gate feel sick. It is customary to close and clean the cleared gate, but some leave it for profit, and one of such places is the Seoul Station gate. Taesung looked ahead with a tense look and thought that this year's measurement is not that different from last year's. In order to change the grade, he must be active at least in this current practical test. Shin Naeon said that this is the gate. She looked at the phone in her hand with a smile on her face and asked, "Isn't this a hot place?" Shin Toon looked at his sister with a calm look and told her to turn off the phone first. Taesung with a frightened face thought that two inexperienced newcomers are here, another old man over 60 years old. He is also moving from D rank to C rank like him. He turned his head back with beads of sweat on his face and thought that this was the foreigner he had seen in the waiting room recently. Leon, with a confident look and black glasses on his face, steps forward from the portal. Taesung thought that he must be a newbie since he came to the checkup at such an age. There is one old man here and the rest are newbies. Will everything be okay? He looked at them and said that everyone should introduce themselves and they will decide on positions. Taesung, with excitement on his face, introduced himself and said that he has been a hunter for 10 years and works as a private fighter. His main position is a dealer. Shin Tae-hoon, with a smile on his face, looked forward and introduced himself and said that he awakened this year and uses a spear and shield. Shin Na-young, with a smile on her face, put her hand on her chest and introduced herself and said that she is his younger sister. She mainly uses a dagger, but recently she has also been learning archery. Taesung looked at them with beads of sweat on his face and thought that they were newbies who still hadn't figured out their abilities. Did these two happen to attend separate courses? Shin Tae-hoon proudly raised his head and said loudly that he and his sister had been attending courses for 3 months. Taesung, remaining in the same pose, thought that they were still very green newbies. He looked at the old man in bewilderment and said, by chance? Before he could finish speaking, Gane interrupted him and introduced himself, saying that he had been training for 5 years already. His weapon was a glove, although he had awakened, but he had recently been honorably retired from the company. Taesung looked at him with beads of sweat on his face and thought that compared to his age, he had little experience. Besides, the weapon was a glove. It would be difficult to cover the distance that a sword and spear could reach in gloves. He put his hand on the back of his head and looked at Leon, saying that it was the latter's turn. Is he the foreign worker who can speak Korean? Leon put his hand on his chin with a serious expression and said that His Majesty will not fight. You can't use a sword to kill a dragon to catch a chicken. Daesung thought with a worried expression that he somehow learned Korean strangely. After some time, they entered the forest, and he said that in this test they need to hunt 50 kobolds. Daesung remembered the words of the warden who said that gnolls may sometimes appear on the field. If it is dangerous, he will personally intervene, so they can rest assured and focus on their skills. Daesung turned his head with beads of sweat on his face, and wondered if everything will be okay during this test. After all, something happened just recently. He sank into memories where he looked towards Leon and asked, did he not bring a weapon with him at all? Shin Na-yeon looked at him with a smile on her face and asked, should she lend him her weapon? He will try to use a bow, and does he know how to shoot it? Leon took the bow in his hands with a displeased look and asked, does she seriously want the king to use it? Shin Na-yeon remained in the same pose and said that it was so. He can use it and then return it. Leon threw the bow on the ground with an enraged look and said loudly that knights do not use ranged weapons meant for cowards. Taesung looked ahead with a puzzled look on his face watching this. He came back from his memories with beads of sweat on his face and thought that if this goes on, then maybe he will fail this test too. Taesung pointed to the side with an excited look and told the guys that he had one suggestion. What do they think about going there and hunting? Shin Tae-hoon and Gang Tae looked ahead with smiles on their faces and said that he has more experience than them. They are not against it at all. He pointed his finger at himself with a serious expression and turned to Taesung and asked, there was a settlement at the end of the meadow, right? He thought there were a lot of them. He turned his head at them with a forced smile on his face and said that there weren't that many of them, so there was no need to rush into the settlement. If they were surrounded, they wouldn't be able to retreat. They would attack the kobolds living in the cave, set fire to the nearby leaves and grass to create smoke, then they would be able to easily attack the cave kobolds. Shin Tae-han looked at him with a satisfied expression and said that experienced people think differently after all. Taesung looked ahead with a blank look and said that there was nothing special about it. There was nothing to brag about. Imagining the day he would enter a high-ranking gate, he had studied all kinds of strategies and methods, but he had only ever entered this gate of Seoul Station. This time, Taesung definitely needs to get promoted. He can't stay D-rank forever. Shin Tae-hoon, with beads of sweat on his face from fear, said loudly that there were kobolds ahead. The big kobolds with drool dripping from their mouths looked at them and quickly ran towards them, loudly roaring. Taesung, with a determined look, took out his sword and loudly said to put his shield in front. Tae-hoon looked at him and loudly agreed. The kobold opened his mouth wide and raised his clawed hand. The axe with a bright light struck his face. Tae-hoon, with a smile on his face, holding a shield and a spear in his hands, struck the kobolds and said that they were fools. If they were running so straight, they could be easily stopped. Na-yeon, with beads of sweat on her face, put her hand on the arrow, pulling it and loudly told him to look ahead. The kobold, with a frightening look, quickly jumped towards Toon, who had turned around. Taesung, holding a sword in his hand, looked at the kobold who had attacked him and loudly addressed him. The sharp of the sword hit the shoulder of the kobold hanging over his face. Taesung, holding a bloody weapon in his hand, loudly told him not to lose his vigilance. Even if they seem weak, they have a lot of speed. Several kobolds quickly flew back, having received strong blows. A powerful stream hit the kobold's cheek, tearing it apart. Gangtae, with a smile on his face, hit the kobold's face with his hand, throwing him aside. Taesung, with a smile on his face, turned back and loudly said that this was good. There wasn't much time left, they had to keep going like this. After a while, someone said that they had all done well. Tun looked down with a guilty expression and stuttered out an apology, saying that he had made a mistake. Taesung, with beads of sweat on his face, said that it was okay, the first time was always bad. Naeon dealt with the two of them and thanks to Grandpa, no one was hurt. He looked up with a smile on his face and said that everyone had done well. Taesung thought that they could do it, even though he had been worried at the beginning, but they weren't a bad team at all, except for one person. Leon put his hand on his chin with a thoughtful expression and looked forward. Taesung looked at him with a serious expression and asked why he wasn't doing anything while they were fighting. Naeon looked at him and loudly agreed with him and said that he was just standing back and watching. She asked the guard if that was even okay. He scratched his cheek with his finger and told them not to worry, this aspect would also be taken into account in full. Taesung looked ahead with a serious face and said that if so, then fine. He said that they should go deeper, there would be a cave soon. Taesung, with a surprised look holding some hay in his hand, said loudly that they had arrived. He held a spear in his hand and looked at the illuminated rocky area and said that there really was a cave here. Taesung, clutching a sword in his hand, said that then they would do as he said earlier, they needed to make a fire. They placed a small amount of hay in front of the entrance to the deep cave. Taesung, with a wary face holding a lighter in his hand, looked into the depression in the hay. Leon looked at him and asked if he really thought this was the best solution. He turned back with an angry look, standing on one knee, and asked what he wanted. He wasn't helping them anyway. Leon crossed his arms and said that His Majesty was wondering if this was a good solution. He asked not to be forced to ask him twice. Taesung said that he had used this method 3 times and all 3 times were successful. It was based on experience, so the idea was not bad. Leon asked with an arrogant look, how could he rely only on his superficial experience? He covered the fire of the lighter near the hay with his hand with an angry look and loudly told him to stop. What did such a young man know about experience? A strong fire burned in the hay, filling the air with smoke. Taesung turned back and loudly told everyone to gather. Soon, kobolds would be crawling out from the inside. All his comrades stood in fighting stances, preparing for the enemy's advance. Toon, with a drop of sweat on his face and a grin, putting a shield in front of him, loudly said that they were coming. Many kobolds ran forward rapidly, breaking the ground beneath them into pieces. A kobold with yellow eyes holding a weapon in his hand growled loudly. Naeon pulled the arrow in her bow with a tense face and said loudly that it was time. The stone hit the kobold's cheek at high speed, throwing him aside. They stood in fighting stances and attacked the advancing kobolds. Naeon hit them with her bow, throwing the kobolds' bodies back and creating explosions in the hole of their cave. Taesung, with a confident look, threw his hand aside at high speed and thought that, as expected, his method was not wrong. He said loudly that this way they would deal with everyone. He held the stone in his hand with a smirk on his face and pointed one hand forward and thought that they would gather enough kobolds and would catch several gnolls already on the plain. Taesung, with horror on his face, stopped when he heard a roar from the cave and wondered if that roar was really the gnoll captain. The captain, with a terrifying look and a red aura in his eyes, pulled out his clawed hand from the cave and walked out of it. Taesung thought that this couldn't be. The gnoll captain was actually the gate boss of Seoul Station, and his rank was much higher than C rank. He turned away from the standing gnoll captain with a frightened look and wondered why he appeared now. The gnoll captain opened his toothy mouth wide with a terrifying look and stuck out his tongue with drooling, raising his clawed paws in front of him. Naeon, holding a bow and arrow in her hands, loudly called out to Taesung. He said loudly, putting his hand on his sword, that he and Taehan would deal with the gnoll captain. Grandpa and Naeon must stop the kobolds escaping from the cave. Taesung thought that they needed at least one experienced fighter on both sides. But more importantly, for an awakened D rank, it was like suicide to fight the gnoll captain. Even if he is a newbie, he seems to have no choice but to hope that Toon will hold out for a little while. Toon stood in front of the Knoll captain holding a spear in his hand. He looked up with fear on his face and sweat dripping down, making a sound of horror. The Knoll captain, with a terrifying look and a red aura in his eyes, quickly charged towards him with the desire to attack. Toon, with tears in his eyes, put his shield in front of him and loudly swallowed his saliva. Tae-sun, with an angry look, quickly looked forward and loudly told Toon to pull himself together. He thought it was impossible. He was overwhelmed by the momentum. That way, he wouldn't even be able to block an attack that would be easy to block anyway. The Knoll captain slammed his paw into Tae-hoon with great force, throwing him to the ground. Tae-sun, with a terrified look on his face and sweat dripping down, loudly calling out to him. Tae-hoon, with a doomed look, stretched out his hand forward, shaking, lying on the ground, and let out a loud scream. Tae-hoon wondered why the association employee was not doing anything. He said that he would help in case of danger. If this continued, Tae-hoon would die. The captain, with drool flowing from his wide-open mouth, stood over his body, raising his clawed paw. Tae-hoon, with a frightened look, bit his lip with his teeth and loudly said that this was a curse. He quickly ran forward towards the shield lying on the ground. Tae-hoon, with anger on his face, with a yellow aura in his eyes, jumped forward holding a shield in his hand and loudly told Tae-hoon to be careful. The Knoll captain, with a terrifying look, raised his hand holding a weapon in it and attacked, growling loudly. He hit the place where Tae-hoon was with great force, breaking the earth's crust into pieces. The captain, with surprise on his face, looked at the shield that stopped his weapon. Tae-sun, with a tired face, holds the shield above his head with his hands protecting Tae-hoon lying on the ground. He put his hand with the shield on his head with an enraged look, hearing the sounds of the Knoll captain's weapon scraping loudly against him. He tilted his head down with great force and, moving the shield to the side, directed the blow from his weapon to the ground. The captain, with a tired look, looked down with drool flowing from his mouth and raised his head up, quickly pointed the weapon in his paw towards him. Tae-sun, with a scared face, put the shield in front of himself and wondered if he would be able to block it. If Tae-hoon came to his senses and fought back, then maybe they would somehow cope. But if it was different, then they would die. Leon said that this was not such a bad indicator. He stopped the Knoll captain's weapon flying at high speed with 2 fingers. Leon, with a serious face, put his hand in his pocket and told him to try again. Tae-sun, with a surprised face, asked what he said. He wondered if he had stopped the Knoll captain's attack with his fingers. Leon, with a determined face under the sun, looked at him and told him to raise his shield and look him straight in the eyes. If he could do it once, why can't he do it a second time? He asked him to quickly get up and use his shield. Tae-sun, with a puzzled expression and beads of sweat, looked forward. Leon, with a confident look, put one hand on his side and beckoned him with the other hand, loudly told him to block the Knoll's attack and to fight back quickly. Tae-sun, with a puzzled expression, stood on one knee, turned his head to the side and said that he would not do that. What was he even talking about now? He asked loudly with an angry expression, didn't he realize the whole situation? All the people here are in danger. Leon, with an angry look with veins on his face and a yellow aura in his eyes, said loudly that he was a fool. Even though he had the honor of being led by the Lionheart King, he still dared to disagree. For him, as a simple warrior, it should be an honor to be led by the Holy Grail Knight whose glory has been passed down from generation to generation. He doesn't even have a clue how to be grateful for his mercy. Leon loudly said to raise his shield, block and fight back. Tae-sun, with a frightened face clutching the shield in his hand, looked away and thought that this was unfair. Did he do something wrong? But now, in order to survive, he must do anything. The Knoll captain turned to the side with his mouth wide open and exhaled steam from his mouth. He quickly headed towards Leon, who was standing. He looked up at him with an arrogant expression, enveloped in a yellow aura, and clenched his hands, asking if he was really not afraid of anything at all. The Knoll captain, with a frightened expression and beads of sweat running down his face, made a loud sound, twitching in fear. Tae-sun, with a confident expression, pointed his shield forward. He blocked the powerful blow of the Knoll captain's weapon. Tae-sun, with an angry face, thought that he was strong. The shield almost flew out of his hands. Leon said loudly that he was a fool. How could he try to block it with force, just because he had a shield? He, with an arrogant expression, crossed his arms, said loudly, looking at him, that there was no need to clash so closely with a creature that had more power than him. Tae-sun should release his weapon and wait for an opportune moment. How could he be sure that he would succeed only using a shield? The Knoll captain slashed his weapon at Tae-sun's shield with a terrifying look. Leon said loudly that his opponent was not just some scarecrow. He was a living, breathing, learning beast. He said loudly for Tae-sun to think with his head. He turned around with a ferocious look, stretched his hand forward and made a loud noise in anger, and said what he wanted from him at all. Leon looked down with an arrogant face, and crossed his arms, kicked Tae-sun's leg. Tae-sun said to keep his eyes on the enemy. Tae-sun with an angry look thought that if he had just tried to block that blow he would have died. Leon said to focus and not to denigrate his talent, he must fulfill his potential. He confidently crossed his arms with his jacket on his shoulders and said loudly that he could do even better. Tae-sun with an amazed look looked forward and wondered, did he really have talent? He has no unique skills, he is just an eternal D rank who accidentally became awakened. This can't be. He looked at the Knoll captain standing in front of him in the smoke while holding his shield in front of him. Tae-sun thought that after hearing the words of encouragement, the missing talent cannot appear. This time, it seems he will succeed. The captain with a ferocious muzzle directed his paw with a weapon forward, attacking him and let out a loud roar. Tae-sun with fury on his face and a yellow aura in his eyes thought that he could do it. The weapon hit his shield and left a deep scratch on it with sparks coming from it. He slides back, lowering his shield to the side under the pressure of the Knoll captain's attacks. Tae-sun with surprise on his face looked down at the weapon stopped on the ground and loudly said that he blocked the blow. He looked forward with a smile on his face and said that he succeeded. Before he could finish speaking, a paw from the Knoll captain hit him on the cheek with great force. Tae-sun was thrown to the side at high speed and fell to the ground, leaving a smoke trail behind him after the blow he received. Leon, with a serious face, crossed his arms, made a dissatisfied sound and asked how he could have missed this. He lay unconscious on the ground with a reddened cheek. This year, his result was again rank D. Some time later, in a beautiful bright building, Oh Kan-hyuk, the chairman of the Hunters Association asked, so it turns out he knew everything? Leon said that he knew it from the beginning, such a warrior cannot be hidden. The chairman, with a smile on his face, holding a mask emitting a green aura in his hand, laughed, and said that he even put on a mask to hide his body's shape and face, but it was all in vain. He looked at him with a serious expression and said that this time Leon personally participated in the evaluation. Did he achieve what he wanted? Leon, closing his eyes, said that he made an attempt at least on a candidacy for the position of the head of the warriors. Even if he feels uneasy, he still won't go to another country. Kan-hyuk lowered his head and said that it really struck him right in the heart. He thinks that he has shown patience in relation to his incredible greatness. The same can be said for the skills he demonstrated recently. Even though it was a D-rank dungeon monster, he is still a C-rank boss. He remembered Leon smiling as he put his finger to the Knoll captain's face. He said with a terrifying look that he is an evil spirit that is not even destined to become a human. How long is the Knoll captain going to look at him? Leon calmly slapped his finger with radiating energy on the Knoll captain's cheek, throwing his body aside. Kan-hyuk smilingly came out of the memory, and said that he dealt with him like a toy. Leon calmly crossed his arms and said that such a freak is not even fit for a warm-up. The chairman sitting at the table said that in any case, if His Majesty was going to create a guild, then they could provide assistance from their side. He must have guessed that there was no easier way to gather people than fame. In their days, there were few ways to spread fame, as well as strength. There was a gate that turned red because of the failed attack in Jeonju. For 1 year, a place that no one could clear. The boss of the special gate, which was painted red. He asks him to take or destroy the wisdom jewel guarded by the fighter tank. After some time, the red gate of the Jeju Sports Complex opened, the first raid of the Kara Guild. The guild members looked around with serious faces. Hoyle looked ahead with a calm look and said that this place. Hansu interrupted him with a serious face and said that he also knew. At least the civilization here was probably more advanced than the one on Earth. Hari, with a smile on her face holding a bow in her hand, turned her head to the side and said that it was amazing, there was a gate to the future world. Hansu, with a surprised face, quickly looked forward and said that the arena where fantasy and martial arts existed, there was no such thing as a future world. Hoyle, with an amazed look, stood in front of the tall empty buildings, told the guild master that this was cyberpunk. Hansu, with a tired face, raised his hand, said that this was a headache. They first needed to reconsider the group's strategy in fighting monsters. Hoyle raised his hands in front of himself, told the guild master that this was true. Hunter tactics usually consisted of raiding a small number of strong enemies. The guild master, with an interested face, turned to the side and looked around at the huge building, said that they would use that building as a base. It was quite tall, so it was good for reconnaissance. After a while, Hansu, standing in a building near a large hole in the wall, asked Hoyle if he could see anything. He looked into the hole with a tense expression, sitting on one knee, and said that he didn't see anyone at all, no NPCs or monsters. The guild leader asked with an interested face, "Where is the fighter tank? It looks like he is the boss." Hoyle looked down with a serious expression and said that there is nothing here at all. Hansu crossed his arms with a menacing face and thought that it was strange that in such a big city, not only people, but even monsters were not visible. As for the resistance, he was glad that he didn't have to deal with an army of dictatorial resistance. He put his hand on his hip, standing under the light coming from the hole in the wall, and said that the KR guild members should gather. Even though they entered the gate, they still didn't have enough information about the fighter tank. Hansu looked forward with a serious expression and said that they should listen harder, conduct reconnaissance, and make maps. Before he could say a word, Hansu's body was cut by a beam of light that quickly headed into the hole in the building. Hoyle looked up at the blood splash with a terrified expression and called out to him with blood on his cheek. The guild members looked forward with astonishment on their faces. Hoyle said loudly that it was a sniper. They all needed to quickly take cover. The gun fired at the building and a powerful explosion thundered in one of its parts, breaking it into pieces. They ran forward with frightened faces trying to avoid being hit. Hoyle crouched down with a tense expression and called out loudly to Tae. He thought that Hansu, who was an A rank, couldn't even react. How could he be so strong? Hoyle put his hands on the flying huge rock amidst the powerful explosions, and said loudly that they would all die this way. He loudly asked Haeri if she had found his location. She looked at the bright explosion ahead with beads of sweat on her face, and said loudly that its direction was 3 o'clock and the distance could not be measured because of the dust. Haeri turned her head to the side with a frightened look and loudly said to the deputy that the floor here could not bear it anymore. Hoyle with a menacing face said loudly that he knew it and everyone should retreat in order. The guild members quickly ran forward to the hole from which bright rays of light were emitting and loudly said that everyone should quickly run outside because the building was collapsing. Haeri ran forward quickly and loudly turned to the deputy and asked what happened to the guild leader's body. Hoyle with beads of sweat on his face and a grin said loudly that something was wrong. They would take him away after they regrouped. The deputy loudly asked her to check the safety of the exit. Haeri confidently pushed off the floor with all her might and jumped forward, loudly agreed with him, and said that she would quickly run and check everything. She approached the exit, turned back and addressed him by status, loudly said that she did not feel any signs of presence. It seems to be quite safe at the exit. She quickly ran to the exit and left the building. Haeri looked ahead with horror on her face and asked, "What is this?" She touched the red thin energy thread on her neck with her fingers. She stood among many red threads and asked why her neck was ticklish. Hoyle stopped with sadness on his face and looked ahead. He turned to her with horror on his face and a drop of sweat running down his face and looked at the bloody threads and thought, "Is this really a wire? Since when did it appear here?" The deputy with a menacing look, taking out his sword, loudly said for everyone to cut the wire. They need to escape by any means necessary. He with an angry look, bringing the sword with radiating mana to the wire, loudly said for them to cut by putting mana into the weapon. The wire here is ordinary. Hoyle wondered who could have done this. Do they really only have one enemy, and since when has he been watching them? Yak, standing on the next building, looked at them through his eye sensors. He moved forward and hit the light-emitting long wire forward. Hoyle looked away with a frightened face. A powerful explosion thundered in the building where the guild members were. The deputy with horror on his face made sounds among the streams of smoke and blood spreading on the floor. He looked at the body lying in front of him with a doomed look with a pile of rubble. Hoyle with rage on his face quickly looked away and loudly said for this freak to show himself. He looked at Yak Spinner, who appeared standing on the rubble, and asked if it was really a robot. The deputy with surprise on his face, standing among the streams of smoke, asked if he was really a destroyer tank. Yak with red lights on his body asked how he liked it. He remembered how the woman put her hand on the mechanism and asked if he could fight even if he ran out of ammunition with these parts. Yak came out of his memories and looked at the mechanical part that the woman gave him. Hoyle, with an angry look and the blood of his comrades on his face, loudly said that he was a freak. All the members of their guild were dead. Yak sent threads from his mechanical hands, wrapping Hoyle's body with them, and remembered the woman's words. She told him to protect this city. Jeonju Gate, the first raid squad of the KR hunters, 58 and no survivors. The second and third squads are unknown. The gate difficulty level has been increased to red. The attack on the Jeonju Gate has been stopped indefinitely. After some time, the hammer falls to the ground with great force, creating a cloud of dust underneath it. The head of the Golden Lion Guild, Huang Jiamchul, with a smile on his face, crossed his arms and said that, like in that video, the weather here is bad. Deputy Huang Yona turned to the side with a menacing look and said that they will not enter the city. The further you go, the more likely a fighter tank will appear. A member of the Mage Tower, Gil Taesung, wearing sunglasses on his nose, looked at them and said that then, as previously agreed, they will take the wisdom jewels to the Mage Tower. All other merits and 60 billion in cash will end up being handed over to the Golden Lion Guild. They looked to the side surrounded by their comrades. At the gate of the Jeonju Sports Complex, the number of people, 49 from the Golden Lion Guild, one of the best guilds in Korea, and 49 people from the Mage Tower. Additionally, from the Korean Hunters Association, Hari and Leon. The beginning of the fourth raid on the gate of the Jeonju Sports Complex. After some time, there are empty debris of buildings at the gate. At the base camp of the fourth raid of the Jeonju Gate, a man standing by the large boxes asked why this was so. Hari, with a worried look, crossed her arms and said that she was worried that things would go badly. With beads of sweat on her face, she looked down and put her finger to her cheek and said that in fact, it would be best if everything was resolved without His Majesty's intervention. On the other hand, then he would not have the opportunity to make a name for himself. Leon, with a smile on his face, closed his eyes and said that was right, that was the best solution. The fact that the Lionheart King would not enter the battle meant that the work was not that difficult. What did she think the role of the king in the kingdom was? Hari, with an interested face, looked at him and asked, "Isn't it to rule?" He said that it was naturally so, however, it could also be done by someone else. If it was a person who did not have many shortcomings, then it was entirely possible. Hari, with an astonished face illuminated by the rays of the sun, said that then standing in the vanguard as the king of knights. She didn't have time to finish speaking and made a loud sound, realizing what he was saying and thought that at the time when he intervened, there was a time when no one could stop them. Hari said with a surprised face, that the title of the king is really Lionheart. Leon interrupted her with a serious look and said that this is the last stronghold. That the King Lionheart personally enters the battle is a shame for the knights, pointing out the seriousness of the situation. He said that this is unexpected, instead of weak like them, this time His Majesty will also have to work hard. Leon closed his eyes and put his hand on his thigh and thought that he longed for his good knights. Hari raised her hands with a sad look and asked, "Will everything go well, since they have S-rank Jumkil and a mage?" Leon asked with a serious face, "Wasn't she the one saying hunters?" He admits that they are quite strong for ordinary people. Leon, with a frightening look with a blue aura in his eyes, said that however, they do not know what war is. He asked if the outskirts were still safe. Yacht was watching them from atop one of the buildings. Leon asked if they were so confident just because they had 3 experiences. They called themselves raiders. Did they just learn about the monster's patterns and decided to attack? He said loudly with a stern expression that it was ridiculous. Hari thought about it with a surprised expression. Leon said that they should act flexibly depending on the situation, not according to a pattern. He put his finger on his chin with a thoughtful expression and said that apparently, that creature called Yacht. Before he could finish speaking, a powerful explosion thundered near the buildings and people shouted loudly and asked what was going on here. Leon said that he was a natural-born fighter. In Yak's memories, a woman with blood flowing from her mouth extended her hand forward and apologized to him, saying that her end was here. She asked if he could fulfill her last request. The system window notifies that this is the last order of Yacht Article 10,253. He needs to kill all the violators who invade the city. Yak sitting on the neighboring building shoots a huge number of fire bullets towards the people. The guild members with horror on their faces standing among the explosions loudly said that this is a Yak spinner, and everyone should take cover. He with a red aura from his eye said something loudly in his language. Yak looked forward through his sensors in his eye in search of people. His mechanical weapon exudes strong lightning. He shot a huge stream of blue energy to the side. The guild members hid behind the walls of the building trying to avoid being caught in the powerful explosion that thundered near the doors. The stream of energy curled up into a large ball collecting dark smoke around itself. The guy looked forward with a frightened look and said that this is a curse. What kind of monster is this? A human hand reached forward from the rubble of buildings among the smoke. The system window notifies that actions were taken that resulted in a loss of 23% among the unidentified invaders. Yak's energy charge was 48%. Jumchul, holding a huge hammer in his hands, jumped towards him with one leg tucked under him. He raised his weapon with an enraged expression with the intention of attacking and told him to die. The guild leader struck Yacht with a hammer with great force, and a powerful explosion struck his body. Yacht, with a broken part with lightning emitting from it, asked something in his own language. The system window notifies that major connections have been damaged and internal pressure has increased, and priorities have been changed. He needs to kill the unidentified life factor. Jumchul, with a malicious smile on his face, quickly looked at him and loudly told the piece of metal that it was too late. Jiam-sun, with an irritated look, looked down, emitting a powerful yellow aura. She extended her clenched hand into a fist and quickly jumped towards Yacht with the intention of attacking, loudly said that she told him not to call her that. A bright stream of energy hit the ground, exploding it and creating a powerful explosion at the site of the fall. Gil Taesung said that they tied him up well. Yacht, lying among the rubble of the building, emitting light lightning, loudly asked something in his own language. A bright stream of lightning hit him, shaking the ground under Yacht. Gil Taesung, with an angry look, extended his hands forward, creating lightning and said that he would continue the attack in the same way. The system window notifies that an emergency clearing of overloaded wires is in progress, and the radar system is not working. He is given permission to use limited resources. The RWR equipment inside the city is launched, and a targeted replacement is performed. Guild Taesung's threat level is 3, clearing priority is the target object. Yacht quickly jumped up, leaving behind a beam of energy. They loudly said that he was running away and they needed to run after him. Yacht fired a multitude of fire bullets in their direction, filling the space around him with explosions and smoke. The guild members loudly said that he needed to be stopped. Guild Taesung, with beads of sweat on his face, standing under a stream of bullets, holding a yellow ball in his hand, loudly said that he was activating a distortion field and everyone should gather. A force field covered the space where they were located, spreading air currents around it. Yacht's fire bullet hit the sphere and quickly flew in the other direction. The guy looked forward and, turning to Gil Taesung, loudly said that the armor bullets were flying off the force field. He raised his hand up with a serious expression, stretching out 2 fingers, and said loudly that the magic tool of the distortion force field for Yacht, and it was a pity to use it now. The system window notified that the risk factor anomaly was being monitored. Technical calculation was being launched. The analysis was complete, and their scores were D15, S37, and F11, and an attack was being made. Gil Taesung looked at the guy who had been hit by the beam of light energy with horror on his face. He thought that this couldn't be. Did he really analyze the angle of curvature of the bullets in such a short period of time? How did he manage to do this? Yacht quickly fired a multitude of fire bullets forward from his weapon. They fell under the force field and many explosions thundered inside it. The man, surrounded by threads, with an angry look, turned to the magician Gil Taesung and loudly told him to turn off the distortion field. It was difficult for him to predict the point of impact. Gil Taesung put 1 foot forward, raised his hand up, and loudly said that he was turning off the field. Once the field disappears, everyone must run. Jumkil looked ahead with a serious expression and wondered, "What is this?" He said loudly for everyone to freeze, and they looked at him with surprise on their faces. There are light wires hanging around them all over the city. The guild members looked ahead with surprise on their faces and thought that it was impossible to escape so easily. When did he manage to install so much wire? Yacht walks on the white wire under the dark sky. He raised his weapon and struck the wire with a stream of lightning. The system window notifies that the charge is being concentrated. Gil Taesung looked ahead with confusion on his face and thought, how can this be? They gathered together because of the field, but it was a mistake, and in this situation, they cannot escape. The system window notifies that the charge is finished. Yacht looked to the side with a surprised expression while directing the lightning forward. Stallion's hooves loudly hit the empty ground, raising dust into the air. The guild members wondered with surprise on their faces, is this really a horse? Stallion quickly ran forward towards the wire and grabbed one of them with his teeth, tearing it apart. Leon, with a smile on his face, put his hand on the horse and said, how long ago it was, this is his old ally. He sat on Stallion with a serious face, holding the reins in his hands. Leon, sitting on him, looked ahead among the surprised people. He said loudly so that the warrior could hear him. A fearless attack in an attack of enemies that outnumber the enemy. Leon loudly asked him to accept praise from the Lionheart King. He, with a calm look, holding the reins in his hands, quickly looked away and said that he would grant him the honor of fighting him in a duel. Leon will allow him to confront the main king. Jumchul, with beads of sweat on his face, clenching his lip with his teeth, wondered, has he completely gone crazy? Yak crawls along the wall looking at them, and the system window notifies that the speed weapon time setting has begun. Power 13%, danger level 0, destruction of unspecified organism begins. Leon took out his spear with a serious look, riding on Stallion, and turning to his ally said that they need to run. Yak fired at them, and Leon looked at it with an enraged look and said loudly that a knight will not fall from a cowardly ranged weapon. Stallion quickly galloped towards the shot, and the protagonist put his spear in front of him. Leon delivered a very powerful blow, which damaged Yak. In the blink of an eye, the high-functioning artificial intelligence of the Yak spinner calculation stopped working. The phenomenon that happened right before his eyes defied logical explanation. Leon looked ahead with a smug look and said that he was strong. Yak appreciated the weapon in his hands. This is an ancient knight's spear. Although it is fast, the mass has its own limitations in terms of the impact it can withstand. Danger level 0. A threat that does not even need to be confronted will still be knocked out by a shot. Just like that, Yak made an irreversible choice. 3 seconds before this sound, a weak shell formed around the body. A pattern different from the previously recorded phenomenon, the estimated range. Having defended himself from the collision with bullets and having encountered the estimated range of a firearm, Leon eliminates the threat of the next blow. And a second before he jumped out, and was not stuck in the process of confrontation and containment. Only the result was obtained jumped out, without any explanation of the process. A skill that all knights of the Holy Grail easily use, a miracle of mankind's strongest superweapon, a law imposed on the world, a holy law of a protective barrier against arrows, which is called once you must slip through. A powerful stream of energy struck downwards, exploding the surrounding area. Leon, sitting on his end, jumps through rubble and dark smoke. The system window notifies that it is impossible to conduct an analysis. Yak lies on pieces of a broken building, emitting bright lightning. The system window notifies that the enemy threat level has been increased. Leon's danger level, and it is necessary to leave the battlefield. Yak opened the back part of his body and flew forward rapidly, exhaling streams of air. The protagonist, with surprise on his face, holding a weapon in his hand, looked down among the gray smoke. He looked at the rest of Yak's body on the ground with lightning coming from it, and said that he had escaped. In Yak's memories, a woman said that this place needed to be protected. She asked him not to let anyone come near here. He came out of the memories and his huge mechanical part fell to the ground with great force. The system window notifies that it is impossible to use night vision. 5 rounds of standard ammunition can be used. 36 rounds of improvised ammunition. Preliminary disposal is in progress. It is possible to use 60 guns without mounted weapons. It requires the production of 657 rounds of improvised ammunition. Diagnostics of auxiliary connections is in progress to replenish supplies. Yak has an imbalance in the use of damaged ammunition. Hazard level 5, this is a suspected new biological weapon of the enemy forces. Adaptation upgrade is underway. Multiple lightning bolts shot out in different directions from the mechanical devices in the building. Yak remembered the woman looking forward and thanking him for saving the city. He exited the memory and placed his mechanical leg on the floor. The system window notified that a full strategic upgrade was in progress. Now he could continue the mission. Yak remembered how at the gate of the Jeonju Sports Complex, in the center of the city of Blockby, a guy with a puzzled look stood among the gray smoke and the destroyed city and told everyone to stop. 250 meters ahead, through the alley, you could see the cannon of that freak. A knight with beads of sweat on his face holding a sword in his hand said that the long-range fighters should carefully climb the opposite building. The rest should stay here to wait, if this freak notices them. Then they should be ready. He, with blood stains on his face, did not have time to finish speaking and turned to the side. All his comrades were lying on the ground, cut by fishing lines. The knight, with fear on his face, looked at them and said, "What was this?" He quickly glanced towards the dark leg that appeared. The knight, with an angry look, looked to the side, raised his sword with the intention of attacking and loudly said that here he was. He struck to the side, leaving a blue aura behind the sword across the empty space and blowing smoke off the ground, loudly said that he was an annoying spider. The knight, with fury on his face and beads of sweat flowing down, looked forward and said that he was definitely here. He, looking down, saw a red fishing line on his face. The red fishing line tightened and cut his body into many pieces. Yak walked forward among splashes of blood. The system window notifies that the destruction of 5 unspecified organisms has been completed. Yak quickly turned to the side hearing a loud scream. The guy with tears running down his face quickly ran to the side and loudly said that he did not want to die. The system window notifies that the remaining organism is being identified and its danger level is 0. The guy quickly ran towards the graves and screamed loudly. He fell on the grass near the graves with tears in his eyes, stretching his hands forward. The guy with horror on his face, kneeling, looked at the walking Yacht and asking him to spare him, saying that he did not want to die. Yacht kicked the ground with his mechanical leg, raising dust into the air. He came closer to him, raising his hands. At that time, he remembered how a woman, bringing her hand to the grave, asked him if he knew this. She would soon be buried here too, like other people. Then she would become a part of this city and stay here forever. She asked with a smile on her face if he would continue to protect the city at that time. The system window notifies that the logical conclusion is priority 2 and the intruder must be destroyed. The logical conclusion is priority 3, and the intruder must be destroyed. An autonomous solution is being hacked into decision-making. A forced change in logical priority is being performed. The guy put his hand on the grave with a surprised expression on his face and looked at Yacht. He stood on his knees with a pitiful expression and wondered if he would really spare him. Yacht jumped off the ground with all his might and, flying upward, left behind streams of aura. Gil Taesung asked if he was okay. The guy, with tears in his eyes, leaning his hands on the ground, said loudly, addressing the head of the guild, that he seemed tired. Gil Taesung walked confidently towards him and asked what they were talking about. The guy said loudly that Yacht had not killed him, but had simply escaped. He stood up with an enthusiastic expression and, spreading his arms to the side, said loudly that he had checked that they were coming, realized that he could not win and decided to escape. The guild leader said that he also had a limit. It seemed like there was a cemetery here. Don't they think this place was cleaner than others? The guy said that he hadn't noticed before, but it was really clean. At the same time, Yacht was jumping across the sky at high speed above the abandoned city. The system window notified that there was a 92% chance of victory upon detection of enemy reinforcements, and the final decision was to retreat. Gil Taesung, walking towards the tall gray buildings, said that this was an eerie place and that they needed to get out of here. His assistants loudly agreed with him as they walked ahead. The system window notified that the final priority was to protect the citizens, even if they were dead citizens. Yacht, returning from his memories, was sitting on a mechanical platform, emitting lightning. The system window notified that the estimated number of remaining enemy troops was 49. The threat factor with the 5th level was alive and the threat factor with the 3rd level was alive. 35.7% chance to repel several first-level threats, and the battle continues. Yacht turned around in surprise towards Leon. He said that he was here. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, standing behind the half-open door, asked, "So did he have fun with the other warriors?" Leon extols chivalry. It would not even be an exaggeration to say that he is the embodiment of chivalry. He could not stand cowardly raids, and was only looking for fair fights. The protagonist, with an interested look, asked if he had finished tidying up the technical equipment. Yacht quickly turned towards him and a powerful explosion hit the building where they were. Of course, the enemy does not always fight fairly. Even so, this is not a reason to abandon knightly dignity. The embodiment of an unbreakable knightly will, thanks to such a temperament, he became stronger, and thanks to such a will, he was chosen. It is not reasonable to expect honor from a machine. Yacht, standing behind the dark smoke and fiery energy, raised his weapon. The system window notifies that the weapons are being checked, 480 shots with 4 charges from a 60mm cannon. Yacht the speeder fired a multitude of projectiles from his cannon forward, attacking Leon. The protagonist, with confidence on his face, put a yellow shield in front of himself, using the great law of arrow protection. The system window notifies that the same anomaly of physical phenomena is being observed. The refraction trajectory is being analyzed. Yacht, looking in all directions, created a pattern of shots. The system window notifies that these are points F12, N23 and Q31. Several fiery bullets flew at high speed from different directions at Leon. He looked forward, enveloped in fire, with a smile on his face. Leon kicked the ground, shaking it, and many stones rose into the air, blocking the flight of the shells. Yacht directed a red beam from his eye towards the stones and the rising smoke. He looked forward among the dark smoke and stones raised into the air, blocking the view, and asked something in his own language. Leon's weapon rose up shrouded in a yellow aura. Yacht quickly directed a red beam from his eye forward. He stopped with a surprised look and looked to the side. Leon, sitting on Stallion, with yellow auras in his eyes, jumped through the dark smoke. He held a weapon in his hand with an ominous look and turned his head to the side. Yak quickly jumped on him, shooting fiery projectiles from his weapon. The system window notifies that it is impossible to understand. The main character looked at him with a confident look. He, with a smile on his face, holding the reins, turned to Stallion and said that this freak wants to play hide and seek with him. Yak quickly flew to the side, pushing away from buildings and leaving behind bright beams of energy. Leon galloped forward at high speed, breaking buildings behind him with his stream of powerful energy. Strong and bright explosions thundered throughout the abandoned city. The system window notifies that it is impossible to understand how an organism can move at such a speed. Yak noticed a long pole, grabbed it with a mechanical hand and turned to the side and flew away from it at high speed. The system window notifies that mass attacks are being promoted. Leon, with a menacing look, holding a weapon in front of him, loudly called out to Stallion. He jumped on the yak spinner rushing towards him. Stallion, exhaling a stream of air, jumped to the ground and made a loud sound. Yak looked at the protagonist standing in front in a stream of fiery aura. Leon, with a smile on his face, holding the reins, looked to the side and said that this was not bad at all. Yak, standing among the dark smoke, did not make a sound. They quickly headed towards each other with the intention of attacking. Yak sent many projectiles towards him, hanging in the air. Leon, sitting on his horse, quickly galloped to the side, not falling under his attacks. He looked towards the crumbling ground near him under powerful explosions. Yak, with a red light in his eye, took aim, flying through the air, and sent several more projectiles down. A huge explosion hit the building near him, throwing pieces of stones down. Leon, with a terrifying look and a yellow aura in his eyes, loudly called out to Stallion. The protagonist, sitting on his horse, quickly jumped up on the falling stones. He pointed his weapon forward, jumped to the side through the air, leaving behind smoke clouds. The system window notifies that there are only 68 bullets. Bullet shots are being fired. Yak fired his weapon and the bullet, flying at high speed, dispersed the air around itself. A huge number of fiery bullets flew towards the jumping Stallion. The protagonist, with fury on his face and an aura rushing to the side from his eyes, holding the reins in his hands, gallops, not getting hit by bullets. Leon, with an angry look with his eyes wide open, loudly said that he should be honored Lionheart. He clenched his teeth, pointed the weapon with a powerful bright energy forward. A furious beam of yellow energy flew rapidly down to the place where Yak was, breaking the ground beneath it, and creating streams of black smoke. A piece of Yak's body flew up through dark clouds of smoke, emitting bright lightning. The system window notifies that he has received fatal damage and has reached the limit of exploitation. Yak remembered how a woman looked at the Pearl of Wisdom and said that what is sealed here should not under any circumstances get outside the city. He came out of his memories and glowed bright red, falling down. The system window notifies that the self-destruct sequence has been initiated. A bright yellow light amazed the entire city with its glow. The system window notifies that all explosives are detonating. Leon looked at the bright light illuminating everything around him with amazement on his face. A powerful explosion rose upward, creating air currents and illuminating the entire city. Yak remembered the place where JS-10 woke up, 253 in the cargo hold, which smelled of oil. A man with an angry look put his hand on the wall, standing in the middle of a ruined city engulfed in flames, loudly addressing Yak, loudly told him to go and protect the city. He must do his job. The monster extended his long finger with beads of sweat running down it and put it on the wall of the building. A huge monster with a big red eye looked forward, standing in the fire. Huge holes appeared on his body after rapid attacks. The monster exploded into many pieces after receiving many fire bullets in his body. The system window notifies that there is only one goal: to provide combat support to the allies. A terrifying monster with a red aura in his eyes looked forward and let out a loud roar. Several robots went forward through the fire. The system window notifies that they must protect the city from attack and guard the city. Yak spinners headed to the city and defeated the enemy forces, and became heroes. The story of an unmanned tank that saved a city in a hopeless situation was a touching story for the townspeople who had already lost hope. The symbol of their hope became the Knight of Steel. The reorganized Yakta, including number 10, 253, led the defense under the command of the last commander-in-chief. They defended and defended the city until it was no longer defendable. A woman with a tired look and blood flowing from her mouth told Yakta to protect this city. This is her last request. It must not go beyond the city under any circumstances. The remaining one war machine received its last order. In such a way that no one could approach that object. He prepared and protected all his life and protected. Yakta without half of his body lies on the ground with lightning radiating from the remaining half of his body. Leon looked down with a calm look and said that thank God, although he fell down, the arrow's shield did its job well. The protagonist with a serious look turned to the side and looking at the Pearl of Wisdom asked, is this the thing he was trying to protect? He stretched his hand back with a stern face, taking his weapon out of the portal and said that it was a Pearl of Wisdom. Leon, holding a weapon illuminated by energy, headed towards the pearl and said that it was something that should not exist. Yacht, lying on the ground, made a sound in his language. Leon looked at him with a surprised face and asked if he was still going to fight. He looked at his raised leg tied with a fishing line by Yacht and asked how long he had been defending this place. Leon, with a sad face, lowered his head down, closed his eyes and asked how long it had been since Yacht fought alone. He looked forward with a yellow aura in his eyes and said that he was a knight of loyalty, and all living beings beyond the dimension were indebted to him for the deeds he had done. The protagonist, surrounded by fiery energy, raised his weapon up and filled the entire space with light, said that he, as a noble knight, solemnly declares that his task is complete. Leon looked at the bright yellow light that appeared after his words. Bright rays of energy struck from the ground around and, shaking the earth, quickly flew into the sky, creating a ball of light. The protagonist, holding a weapon in his hands, looked at the broken Pearl of Wisdom in the air among the light and said that it should rest in peace. The light from the windows rushed towards the lying body of Yacht. He remembered how the woman thanked him. After some time, Kanhyuk, clenching his palms into fists, walked forward along the corridor and said, "What does that mean? Is that how it is? Did they really destroy the jewel?" Leon, with a stern look, turned towards him and asked, "Is he really unhappy with something?" The chairman, with a smile on his face, laughingly said that in no case, if they destroyed Yacht, then only he can dispose of the jewel. Leon, with a serious face, looked at him and said that he should not regret it, that was poison. Kanhyuk, with an amazed look, asked, "What do you mean, poison?" The protagonist said with confidence on his face that the jewel was an item created by evil wisdom and researched to seduce people's minds. That is, it was a devilish item. The chairman asked with horror on his face, "Did he really say the devil?" Leon said with a stern look that he first grants the wishes of those who ask, and then gradually begins to ask for payment for it. It is the same as feeding and taming animals. He devours people with banal temptations, such as eternal life and immortality. It does not take much time to lose humanity and turn into a devil's spawn. Leon put his hands in his pockets and walked down the corridor and asked, "Were similar items found in other places? It would be better to destroy them as soon as possible." Kanhyuk clenched his palms into fists and looked at him and said loudly that this could not be. "We must quickly report this to the U.S. government." The protagonist approaching the closed doors said that it would be good to do so. However, perhaps people have already succumbed to the tricks of the devil. The door opened in the room with mechanical devices. Leon looked to the side with a surprised face as he entered the room and asked, "Is this the place where it is kept?" The chairman with a serious face extended his hand forward and agreeing with him said that they moved it here. The man in the white coat holding a folder in his hand looked at Yak lying on the black platform. Kanhyuk put his hands behind his back and asked what he was going to do. Leon with a smile on his face said that since he is a valiant knight, they need to bury him in the ground and pray that he gets to the hall of the Feast of the Gods. He extended his hand forward and creating a portal from which the Grail appeared said that before that he must illuminate it. The chairman with an amazed look looked at the Grail that appeared. Leon with a calm face holding the Grail in his hand enveloped his body in a sacred aura and coming closer to Yak's body said that the Knight of Eternity would find peace of mind. He closed his eyes and poured sacred yellow liquid over his body. People looked at the huge stream of energy illuminating the room. Yak's mechanical arm quickly hit the platform. Kanhyuk looked at him with a surprised expression, his mouth wide open, and asked loudly, "Is Yak really moving?" Leon, holding the empty Grail with an aura emanating from it, addressed the knight. Yak, with a red light shining in his eye, said something loudly in his own language. The protagonist looked at Yak's shaking hands with a surprised expression, and thought that this energy and sacred power. Although there is no power source, is it possible that a miracle happened thanks to the blessed holy power? Yak took the parts he needed on his own, and created a new body for himself. He looked at Leon and made a sound in his own language. The protagonist, holding a weapon in his hand, thrust it into the portal that appeared, and said that in that case, He cannot know in advance whether he will be chosen by the goddess. He pulled out a weapon illuminated by a yellow aura from the portal with a serious expression. Leon struck the tip of the sword into the floor, breaking it and creating a stream of yellow energy. He closed his eyes and placed his hand on the weapon on the floor, and his body was engulfed in fiery energy. People looked at the light coming from him with surprise on their faces. Leon's eyes glowed with a bright yellow light. He squeezed the consecrated sword in his hand and with great power directed it to the side, creating a beam of energy. Golden cracks with light coming from them formed above the emerging beam. Leon looked at Ariana, who appeared from the broken space in the air. Kan Hyuk looked at them with amazement on his face and asked, "How is this possible?" All the workers fell to their knees under the strong pressure. All the people present there intuitively felt that the appearance of the woman in the bright light was not a person at all. It was something holy that no one in this world could contact. Leon knelt down in front of the goddess Ariana and, lowering his head, called out to her. She turned to Lionheart, her first knight, and told him to tell her what business he had with her. The main character, kneeling on one knee, put his hand on his heart and said that this Yacht is a noble knight who sets an example for all other knights. A knight without flaws that a goddess could see. Ariana looked at Yak standing on the platform and said that this knight did not carry out her task. He did not show her his honor and did not give her glory. Leon raised his head with a serious face and said that as the first knight of the goddess, he vouched for him. Yacht is a great knight who could strive for the glory of the Lionheart King if not for his existence. Ariana, with a smile on her face, said that if her knight said such a thing, she did not need to think anymore. She said that, however, one thing needed to be made clear. Ariana closed her eyes in the bright light, stretched out her hands towards Yacht and said that he, a steel knight of another world, must join the army of her knight Lionheart. She asked if he would praise the light and sing of justice. Yacht looked at her and asked something in his own language. Ariana, with a calm face, said that he was overflowing with honor and knowledge, but his heart was still no different from the heart of a child. She asked him to help her knight destroy evil and said that in that case he would also become her knight. Yak turned towards Leon with a surprised look, waiting for approval. The main character looked at him with a smile on his face, standing under the glow of the goddess. Yak turned towards Ariana and, looking at the bright glow, said something loudly in his own language. The system window notifies that the speech parameters are being hacked and a language module is being installed. Yak said with surprise on his face that an attack on the devil is taking place, and this is an excellent plan. Ariana closed her eyes with a smile on her face, hearing Yak's first words. She spread her arms to the side and addressed him. Ariana, holding out an energy ball of light, said that if he is faithful to her first knight and gives him her power, she will be with his glory. A ray of fiery light hit the place where Yak stood. Here is a new knight of the Holy Grail, received an oath of light and justice. Grail Knight Yak 10, 253. At the same time in the USA, in the branch of the Magic Tower, the master of the Magic Tower of the USA branch, Reynold Shellman, loudly asked for forgiveness from the Great One. In the room, Reynold said loudly that he could not carry out his order. The archdemon Rakshar in the ball said that he was a fool, because he could not do even simple things. He taught him truth and wisdom, and he disappoints him. Reynold, kneeling with his hands on the floor, looked down and loudly apologized to him. He, with beads of sweat on his face, illuminated by a red light, said loudly that he could not do anything. The survivor named Leon also became an unexpected variable for them. Rakshar and the pearls of wisdom illuminated the room with a bright red aura and loudly said that he was defiling his ears with such excuses. He, with beads of sweat, asked what he said. Reynold looked at him with surprise on his face. Rakshar loudly told him to turn on the news. The master, quickly running to the side, loudly agreed with the Great One. He sat down on his knees, extended the remote control in his hand and turned on the TV. On the TV news, Leon crossed his arms and said that he was a Lionheart. Rakshar, with a surprised look, said loudly that this was terrible. He said loudly, "Why is this freak here? Why and how is this even possible?" Reynold looked at him with surprise on his face and wondered, was the owner scared? Rakshar said loudly that he gave up and would not do anything. The master, with beads of sweat on his body, looked at the ball that had changed its color to gray and turned to the owner. He took the ball in his hands with fear on his face and, looking at it, called him by status. Reynold, with a frightened look, holding the ball in his hand, loudly addressed the owner, but received no answer. The jewel never made a sound again. After some time, in the Korean Hunters Association, Kan Hyuk said that in this case he would register Yacht in His Majesty's Guild. He said with a smile on his face that since this is a difficult question, it will not be possible to do it right away. Leon said calmly that he didn't care about it. He left the room with a humble face, putting his hands in his pockets. Yak turned around in his direction with a surprised look and asked something in his own language. Leon quickly covered his mouth with his hand, which was bleeding. Ariana asked if her night was okay. He wiped his mouth with a rag, sweat dripping down his face, and said that everything was fine. The protagonist thought that there was a high price to pay when appointing a knight of the Holy Grail in a land where there was no faith. Yak put his hand on Leon's leg and said something loudly in his own language. He sighed heavily and said that he shouldn't blame himself, it was his responsibility. Ariana asked why he blamed himself. It was all because of his goddess's impotence. Leon put his hand on his heart and said that in any case, it was not an option to blame the deity for everything. He asked her to take his word for it. Ariana told her knight that the goddess would always be grateful for his loyalty. However, even if faith is lacking, the immorality of his gods and goddesses, who did not take any action, ultimately hurt him. She said loudly that he should rest well, trust his gods and wait. Leon, with a surprised face, placed his hand with fiery energy on his heart and addressed the goddess Ariana. After some time, Ariana turned to her brothers and sisters and said that they must help their saint. On the day when King Lionheart Leon celebrated his 121st birthday, at a time when the world was destroyed and only one knight remained, he transferred all the deities of that world into his heart. The gods shamefully hid in the body of the saint, and watched Lionheart destroy the forces of evil for 180 years. On just one person, the burden of the entire world was placed. Therefore, all the gods of the pantheon were indebted to Leon. Demira, sitting on the throne, placed her hand on the string of her cloak and asked how the condition of that child was. Ariana hung her head down, folded her hands on her knees and said that he was not one of the best. Her knight had overworked himself. Demira put her hands on her chest with a frightened look and said what to do then. Pitos, the god of war and flame, hit the throne with his fist with great force and said loudly that it was enough to appoint one knight of the Holy Grail. He put his hand on his head with an irritated look and asked loudly where the lion's heart had gone, which had magnificently preserved the glory of the gods. Ariana closed her eyes, put her hands on her waist and said for the war to cool down. Leon had fought for the gods for over 200 years, and had finally won. Pitos, with an angry face, said loudly that he knew it. That's why it irritated him even more, he was angry with himself. All the gods fell silent, sitting at the large table. Ariana, with a calm face, said that 180 years had passed. She, with a stern look, holding her hands on her waist, raised her head and said that it was time to break their silence. She can't bear to watch her knight suffer any longer. Demira, with beads of sweat on her face, rested her hand on the table and looked at her. Hito, the god of iron and forge, raised his hand and said that he had an idea. Ariana, with an interested look, told him to speak. Hito, with a stern face and crossed his arms, said that just as life took its first steps in the Hanam Valley, they should also show a blessing that would help them strengthen the faith in every corner of society. Pitos, with a bored expression, resting his face on his hand, asked if he was really telling them to do missionary work. Hito, looking at him, said that it was just like that, to show them miracles and a real deity. Having studied the followers of the goddess of life, who is the only one among them with believers, they understand that this world is connected with the help of something called the internet, which unites the whole world. Hito, with an inspired look, raised his finger and said that they, too, will use this internet. Pitos asked with a stern face, then why didn't the Lionheart King think of it? Wasn't he a resident of that world? The Iron God said that it seemed like the time he died was just before the internet began to develop actively. Ariana, with a calm face, extended her hand forward and asked Iron, what about trial and error? The newspaper that Leon so ambitiously introduced probably took 20 years to find its place and establish itself. Hito, with a smirk on his face, crossed his arms and said that in that case, their new knight of the Holy Grail will speak. After a while, the worker called out to the manager and loudly told him to take a look at this. Shinsu, with an interested look, turned around. He put his hand on his waist with a surprised look on his face, looked at the monitor and asked, "What is this?" The worker turned in his direction, pointed at the computer and asked, "This was posted on a video hosting site, but was there permission for this?" Shinsu, with a puzzled look, asked, "What is this? Nage plane and video hosting?" He looked at the monitor screen with a frightened expression. The Pantheon TV channel appeared on the video hosting. The man said loudly that the turn of events, just, in a word, the life of an office worker who looked down on a farmer changed. In the video, the man showed porridge and said that it was just ordinary rice porridge, but after eating a spoon, life changes. Artificial intelligence was asked about God and there are amazing results. Chinsa thought that the comments were full of aggression, but for how well it was done. The manager looked at the monitor with surprise on his face and asked who did this. The employee asked with surprise on his face, wasn't it His Majesty Leon who did this? Chinsa asked how he thought that man would start doing this video hosting. The employee said with a tense face, maybe Deputy Hari did it. The manager remembered their correspondence on the phone. Hari took a picture of her computer and wrote that something was wrong with it. He asked her why she was sending him photos of the insides. Hari wrote that it was so that he could see where the problem was. Chinsa came out of his memories of Hari's handling of the computer. He said sarcastically that she was, of course, a person who knew how to use a computer. The manager put his hand on the board with a serious look and said that an even bigger problem was that these videos were not aggressive advertising, but real. What should they do in this situation? He wondered what that man was even doing. Chinsu, leaving, put his hand in his pocket and raising his hand up, said that he would work outside the office. The employee looked at him with surprise on his face and asked if he really wanted to go check it out. The manager, with a serious face, holding the phone in his hand, turned around and agreed with him and said that first he needed to meet that man Leon. At the same time, loud sounds were heard from the room in the penthouse where Leon was staying. Yacht hit the laptop keyboard with his hands at high speed. He looked at the monitor and said that the subtitle recording was complete. Yacht pressed the keyboard button and said that the download had started. Hari looked out from behind the door, putting her hand on it, and turning to Yacht asked if he had finished using her laptop. She looked at him with an interested look and asked what he was doing behind the laptop. Yacht looked at the monitor and said that he was doing noise marketing and the first stage of success. He said with an ominous look that the second stage was hacking the transit network. Hari looked ahead with an amazed look and was unable to say a word. She thought with an enthusiastic face, which meant Yacht was sitting and playing. Hari once again proved that she understands computers. Some time later, on the Neju Plain, in the Pantheon Guild, in the branch of this plane, Chinsu, with an angry look, quickly entered the branch building and turning to His Majesty, loudly said that that video must be deleted. Hari, with an incomprehensible look, holding a thermos in her hands, looked at him. She poured him some liquid from the thermos with a smile on her face and told the boss to drink some barley tea. He looked at the cup in his hands with a calm face and thanked her. Jinsu quickly drank the tea with a tired look. He wiped the tea dripping from his mouth with his hand with a red face and said that that video should be deleted. Jinsu with beads of sweat on his face asked who uploaded that video anyway. Leon with a calm look holding the cup on the saucer with his hand said that it was Yacht who did it. He asked if it was really Yacht. Yansa thought, do they mean that that killing machine created that video? How did he do it? Leon asked what he meant by deleting the video. Jinsu with a serious face said addressing His Majesty that as far as he knew, the rice grown on the Neju Plain was different from the crops in their world. You can become healthy just by eating that rice, and even cure some diseases. This only happens in fairy tales. He raised his hand in front of him with a stern look and said that as soon as the announcement about this rice is made, the whole world will come here. The Neju Plain will start to fill up with thieves, and these thieves will not be ordinary people. Jinsu bowed in front of Leon and said that as soon as permission was received from the Korea Food and Drug Administration and the rice planting began, their association intends to cooperate fully. He asked him to wait at least until then. Leon, with a serious look, holding a cup in front of his lips, said that indeed, this place must have its own laws and system. The protagonist said that he understood everything. Leon, opening his mouth, brought the cup to his mouth and said that he worried in vain. Jinsu looked at him with a puzzled look and asked what he was talking about. The protagonist, with a calm face, said that the product given by the goddess, no one can easily steal. Jinsu, with a surprised face, wondered what kind of self-confidence is this. After a while, people got out of the black cars under the dark sky in a rice field. The squad leader looked at the phone in his hand where it was written that the anonymous sender wanted the rice seeds from the Neju Plain to be stolen and the rest to be burned. He read what was written on the phone and said that it looked like those seeds were real. Jinte, with a tense face, lowered his mask and looked ahead and said that there was no one here. All they had to do was take possession of the seeds and start a fire here? The poison squad of the Mine Association branch in South Korea looked at the rice field amidst the steam. The squad leader, with a serious look, put his hands on his clothes and said that the advance payment for the work had been received. Now they would start acting. They should take some gasoline with them. The squad members walked along the high rice field. A guy with beads of sweat on his face looked to the side and loudly said that there was a person there. They came closer and, looking at the scarecrow moving in the currents of the wind, wondered if it was really a scarecrow. Mansa put his hand on his forehead and looked ahead and said that he was a fool. It was just a scarecrow. The guy with beads of sweat on his face put his hand on his weapon and apologized to him. He turned to the side and put his hand on his head and said that it was strange. It seemed to him that it was moving. Mansa with a serious look said that it must be the wind. He turned his head with fear on his face towards the scarecrow standing among the dark clouds. Mansa asked the others to look there. The leader of the squad turned to the side with surprise on his face and asked, "What is there?" He looked at the many standing scarecrows and asked, "Aren't there too many of them?" A scarecrow with a body pierced by a pitchfork stands in the middle of a rice field under the dark night sky. The leader of the squad turned back and loudly said that he was a fool. How could a member of their group be afraid of a scarecrow? He with an angry look told him not to talk nonsense, but to quickly determine the direction of the wind. Because they need to burn as much of the area at once as quickly as possible. They will take possession of the seeds from the warehouse. A drop quickly fell to the ground in the middle of the field, illuminating the space around it. The leader of the squad threw gasoline on the ground and asked if they had spilled everything. He crossed his arms, looked to the side and said that it was very useful. They could take some from the warehouse. The leader of the squad turned to Mansu and Jinta. The man turned around with a tense look and said that they were definitely walking behind him. But where is Dusan? Did he really disappear somewhere again? The leader of the squad quickly looked forward with horror on his face. The guy turned his head to the side and asked if those scarecrows had always been so close. The leader of the squad stood in front of a tall, scary scarecrow with a serious look, crossing his arms. He turned towards it with fear on his face. A smile and eyes were painted on the scarecrow's face. The leader of the squad, with bulging veins on his face, screamed loudly and cut down the scarecrow standing behind him. The man with beads of sweat on his face turned to the side and addressed him. The leader, with horror on his face, quickly looked in his direction and said loudly that they were really moving. This was not just a scarecrow, but some kind of monsters. They looked at the scary scarecrows draining a green aura. The scarecrow with a painted face raised a scythe in its hands. The man with horror on his face raised his hand and asked loudly, what should they do with this? They wondered, are these really all monsters? But that couldn't be right. It seemed like there was no underground flash. The man lying on the ground stretched out his hand forward. He turned around with tension on his face and loudly asked, what was going on here at all? He hadn't even seen such freaks at the gate. The leader of the squad, with an angry look, lowered his mask with his hand and quickly looked at him and said loudly that he didn't know either. He thought that in his haste, he left most of his subordinates behind. He was thinking, why was the content of the request so strange? The leader of the squad will have to make it clear what happens when their poisonous squad is deceived. The man with beads of sweat on his face pointed forward with his finger and loudly asked him to stop. The leader with a puzzled look, clenching his hand into a fist, looked to the side and loudly asked, what is this? The man asked, isn't there gold there, the grain warehouse? A large building stands under the dark sky in the middle of a rice field. The leader of the squad with a malicious grin on his face thought that they had found it. If that rice was really so miraculous, then they would make a lot of money. With a smile on his face, he loudly ordered his subordinates to load as much rice as possible into the car. The leader turned back and loudly said that those monsters were only in the field, there would be nothing special at the grain warehouse. With an ominous grin on his face, he loudly told them to go. The leader of the squad quickly took a step and a powerful explosion occurred at the place where he stood, throwing his body up. The man with beads of sweat on his face looked at the bright glow from the explosion. The guild members looked at the guild leader's body in horror on the streets. The squad leader, lying head down on the ground broken by the explosion, asked why there were mines installed here. They looked around and wondered if there were mines installed in front of the warehouse. The man with a frightened face looked forward with his mouth wide open and said, who did this? He turned to the side with surprise on his face and loudly asked what was this. Yacht approached the warehouse and said that the entrance of outsiders had been determined. The man with fear on his face asked why he was here. He thought that Yacht was from the Jianji gate. Yacht with a bright light in his eye said that he needed to eliminate the targets. After some time, the members of the poisonous squad were lying tied up on the ground behind the fence of the Leon branch. The squad leader with tears in his eyes raised his bandaged leg up in front of a sign on the ground. The sign has the basic principles of life and abundance written on it. First, the first harvest must be used to recreate the image of the goddess and offer it to the altar. Second, you cannot pour various liquids on the ground, they have enough fertilizer. Third, you need to set up scarecrows by putting hats and clothes on them. Fourth, you need to sing songs during the harvest, it will be even better if they sing songs praising the goddess. Fifth, even if they are busy, you should not starve. The most important point is to kill those who try to steal the harvest. The poisonous death squad is arrested. After the arrest of the mine group, they are all tied up and walk towards the car with their heads down. The stock prices of the blessed Pantheon rice rose like crazy, and in order to spread the rice, Leon went to various events and announced the Pantheon, although there was a little commotion, but it did not last long. At this dinner party, the surviving Leon Dragonia Lionheart asked, "How dare commoners want to join the king?" He looks at the reporters with fury, because they ask how he can say such rude words about them and how long should they put up with cultural differences. As a result, along with this, the entire video hosting is buzzing with news about the Pantheon. In the search engine queries, in first place is the Naja Plane, in second place is Leon, in third place is the Survivor, in fourth place is the Pantheon, and in fifth place is the Gyeonggi Gate. On his official channel on the video hosting there are 170,000 subscribers, and at this moment the broadcast is being conducted. After some time, Leon put the newspaper on the table and folding his hands he exhaled and asked, "Is this really what the gods planned?" He thought that they probably adapted to modern society better than him. Suddenly, Hari runs up to him, who said that all this is incredible, because they received a certificate that confirms the quality of rice and one bag of this rice costs 230 million won. He looked at her with a disinterested look, then closed his eyes and said that a bag of rice should be cheaper. She asked him in surprise why he thought so. "Isn't it better when it costs more?" He looks down and says that the market determines the price of a commodity, but the poor will not be able to buy and eat a commodity if it costs so much. God's grace should be given equally to all people on the planet. She looked at him in admiration, and then asked if he really thought so. He recalls the past and leaning on his hand, with a displeased look said that when he met the president last time, he said that he needed to extend God's grace to the farmers. But the president said that he maintained religious neutrality in all situations. She looked away and asked guiltily, "Shouldn't he always maintain neutrality?" She looked at him in surprise, because he said with a smile on his face that thanks to this incident, he acquired a lot of faith. Leon said that this should be enough to recreate the power and army of the Lionheart now. Hari walked up to him and asked him with a worried look if he was okay. He looked at her questioningly and asked what she was talking about. She said that as His Majesty wished, she won the yellow level gate in the tender, but she felt that it was impossible to attack this gate with those he chose. He smiled and said with a kind look that they would know about it the moment they tried to do it. After a while, Kim asked with a surprised look, wasn't the leader Kim in front of him now? He greeted him, and he held his head and said that they would meet again in this place. Kim asked with a smile on his face, did he also receive a message to come here? The chairman of the association called for all the low-ranking hunters like them, and he didn't understand why. He looked away in fear and asked, did he also think about this? He thought that everyone here was D rank, the highest one should probably be C rank. The guy with blonde hair asked if that was Han Hari coming that way? The guy with the afro haircut asked if that was the same Han Hari with the A rank? He heard that she broke the record for the highest price in the draft. She was walking with her bodyguards and Gu looked at her silently for a while, and then he was surprised because he heard someone say that His Majesty Leon Dragonia Lionheart had come to them. He thought if that was the same survivor? The man in the business suit showed him where to go, and he walked forward with a smile on his face. Gu remembered a moment from their past and thought that he already knew that he was an unusual person, but he was on a completely different level. Leon stands at the podium with his arms crossed, and then he says that since everyone has gathered, he will tell everyone the reason why he has gathered everyone. He is recruiting soldiers to join his Pantheon guild. The audience looks at him in surprise, and then he says that only those who prove themselves and pass the training will have the honor of becoming his warriors. Gu was surprised by his words and thought, is this not joining an organization but military service? His bodyguard switched the slide and said that now they can tell them the content of the practical test. He shows the yellow gate and says that they will need to clear the gate of Samjong Station. The audience screams in surprise and asks, do they really want them to go to the yellow gate? They will not be able to clear it, and going there is certain death, so this is the worst test for them. Gu and Kim look at this in shock and realize that the reaction of the hunters is obvious. The level and difficulty of the gates are divided by colors: black, red, orange, and at the bottom yellow, green, and blue. Considering that the gate of Seoul Station where Kim took the test was blue, for the hunters of rank C and D, the gate was yellow, meaning that death awaits them there. The listeners rebel and shout that if they are telling them to clear the yellow level, then they want them to intentionally go to their deaths. The bodyguard holds his hands in front of him in fear and says that they should be quieter, and if they do not want to continue, then they can calmly leave. Some hunters leave and say that they would never go to such a place, and it is just a waste of time, and they should go home and sleep. Gu looks back in surprise and wondered, is it really possible not to dissuade them now? Many hunters left the hall and now there are only a few left. Leon looks at them and points his finger at one of the remaining ones and says that he wants to ask him something. He points at himself in fear and asks if he really means him? Leon says that the guy who looks like he was caught in a bomb blast understood him correctly. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked why he stayed under such conditions. He looks at him in fear and says with a trembling voice that he thought that there might be a deep meaning in his words. Leon says with an emotionless expression that now he understands the train of thought. He points his finger at the next hunter and asks why he stayed. He tells him that he just decided to stay, and it seemed like a good idea to him. He looks at the other hunter and asks why he stayed here. He says that it's simple, because his friend stayed here, so he's here too. Leon puts his finger to his chin and says that in that case he has an idea. He points his finger at Gu and asks why he stayed here. He is surprised at first, then purses his lips and is silent for a while and thought that this guild was created by a confident person with rank S, and he should seize his chance. He said loudly that he stayed because he does not think that he will leave them to die. Leon looked at him with a satisfied look and said that he has a great attitude and has spirit. He comes out of the podium and said that he already said that he came here to recruit soldiers, and the nobility of soldiers is obedience. Kim and Gu are surprised, and Leon comes down and says that if they received an order from a knight, then they should not doubt it, and they should believe in the honor of the knight and his power, they just have to fulfill only this duty. Leon smiled and said that this is great, and now they should all listen to him. He moves his hand to the side and said with a serious look that they should leave soon, and they should take supplies and prepare. After a while, the yellow gate of Samjong Station. Hari walks around the army of hunters in armor. Kim touched his armor and said that it is a bit heavy, but the equipment is good. Gu looked at his shield and he said that all this armor is probably a rare level and must have spent tens of millions of won on it. These are things of a class that they can't even afford being C and D ranks. He looked to the side with a surprised look and saw Leon and said that the king is somehow poorly dressed. Gu is holding a helmet in his hands and suddenly saw Hari approaching him, and she asked with a happy look what happened to Hunter Gu. He asked if His Majesty is not going to put on equipment. She looked at him awkwardly and then said that His Majesty's skin is stronger than any armor. He looked at her dumbfoundedly, and then turned his gaze to Leon and thought that he was a really strong man and there probably wouldn't be any big problems. After a while, the orc was cut into pieces and the armored hunters looked at it in fear and thought what was going on now. Leon stood in front of the corpse with a frightening look and said that he had been holding back and listening but he didn't want to hear it anymore. He said loudly with an irritated look that they were bastards who weren't considered glorious warriors and they would die in the ground like insects. His eyes were glowing yellow and he was holding his sword in front of him and he said that this was unchanging justice. A while ago, the hunters and Hari were walking through the forest and Goose said that they were unlikely to fight if they followed him. The system said that they were outside mercenaries and they had to choose one of the two tribes to win in this great steppe where intertribal wars were raging. He swipes his finger across the system window and asks if this is a NPC support quest. Kim looks at him and asks if Mr. Gu thinks this looks like a faction quest. He agrees with him and says he thinks they can side with one of the warring tribes and lead them to victory. Kim raises his finger and says the problem is which one will be easier for them. One of the hunters points his finger forward and asks in a frightened voice, "Aren't there monsters in front of them?" A group of orcs riding boars appears to the side and they surround the army of hunters. And one of them asks who they are and what they are doing in their Battle Axe tribe's territory. They invaded their tribe's territory, and they are unhappy about it. The hunters stare at them in silence for a while, and Hari sighs and says that His Majesty should be more tolerant. Leon looks at them with an irritated expression and bites his lip, and Yak Spinner asked him why they didn't do as in the quest in the first place. He crossed his arms over his chest and said with a displeased expression that he could do as he wanted. He thanks him, and Hari said that they were mercenaries and they were told that if they helped the tribe, they would be given a reward. That's why they came. The orc is surprised and asked if they really were mercenaries. They must be the strangers that the chieftain told them about, and they should follow them. Hari looks at Leon in shock, who stands with a restless and furious expression. After a while, in the orc settlement, the chieftain of the Battle Axe tribe, Kardakarak, folded his arms over his chest and said that they looked kind of dead, but that's not the point. He raised his hands up and said that they should support their Battle Axe tribe, and this is a great war, and they can die with honor, and whoever wins will get all the credit. Leon gritted his teeth with an irritated look and said that he held back and listened, but he doesn't want to hear it anymore. Kardakarak stands in a fighting stance and carefully asked who he is. Leon walks towards him and a yellow aura covers him, and he asked if he was really telling him about honor. He looks at him with a very irritated look and said that some beast, without even knowing his place, dares to have such high hopes. He said loudly with a displeased look that he doesn't dare insult him. A moment later Leon cuts off his head and said that they are bastards and are not considered glorious warriors. They will die in the ground like insects. Leon stands on the corpse and said that this is the unchanging justice. He is an orc slayer because he buried 8,769,653 orcs, and the legendary massacre begins. The orcs scream and they say that their leader was killed and they must take revenge on them. The orc army runs towards them and Gu gets scared and says that the orcs are approaching them. Leon turned around and said that they should raise their shields and form a circle to block their attacks. They raised their shields and ran towards them, and Gu thought that they were just D-rank hunters and it would be hard for them to win against the orcs. They say that they should block their attacks. One of the orcs swings his sword in front of them and says that he will kill them all. Gu thought that it would be almost impossible for them to block his blow. But the orc's blow is stopped by the shield, and Gu was surprised and thought, why was he able to block it? He is surprised because he sees that the system is telling him that the effect of the lion's heart aura is affecting him. This aura gives him Legion Strike Force, Legion Raid Fortification, Legion Raid Large-Scale Enhancement, Legion Raid Light Armor Enhancement. Also granted is Legion Durable Skin, Strike Attack Enhancement, Legion Anti-Magic Enhancement, Ranged Attack Resistance, Keen Vision, and Legion Pollution Defense. He is horrified by the strength of the effects he has received, and the system tells him that the Orc's Slayer effect gives a 50% effect against orcs, and the orcs are filled with fear, confusion, and despair, and a well-deserved hatred for orcs is spreading. He blocks the attack and thinks, what is this? The system tells him the effects of Living Demigod, War Knight Defense, Holy Grail Guardian, Dragon Slayer Honor, Fear of Evil, Demon Lord Slayer, Demon Slayer in large numbers, Ranged Hater, Strongest Assault. But because the Legion members are too low level, many parameters are not applied. The orcs continue to attack them, and Gu thought that this can't be and it's all a deception. Leon swings his sword and said that they should raise their shields and push them back and also thrust their swords at the right moment. One of the hunters hits an orc and the others do the same, and the orcs die. The orcs call out to God, and Leon with a twisted face and annoyed look asked what they just said. He glows with yellow light and asked how dare these vile beasts call out to God. He raises his hand up and said that he will cut out their tongues and put their heads on display to insult their false god. The battlefield is filled with dust from the impact, and Leon said that he summoned his horse. The orcs roar and he tramples one of them on his horse and rushes forward. He covered his face with his hands, and then daggers appeared in his hands next to him, which then turned into swords, and he said with a serious look that he would kill them all. After a while, the last orc dies, and Leon raises his sword and said with a satisfied look that they should make a victory cry in glory of their victory. The hunters scream awkwardly, and then Hari comes up to Leon, who said that she wanted to ask him something. He looked at her with confusion and asked if there could be something wrong. She asked with a trembling voice why he did this. He looked at her in surprise and asked why he needed a reason to kill the orcs. She looked at him with fear and said that they had a task. He said with a displeased look that helping the orcs was crazy nonsense, and it was better for his body to be thrown into a pit of fire than for him to help these green beasts. He gritted his teeth and said that these animals were not worthy of respect, and their existence in itself was harmful, and there was no value in their lives. Even if they may be brave, but can the ferocity of these beasts compare to the bravery of a knight? He imagines the moment when an orc carries a girl on his shoulder, and he looks down with an arrogant expression and says that she should not treat them like humans because they are disgusting beasts. She thought with a stunned expression that this is the so-called racism. Hari pressed her hand to her chest and imagined an orc sitting peacefully and petting a rabbit, and other animals flying peacefully around him, and then she said that His Majesty should think about the fact that somewhere in the world there is bound to be a good orc. Leon sighs and smiles, and then with a serious expression said that she should remember one thing well: a good orc is a dead orc. After the gate on Earth was opened, many surviving orcs were transported to Earth, and the civilians welcomed the orcs who had safely arrived from the Devil's Land. A blond man stands with a sign that says welcome, but a moment later he gets very scared, because an orc attacks him. They could not fit harmoniously into the earth, and rolled down the path of evil. A dead man lies next to a bloody sign, and the orcs are to blame for all this, and they became a headache on the earth. Yak Spinner reports his arrival at the place and points to the side, and then says that it will be very effective if they start extermination from this place. Leon and Hari, disguised because of their hair color, stand next to him, and she is silent for a while, and he says that he will leave this matter to him. Yak Spinner emitted lightning discharges and said that he is starting a core reboot. The rod glows blue, and he said that the load has reached 99.9%. It shines with a bright light and said that the core is being recharged and the cooling system is being changed. Leon watches this with his arms folded, and Hari looks at it in surprise, and Yak Spinner said that there was a rapid damage to the fuel rod and the core melted. He slides to the side and throws the fuel rod into the river, and Hari said that it looks like poop. Leon closed his eyes and said that she should not say such unclean words. She asked with empty eyes, "Does His Majesty think this is okay?" He looked at her with a puzzled look and asked what she meant. She asked, "Isn't it against chivalry to destroy the orcs by throwing radioactive substances into the upper reaches of the river?" He looked at her in surprise and then smiled and said that Hari and Yak Spinner should listen to him carefully. The encounter with those green beasts is not a war or a duel, but like the eradication of beasts. She looked at him with disapproval, and he asked, what hunter would show honor to the animals he hunted? He folded his arms across his chest and said with a satisfied look that only dead orcs could be good orcs. After a while, one of the orcs was chopping another, and the orc standing behind them was jubilant, and said that Grokter had smashed Galden's skull. Another ogre with a raised hand said that his brother had made a stunning blow with his axe. Grokter looked at the corpse and said that he had died fighting bravely and that the warrior god would send him to the eternal battlefield. He approached the bucket and said that now they could drink to this victory. Another orc with a satisfied voice said that Grokter would drink the water. He tilted the bucket and scooped up water from the river, and then drank it, and then wiped the rest of the water with his hand and thoughtfully said that the taste of the water today was somehow strange and tart. He thought for a moment, and then threw the bucket by the river and went back to the camp and said that it must be the taste of blood. After a while, Groktak lies in the tent holding his stomach and shrilly cries to the shaman. He crawls out of the tent and sees that all the orcs are lying on the ground in agony, and they say that the shaman must help them. The shaman's stick falls to the ground and he says in confusion that he does not know what this is and he has never seen anything like it. He sits on the ground and with a frightened look said that this is not magic, maybe some kind of curse. What is this anyway? The orc looked away in surprise and hears people saying that they are praising Lionheart. Leon with a serious look rams the shaman on horseback, and then with an enraged look loudly said that they must destroy the beasts and spare no one. The system reports that resistance to infection has been activated. The hunters run towards the orcs, and they say that this is an easy experience, and they must kill them all. They approach the camp and the orcs look at them with a painful look and horror. They attack the orcs and they shout that people are very cowardly. After a while, the system reports that the tribe of Sharp Axes was destroyed and the entire race of orcs became their enemies. All the hunters look in surprise at the message, which says that they have become a common enemy of the orcs, and now they have a hidden task in which they need to destroy all the orcs on the battlefield. Hari turned to the side and pointing to the message said that His Majesty should know that the task has changed. Leon, with a satisfied look, said that this is excellent, and now true justice will finally prevail. The hunters look at him, and he said that the soldiers of the Lion's Heart should listen to him. The time has come to shed light and justice. Suddenly the shaman stands up and shouts with a green aura, and then everyone turns to look at him. He holds onto the pole and says that he is the one who put a curse on the river. He said with an irritated look that they are evil and cowardly creatures. After all, they claim to be warriors. Leon looks at him with an irritated look, and then says that all the words that this beast shouts are absurd. Even the fact that their gaze falls on the Lionheart King is a shame for him. Leon grabbed his face and with an irritated look said that his blood is boiling and this is a great crime that cannot be forgiven even if his eyes are gouged out. But he gave him a chance to die by cursing him, but this dirty beast did not take advantage of it. The shaman with a very irritated look said that he should close his too arrogant mouth. A huge amount of green aura comes out of the shaman, and he said that Gokrak will not forgive them for this. Leon swings at him and said that such a beast as he is going to use magic. He throws his sword at him, and the shaman gritted his teeth and left a dark puddle under himself and said that he will not forgive them for this. The defeated orcs begin to get up with the help of dark tentacles, and the shaman said that he must descend. A dark sphere appears in the sky, and Hari asked if His Majesty knows anything about this. He laughed and said that if they use sacrifice, then they really are beasts, and their civilization has not flourished in any way. Suddenly, an orc's hand appears from the dark sphere, and Gokrak said that they should look here. A huge orc looks at them with a frightening look, and the system reports that they have received a hidden task. He said that this is the Great Hand and the right eye of Gokrak. The system says that their mission is to defeat Gokrak, the god of the orc shamans. The hand presses against the eye and he sees Leon, and then said that he is an unacceptable existence in this world and must be destroyed. The eye shines with a green light and a beam appears from it which is directed at Leon. Hari asked with concern in her voice if everything is okay with His Majesty. He looked at him in surprise and said that a creature like him is protecting him, and he wonders who the god is who is leading the defense. Leon did not receive a single injury from his attack and asked with a serious look, did he just say a creature like him? He uses a protective barrier of holy arrows, and he asked how a worthless person like him dares to act like the master of this beast. Leon holds his hand in front of him with a furious look, and he asked how dare he call himself a god? The clothes on his hand are torn and he takes a sword out of the portal, and then gallops on a horse towards Gokrak. He swung and said that his existence, he as the Lionheart King, will not tolerate in any case. The shaman's hand rises up and he said that for these words and actions a mortal should die in regret. He tries to hit Leon, but he defends himself with his sword and a moment later cuts his hand, and he, with a surprised look, removed his hand closer to the black portal. He looked down and asked why, even if he cut off not a real body, but a phantom, he still feels pain. The shaman looked at him in fear and asked if everything was okay with him. He moved his eye and said that it was all about his sword. It was a sword of light. Leon emits a yellow aura and he says that this is apparently the executioner of orcs and the killer of demons. He is the only remaining knight, and he is in that world similar to hell. He looks at him silently for a while, and then he says that he should retreat now. Gokrak disappears, and the shaman asks in fear what is wrong with him. He says that he is a scoundrel and must pay the price for this insolence. Leon approached him and said that they called this trash a god, but now it's over. The shaman looked at him with annoyance and asked what kind of tricks he used in this battle. He wanted to say something else, but Leon cut off his head, and then he bit his lip and said that he was already tired of these animals and they were not supposed to live. The system reported that they had completed a hidden quest, and all participants would be given the attribute of an orc hunter and a heavy-armed knight fighter. The orc hunter gives 30% additional damage when clashing with orcs, and the heavy-armed knight fighter gives a 20% bonus to physical resistance when fighting under this attribute. Gu looked at the message with a surprised look and thought that everyone would receive physical powers that could only be possessed by hunters of a higher level than them. The other hunters also looked at the message in surprise, and one of them said that it was awesome, but he was sorry that it only worked on orcs. But if we talk about an additional 30% of damage, then that's a different matter. Another hunter said that it was all very good and there was even physical resistance. Leon said loudly that all the knights should collect the loot from the killed orcs. All the hunters ran around to the sides for the loot, and he said that they should move faster, because declaring the loot is also the privilege of the winner. One of them said that this was the right idea and they needed to hurry and run faster. They should focus on high-class warriors, and they also needed to take all the shaman equipment. Suddenly Hari called out to Leon, and he turned questioningly in her direction and asked what happened. She looked towards the severed hand and asked what they should do with it. He said that they were left with the hand of the self-proclaimed god. The severed arm of the orc shaman Gokrak lies on the ground, and suddenly Yak's spine jumps on Hari's head and points his limb to the side. And Leon looked at him in surprise and asked if Sir Spiner really has anything to say. He transmits a message and a hologram of Hito appears in front of them, and he said that he feels significant magical power in the severed arm of the beast. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that he can absorb this magical power through the Holy Grail, and then they will take care of it and help by giving their powers. He agrees with him, and a cup appears from the portal, and then Leon walked up to the hand with it and tilted it. The hand disappears and passes into the Grail in the form of a yellow aura, and Leon thought that he felt a power that was similar to holy power. He said that the beast seemed to have somehow managed to get it, However, those who do not give love to created beings cannot be recognized by them and are the ultimate evil that must be destroyed. Ariana addresses him and he stands with his eyes closed and is silent for a while, and then says that she must have put in a lot of effort to give him her voice without even performing the ceremony. She says that her knight does not need to worry and everything is fine, because thanks to the magical power of this beast, it has become easier for her to contact him. But the reason she came to him is because she needs his choice. The gods are watching what is happening, and she says that she thinks that with this power he will be able to restore the power of the desired holy item. He asks with a surprised look, "Are they really serious about this?" The god of war whispers that he must choose the holy sword. Ariana, with her eyes closed, said that she respects her knight's choice. He stands silently for a while with his eyes closed and then thought that he has 4 holy items: the holy spear, the holy sword, the holy grail, and the lion's heart. He put his hand to his chin and thought that the power of the holy sword was too strong right now, and in that case he had an idea. He opened his eyes and holding the cup in his hand said that he wants them to restore the powers of the holy grail. Ariana agrees with him, and the holy grail rises into the air and glows and then returns back to his hand. Leon looked at the holy grail with a satisfied look and said that it was a great reward. Suddenly Hari called out to him, and he looked at her questioningly, and putting the holy grail away asked what happened. She guiltily walked up to him and said that she thought he needed to take a look at it. The yak spinner that was previously sitting on her head was gone, and he asked where it could have gone. She looked away guiltily and wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by screams from the side. Someone said that this robot should let him go. Hari turned around in fear, and Leon looked questioningly to the side where the scream came from and saw that yak spinner was sitting on the hunter, and he was loudly saying that he needed help. He tied up the hunter, and then Hari and Leon came up to them and the hunter said that this stupid robot attacked him for no reason. Leon put his hands behind his back and said that he should shut up. He looked at him arrogantly, and said that if he did not want to lose his human language, then he should be careful in his statements. One of the hunters asked how a small fry can call a holy knight names. The tied man looked at him in surprise and thought, why is he saying such things? Leon asked with a serious look, can Sir Spinner tell about what happened here? He pointed one of his limbs at the hunter and said that this man is a thief. The hunter looked at the robot with irritation and said that this was all wrong and that it was all just a big misunderstanding. Leon looked at him with a displeased expression and bit his lip, and then said that now they had to figure out whether this was a misunderstanding or not. He looked at Hari and said that now she would have to look through his things. She agreed in surprise and walked up to the hunter with a serious expression and raised her hands. He looked at her with fear and said that she had to wait because they couldn't really trust the words of some robot. All the hunters looked at what was happening with fear, and then Hari searched him and took out a bag. She took out a heart from it and asked if this was really the heart of the orc's chief warrior. This was the most valuable loot from the orc gate, and stealing such an item was unacceptable. She asked if he knew that stealing loot was a criminal offense, then why did he do it? He looked down guiltily and said that they had gotten it all wrong. He looked up and said loudly that he didn't steal it, it was just a misunderstanding. He wanted to say something else, but Leon cuts off his hand and he looks at it in confusion as his limb flies off. All the hunters look at him with fear and displeasure, and he began to scream loudly. Leon put his sword back into the portal and said that he knows that their law and thinking are different from where he lived, but he joined the ranks of King Lionheart. Which means that they don't follow their own laws or orders, but the military laws of King Lionheart. He holds his hand to his chest and says that this is the royal and military law that he knows about, and whoever can't follow it must raise their hands right now. Thieves have their hands cut off. This is the strict law of the Lionheart Kingdom, and these laws and regulations were difficult for Earthlings to accept living in modern times. The hunters look at him in fear and think that they think this is too much, and that cutting off a hand is unacceptable. However, the reward is too sweet to just give up, and they think that these incredible buffs are for a D-rank hunter, and they could help him become stronger. Stealing is bad to begin with, the gate is a lawless zone to begin with, shouldn't they stick to strict rules? Suddenly, one of the hunters steps forward and Leon asks who he is. He takes off his helmet, and says his name is Gu Tae-sung, and he wants to say something. Leon asks with his eyes closed, why does he want to speak in front of him? He looks at the hunter with his arm cut off and he asks if he can let this thief take his severed arm. He looks at him with displeasure and asks if this is really so that he can reattach it later. He agrees with him and Leon says that such a punishment would be meaningless and his protest would invalidate his punishment. Gu lowers his gaze and says that he knows this, but His Majesty should listen, that they are people who live by a different logic than his. And now that they know the rules, he can give them at least one chance to make amends. Leon agrees with him, and Gu bows and asks for forgiveness. He takes out the Holy Grail from the portal, and said that he should be grateful that among his comrades there is someone who speaks sense. He pours the liquid from the Grail on him, and he looks in surprise that his hand has reappeared, and he asked, "What is this, and why did this severed hand regenerate?" Gu looked at this in surprise and thought that even an S-rank healer could reattach a severed arm, but he couldn't regenerate it. So Leon's strength surpassed that of an S-rank. Is it even possible for one person to have so much strength? He stood there with a serious expression, and then said that he should get out of here while he was given the chance. He said that out of respect for the laws of his world, he forgives him. He lost the right to be here. He holds his hand and cries, and then said that he thanks him and asks for forgiveness. Leon said loudly that only those who join his army should stay here, and if anyone doesn't want to, he can take his prey and leave. The hunters look at each other and are silent for a while, and then they raise their hands and think that this is a chance, and they should take it. Leon said with a satisfied look that this is great, and then they can soon move on to training, and he believes that if they endure the training, they will definitely not leave, and now they can take the prey, because they are returning. The hunters are happy, and Hari calls out to Leon, and he asked what she wants to tell him. She asked what their next training will be. He looked at her with a satisfied look and said that they will have physical strength training. After a while, Kim walks next to Gu and he asked what is wrong with his face. He holds his head and he asked if he really participated in the raid of that gate. He agreed with him and said that he was really battered there. Kim smiled and said that he can get sick like that, so he needs to take care of his body. He laughs and agrees with him, and then they see that Hari coughed and said loudly that His Majesty Leon Dragonia Lionheart and the Holy Grail Knight Yak Spinner are entering now. Leon went to the podium and said that he congratulated everyone on passing the easy test and that there were many details missing to unify the warriors in the gate, but that they would work to improve it in the future. Everyone looked at him in surprise and they thought, did he really think that the Orc Gate was easy? He closed his eyes and said that while he was observing the battles, he found a number of problems, and the most important thing was their physical training. They looked at him in surprise and thought, weren't they originally C rank but D rank, so why is he talking about it? He looked away and said that he had decided to start with their training and that from now on they would train thoroughly according to the Lionheart Kingdom's regular troops manual. They imagined a person dragging a heavy log and they thought, does the regular troops manual mean medieval muscle training? Leon said that in the end, training the body is training the muscles, and it is about pushing the limit by overloading the body. He smiled and said that the Holy Grail Knight who created the training manual for the regular army, Sir Gratus, the giant slayer, said the following: a person becomes stronger and tougher when he is beaten. He imagined a muscular guy and said that this could be called training. The hunters looked at him in shock, thinking, is he really going to beat them up to make them stronger? Leon raised his hand and asked loudly, how then to train a soldier who will protect the kingdom? Naturally, he will have to be different from the peasants and be much better than others. Thus, Sir Gratus came up with the following brilliant idea for effective training. He looked at them with a serious expression and said that all they needed to do was tear apart, beat up, and then rebuild the soldiers' bodies. Then not only would their muscles become stronger, but their eyesight would also improve, so they would take less damage. Everyone looks at him in surprise and thinks, what did he just say about their training? Leon pointed at them and said with a serious expression that from now on they can hit each other as if they want to kill each other. This will continue until the muscles of their body are torn and their fists are broken. It will be better if they also break their bones, although it is better if they break them as intensely as possible. Gu said loudly that this cannot be done, and he thinks that this is a mistaken opinion, because if they do this, their bodies will deteriorate. Leon folded his arms across his chest and looked at him in confusion, and then he asked why they will deteriorate. The Holy Grail appears in his hand and he looked at it, and said that they can consider themselves lucky, because they have a guardian like the Holy Grail. Kim pointed at it in surprise and said that it is glowing with a yellow aura and something is happening to it. Gu looked at him questioningly, and then touched his face and said that all his wounds were healing. Leon extended his hand forward and said that all the warriors were recovering in the place where the Holy Grail was. It was even capable of making limbs grow together and torn muscles recover. Everyone looked at him in surprise, because he said that they had 5 hours to tear apart everything they saw in front of their eyes and they had no more allies here. They had to repel all attacks and defeat the opponents in front of them, and if after 5 hours there was anyone left here in good health, he would personally crush them. He turned around and said as he left that he was leaving further actions to Sir Yak Spinner. They looked after him and thought, Will they really have to conduct training in such a barbaric way? They look at each other in silence for a while, and Kim and Gu laugh in shock. But suddenly Yak Spinner's eye lights up bright red, and he said that he has detected illegal acts. He hit the platform with his whip and said that he advises everyone to fight each other, and if the rules are not followed, he will be forced to use force. They look at him in fear for a while and remain silent, and then one of the soldiers attacks another, and a fight begins among them. One of them said that there is no difference between dying here or later. Gu looked at this and said loudly that this is crazy behavior, and they have all gone crazy. But after saying these words, he was suddenly slapped in the face. At the same time, they can look at the daily routine of the hunters who applied to join the Leon Night Squad. At 9 a.m., they have gratis training for the regular troops, and it is called the Steel Skin Project. At 12 noon, they have lunch, which consists of water, salt, and sugar. The soldiers are walking after training and see Hari, Leon, and Yak Spinner standing nearby, and they are thinking what are they doing near a barrel of water. She was asked what it is and what it is for. He looks away guiltily and wanted to say something, but Leon interrupts her, saying that it is lunch, which consists of water with salt and sugar. Everyone looked at him in shock and thought that they put salt and sugar in the water. The manual of regular troops number 0 states that soldiers need to be fed exactly as much so that they do not die, and they will start feeding normally with military service. At 13 o'clock in the afternoon they have tactical training. Leon stood at the podium and loudly said that from now on they need to split into 5 squads and block the king's attack. Everyone looked at him in fear and thought what he means, because this is impossible, but then he attacks them. At 9 p.m. at night they are sleeping from fatigue. Gu is lying down and there is someone's leg on him. As said, it is hellish training, but thanks to Hari's care, it is bearable. She brought a plate of food and said that the guys need to eat a little before going to bed. They all thank her, although all this was according to Leon's plan, but the hunters who were in hell were not given to know this. After a while, Gu is training and then looks at the equipment and thought that the shield is heavier than he thought, and the sword is not easy to rotate, and in the formation of shields, the attack position is too limited. But in the end, the only way to use the sword is to make slashing strikes. Suddenly he hears that he was told that he is doing everything wrong. He is surprised, because Leon comes to him, who said that he should continue doing what he was doing. He crossed his arms behind his back and said that he should get into a pose and strike again. Gu agreed with him and took a pose, then he swung and punched the air, and then he looked at him, but Leon said that he did it wrong. He walked up to him and grabbed his shield, and he looked at him blankly and was silent for a while. He said that he had a habit of lowering his shield when he struck, and he seemed to be saying that the shield protects the right shoulder of the comrade next to him, and even if his view is blocked, he should not lower the shield. Gu looked at him in surprise and asked why this is so important. He imagines a monster and says that if he removes the shield, it will create a gap, and this gap in turn creates a crevice. He imagines himself sitting on a horse, and Gu asked, is it really His Majesty's tactic to have soldiers with shields block the enemy while the knights try to attack? He said that he understood everything correctly, because the hammer and anvil is a standard method. Gu looked down and said that their opponents were still monsters, and it seemed to him that they were not the kind that could be dealt with using the standard method. Leon stared at him silently for a while, and then he asked with an irritated look if he was really trying to teach him how to fight aliens. Gu said with a frightened look that he did not mean anything like that, and that His Majesty had misunderstood him. Leon calmed down, and holding his hands behind his back said that in his world, at their gate, he met many monsters, and on the contrary, he found the monsters from the gate cute. He imagined the monsters and said that giants over 20 meters tall, endlessly regenerating trolls, multi-headed snakes, a spider that carried hundreds of goblins on itself, a monstrous dragon that literally crushed a mountain, were a masterpiece. To deal with so many monsters, one must know many hunting methods, one must have the ability to improvise in order to react to the situation in time. He looked at Gu and said that all of this is a skill acquired through actual practice. Gu asked in surprise, has he really been doing the service of a goddess by fighting monsters for several decades? He says that with one sword and one spear, does he have the zeal to earn honor on any battlefield? He looks down silently for a while, and Leon closed his eyes and said that this is why soldiers are only taught one thing, the almighty virtue necessary for a knight. They only hone this skill, thereby increasing their chances of survival. Gu clenched his hand into a fist and looked forward silently for a while, and then said that he wants to rise even higher. Leon looked at him with a smile, and then asked, is it really his dream to become a knight? He asked in surprise, can a commoner like him become a knight? Aren't knights only nobles? Leon sighed and said that he shouldn't drag the logic of his kingdom into his world. After all, knights aren't just for nobles. Gu looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. He imagined a knight who took off his helmet and said that someone who is willing to go through a difficult path for a noble mission. He imagined a knight who was kneeling and holding his hand to his chest and said that a person who protects people and courageously does good. Those who take a lifelong oath to the goddess and her subjects, anyone who makes this sacred covenant is a knight. Gu looked at him in confusion, and he said that if he had the courage and determination to do so, then he deserved his respect. Gu thought that he must have had a biased attitude about everything from the beginning. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and raised his fist, and thought that now he also wanted to become a knight. Some time later, in the branch of the magic tower, someone said that he should have eventually settled everything himself, and not rely on him. Reynold looks at the archdemon in fear, and he said that he believed that the great creature would return. He said that a foolish man should bow before him. He agreed with him and bowed, and he said that now he would teach him truth and wisdom, but in return he must honor him and make a reasonable sacrifice. Reynold looks at the floor in surprise and thought that his voice had changed and that it was strange. The archdemon said that first of all, he should cast spatial travel magic on the stone, so that if necessary he could send it into space. Reynold looked up in fear and said that it was strange, because he knew that the stones served as a tool for descending from heaven. The archdemon rolled around in irritation, and he said that he had gone crazy and now he would stick his head into the abyss of paradise. Reynold looked at him in fear and asked what he wanted to tell him. The archdemon said with a serious voice that he should listen to him carefully. He would never want to end up on a planet where that man lived and breathed. He looked at him questioningly, and he said that he would think of a way to kill him anyway. But now is one of the few opportune times, while he does not have the Holy Grail knights and troops, and he must somehow enter the same gate with him. He bowed again and agreed with him. The archdemon remembered the past and said that he asked him to die this time. D-Day, the graduation ceremony for the regular Pantheon troops. Hari asked if they would really attack the Yellow Gate, with the newly trained troops. He agrees with her, and she said in surprise that this way she and Sir Yak were excluded from the attack on the gate. Kim sighed and said that it would be difficult for him to handle this now. He laughed and said that she wished him luck as an observer. Leon is standing on the beam and he said that everyone who is here has proven themselves well during these 4 weeks of training and he will not talk for long, but the time has come to prove what they are capable of. From now on, they will attack the enemies, and if everything was as usual, they would not even dare to step foot there. In that place, they will realize what it is like to be a soldier of the Lionheart King. He spread his arms and said that there, they will face the faith that they must serve, and now the Pantheon is advancing. 49 D-rank hunters, 1 observer from the Hunter Association, and Leon Dragonia Lionheart enter the gate. Hari and Yak Spinner look at this, and she said that he should not worry so much since His Majesty is coming with them, and nothing bad will happen. Suddenly Yak said that there was a problem, because His Majesty Leon, 49 people of the first training squad and 1 observer are only 51 people. She counts on her fingers and said that everything is correct and seems to be without any problems. He showed her the chart and said that 52 people entered the gate. The last one to enter was marked in yellow, and she asked who was that. Yak jumped off her head and said that he was using emergency response. She was surprised and said that he should not go there alone and that they could go together. She ran to the gate with a serious look and said that he should wait for her because she was also coming. Suddenly she was unable to enter the gate and hits it, and the people watching this watched this in silence for a while. She held her cheek and asked what just happened. She looked at the gate in fear and said that something was wrong here. The people standing nearby said that something strange was happening and the gate was shaking and its power had changed. The gate changed its color, and one of the people watching asked if this was a red gate. One of the people ran away from the gate and asked why the yellow suddenly turned red. She stares at the gate in silence for a while, then stands up and says that there is a modified gate in front of her. At the same time, in the gate, the soldiers are fighting monsters, and then the warriors ask in surprise, "Is this really a gate with demons?" Leon stares at this in silence with displeasure for a while, and then raises his sword up and says loudly that they should raise their shields and defend themselves. Kim thinks, do they really need to do this? They raise their shields and go in formation in battle order in Lionheart style in the form of a turtle. He said with a serious look that they need to advance on them and go forward. Kim thought that he was laughing at them, because this is a gate with demons, and he is commanding them to advance. They would be better off running in this situation. They advance on the demons with fury, and he thinks that they are not afraid. He looks at the system message and asked, "What does this mean?" The system writes that the aura gives him Legion Strike Power, Legion Raid Fortification, Legion Raid Large Scale Enhancement, Legion Raid Light Armor Enhancement. It also provides Legion Durable Leather, Strike Attack Enhancement, Legion Anti-Magic Enhancement, Ranged Attack Resistance, Keen Vision, and Legion Pollution Defense. He thinks that these buffs give a boost to every hunter, and it's amazing. The demons look at them questioningly, and then rush at them, and the soldiers said that they are approaching and they should hold shields. The demon got too close and one of the hunters said that it needs to be blocked. He is thrown back from the shield and the other demons growl angrily. He thinks that even a B-rank hunter can handle the onslaught of the bloodhound and they are trying to stop him. What has been happening these 4 weeks? Leon rides his horse and said loudly that they should move forward and push the enemy and fight back. They fight off another attack of demons and Leon says that they should not give them time to attack and close the gap. One of the hunters moves the shield and swings at the demon and kills it. The demons cannot pass through the shields and they say that the knights need to pierce them and continue to attack and push the enemy back. He looks at it in surprise and wanted to say something, but Leon said that there was a demonic troll in front of them and they should be careful. It was a devil's spawn. They approached the troll and Kim thought that it was impossible to block and the attack of the entire mass of this troll was equal to rank A. The troll roared loudly and swung at them, and the captain of the third group, Gu Tae-sung, with burning eyes screamed loudly. The troll hits them, but he said that compared to His Majesty's blow, it was easy to block and he could do it. The troll howled in displeasure, and suddenly Yak flew to them, and he turned on the reaction to a medium-sized individual and began to attack. He shoots at the troll and they ask why Sir Yak is here? Leon stood on his horse and with a smile on his face said that he did a great job. He jumped off his horse and cut the troll into pieces, and then he looks away with a serious look and blood on his face. The demons watch this with fear and say that it is terrible, because the troll died and they do not believe it, because he was supposed to destroy everything, but he died on the spot and it is dangerous here. Leon's sword burns with a bright light and the demons run away and say that they need to retreat. The people exhale and say that the demons are retreating and they have won. They look at Leon with glee and say that they thank him very much for his help. One of the soldiers comes up to him and with his hand on his chest said that they came to save their kingdom of Spiro, and he thanks the warrior for his help. The system reports that the kingdom of Spiro has been captured by demons, and they need to protect the kingdom from the invasion of the Demon King, and they have only 1 week left. The knights look at the system's message and ask, does the system really mean that same powerful demon when talking about the Demon King? Another knight asked with fear, is this really possible? Isn't there a yellow gate here? The knight said with a trembling voice that he had news for His Majesty. They had a misfortune. He turned to him and asked what had happened to them. The knight took off his helmet and pointed to the side where the gate was and said that it had disappeared. The other knights also looked there and said in bewilderment that it was impossible and now they would not be able to return back. Leon went in their direction and said that they should be quieter and not create a panic. They agreed with him and when they reached the portal, he thought about it, and Yak said that this was a strange phenomenon and that a third party had been noticed. Leon looked at him and said that it seemed to be because an unexpected guest had arrived. He turned around and asked who in his army could explain the current situation to him. Gu raised his hand and taking off his helmet he said that he could do it, that the gate had been altered, or to put it simply, that the complexity of the gate had increased dramatically. This is a strange phenomenon that makes it impossible to exit the gate until it is completely cleared. He looks at it thoughtfully and thinks that this is some kind of strange coincidence. He walked to the side and said that nothing has changed and they will attack the gate as planned. Gu asked in surprise if he is sure of this. After all, the demon lord himself is here. He remembered the past and said with a satisfied look that he has killed 2 demon lords and more than 30 great demons. Does he really doubt his strength after all this? The knights clap for him and say that His Majesty has dealt with such monsters before. He proudly walks forward and thought that this was in a world that was filled with divine spirit, and now there is no guarantee of victory over the demon lord, but a knight must show perseverance at all times. He stood in place and thought with a serious look that all he needs is hope and a powerful support. After a while, Reynold holds the ball and the archdemon laughed and said that he had become weaker and yet he was a human. He nervously said that in that case he could personally descend to defeat him. The archdemon said that he did not want to do that and that he was crazy to want to force him to come to him. There was no need for him to come because there was a creature that the lust demons had been working on for hundreds of years and if the demon lord awakened, that person would be finished. The kingdom of Spiro was a peaceful kingdom that boasted a 1,000-year history, but it found itself in a situation where it was on the verge of destruction. Cities were destroyed one after another due to the demon invasion, and the last one left was the royal castle. The people who survived there waged a desperate war, clinging to their last hopes. Gu was sitting at the table, and he said that this was the theme of this gate. Leon asked if this was the whole history of this kingdom. Gu agrees with him, and Leon put his hand on his chin and said with his eyes closed, which means that each place behind the gate had its own atmosphere. He stretches out his hand forward and said that this gate has one distinctive feature, and that is a time limit. In a normal gate, if a certain amount of time passes and the monsters are still alive, then a dungeon outbreak occurs. And if we talk about a quest with a time limit, then if you adhere to the conditions for completing the quest, then even if the monsters remain, the gate will still close. Leon thought about it and said that if this is the case, then he has ideas. He turned to the leader and asked, "His name is Kim Jin-soo, right?" He said in surprise that His Majesty said everything correctly and he can speak. He said that initially he should not have gotten involved in the fight, but now the situation was critical and Sir Spinner spoke on an equal basis with him. Would his assessment be different? Gu looks at him silently for a while, and he said that he thinks everything will be fine. The soldiers jump happily behind them, and he said that the association president left it to him to make decisions. The soldiers asked if they can really be promoted because of this time. Leon raised his finger and said that he had something else he wanted to say. Kim looked at him questioningly and he asked with a smile on his face what he thought of the hidden mission. Gu trembled and Kim said that he did not understand what His Majesty was planning. He said with a serious look that he was thinking that he wanted to kill the demon lord. After a while, Leon is sitting in the room and he said that as he thought, the demon troll's magic exchange is not that good and he is not sure if such military successes can be associated with the Pantheon. He put down the Holy Grail and put his hand to his chest. Ariana speaks to him, and he said that he greets his goddess. She asked him if he also felt that strange aura. He said that although he realized it late, there was a strange energy felt in that gate. She said that since he had the body of a living person, it was hard to notice and it was energy that easily dissipated throughout this world. An unknown monster was above the seal and he thought that it was a being whose energy even he managed to sense. It must be a devil or something like that, and if it was a demon king level, it would be hard. Ariana said that it was not certain, because a being with such power would have stronger energy. He thought about it, and then she said that the Pantheon deity wanted to tell her knight something. He closed his eyes and bowed and said that he, as her knight, was listening attentively. Ariana turned around and said that Arthur wanted to conduct an investigation of that world. It seemed like she sensed something. Dust stands with a stick on which hangs a lantern with a candle inside, and Ariana asked what Dust wanted to say. And she said that for the condescension she will need energy. Ariana asked him, "He knows a way for this, right?" He agreed with her, and looking at the Holy Grail he said that there is an exact way. After some time, the coachman passes with a carriage near the door opens and Leon and his servant for the day get out of the carriage. The butler stands in front of them and bowing he said that he is glad to welcome them, and his name is Parko. He is a chamberlain. He leads them to the throne room. He leads them through long halls, and Leon with a smile on his face said that it seems that the owner of the palace has an excellent sense of aesthetics. The chamberlain turned to him and said that he was very perceptive. The royal palace of Spiro has a long history from the time of their ancestor, Queen Fiora, to the current Queen Beatrice. He served many queens. They exchanged glances and he said that it turns out that all the rulers here are queens. Gu, surprised, said that it seemed to him that this was a matriarchal society. Leon turned to them in irritation and stood silently for a while, and they said that His Majesty was looking here and they should be quieter. He asked in what country are commoners allowed to whisper about the royal family? They apologized to him in fear and he said that he was asking for forgiveness and that they were ignoramuses who had not learned the basics of etiquette. The situation was urgent, so he had to bring people with him who did not know etiquette. The chamberlain laughed and said that everything was fine and that this was forgivable for foreigners. After a while, the chamberlain said that they had arrived at the place and that there was a throne room. They were standing in front of a massive door, and the guards said that they could enter. They opened the doors and they said that the queen was waiting for them. Leon looked at the door with a serious look and saw that the queen was sitting on the throne, and next to her were two men and soldiers, and they were told that Sir Lionheart had arrived. The people standing in the hall looked at him with distrust, and one of the people went down to him and asked if he was the same Sir Lionheart who had taken part in the battle at the castle gates. He holds a scroll in his hands and said that he is the Duke of Achaeum and the Chancellor of the kingdom. To recognize his merits in this battle, they decided to award him a knighthood. In this case, with praise from the queen, he will read out loud. Leon looked at him with displeasure and was silent for a while. He passed by him and said that first of all, he will go introduce himself to the queen. Achaeum looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. Leon looked at the man questioningly, but the chancellor called him and said that he must stop, and no matter what feat he had accomplished, no foreigner can easily come close to the queen. They silently look at this and think that he is speaking the truth, and they do not know if everything will be okay, because who knows what he can do. But even if so, he should not be angry because the chancellor blocked his way. The chancellor speaks to him with displeasure, and he said with an irritated look that he can no longer hold back. He went further and said that the queen should listen to him. He is the king of the Lionheart kingdom, and his name is Leon Dragonia Lionheart, although he understands that it is rude, but he had to do it. Achaeum asked with a displeased look, "What is this guy talking about?" He pointed his finger at him and said that everything should have a limit to rudeness, and the general should take him away. Leon grabs him by the head, and his servants for the day fearfully ask what His Majesty is doing. He wrung the chancellor's neck and looked at him with an irritated look, and they think that they do not understand why everything turned out so badly again. The knights took up their swords, and the general is about to draw his sword, and they asked him what he is doing. He looks at them with displeasure. Boo said that His Majesty should be more careful. The knights surrounded him with swords and they asked him what he was doing. Leon looked at the chancellor's body and asked how long he was going to hide his identity. Did he really think he could deceive him? This filthy demon should have shown his true form by now. The chancellor's eye turned red and the soldiers looked in surprise at the chancellor's body from which the demon had crawled out, and they asked if he was really a demon. The clothes of the servant standing next to him were torn, and the bald man asked if he was not alone here. All the demons showed their true forms, and Leon said with a serious look that they should not panic, because they were lower creatures. He pointed his hand at his servants, and said that they should unite and fight them. The demons swung at Leon, and he said that this way they would definitely achieve victory. He turned to the demon and stopped its attack with 2 fingers. The demon looked at him questioningly, and then Leon tore its paw from the body and cut off its head. The general looked at the corpse in surprise and said that they were hiding even in the queen's palace, and they are unholy creatures. The servants were surrounded by demons, and they loudly said that they were asking for help and they would be killed now. The general rushed forward and hacked several demons, and then said that the demons invaded the royal palace, and they must kill every single one of them. After a while, Leon stands over the demon's corpse and puts away his sword, and then he thoughtfully looked at the queen and was about to go towards her, but the general stopped him with his sword and said that he should stop. He looked at him irritably and said that he understood his loyalty, but how could he neglect helping a royal person at such an emergency? He looked at him calmly and said that the only one who can judge the level of his loyalty is Her Majesty the Queen. They look at this in silence for a while, and Leon said that these words are not without meaning as well. He threw his sword up with 1 finger. This makes the general very surprised, and Leon brought his hand to his chest and said that asking questions, judging and giving an assessment is the business of a royal person, so he should know his place. The general holds his trembling hand and he said that the queen has lost her mind and cannot make a sensible decision, since the chancellor, who had all the powers, died, then he has every right to do so. He looks at him in silence for a while, and then thoughtfully said that this palace is already overflowing with enemy energy. The general is surprised by what he heard. Demons are standing in the street, and he said that they need to deal with this as soon as possible. He looked at Leon in fear and asked if he was sure of his words. He closed his eyes and said that the king would never lie. The general closed his eyes and clenched his fist and asked what King Lionheart wanted. He looked at the queen and said that he only needed the right to command the soldiers and give him the opportunity to judge the villains. He looked at the queen and said that he could solve her helplessness. After some time in the central square of Spiro Castle, on the dais stands Leon and the general, and next to them is a fire burning, and the inhabitants are looking at this, and Leon said that he received full power from the general of the kingdom of Spiro. He is the Lionheart Leon Dragonia, and he is from the kingdom of Lionheart. Among the inhabitants there are those who are possessed by the devil, and perhaps these creatures are planning to create an internal rebellion to combine it with the current invasion. But they should not worry, because he has a way to distinguish those who have reincarnated. The inhabitants look at him in surprise, and then they ask what kind of way he has. He looks at them with displeasure and holds the girl and the man in his arms, and then said that he would rather show it in action than say it. Everyone looks at him questioningly, and he said that from this very moment, Those who are not demons, those who are not possessed, and those who are not the embodiment of evil must prove that they are pure by throwing themselves into the fire. He threw the girl and the guy into the fire and said that ordinary people always need to be shown a visual example, so the Lionheart King will do it for them. They scream in fear and the guy said that he is crazy. The villagers look at this in horror, and they say that he really abandoned them and that man will kill them all. The man is burning from the fire, and the girl calmly came out of it and asked what happened. They asked in surprise if she is okay, then whose screams were they? One of the villagers pointed his finger at the fire, and said that they should look there at the soldier's body. Leon turned to the fire in which the demon is burning, and said that they themselves can see what is happening. This is a holy flame, it burns only evil creatures and they must thank Phaetos, the god of war and fire, by walking through the fire and shouting his name. The villagers look at him in fear and are silent for a while, and he looks at them irritably and they ask what they should do. Is it really true that they only burn demons? He takes out his holy sword with a frightening look and says that if they are not going to hurry, then they are all possessed here, and he uses his sword on them. The villagers run into the fire in fear and say that they have no choice but to quickly enter the fire. After a while, only demons remained in the square, and Leon, covering his nose with his hand, said that it turns out that these demons stink so terribly, and he will punish them and tear their souls into pieces. The demons look at him fiercely, and one of them begins to cast a spell, and he said that a pathetic person should know his place, and he should not think that he will die without suffering. Leon looked at them with annoyance, and raised his hand and said that they were vile demons. His scream made the demons' eardrums burst, and he gritted his teeth, and said that this trash was parasitizing on human emotions, and that they were smug scum. His aura was blazing, and he asked with an irritated look, how dare they imitate humans and walk on two legs, gather in groups and pretend to be soldiers? Do they really think that he would allow something like that? They looked at him with fear, and he said that they would die screaming in agony, and their screams and despair would be heard high in the sky. One of the demons was sweating and said that he was crazy and was talking nonsense. They thought that they were imagining that he was an unusual person and that there was something wrong with him. At the same time, Reynold looks at what is happening in the city in surprise, and he said that the method of introducing reincarnators did not seem to work. They see that Leon said that demons should scream and howl in pain, and this is the only way to make him happy. The archdemon trembles and said that he is an unstoppable and ferocious villain. After a while, Leon stands on the podium, and next to him is a demon, and he said that the inhabitants of the kingdom of Spiro should not be afraid, because while he is alive in this world, these servants of the devil will not be able to corrupt them. Evil creatures feed on unclean emotions. The inhabitants look at this in fear, and the demon laughed, and with a frightening look said that they may not think that everything will end there, and that they will all perish. He wanted to say something else, but Leon hits him on the head, and he said that the demon should shut up. The demon left a mark from his blow, and Leon said with an irritated look that they should look at the ugly beast. These evil spirits are the culprits who tempt and frighten them. The villagers looked at him in shock and were silent for a while, and Leon said that they were hungry, sick, and even that there was discord in their family, that they fell this morning, could not get married, and lost money in gambling. The demon looked at him questioningly and wanted to say something, but Leon broke his horn and said that the vile demon should shut up. The villagers who were standing behind everyone looked at him with distrust and were silent, and those who were standing in the front rows asked if the demons were to blame for their mother getting sick. The villagers looked at the demon irritably, and another man asked if the demon was to blame for the fact that he confessed to Marilda, and she rejected him. Another villager with sweat on his face asked if it was even this vile demon's fault that he had lost all his money gambling yesterday. The demon wanted to say something else, but Leon broke his second horn with his fingers, and he said that he should shut up and not interfere. He screamed in pain, and he put his hand to his chest and said that the villagers who were trying to achieve justice should listen to him, because demons were the ones who somehow brought bad luck into their lives, and demons were involved in all their misfortunes. The reason they did not learn about the right faith was because demons interfered with them. He raised a burning torch in his hand and said that they should not be afraid, because for them, Phaetos, the god of war and fire, presented the sacred flame. Leon pointed the torch at a guy with red hair who was standing in the crowd, and he said that he was addressing this young man. He looks at him in surprise and points his finger at himself, and asks if he is talking about him. Leon nods approvingly, and says that he should come up here and get this log. The guy holds the burning stick in his hands with displeasure, and looks at Leon questioningly. He says that he can punish this demon until he pays for everything he has done. The guy looks at the demon with a smile whose eyes have lit up, and Leon asks with a frightening look if he is really showing sympathy for this demon. The guy denies it with fear and then says that his father also died at the hands of demons. He comes closer to the demon and he says with an irritated look that he dares not even try to touch him with this thing, otherwise he will haunt him even in hell until he dies. Leon hits him in the face and his teeth fall out of his mouth, and he asks if maybe he should make it so that he cannot open his eyes. The beating demon looks at him in fear, and the guy with an irritated look hits the demon and said that this is revenge for his father. The demon gets hit on the head with a burning stick and with tears in his eyes said that they are crazy and a curse will fall on them. Leon with a serious and irritated look clenches his fist, and then kills the demon with one blow, and said that he is a dirty demon and should shut up. After a while, the demon of debauchery and pleasures Balthus sits tied up in prison, and he thought that 34 years of the demon's life, and during this time he has corrupted and tortured countless people, but he did not think that he would be in such a position. Yak Spinner appeared behind bars and Balthus looks at him in fear, and then he asked what he wants from him. He thinks that he can't corrupt this machine in any way, and he does not know what to do. Yak Spinner said that he was asking him to provide information about other demons. Balthus laughs at him and says that if he thinks that he is such a trifle like him, then he is a complete idiot. He looks at him questioningly, and Yak Spinner said that prisoner number 14 refuses to cooperate. Several knights approach the cell and Balthus said that if they want to kill him, then they can act, but he will definitely rise again and take revenge on them all. He looks fearfully at the knight who is holding a bucket, and he asked what is this. The water contains 15% holy water and he puts the barrel of water on the floor, and the demon shrinks into a corner in fear, and then Yak Spinner stood on the edge of the barrel and said that if we refer to the data received, then reasonable conclusions were made and the water will give answers. The demon is grabbed by the neck and he asks in surprise what are they going to do with him. Knights with burning eyes look at how Yak Spinner dips the demon in water, and he screams in pain, and then jumps up with a burnt face, and said that they are all freaks. He is Balthus the demon of debauchery and pleasure, and even if they do something like that to him, it will be worse for them. Yak Spinner dips him again in water and said that he again refuses to cooperate. He screams in pain, and the knights look at his suffering in fear. He said that they should wait and spare him. Yak Spinner said that he again refuses to cooperate. He with a wet face said that he wanted to say that he does not know anything. He again refused to cooperate and after a while, Yak Spinner reports that prisoner number 14 reported an information text, which consists of 30,564 characters. This is 9,103 characters less than the average text given by prisoners number 1 through 13. Balthus asked fearfully what this could mean and why they didn't let him go. Yak Spinner said that he could reveal more information and the torture continued. He was dipped in water again, and he thought that this robot was crazy and how could he know how much the others had said? He said that when there was not enough information, the question arose about the need to save the prisoner's life. He looked at him questioningly, and then his face changed fearfully, and with a submissive look asked what else he should say. After a while, Yak Spinner stood in front of Leon, and he said that he had received information from 32 objects, and the information matched by 89%, and it was concluded that this information was reliable. Leon, with a satisfied look, thoughtfully said that Sir Spinner had tried well. He raises his glass of wine and asks what Sir Spinner did with the demons that gave him the information. He said that he disposed of them at 127 decibels and on average they lasted 14 seconds and everything was very successful. Leon brings his glass to himself with a satisfied look and said that this is great information and the song to which justice is always done. When he hears it, it sounds touching to him. He sits for a while with a blank look and is silent. And then with trembling eyes he breaks the glass and Yak Spinner said that His Majesty's heartbeat is increasing and symptoms of dizziness have been detected, as well as chest pain and difficulty breathing. Leon bit his lip with an irritated look, bit his lip and grumbles, and then he gets up and said that Sir Spinner he cannot accept the fact that evil creatures live and breathe the same air as him. What is the best thing to do then? He was silent for a while and then said that they need to eliminate the cause as soon as possible. Leon, looking scary, holds his hand to his neck and said that this is a brilliant suggestion, and they need to eliminate the main cause. He jumps out of the window and Yak Spinner said that as a demigod, the Lionheart King does not feel tired and he is like a machine. He falls to the ground and a fall mark is created under him. He tenses his leg and pushes off the ground with great force, and says that they should go for a night walk. At the same time, Reynold is standing in the territory of the demons who were looking at him and saying that he is a human. He looked around with a worried look while they called him a human. He asked the great being if everything will be okay. The archdemon said that he should not look at these vile creatures for too long. Mortals are easily influenced by them. Reynold agreed with him, but he is still too worried about these monsters looking at him. One of the demons that stood in his way told him that he should stop. The monster with a wide smile and several pairs of hands asked loudly, "How dare some human enter his territory of pleasure? Is he really not afraid of what might happen to him?" Reynold looked at him with a surprised look and wondered what kind of dark demonic force this was. The archdemon said that he should not look at his crown. It was the archdemon of debauchery and pleasure, Androgyne. This archdemon sighed with a displeased look and called him a useless bookworm and said that he was that vile goblin. The archdemon told Androgyne that he had an offer he could not refuse. The archdemon looked at him with a very displeased look and asked, did he say that he had an offer for him? He continued to radiate his energy, laughed loudly and said that he should know his place. Do they really think that after most of the lords and archdemons fell, they can stand on par with him? The archdemon said nothing for a few seconds while Reynold held him in his arms with a worried look. He said that if they fell, then he was arrogant. The Androgyne asked him with a surprised and angry look, what did he mean? The archdemon said that 180 years ago, not only did their overlord fall, but the overlord of pleasure was also destroyed. The Androgyne called him a loser and was about to say something else, but he interrupted him and said that he knew about the horrific event that happened there. 180 years ago, an unprecedented event occurred where 5 evil beings united to take over the world as one, but the result was shocking. Many demons ran away and shouted loudly that they did not want to die. They all stopped when they noticed a person standing in front of them. Leon, with a very angry look and a sword in his hands, was walking towards them. Then, 3 overlord-level demons and more than 10 million demons were completely destroyed. The archdemon said that he was the one who survived that disaster. The Androgyne asked that freak with a wide smile, so he knows what happened there? He laughed and said loudly to that beast possessed by instincts and desires that he had said that he would make him an offer he couldn't refuse. The Androgyne gritted his teeth with a very displeased look and said that he would plunge everything into an endless pit of debauchery. The archdemon asked, did he hear that he was doing what the great demon told him to do? Is that true? The Androgyne looked at him intently and said that it would be over soon. Even if she endured, she was still just a mere mortal. There was not much time left until the end. After a while, Reynold stood in the forest and asked, is this enough? The archdemon said that this was the most powerful move they could make here. The odds of winning were 7-3. The Androgyne was 7, and that freak was 3. Reynold asked with a worried look if he said that, if he, an S-rank mage, and he, a great creature, joined him, wouldn't that mean they would win? The archdemon smiled and said that he had already told him that he would not go there. Reynold was very angry at this idiot, but he could not say anything to him. He asked, then where should they go now? The archdemon said that first they should go to the corpse collectors in the forest near the castle. Those guys definitely have the power to attack powerfully. Reynold noticed a monster walking towards them and asked, did he mean them? The archdemon agreed and said that it was indeed a corpse collector. The monster continued walking towards them and made loud sounds, which attracted their attention. He noticed something strange and said loudly that he should hide quickly. Immediately after that, Yak released a wire towards them with great speed. He grabbed the corpse collector by the legs and this surprised Reynold very much. Yak began to pull this monster towards him, while they stood still and watched what was happening. The monster reaches for them and loudly says that he does not want this. He continued to scream in fear and call for help with a very scared look. Reynold used a spell that made him invisible and looked at it with a scared look. Leon asked him if he had already dealt with everyone there. Reynold looked ahead with a very worried look and could not say anything. They saw him walking in torn clothes through the forest, and Yak walked next to him and said that in his opinion, there were still survivors from their group. The last captured creature was looking at something. Leon said with a serious look that this meant that there were more that they had to take out. The archdemon quietly asked if he had really hidden properly and turned on his invisibility ability. Reynold said with a very scared voice that of course he had, but he was still very scared. He looked at Leon, who stopped in front of him, and asked what they should do. He had not heard anything while they were walking here. The archdemon said that it was because of the holy power of the Holy Grail Knight. This thing can even drown out the sound of a galloping horse. He released the sacred power and killed all the demons in this forest. Leon looked ahead with a serious expression and said that this was somehow strange. He felt foreign energy here. This scared the two very much, and they opened their mouths wide in surprise. Leon leaned very quickly towards Reynolds' face, who was very scared and did not move at all. He looked ahead with a thoughtful expression and said that there seemed to be something nearby. He heard the sound that Yak made, turned around and asked what happened there. He said that targets for destruction were detected. Coordinates 4B17, available for clearing. Leon said that this meant that he still had targets to hunt. He looked at the place where Reynolds was standing for a few seconds, but said that they needed to go. After that, he went further into the forest and left Reynolds standing there. After Leon left, he fell to the ground, sighed in relief, and said that he already thought that they were going to die. After some time, Leon returned to the city, looked out the window of the house, and wiped his torso with a wet rag. He asked with a calm look, "Aren't these demons of debauchery and pleasure?" He thought that they were freaks that covered with their terrifying energy. He said with a very serious look that this was all very strange. He felt the dark energy of this place, and wondered why so many such demons were located in this gate. There were even advanced demons. There was definitely an archdemon here. So what was the reason? He was surprised because a girl entered the room and said that she felt the pungent smell of blood. Leon turned around and thought with a tense look that he could not sense her approach. She said with a sly smile that he must be very tired. She said with her eyes closed that he did not rest at all. After that she opened her eyes and looked at him silently with a small smile. She continues to smile and greeted this knight and asked, "And or can she call His Majesty Lionheart?" Leon closed his eyes and thought that she was beautiful. He picked up his clothes that were lying on the chair and thought that the cause of the conflict, inspiring only by her existence. Such a beautiful woman is a harbinger of debauchery, if she is the culprit. Without even noticing how he is plunging into this abyss, he can drown. The girl extended her hand to him and said that her name is Beatrice Alighieri Spiro. She is the queen of this kingdom of Spiro. Leon continued to dress calmly, told his name and said that he is Lionheart from the kingdom of Lionheart. He opened his eyes and thought with a serious look, did she really think that he would not notice? Beatrice said with a smile that he should not be so wary. She just came to greet the benefactor of her kingdom. Leon looked at her and said that it was not the best time for a chaste lady to visit. Beatrice looked at him silently for a few seconds, looking a little worried. She crossed her arms in front of her and said that someone was watching her. Leon looked at her with a worried look and asked, "Does she mean that someone was watching her? Who could it be?" Beatrice looked down with a worried look and squeezed her hand silently for a few seconds. Gathering her thoughts, she said that the general and those knights, they were watching her and keeping her locked up. Leon remembered the general she had mentioned and thought that he did not look like a man who would commit such a betrayal. Beatrice took his hand and said that there was very little time, she wanted to ask him for something. Leon looked at her silently for a few seconds and said that he would listen to her and make a decision. Beatrice looked at his face and said that she would like to ask him to kill the general and those knights. If he does so, she would give him everything in the kingdom. She came even closer to him, and Leon looked at her silently. She stood on her toes and whispered in his ear that he could check the dungeon of the royal palace. That was where the general was hiding. At that moment, the general came to the room with several knights. He attracted their attention by loudly calling His Majesty Lionheart. He said loudly that he was asking for forgiveness for disturbing him in the middle of the night, but he was forced to open the door. Immediately after that, he opened the door and saw Leon standing in the middle of the room, who was there alone. He calmly asked what kind of rudeness was this, recklessly breaking into the royal person's chambers. The general said that he understood that it was rude of him, but the situation was urgent, so he had no other choice. They stood in silence for a few seconds, looking at each other. Leon said that he met with Her Majesty the Queen. The general looked at him calmly and asked, "Is that how it was?" He said that his queen went out for a walk at night, and he didn't even ask. The general said that that was the kind of person she was. Leon seriously asked, "In the times when demons roamed, did they leave the royal person alone?" The general said that demons do not invade at night. Leon, with a very serious look, continued to look at him and said that this was nonsense. He wondered, since when did demons start separating day and night? He was not so stupid as not to know this. There is no way such an idiot could become a general. He said that he seemed convinced of it. They both stood silently for a few seconds, looking at each other as the wind blew through the broken window in the room. The general started to leave the room and said that he was sorry for this nighttime intrusion. At this point he deflected. Leon made him stop by saying that the queen had told him that they had kept her locked up. The general turned to him and said with a serious expression that this was not something one could say to outsiders. After saying these words, he closed the door to the room with a loud bang. Leon crossed his arms in front of himself, and thought that this was suspicious. There was something hidden in this gate that he did not know. To find out the truth, he would need to inspect the basement. He turned to the broken window and called out to Yacht, and he immediately crawled inside. Leon said that there was something he would need to check. After a while, a large army of demons runs and flies towards the castle. They laugh loudly and say that they must punish these freaks. They will cut off their heads and show them how they will have fun with their bodies. One of the demons, looking crazy, said loudly that they must punish them. He points to the gates of the castle and said loudly that they must listen to him. The Androgyne said that the first one to cross the wall will be rewarded with 100 slaves. Thanks to this promise, the fighting spirit of the demons increased significantly, and they continued to run towards the castle with loud screams. One of them stopped screaming when he noticed a spear filled with holy energy flying towards him. It crashed into the ground with terrifying force and threw the demons in different directions. The demons, surprised by what happened, looked at this, and one of them asked what was that. They looked at the spear, which pierced the ground and left a fiery trail on the ground. A very strong energy starts to emanate from this spear, and the demons watched it silently. The souls of the demons started to crawl out of the body, and they say that they don't want it. They are all being pulled towards the castle, and they say that they don't want to die. Leon stood on the wall of the castle and with the help of the Holy Grail pulled the souls of these demons. He looked at them with a calm look and said that they are disgusting creatures that do not know death. They must not know this yet. They are beasts pursuing primal desires, like insects, so how could they even know this? He created a portal next to himself, and with a terrifying look told these filthy insects that they should listen to him carefully. He is the Lionheart King, the representative of the pantheon, Lionheart. He took out a sword glowing with very strong energy, and told these demons that he will teach them how precious one single life is. These filthy creatures must come to him. Their fear is here. At the same time, General Ricardo is in the dungeon, and someone is calling him. The knight asked if he knows that he is in charge of the battle, but why is he here now? Ricardo said that an outsider found out about it, so they need to sort it out well. The problem is with the seal. It works well, right? The knight agreed with this and was about to say something, but changed his mind. Yacht is crawling on the ceiling behind them while Ricardo said that there is still not much time left. If they have a little more patience, then the 100-year covenant will be completed. They all came to the bed together, and he opened the curtain that was covering the bed. Yacht was very surprised by what he saw there and made a puzzled sound. After some time, when the battle with the demons was over, several tied demons with dissatisfied faces walked one after another. One of these demons fell, and Taesung, who was leading them, noticed it. He came up, sat down next to him, and said that they need to be more careful. He was embarrassed and blushed because of what he just saw in front of him. In front of him sat a girl who told this hunter that she wanted him to let her go. She said with a blushing face and a sly smile that she would please him then. A strange energy emitted by this demon flies towards Taesung, and he can't say anything. He reached out his hand to this girl who looked at him with a sly smile. The system notifies that the aura of the Lionheart King is activated, against clouding of the mind by evil spirits. The illusion dissipated and Taesung saw the real appearance of this one-eyed demon. He hit this monster in the face with a very displeased look, which surprised him very much. This demon looked at him with a surprised look and asked how this was even possible. How could a simple person get rid of his temptation? Taesung thought with a surprised look, so this is the seduction used by demons? He almost fell into this trap. Their attention was drawn to Leon loudly asking who dared to do this. He, riding a horse and leading a crowd of tied demons, stopped next to them. He asked with a very irritated look, which freak made so much noise here? The demon and Taesung looked at him with worried faces and were silent for a few seconds. He pointed at the demon sitting next to him with an irritated look and said that it was this freak. Leon got very angry and asked how dare he seduce his soldier with his obscene body? The demon was very scared by the face with which he said this and asked for forgiveness for this. Leon kicked him hard in the face and said loudly that he did not even want to listen to him. He continued to kick him hard while the other demons looked at him in horror and loudly asked how filthy lower beings can raise their voices. The demon screamed loudly in pain and said that he did wrong. One of the monsters looked at him in horror and thought that he was worse than any demon. After some time, Leon, along with his army and the captured demons, returned to the city, where many people were standing on the streets. Chensu, who was walking next to him, asked His Majesty, "Isn't this strange? Leon looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The guy said that they had achieved a great victory, but it seemed like the reaction was too sluggish. Leon thought about his words and said that even low-level demons can easily seduce people. And there is no end to the war against these monsters. Therefore, only a small part of the people are inspired by the victory. Such is the war against demons. However, let the inhabitants hang and kill the demons themselves. They will appreciate the sweetness of the death of these ugly souls. The guy was embarrassed by what he said, but still agreed. Leon looked at the luxurious castle and said that they had achieved a great victory. A sly smile appeared on his face, and he said that, however, there are no freaks who wish to see him off here. He noticed the bright red light emitted by Yacht, and said that this means that everything was successful. After some time in the dungeon where there were 2 guards, one of them noticed Leon walking towards them with his soldiers and said loudly that they should wait. He grabbed his spear and said that they should stop because it is not allowed to enter here. Leon did not listen to him, and with one strong kick knocked down the door that they were guarding. He turned to his soldiers with a serious look, who knocked out the guards and said that they should follow him. After that they all went down into this dungeon together. Jinsu turned around and asked, "Is it really possible to invade so recklessly?" Kim said that the easiest way would be to accept it. Taesung was surprised when he saw something, turned around abruptly, and said that they should come here and look at it. Leon looked at it with a calm look, and Jinsu with a surprised look asked, "What is it?" They saw a cave with a bed in it, and he asked, "Is there such a place under the palace? Is there something there? Is this really a bed?" Leon calmly thought that this was the secret place the queen had spoken of. He said that it was obvious that something was hidden here. He went to that bed and said that it could be checked. Jinsu asked His Majesty with a worried voice if he should wait. Leon pulled back the curtain and saw Beatrice lying on that bed. Tizian and Jinsu were surprised and embarrassed when they saw her. They all started walking towards her with red faces and said that she was very beautiful. Leon turned to them and noticed that dark energy was flying towards them. He started emitting his aura and said loudly that they should resist. They can't let the evil energy deceive them. It didn't work on them, and they continued walking towards her because of the effect of this energy. Leon continued to look at them and asked if even his aura didn't work on them. Right after that, he hit Jinsu in the neck area to knock him out. He calmly watched him fall and said that he would have to work on his own. After that, he also knocked out Kim and the knight who was walking with them. He was about to knock out Tizian, but for some reason he stopped and stared at him. A smile appeared on Leon's face, and he said that it was amazing. He saw the bloody knife in his hand and asked, "So he hurt himself to resist temptation?" He looked at him with a serious expression and called out to His Majesty. Leon took out the Holy Grail and said that he must take a deep breath. He must inhale through his mouth and exhale slowly. He must clear his mind. Ricardo looked at them and said that this was amazing. He didn't think that they would resist the queen's temptation. Leon turned to them and said that it turned out that this was the case. A smile appeared on his face, and he said that they were freaks, not susceptible to the queen's influence. Ricardo with a serious expression said that it was because they had already gotten used to it. Leon with a serious expression looked at him intently and said that this was nonsense. The queen's temptation was magic, which was most likely similar to an innate curse. They couldn't just get used to it. He had seen someone with similar power before, the mistress of pleasure. Seduction that entices all living things, demonic pleasure that leads all living things to sin. Leon approached Beatrice and said that, however, there is something strange. He is the one who despises all evil more than others, but for some reason does not feel such energy from the queen. Ricardo stood silently in place and watched intently what he was going to do. Leon threw a purple petal of an unknown flower into the Holy Grail and said that they were idiots. After that, purple energy appeared around him, and he called the goddess of dreams and death. He closed his eyes and said that he was her protector, asking for her mercy. Immediately after that, the goddess appeared in the room, who agreed to this. Ricardo looked at her with a very surprised look, while she called Leon the Knight of Arian and the Master of the Lion's Heart. The goddess stood behind him and said that she would be happy to answer his call. He bowed to her and said that he greeted the ruler of dreams and death, the goddess of Ardent. He turned around and said that it was he who summoned her. She agreed and said that she clearly felt it. This is the work of the demons of debauchery. Their ritual takes place in a dream, which is repeated over and over again. However, every dream must end sooner or later. She waved her lantern and said that they must show their true essence. A strong energy began to emanate from her lantern, which began to quickly spread in all directions. Leon stood calmly in place while this energy passed through him. The knights, along with General Ricardo, also fell under the influence of this magic. Soon it engulfed the entire castle and everything around turned black and white. The illusion is broken and Taesung stands in place with a surprised look. He looked at the general along with his knights, who took on their true form and said that these are, after all, Death Knights. Leon sighed and said that now it was clear why they did not notice anything and why they did not understand anything. He didn't think that they would have enough power to invent this whole world. The Death Knights walked towards him and say that they shouldn't wake the queen from her sleep. They need to protect her and maintain the seal. Taesung looked away while he was carrying Jinsu aside and loudly told His Majesty that there was a Death Knight behind him. Leon looked at the general and thought that he was not a monster who was drowning in vice. He took out his sword through the portal that had just appeared and said with a serious look that in that case, the illusion of this gate started from the queen. Immediately after that, he turned to Beatrice, who was lying on the bed and sleeping. He radiated his aura with a serious look and said that if he killed the queen, this illusion would disappear by itself. Immediately after his words, Ricardo attacked him, swinging his sword and was about to attack him in a jump. He dealt a very strong blow, but Leon easily blocked this attack. He looked at him with a smile, while holding back his blow with his sword. He felt it coming and turned around to see a Death Knight running towards him very quickly. He looked at the spear that was about to attack him with a very serious and worried look. Leon was able to block this attack from the Death Knight with one swing of his sword. He was silent for a few seconds and then said with a serious look that this was a one-on-one fight. Is he really ready to part with his honor as a knight? Ricardo quickly swung his sword and said that he had parted with it a long time ago. Immediately after that, a bright blue flame appeared behind him and several skeletons ran out of it. Leon asked loudly with a very serious look, does he really think he can stop him by attacking from both sides? He began to emit a very strong aura while two skeletons were running towards him. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword for a very strong strike. He directed this attack at the skeleton that was currently in the air. At the last moment, this monster was protected by another skeleton, who reflected this attack with a shield. The skeleton that was in the air fell to the ground and struck a very strong blow with his sword. Leon was able to dodge this attack. With a very angry look, he grabbed this skeleton by the head and looked forward. He slammed this skeleton into the ground very hard, while everyone else was running at him and thought that he was strong. Leon began to fight with swords against Ricardo and thought that, moreover, he was even stronger before he became undead. He raised his sword above his head and with a very serious look, he screamed loudly. He plunged his sword into the ground and said loudly that however, with the honor that he exchanged for sins, he will not be able to protect anything. All the skeletons standing nearby noticed that cracks appeared on the ground, from which a bright glow of his energy emanates. Ricardo looked at the flow of energy approaching him and called out to his queen. Immediately after that, a very strong energy burst out from under the ground. Ricardo survived this very strong attack and looked forward with a surprised look. He fell to his knees and said that if only they had struck once more, then they would have won. Leon approached him and pointed the blade of his sword at him, causing him to raise his head. Kneeling, he looked at him and called him King Lionheart. He looked down at him with a very serious look and said that he should awaken from this fleeting sleep. He raised his sword above his head to strike and said that if in the end he could not awaken, then he should continue to live in this futile illusion. He was about to strike with his sword, but he stopped and stood silently for a few seconds. He thought that this was all very strange. Perhaps their loyalty was the reason for all this, but it was not loyalty to a god. Why did the queen ask to kill them? Leon turned to the bed where Beatrice was lying and wondered if she was the main evil. He turned to the general and said with a very serious expression that he had to tell him everything. What did they do to the queen? Ricardo knelt for a few seconds in silence, and collected his thoughts, and said that she had made a deal with the devil. Many years ago, Beatrice was sitting on her throne in the hall, which was stained with the blood of many people who lay in front of her. She raised her head and looked silently at the one who called her queen. The creature in the black robe said that she was incredibly brave, so he would like to make a deal with her. Beatrice asked what deal he was talking about. The creature said that she must accept this essence of destruction and drown the kingdom in it for 100 years. If they did not fall, then he would spare her along with her subjects. The ruler of the kingdom, which was already on the verge of destruction, had no choice but to accept the offer. This was the devil's trap. 5 years later, the madman who had killed several people laughed loudly and said that it was such a relief. Why did everyone around him spoil his mood or avoid him? The number of those whose exhausted minds were broken by endless pleasure and torture increased significantly. Beatrice sat on her throne, covering her face with her hands, and heard the loud screams of people in the street. During the day she was forced to watch demons destroy people, and at night she heard the voices of the possessed. She asked with a very worried and tired look, what had she done? The first years she still held out, but her opponent was the archdemon of pleasure. His trap was insidious and cruel. If you get caught in it, then there will be no saving loophole. Those who decide to commit suicide to get out of the trap become restless spirits wandering the afterlife. And as soon as the 100-year contract expires, everyone becomes demon servants. Beatrice slowly went crazy. Ricardo watched as the kingdom fell into decay, and the essence of destruction in the queen's body constantly tempted him. In the 50th year, her faithful knight could no longer resist desires, and when he tried to lie with the queen, Captain Ricardo Bonds made a decision. He left the queen's room, gathered the knights, and said that the survivors could not resist temptation. In that case, they must commit suicide. In order to protect the queen and preserve their honor, they decided to do this. Even if they soiled their knightly cloaks, even if they became ghosts wandering the afterlife, even if they became slaves of the devil after the end of the century, they had to protect the queen. At present, Ricardo said that the queen's temptation did not work on those who committed suicide. They also sealed her here. She had been under the seal for 80 years. She could only stay awake for half a day and slept the rest of the time. Leon looked at him with a calm expression and thought that they were incredibly loyal to her. He said that now he understood why the queen asked him to kill them. The goddess Fervor, standing next to him, called Leon, and he immediately turned to her. She looked forward with a serious expression and asked if he felt it. He looked in the same direction and said that he felt it too. Thus released her energy, which she directed towards the exit of the dungeon. She noticed that behind the door leading inside stood Androgen and many demons. Leon looked towards the exit with a very displeased look and said that they were the creations of evil. He turned around and loudly told his knights that they should get up. How much longer are they going to sleep? Immediately after that, Kim and Jinsu, whom he knocked out, woke up with very surprised faces. Leon grabbed them and loudly told them that they should get up immediately. They ran upstairs very quickly, and he loudly said that it was time for them to do what needed to be done. Dust looked towards them with a small smile and asked, in that case, would he like to continue the unfinished conversation? At the same time, one of the knights standing on the street said loudly with a worried voice that they were already here. He approached Leon and loudly told His Majesty that the demons had already broken through the wall. Chinsa looked into the distance with a very surprised and scared look and tried to say something. He saw an army of demons running towards them and thought that there were too many of them. Leon said nothing about it and calmly looked at these monsters. Tae-sun stepped forward and looked forward with a serious look. He put on his helmet and said with a serious look that they should raise their shields. The rest of the knights immediately went to him and said the same thing. They all stood in a row, and Tae-sun thought that as the king said, staying in place, they can stop the enemies. While they hold them back, the king will somehow cope with all this. The androgyne pointed towards the castle with a wide smile and loudly told his slaves that they should get down to business and drown them in pain and pleasure. Strong energy begins to emanate from the demons due to the riot of rage, and they began to laugh very loudly. Yak loudly gave the order to destroy unarmed enemy objects. Leon, who was standing next to him with a very serious look, called Stallion to him. He raised his hand and screamed loudly with a terrifying look, while an army of demons was running towards him. This huge crowd of monsters began to surround the knights who were standing in a defensive formation. These demons crashed into their shields and tried to break through their defense. They screamed loudly, and Tae-sun looked at this with a serious look and thought that they were too strong. However, if they can withstand, then His Majesty. When he thought about this, he immediately decided to look at him, but was confused by what he saw. A large army of demons is climbing towards them, and he wondered where the king went. He is trying to withstand this army, and thinks that this is the end. Suddenly, a strong explosion of bright energy occurred, which threw the demons in different directions. Leon said with a very serious look, for the Lionheart Kingdom. He grabbed his sword and emitted a very strong energy while the demons around him screamed loudly in terror. The reason why the Pleasure Archdemon's army is strong is because of their numbers. Leon called out to Stallion, but when he turned around, he noticed that his horse was lying on the ground due to many injuries. The Pleasure Demon's attacks are not that strong, but due to the effects placed on them, they are not that easy to deal with. Leon said that this is a trick that the pleasure demons use. He thought that they lack breaking power. Will he be able to do it in his current state? He closed his eyes and stood there silently for a few seconds. He grabbed his sword, began to emit strong energy, and said loudly that he must do it. He turned around because he heard the loud sound of horses' hooves from behind, and Ricardo loudly said that they must begin the assault. Immediately after, several death knights ran out of the castle on horses with him at the head. They galloped very quickly past the knights towards the demon army. They ride through the ranks of these monsters and kill all the demons in their path. Ricardo stopped next to King Leonhardt and called him. Leon turned to him and called him captain. He said with a satisfied smile that it was time to wake up from sleep. Ricardo got off his horse and said that, however, they were still as loyal to the queen as before. Leon agreed with him with a smile and said that it should be so. Ricardo looked at him with a serious expression and told the foreign king that they had already suffered very great losses. However, if everything could be changed, they were ready to fight again. Leon smiled at his determination and looked at him and the knights who came out with him in silence for a few seconds. He turned to the demon army, swung his sword and said that in that case, they should watch closely. He would definitely live up to their expectations. He walked forward and his body was covered with a strong energy. He was a symbol of hope. Leon called the god of war and flame, and after that his eyes were filled with energy, and his body was engulfed in fiery energy. Even in a world destroyed by the creations of evil, the gods found a place for themselves in his heart. His body continues to emit a very strong flame, and he said that he must answer it. Leon's hair became very long, and he said with a self-confident smile that he must show his courage. After that, he released a very strong wave of bright energy that illuminated the entire castle. Everyone present heard the voice of the god of war and flame, who said that he still continues to sacrifice himself, but in the end, without him, this flame will go out. Leon said with a smile that he will then hold it for as long as it takes until they urge it. What he always did was make his way through thorns to the stars. A deity made of energy appeared above his head, and he looked at the demons with disdain. They looked at him with very surprised faces and could not do anything. Leon stuck his sword into the ground and said loudly that he was the first knight of the god of war and flame, Phytos. The knights standing next to him were filled with fiery energy, and he said loudly that he was their standard bearer, and he was calling them. Here and now they must punish the spawn of evil with the flames of war. The demons looked at the huge amount of energy emanating from him with very surprised faces and could not move. A carriage drawn by 2 golden buffaloes appeared in front of Leon. He jumped on this carriage and put his sword back into his space. He turned to Stallion, who disappeared, and told his friend that he was grateful to him, and now he should rest. Leon took out his spear, which he pointed at the army of demons and said loudly that they should all follow him, and then they would win. The buffaloes, from which the same energy emanated as from him, stood on their hind legs and made a very loud sound. Ricardo is surprised by what he is doing and said loudly that it is too dangerous. He looked at Leon and said loudly that he is the only one in front. The demons run towards them, and one of them said loudly that they must die. Leon looked at them with a surprised look and did not say anything for a few seconds. He said loudly with a dissatisfied face to these stupid creatures that they do not even know what cavalry is. And they also do not know what an attack is, and that it must be done with a sword and a spear. His buffaloes are jumping at a high speed towards the army of demons that are running towards him. They attack these demons with their horns, and the system notifies that the strongest attack effect has been used. The buffaloes throw many demons high into the air with their horns. Ricardo and Androgyne looked at what he is doing with surprised faces and cannot say anything. Leon, with a very serious expression on his face, jumps forward and looks at these demons. Many demons flew into the air due to his energy attacks. Androgyne looked at what was happening with a shocked look and asked loudly, "What is this? How was he able to break through them without stopping for even a second? They must fire magic cannons and destroy them." Many demons pointed magic cannons at the battlefield, and one of them gave the order to open fire. They fire a volley from these cannons with sly smiles, and many magic projectiles fly towards the battlefield. Leon, with a very displeased look, loudly told these cowardly freaks that they have no honor at all, since they use ranged weapons. The system notifies that the effect of ranged hater has been applied to the entire squad. They received a barrier of holy arrows under his command. Immediately after that, many magic projectiles hit the target, and a very strong explosion occurred. The dust from these explosions dispersed, and Leon, who was not injured at all, calmly galloped on. He said loudly with a serious look Glory to Lionheart. The system notifies that the effect of the strongest attack has been applied to the squad. The effects of the defense of the Night of War and the Fear of Evil are summarized. The attack bonus is increased by 620%. The squad's immunity to physical damage is increased by 35%. The Phytos War Buffaloes increased the effectiveness of the Fire Sword. Leon rides the buffaloes and throws the demons in different directions, and they scream loudly in pain. His attention was drawn to the fact that one of the demons screamed loudly, and he noticed a shadow approaching him. An androgyne with large swords in his hands flies towards him and loudly said that he must die. He struck a very strong blow with his weapon and hit the carriage. The buffaloes continued to run forward and make very loud sounds. They crashed into the androgyne and he was very unhappy with what was happening. He looks around with a worried look and thinks that he does not feel anything. Where did this King Lionheart go? Leon in the carriage flies high in the sky above him until the archdemon notices him. The androgyne managed to step aside at the last second and because of this he flew past him at great speed. He turned to the demons and loudly asked what they were doing. They must kill him faster. Leon took his sword out of the portal and said that he needed 1 minute. 2 knights were jumping next to him, and he said that they needed to hold out for 1 minute. The androgyne looked at him with a very worried expression and thought that he was only one. He thought that the main thing was to defeat him. But why did his knights also become stronger? He looked at him with a very serious expression and called Lionheart. He pointed his finger at him and said loudly that it was he who killed Lord Dartradon. Leon looked at him with a sly smile and asked, "Is he talking about that freak who was full of vice?" He was not the only one. He will cut off the limbs of each of these monsters, and this fate awaits him as well. Leon pointed his sword at him and said that he only had more limbs that he had to cut off. The androgyne became very angry because of what he just said and tries to answer him something, but cannot because of his rage. He summoned several swords and said loudly that he will definitely destroy him. He threw his weapons at him and said loudly that he must die. Leon stood still as a weapon filled with dark energy flew at him. He swung his spear and said loudly that instead of using his own strength, he relied only on the power of magic. That's why they, demons, were so insignificant. He threw his spear towards the monsters with incredible force. It flew across the street at an incredible speed and cut off one of Androgyne's many arms. He looked at Leon with a very scared look, and wondered if he had really blocked all of his attacks. The archdemon looked up with a surprised look when he heard him say that as he promised, he would cut off all of his limbs. Leon flew towards him with a very angry look, swinging his sword wide, which emitted a very bright energy. Androgyne looked at his actions and began to smile. Bright energy began to emanate from his forehead due to the fact that he used the ability Crown of Passion, which revives animal desires. No living creature can resist this. The Death Knights who fight against demons call out loudly for the lion's heart, and say that it is too dangerous. The androgynous was very surprised because Leon did not react to this at all and continued to look at him, swinging his sword. It dealt a very strong blow in the fall to his entire body. The androgynous asked with a very surprised look how he got rid of the crown of passionate desire. Leon confidently walked towards him and said that even the demon of pleasure could not break the king. How could someone like him hope to lead him astray from the path of the king? The androgynous looks at him with a very worried look and thinks that this cannot be. How could he be so wrong? Every living creature has a desire inside itself that it seeks to satisfy. Whatever the case, he needs to run. He said loudly in a frightened voice that they must stop him. What are they even doing? Suddenly, a buffalo attacked him from behind and because of this, he lost his balance. The archdemon fell on its back and Leon said that its rear was exposed. He put his foot on its body, and the frightened androgyne said loudly that he should wait. He loudly asked this coward, wasn't it his divine beasts that helped him in the fight? It seemed to him that all that knights could be proud of was their honor. Leon looked at him with a thoughtful look and said that he was right, it would be unfair if someone else interfered in the duel. The androgyne, with a very frightened look, agreed with him and was about to say something about it, but Leon interrupted him. He said with a serious look that, however, it was not for freaks like him to talk about honor. He swung his sword and said with an angry look that therefore this was not a duel, but the destruction of parasites. The androgyne looked at him with a frightened look and screamed very loudly in fear. Leon struck an incredibly strong blow with his sword and released a huge amount of energy, thus the archdemon of pleasure was destroyed. Since its foundation, the kingdom had been peaceful and prosperous. Beatrice thought it would last forever. Everyone thought the same until demons invaded the kingdom's lands. The wise queen, with her magical powers, knew what she had to do. But eventually, the evil spirit of these creatures began to spread throughout the kingdom. At first, the kingdom managed to win and maintain hope. But all of this disappeared in an instant. The queen realized that these monsters could not die. Beatrice stood on the battlefield with a very unhappy look and said that from the very beginning, they had no chance of winning this war. No matter how many battles they win, how many demons they kill, in the end they still come back. The death of the kingdom was already on the doorstep. The androgyne standing in front of Beatrice, surrounded by a purple aura, turned to the queen and offered her to make a deal with him. He said with a smile on his face, holding the pearl of wisdom in his hand, that if the kingdom could withstand the essence of destruction for 100 years, they would stop invading this world. Everything would return to how it was before. Beatrice looked at him with a calm face and could not answer. The queen could not even ask him why she should believe him. Beatrice brought her hand to the pearl and said that she agreed to this deal. Even if it was a cunning trap of the devil, but this way she could protect her loved ones, this was the only way out. And so, the kingdom of Spiro fell, and began to drown in pleasures and debauchery. The wise subjects, loyal knights, and the proud queen gradually became hostages of the demons. Those who gave in and went over to the side of evil can no longer return to the light side. In the end, one knight could not overcome his desire, and tried to lie with the queen. Then the knight captain locked the queen in the basement, committed suicide and became a ghost. They have been living in regret and destruction for 10 years. Knowing how it will end, they have no choice but to accept the fate of destruction. The queen hoped that this nightmare would end any day now. Leon looked at the wooden box with a thoughtful face and looked at the weapons emitting an aura and asked, "So these are the demon's crown and cleavers?" Yacht, with an enthusiastic look, quickly looked at the protagonist. Leon, with a serious look, crossed his arms and asked, "Does he really like them?" Yacht, lifting the cleaver up with the help of the fishing line, said that it was made of high-strength metal and could be useful. Leon, looking at the dark aura of the cleavers, said that, however, this weapon was tainted with vice. It seems that a soul was sealed in this weapon. Yacht, twirling the cleaver with the help of the fishing line, said that its mechanism could handle it. The protagonist said that since Yacht thought so, he could keep it. Leon, with an interested look, crossed his arms and looked at the crown radiating an aura. Ardent, appearing behind him, clutching her weapon in her hand, addressed Lionheart. He turned towards her, put his hand on his chest and told the goddess to talk to him. She looked at him and told him to show her the crown that he received by destroying this demon. The protagonist, looking at the crown, said that he was afraid that this thing would taint her gaze. Ardent, with a calm face, said that everything was fine. She looked at the crown in Leon's hands with a surprised look and said that the crown, although he may not remember, but such crowns are worn by all archdemons of pleasure. Leon asked with an amazed look, "Is it true?" Dust said that these disgusting lustful demons lure people into their nets with meaningless illusions. The power that allows them to do this is contained in this crown. She looked away with a smile on her face and said that perhaps she could extract it. The protagonist with a serious look raised his hand in front of him, opening a portal where the crown disappeared, and said that he was going to destroy it anyway. If she needs this crown, he will gladly give it as a gift. Dust with a smile on her face thanked him and said that he did a great job. The Pantheon rejoices and thanks him for his honor and glory. Leon closed his eyes, put his hand on his chest and said that he only did what needed to be done. Dust asked the war to at least say hello. Pitos said that he was going to do it anyway. A red stream of aura formed in the air near the protagonist. Pitos with an arrogant look crossed his arms, appeared from the portal and looked at Leon. He looked away with cheeks reddened with shame and said that he was a good boy. Piwile said that it could have been said more sincerely. Leon lowered his head down, turned to the goddess of dreams and the god of war, and said that he had a request for them. Pitos with a smile on his face looked at him and asked what his request was. The goddess looked at him and told Leon to tell them what his request was. The protagonist turned back and looking at the knights kneeling asked the gods to accept their souls. They radiated auras with thoughtful faces and looked at them. Pitos with an amazed look asked, "So he wants them to take these walking corpses to heaven?" These guys came out of the cycle of life and death. Fervor said that war was too cruel, it was responsible for the cycle of life and death. So this question did not concern him at all. He looked away with an irritated expression and asked what deity would allow the living dead into heaven. She calmly placed her hand on the handle of her lantern and said that she would do it. Fervor turned to Lionheart and said that those who defied death were cursed creatures who should receive her punishment. They had left the cycle of life and death. Beatrice sadly placed her hand on her chest and loudly addressed Her Majesty the Queen and said that maybe she could forgive them. The gods loudly told her not to risk herself. She calmly folded her hands in front of her and said that she was the queen of a fallen country, risking her honor, begging them for this. Fervor thoughtfully pulled her hand to her face and said that Beatrice's knights were loyal to her. But no one in her pantheon will be able to lead their souls to heaven. Beatrice, putting her hand on her chest, leaning her shaking body on her knight, stuttered that she understood this. Fervor, with a smile on her face, said that however, the merits of the knights weigh more than their sins. Their loyalty amazed the gods and, moreover, Lionheart himself asked her to take care of their souls. For her, there is no more weighty argument than this. Beatrice, with surprise on her face, looked ahead at the space shrouded in purple aura. The goddess said that she will cleanse their dirty souls and give them another chance. Therefore, he will make an offer to the queen of foreign lands. She, with a confident look, surrounded by a bright aura, flew up to Beatrice and said that this is the only way to calm the souls of her knights. Fervor, with a smile on her face, looked at her and putting her hand on her chest, offered her to become her priestess. Beatrice must help King Lionheart spread his faith. Then the fallen kingdom will be reborn under the protection of Ardor, and her knights will have a chance to be reborn. Beatrice looked at the goddess with a surprised face of joy and said that she would gladly accept this offer. After some time, the kingdom of Spiro stands in the middle of dark smoke. Leon, holding Beatrice's hand, walked out of the castle. He put his hand behind his back with a surprised face and looked at the knights. The protagonist looked at Taesong with a serious face and asked him to tell him what losses they had. He said with a thoughtful look that most of the wounded were healed by the power of the Holy Grail, but 6 died. The knights weep and mourn their dead comrades. Leon, clenching his palms into fists, looked at the knights lying on the ground and said that this is how it is. He thought that considering that the battle was against an endless stream of demons, such losses were not bad, however. The protagonist, putting his hand on the sword appearing from the portal, said that he would pray for them. Leon knelt down, putting his hands on the hilt of the sword and looked down. He looked at the sword emitting a red aura with a serious expression and addressed the god of war and flame. Leon said that his warriors, who died a heroic death, lay here. He asked to take their souls and wash away their sins with his generosity. To appreciate their bravery, burning with fire even in the face of death. The protagonist asked the god of war to let them enjoy the feast of the gods. Taesung, with surprise on his face, looked up at the streams of fiery energy. Leon, standing among the fire and crying knights, asked him to tell him the names of the dead and their families. The pantheon will never forget their feat. The bodies of the fallen knights were enveloped in red energy. The protagonist, with peace on his face, holding the sword in his hand, looked up and said that it was time to return. The system window notifies that the gates to the divine paradise have been opened. The system window repeatedly notifies that the soul level is low and access to heaven is prohibited. The effect of the blessing of King Lionheart is used and access to heaven is open. In order to eliminate the unstable gate, the Hunter Association sent all available hunters. A week later, after clearing the gate, Leon and his squad returned. Then Kanhyuk, the president of the association, registered Beatrice as a survivor. He expressed his condolences over the deaths of several hunters. Kanhyuk closed his eyes and said that the association expresses its condolences to him and the families of the victims, as well as gratitude for their sacrifice. Leon placed his hand on the table and said that he must have already seen the detailed video report recorded by Yacht. The president looked at him and agreed with his words and said that it was an unstable red gate with an archdemon. It is a real miracle that everything went well with such a small number of victims. The protagonist calmly crossed his arms and agreed with him. He looked at him with a serious expression and said that he planned to visit the families of the deceased. Kang-hyuk asked with a surprised expression if he was really going to meet them in person. Leon, without opening his eyes, said that they were under his command and he had to do at least that. The president said with a sad expression that this might not turn out well. The protagonist said with a serious expression that he was not so far from the people that he did not understand how the families of the deceased felt. Perhaps talking to the commander of the deceased would ease their suffering. Leon, without saying anything, turned to Kang-hyuk. The president looked forward with interest on his face and told him to speak. The protagonist, with a blue aura in his eyes, told him to publish the video footage and recruit new hunters. The spawn of evil will sooner or later invade this world and then they will need knights and soldiers. Kang-hyuk said with a tense expression that he understood him. He will prepare a plan and schedule and send it to Leon when ready. Some time later in the Pantheon Guild branch, on the plain of Neju. Leon, with a thoughtful look sitting on a chair, put his hand on the table and looked out the window. He thought that the demon's behavior had become unusual. He urgently needed help. Leon put his hand on his chest and thought that this time he would find it himself. A bright yellow aura emitted from under his hand, illuminating the area around. The protagonist closed his eyes with an aura radiating from his body and moved to the paradise of dead souls. He clenched his fist and stood among the trees and green foliage. The great saint, Enyak Prosthesis, with a smile on her face, placed her hands on her dress and greeted His Majesty. She said that the humble servants of the gods were glad to welcome God's messenger. The servants of the gods, kneeling down, greeted the great keeper of the Holy Grail. A bright, large palace stood in the clear sky. Leon, with a smile on his face, clenching his fists, told Enyak that they had not seen each other for a long time. Are they living well in paradise? She, with a smile on her face, looked away and told His Majesty that it was all thanks to his protection. The protagonist asked, "Is that how it turns out?" Leon, with a joyful look, told Jidus and Antok that they seemed to be in a great state of mind. Jidus, smiling, extended his hand forward, laughed and said that if they had known that such a wonderful place was waiting for them, they would have come even earlier. Leon looked at him with a happy look and told him not to joke like that. The former King Lionheart, Argent, turned to the king standing next to him. The protagonist looked at him with surprise on his face and said that this was the late king. Argent, smiling on his face, said that Leon had not been here for a long time. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and bowed to the former king and said that he probably disturbed his peace. Argent, smiling on his face, put his hand on his hip and told him to stop talking like that. They shared one heart. Leon, closing his eyes, turned to the late king and said that new souls were supposed to arrive here not long ago. Had he heard anything about it? Argent, smiling on his face, raised his hand in front of him and said that he was talking about them. No new souls have arrived here for 180 years. Leon can rest assured, they are being treated very well here. All the knights look around in surprise as they fall from the sky. Leon said that this is how it is. Argent looked ahead and said that he was sure that the protagonist had come here so urgently for a reason. The late king asked him to tell him what was going on. Leon, with a smile on his face, said that he would first like to greet the gods of the pantheon and discuss a problem with them. He put his hand on his chest with a serious expression and quickly looked ahead and said that the situation was urgent. The protagonist had come to ask the ancestors to share their wisdom. Argent, with a calm face, crossed his arms and said that in that case he needed to go to the forest. He would lend him his friend Petelion. After a while, Leon, with a smile on his face, held Petelion's reins in his hands. He turned back with a serious expression and quickly flew up, thinking that someday he would arrive here with Stallion. But until then, he could not leave without leaving an heir. The protagonist, holding the reins in his hands, turned his head to the side and turning to Petelion, told him to fly in that direction. The horse of the late king, turning to the side, made a sound and falling to the ground, inflated the air with its wings. Leon, holding the reins in his hand, looked at the forest. He said with a serious face that they were in place. The sages of the forest turned to Lionheart, the great Duke of Dragonia, the messenger of the gods. The protagonist looked to the side with a serious face and turned to them. He asked for forgiveness for invading their lands from heaven. Gunlar, turning to King Lionheart, said that all living beings are indebted to him and even the gods themselves. The forest happily welcomes him. Leon, with a smile on his face, looked up and said that his praise flatters him. Gunlar said that he is a descendant of the great demon Slayer and the heir of King Lionheart. He asked, for what business did he come to the paradise for dead souls? Leon looked at him with a serious expression and said that he would like to meet the youngest and closest of the sages. Gunlar pulled his roots out of the ground and said that he was the youngest sage. Birds flew into the sky from his leaves. Gunlar said that Leon was his old friend. He asked with a serious expression why he was looking for him. The protagonist looked at him and said that he needed his seedlings. Gunlar leaned towards him and sighed heavily. Leon, standing in front of him, said that if his memory served him right, he had fallen into the arms of paradise without leaving a sprout behind. Gunlar asked with surprise on his face if everything was really that urgent. Leon put his hand on his chest and said that his world, his homeland, planet Earth, would soon be attacked by the creatures of evil. He had seen this for himself during his last sortie. They realized that Leon had come there and began to act. It is quite possible that some of them had already penetrated the Earth. Gunlar said with a stern look, which meant that everything was as it was in the kingdom. The protagonist agreed with him and said that the earth would begin to decompose from within. Gunlar raised his root up and said that he was the only living person who could take things from this world with him. He stretched out his branches with leaves emitting light at the end. Gunlar, with a smile on his face, brought his sapling forward and told Leon to take it. He believed that the protagonist would be able to take care of him. Leon, with a smile on his face, holding the sapling in his hands, thanked him. Gunlar told his old friend that he was glad to finally meet him after so long. Leon looked at him with a thoughtful look and made an interested sound. Gunlar, standing among the rays of light, told him not to rush to come here. After some time, Leon heard someone address him, turned around and said that it was Gratis, Enyak, and the late king. Argent, with a smile on his face, holding his hands behind his back, asked him, "Does that mean he is leaving already?" He put his hand on Leon's hand and told him to take it. Leon looked at the hand and asked, "Is this really it?" Argent said that after consulting with the others, he decided to give him something that would be useful to him. These are reins that contain even a fantastic creature. The late king left them to him when he died, but he buried them with him. He knows that Leon cannot take many things from here, but he must accept this gift. Gratis handed him a red book and said that it was his turn now. Leon looked at the book with a surprised expression on his face and asked, "What is this?" Gratis said that he heard that he has been training his knights from the very beginning. He is sure that this is not an easy task. The protagonist looked at the book in his hands with amazement on his face and asked, "Is this really a manual for peasants on how to kill giants? Is this the same legendary training manual?" Enyak looked at her comrades giving Leon gifts. She turned to His Majesty with a smile on her face and said that she wanted to give this to him. Enyak placed a cross on his palm and told him to take it. Leon, with a shameful expression on his face, holding the gifts in his hands, said that after all, the treasures of the saints can only be passed on to other saints. Could he really accept it? Enyak asked who would object if this treasure was with the messenger of the gods of the pantheon. She, with a smile on her face, closed her eyes and crossed her arms in front of her, said that this amulet would protect him until the resurrection of the holy sword. Enyak asked him to accept it. Leon, with a smile on his face, clutching the gifts of the saints, quickly looked forward and thanked them all for their gifts. He, standing under a bright yellow beam, said that he would find a use for them. After some time, a branch of the Pantheon Guild stands under the night sky. Leon, putting his hands behind his back, looked at the white door and said that this was King Lionheart. He asked with a serious look if he could come in. Beatrice is standing near the window, holding a glass in her hand. The protagonist looked at the open door of the room. He closed his eyes with a serious face and said nothing until Beatrice asked with a smile on her face if he would come in. Leon said that she had not given him permission to do so. She said with a smirk on her face that he was a very honest man. Beatrice, looking happy, standing near the dark window, told him to come in. She, with a smile on her face, put her hands on her dress and looked at him. The protagonist, putting his hand on the door handle, turned to the queen and asked him to forgive her for bringing her to such a terrible place. Beatrice, closing her eyes, put her hand on her chest and said that this place was too beautiful for the queen of a ruined country. She asked him to forgive her for being rude. Leon, with a smile on his face, said that there was nothing to worry about. He thought that apparently nothing could be done about the energy emanating from her. The main character, with a serious expression, put his hands behind his back, looked at the moonlight coming from the window, and said that the divine energy inside her suppresses the energy of destruction. However, it was not possible to completely destroy it. It will be necessary to maintain the balance for some time. Beatrice, with surprise on her face, put her hand on her chest, looked at the mark that appeared on her hand. Leon, sitting at the table, asked, "Are these really funeral drinks for the dead knights?" She, with a sad expression, holding a glass in her hand, looked out the window and said that this is all she can do and what is in her power. Leon, with a concerned face, held a glass in front of him and asked if she had gotten used to everything. Beatrice said that she needed some more time. This place was completely different from her world. Leon, with his eyes closed, brought the glass to his mouth and said that she did not have to get used to it. She looked at him with a surprised face. He crossed his arms with a stern look and told her to keep her pride and live by her own rules. Every ruler must live by his own rules, no matter where he is. The protagonist, with a confident grin on his face and a blue aura in his eye, said that the criminals of each world will submit to the will of the monarch. Beatrice, with a smile on her face, closed her eyes and asked, "Isn't that what invaders think?" Leon, with a smile on his face, said that that was a different matter. To harm the world just because you want to, is the ambition of the weak. but to bring benefit through righteous teachings, is the desire of the Lionheart King. Beatrice thought with a smile on her face that everything was clear. Only with such a view of life can one fight demons for hundreds of years. She lowered her head to the side and said that apparently his enemies were not only demons. Leon, sitting on a chair with his arms crossed, said loudly that everything was exactly like that. He was given a noble mission by the gods of heaven and earth. The protagonist hit his chest with his fist and said that that was why he wanted to offer her something. He turned to the magical queen of the Spiro Kingdom and said that he wanted her to join his mission. Beatrice put her hand on her chest and said that she was indebted to him. How could she, being a queen, not repay the debt of the entire kingdom? But there was one problem: the archdemon of pleasure. She, with a serious face, enveloped in an ominous aura, put her hands on her chest and asked him to tell her how to obtain the power that could destroy him. Leon, with a smile on his face, quickly looked at her and loudly agreed with her, said that he would do anything for this. Just the sight of them shaking in fear as he destroyed them with the holy power granted by the gods made his heart flutter. Beatrice said that in her kingdom, they executed demons by boiling them alive. No matter how many times they killed them, they always came back, so they decided to at least traumatize them. Leon said loudly that this was a very wise decision. Those selfish freaks only care about their own pain. Leon, with a sinister smile on his face and a yellow aura in his eyes, extended his hand and asked if she had ever driven needles under the nails of demons. That is when the demons screamed the loudest. Beatrice, with a malicious smile on her face and a red face, covered her mouth with her hand and laughed, and said that they once skinned one alive and then rolled it over nails. Leon slammed his glass against the queen's glass and laughed loudly, and said that this was very original. Beatrice laughed upon hearing his words. After some time, a bright star flies across the night sky above the field. Hari, running forward along the street, sighs loudly. She looked away with surprise on her face. Hari bowed, greeting the king and queen, and said loudly that she hoped they were in good health and spirits. Leon, sitting on a bench, told her to come up to them and pour them some tea. Hari, with a fake smile on her face, holding a thermos with a shaking hand, said loudly that she was listening to him. Leon, with a calm face, holds a paper cup in his hands. He turned towards the queen, addressed Hari, and asked her to serve Beatrice for a while. He did not care about her manners, but in her presence she should dress and behave appropriately for a servant of royalty. Beatrice said that this was not at all necessary. The main character said that he objected to this. The queen should have a servant corresponding to her status. The queen asked with a smile on her face, "So her name is Hari?" She agreed with her voice shaking with a surprised expression. Beatrice said that she felt a strong fiery energy coming from her. If Hari didn't mind, she would like to study her in more detail. Hari looked at her with an amazed expression, clutching the handle of her bag with her hands, and wondered how she knew about her special skills. Leon crossed his legs with a smile on his face and asked her to swing her sword once. He said that she had only been serving him all this time. He thought it would be useful. Leon raised his hand in front of him with a serious expression, taking out his weapon from the portal, and told Hari to take the sword, and he would see how she wielded it. Hari looked at him with an angry expression and said that it was a great honor for her. She extended her hand forward with a surprised expression, looking at the sword in the protagonist's hand. Hari looked forward with a serious expression, holding the sword. She wrapped her body in fiery energy with a tense face and swung her sword, creating a fiery beam. Hari, with a yellow aura in her eyes, raised the sword in her hands, wrapped in fiery energy. She slid forward with great force from her power and slashed the sword forward, emitting a powerful aura. Leon looked at her with an amazed look and said that the swing was too big. Hari, with a puzzled look on her face, looked down and made a sad sound. The protagonist put one hand behind his back and extended his other hand to the side of the sword hilt, and asked if this helps her use her abilities. She closed her eyes and extended the sword towards him, holding it with both hands, and said that it was easier for her. Leon, with a confident look, held the sword in both hands, raised it up, and said that the movements should be strong, they should not be sweeping. He, with a blue aura in his eyes, directed the sword forward. The ground broke under the force of his strike, emitting a blue aura and a stream of smoke. The protagonist, standing surrounded by dark smoke, asked, "Is it really that hard?" Hari should try to follow his advice and practice the movements 10,000 times a day. She looked at him with horror on her face and disheveled hair. Leon asked Beatrice what she thought about it. She smiled and folded her hands on her knees and said that she didn't know how to use fire power. Beatrice stood up from the bench and said that fire was easy to disturb. She smiled and placed her hands on the sword appearing from the portal, and said that it was better to put fire mana into your sword than to attack with it just like that. Beatrice looked at the reddened sword emitting fire energy with amazement on her face, and said that she should concentrate the energy on the sword to strike with it. Concentrated flames cannot be extinguished easily. She confidently pointed the sword filled with energy forward. Beatrice swung her sword, leaving a red beam, and said that by releasing concentrated fire, Hari should aim to destroy the enemy. She slid along the ground with great force and slashed the sword into the air, creating an energy ball in the sky, and said loudly that she should do it as if piercing through. Hari looked at the red beam flying rapidly in the sky with a frightened look. Beatrice, with a smile on her face, holding the sword in her hands, said that she should just heat the enemy to such a temperature that he turned to ash. It's quite easy, isn't it? Hari, with fear on her face and beads of sweat, thought that it was not easy at all. That same night, she sat on a chair, put her head on the table, and said that she had so much to do. Hari, with drops of tears flowing down, turned her head to the side and said that she needed to send a report to the manager and the president of the association. She needed to buy potatoes and sweet potatoes for the new cadets, and she also needed to sharpen her weapons. But where could she find a master now? She put her hands on her head with horror on her face and threw her head back and said loudly that she also needed to pay taxes. How could she do all this? They hadn't taught them such mundane things at the academy. Yacht, lowering a fishing line from the ceiling, asked if she really couldn't handle accounting duties. Hari, looking frightened, raised her hands and turned to face him and screamed loudly in fear. She looked at Yacht, who was sitting on her head, with beads of sweat on her face. He looked at her and said that he advised dividing up the accounting duties to improve work efficiency. She thought with surprise on her face that Yacht was a cool computer. With him, she could figure everything out in a second. Hari, looking tired, stretched out her hands and explained to him what needed to be done. Yak said that in accordance with the laws of the Big Data Hunters Association, the association covers food costs. A request for the production of weapons and equipment has been registered. The price of the Naja Plains harvest has increased. Seeking tax relief from the Ministry of Food, Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. Tax relief and business separation are available. Pantheon Farm and Pantheon Guild are separate independent entities. According to the Agriculture Support Act of the Ministry of Food, Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, Pantheon Farm meets the criteria for tax relief. Hari listened to him with a smile on her face. She puts her palms together with a puzzled expression and says loudly that he really helped her so much. Yak said that if she had any problems with paying taxes in the future, she could contact him. Hari pointed at herself with a surprised expression and told him that she also needed to buy clothes suitable for servants. Maybe something like a maid costume? Yak said that the Lionheart Kingdom corresponded to the medieval kingdoms of this world. Based on this, the servant uniform was a maid costume, which was a reasonable conclusion. Hari looked at him with an inspired look, crossed her arms, and said that she thought he would scold her and call it cosplay. Yak asked if he should contact Big Data and order a maid costume. She said loudly that she would be very grateful to him. Hari didn't know something. Big Data, which Yak referred to, were advertisements from online stores. The most popular product in the online store was censored and Big Data was to blame for everything. After some time, Han Suho of Hunter Academy, Class A, gets off the bus. A student from the same class named Kim Jae-hyuk comes out after him and asks, "There are more people here than they expected, right?" Suho turns to him and says with a smile that since everyone saw it, it is expected. Leon visited the Hunter Academy a few days ago. He said with a serious look that he did not come here for knights, but rather for their sprouts. They will be taught swordsmanship, spearmanship, horseback riding, and also theology. One of the students raised his hand and asked, "What if he is an archer?" Leon pointed at him with a displeased look and said that this means he is unlucky and does not belong in the infantry. The student lowered his hand with a confused look and said that it was a bit too much. At first, the cadets were extremely dissatisfied with Lionheart's arrogant and rude behavior. Leon said that, however, if they studied theology, they would gain incredible divine wisdom. He snapped his fingers and his hand immediately lit up and said that they could see for themselves. However, the students were captivated by his unwavering strength. Jae-hyuk looked displeased at what he saw and said that they definitely experienced culture shock back then. Suho said that they would all learn to use magic after all. A student from the same class named Jung Choyan followed them and said that it wasn't magic. She said with a serious expression that, of course, if they only paid attention to the result and completely forgot about the process, they could call it that. Jae-hyuk said that she came too after all. He thought that she was angry because she was called a commoner. Choi-yeon remembered what Leon had said to her back then and blushed because she was displeased. Soho asked, then what about the Holy Sword Guild? She's the guildmaster's granddaughter after all. Choi-yeon showed them her phone and asked how could she not come after what she saw. They both looked at her phone and asked what kind of Pantheon TV is this? Is there a video of using divine powers and closing the gate? Is that even normal? Soho took out his phone and saw one of the videos on the channel and said that it was Hari after all. Jae-hyuk looked at his phone and asked if he didn't have enough money? Why is his phone so old? Soho said that he sends most of the money to orphanages. Jae-hyuk continued to look at his phone and said that he works like Hari. So, does that mean she's working for the Pantheon Guild now? Soho agreed with him and said that she's probably on some cool mission right now. At the same time, Hari was standing there with a very worried look, wearing a complete 5-piece maid costume set, which was in the adult category and had a rating of almost 10 stars. She asked with a very confused look, is this really the same maid uniform? Is he sure about it? Yacht, who was standing in front of her, said that he was referring to big data. All the information matches. The match rate is 99%. Does she have doubts about the accuracy of big data? Hari refused it and tried to object, but Yacht asked, is she ignoring big data? Soho was happy when he recognized her voice, started knocking on the door, and thought that she would be very surprised when she saw him. Hari, who was currently fighting with Yacht, was very scared because she heard this knock. She said loudly in a worried voice that guests were supposed to come today. He said that if she was busy, he could receive them. She loudly refused and said that he should wait. Hari loudly called him, but Yacht did not listen to her and used his wire to pull the door to open it. She didn't have time to stop him, and in the open door they saw Soho, who was standing with a wide smile. He was surprised when he saw them, and Hari, with a very embarrassed look, tried to cover herself with her hands. She, ready to burst into tears, greeted the children and said that they had come such a long way here. Soho closed his eyes. Jae-hyuk and asked in a confused voice what she was wearing. Hari continued to be embarrassed because of this whole situation and said loudly that this was not what she wanted to wear at all. Yak said that this was a dubious statement. She does not trust big data at the level of thinking of organic matter? Hari screamed loudly in surprise and said that he should stop lifting her skirt. She grabbed Yak and Leon came to them, who asked what kind of clothes were these. She turned to him with an embarrassed look and called His Majesty. She tried to say something to justify herself, but stopped because she noticed how dissatisfied and angry he was looking at her. He pointed at her very angrily and asked loudly, what kind of indecency is this? She must go and change her clothes immediately. Hari looked at Yacht with an embarrassed look and agreed to it. In addition to her embarrassment, she was also very displeased, and this embarrassed Yacht. He said that it was time for lunch for the second-level trainees, time to distribute salt water. Hari did not have time to do anything and he very quickly jumped out of her hands. The shocked students looked at Leon chasing her away to change clothes, and thus the meeting with Hari, who was a role model for Soho, took place. It was the worst meeting in the world. After some time, a red gate was seen on Jeju Island. The man got off the transport and said that they finally got there. Yona said that they were promised payment, so they flew out early in the morning. Money means a lot. Jimchul told his sister that she knew how bad things were for their guild. He turned around and said that everything was taken from them at the gate to Jeonju. They needed to somehow make up for lost time. 40 more people from his Golden Lion Guild arrived with Jimchul. Yamweng came up to them, called him over and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jimchul looked at him with a smile and said that he thought they would never see each other again after that incident with blackmailing the government. Did he really ask for an order to close that gate? Yamweng sighed with a displeased look because he reminded them of that incident. He said with a smile that at least his guild members were alive and unharmed. There was a very tense atmosphere between them and they looked at each other with big smiles and laughed. Junkil asked with a dissatisfied look, the payment is divided between them, right? Yamweng asked with a smile, what kind of nonsense is this? Isn't it obvious that his guild is incapable of anything in this state? Junkil asked with a smile to this traitor hunter, if not them, then who else will help the hunters? Isn't he right? Yamweng got really angry because of the way he called him and asked, is he looking for trouble now? He pointed his finger at him and said that they will divide 60 to 40 and no more. Junkil agreed with a smile and said that then he will pay for the food. Yan Wang with a very dissatisfied look said loudly that they should eat with their own money. Yanga sighed with dissatisfaction while watching their argument and said that they are so pathetic. They don't seem like children, then why are they having such a squabble? A girl approached her from behind and scared her very much by saying that she didn't know it. Yona turned around with a surprised look and asked loudly, why did she scare her like that? She should at least warn her that she was approaching. Ha Yuri, a member of the Phoenix Guild of S rank, said with a sly smile that she should speak more quietly. Still, they managed to gather together before penetrating the gate. 3 S rank hunters and 1 almost S rank. With such a composition, it is possible to clear any S-class gate below the black level. They are quite enough for this. After some time, Yin Wang with a very surprised and worried look looked at something and could not say anything. He saw a battlefield that was filled with the bodies of defeated knights. In front of them stood a knight who loudly asked, who dared to save these freaks in front of him, the knight of Geobrick? He is a glorious knight Lionheart named Geobrick will punish them all to the last one. After these words, he raised his huge shield and swung his hammer. A system window appeared in front of the hunters, in which it was written that their task was to save the injured people. The condition of victory is to defeat the mighty knight Geobrick. Junkil looked forward with a horrified expression and said what was this? Geobrick looked at them with a green aura in his eye and said that they were all foreigners. He put a shield in front of him and asked why they harmed the kingdom's army. Their answer would determine what he would do to them with his hammer. Yona clasped her hands with an angry expression and said what that tin can just said. Yin Wang raised his hand in front of him with a smile on his face and closed his eyes and told them to stop. It seemed like they had a misunderstanding. He walked up to the knights and said that since their knights had made a preemptive attack, they couldn't act any other way. Dalian M. Chain loudly asked what he was talking about. He was just a pathetic mercenary. Geobrick threw down his weapon and told him that he had warned him that haste would prevent them from fulfilling their duty. He turned towards him and loudly asked how he could act so rashly in the name of the goddess. Dalian, with annoyance on his face, looked down and apologized to him. Yanwan, with a smirk on his face and his eyes closed, put his hand on his chest and told the strangers to accept his apology on behalf of Dalian. There is nothing to worry about, the main thing is that the misunderstanding was resolved. The guild leader, with a sarcastic smirk on his face, thought that he spoke better than he thought, and the problem was easily resolved. Geobrick, holding a weapon in his hand, said that, however, the mercenary who killed 6 knights of the royal army must be punished for this grave sin. He looked at his comrades who stood in fighting stances and said that if you look at it that way, there are 6 of them too. Geobrick, with an ominous aura in his eyes, raised his hammer up, preparing to attack, and said that there were 6 and they would pay with their lives. After some time, there is a bright building under the clear sky. Hari walked forward with a smile on her face, leading the students. Jae-hyuk looked around with an interested look and thought that the situation here is bad. There is no modern technology here and not even a medical center. He turned around with a frightened look and looking at the students drinking water, he wondered why all these people eat only water for lunch. Hari turned towards Soho with a smile on her face and said loudly that they were here. They looked forward with horror on their faces and asked what is this? Hari looked at the serious battles going on and said loudly that this is their soldiers' training area. The man hit the guy's chin with his fist with great force and said loudly that he will beat him until he bleeds. Jae-hyuk, watching this with an amazed look, rubbed his face with his hand and asked what is this? Hari looked up with joy on her face and clenching her hands said that this is training. He looked at the men killing each other and asked, is this really what she calls training? The guy raised his hands with an angry look, clenching his fists, and loudly told the man biting his cheek to do it even harder. Hari looked forward with an inspired look and said that there was a deep intention behind this training from His Majesty. They would also be able to experience it for themselves, and there was no such thing in the knight training manual. She said loudly with an ominous look that they were very lucky. Leon stood behind Jae-hyuk with a stern face and said that everyone was here. He looked up with a frightened face and made a loud sound while shaking with fear. Hari looked at Leon with a smile on her face and loudly greeted His Majesty. The protagonists looked away with a bored look and said that today they visited his academy because they were considering a career as a knight. Everyone can stand up quietly and make room. Hari put a pillow on the ground for Leon's comfort. She closed her eyes, pointed to the pillow with her hand and, sitting on her knees, loudly told him to sit down. The cadets wondered why she was treating him like an ancient king. Leon, with an arrogant look, crossed his arms while sitting on the pillow and told her to also stand next to the cadets, and she, with a surprised face, quickly looked at him. The protagonist said that she also needed to slowly become a knight and aimed for more. Hari looked at him with a happy look and loudly said that she agreed with this. Leon, closing his eyes after Hari left, said that then they could begin. He would select the most worthy of them as his students. Those who passed the selection, he would personally train. It would be an honor for their families as well. Soho, with an interested look, turned towards the deputy and addressed her by status. Hari, with a confident look, quickly looked forward and hit him on the chest with her hand. She put her hand in front of her with a menacing face and turned to him and asked if he understood that he should never be rude to His Majesty. She said this because she was sincerely worried about him. Soho looked at her with surprise on his face and a drop of sweat dripping down. Leon crossed his arms with a menacing look and said that first he should see what they were capable of. He asked everyone to take up a sword and defend themselves. The cadets with beads of sweat on their faces were shaking with fear and anticipation of the fight. The protagonist said that there would be a time limit, they should fight until the last one fell. Thanks to the Holy Grail, they did not need to worry about injuries. Leon with a calm face instantly appeared behind them. He looked down with a smile on his face and said that there were about 40 of them. Leon hoped that at least one of them would touch him. Hari, with horror on her face, loudly addressed His Highness, and the cadet, with an astonished look, quickly looked forward. The protagonist, with a confident face, extended his hand forward and clamped 2 fingers with an aura, preparing to attack, said that he was the first. He raised his hand up and sent a stream of blue energy from his fingers towards the cadet. He flies back with great force, having received a blow and screaming loudly. The cadet, with a tired look and a big bump on his forehead, lay down on the ground and loudly asked, "What is this?" He did not even have time to see anything and loudly said for them to take out their weapons. Leon, with a frightening look, put his hand in front of him, clamping 1 finger on it, and said for them to attack. All the students began to attack him, making loud screams. Jaehyuk, with a calm look, lies on the ground, having received many injuries. Soho, with an astonished face and a battered look, sits on his knees and leans on one hand. Leon, with a smirk on his face, put his hand on his chin, standing in a circle of lying students, and said that he thought most of them would be strong enough for the knights. Soho looked forward with a confident expression while kneeling and asked, "Didn't they fight with all their might?" Jaehyuk raised his hand to the bump on his head with an exhausted expression and said that it was true. At first he didn't know what to do, but then he put all his strength into it. Hari closed her eyes while lying on the ground with an exhausted expression and said that he was very strong, and it was almost like a boss attack. She thought that there was no time to attack. Hari remembered their fight with the protagonist. She flew towards him preparing to attack. Leon quickly extended his hand forward. He got into a fighting stance with an ominous expression and grabbed the tip of Soho's sword with one hand and held Jaehyuk's neck with his other hand. The protagonists slammed their faces into the ground with great force with a terrifying expression. Hari confidently jumped above his head holding the sword in her hand, which was enveloped in a fiery aura. She looked down at the resulting fireball illuminating everything around her. Leon put his hand on the tip of his sword with an ominous expression, stopping her attack. Hari fights him with a fearful expression, while Chon jumps into the air above his head with a determined expression, holding a weapon in her hand and turning around to strike. Hari snaps out of his memories. Leon, with a furious expression and an aura in his eyes, says that it's not bad. After a while, the protagonist, with a serious expression, says that he sees that they have all regained their senses, so he will give further explanations. Preparing soldiers is easy, they just need to stop constantly overloading their bodies, but things are different with knights. The first group that manages to hold out until the end needs to reach the level of royal knights. The rest need to raise their skills by at least 1 level. A cadet from the seated crowd raised his hand and said to His Majesty that he doesn't quite understand the criteria for levels. Leon looks at him with a thoughtful expression. He said with a calm face that in his kingdom, knights are divided into 5 ranks. The first ones are the knights errant who have not yet taken the oath. Those who prove themselves will be appointed as royal knights. These knights are led by the knights of war, and then come the knights of the retinue. Soho looked ahead with an interested face and asked, "What does the knights of the retinue mean?" Leon said that these knights receive missions from the gods, after which they drop everything they are doing and wander until they complete the missions. They must have the stamina to endure even decades of wandering. He closed his eyes with a smirk on his face and said that he also received a mission from the goddess of light and justice, Ariana, and lived the life of a wanderer. That is how he became a knight of the Holy Grail. The guy raised his hand high, wanting to ask a question, and asked, "Does the ranks end with the Knight of the Holy Grail?" Leon put his hands in the pocket of his jacket and said that he thought that this did not require an explanation. He said with a smirk on his face that the Keeper of the Holy Grail, a title that can only be obtained by one Knight of the Holy Grail who becomes the King of Lionheart. To obtain it, they must challenge him. Leon, with a smile on his face and a blue aura in his eyes, put his hand on his chest. He illuminated everyone with the light from his eyes and said that of course anyone who did this would be killed without hesitation, and they should remember this. Jae-hyuk made a sound while sweating and shaking in fear. Leon closed his eyes with a malicious grin on his face and said that this was the last time they could challenge him because he was weaker than before. He was about the level of a simple Holy Grail Knight. The students looked at him with puzzled faces and wondered how it was weaker. Jae-hyuk said with a confident look that it was not so. How strong should a Holy Grail Knight be? Leon put his hand on his chin with a thoughtful look and thought about the power of the Holy Grail. At the same time, in the gate, Geobrick stood surrounded by a green aura among the defeated people. Jumkyo lay on the ground with a fearful expression on his face, clenching his fist. Geobrick raised his hammer, preparing to attack. Leon said that it would be difficult for them to comprehend her. Yona, with a puzzled expression and a bandaged head, quickly looked forward. She raised herself from the bed using one hand and said that she had a very painful head. She put her hand on her head with a tense expression and wondered why she had lost consciousness. She did not remember anything at all. The shaman of the Woodland tribe, Hildra, opened the curtain with her hand and asked if she had really woken up. Yona looked at her with a surprised expression and asked who she was. Hildra, with a smile on her face, put her hand on her chest and said that she was the shaman of the Woodland tribe. The shaman called her a brave warrior. Yona, with a surprised expression on her face, asked what that meant. She, with a smile on her face, leaned towards her and said that after all, they were protecting them from the cruel army of the kingdom. Yona looked at her and made a sound. Jumkyo opened the curtain with a smile and said loudly that his deputy was not dead. She asked loudly with an angry look, why would she die? Hildra, kneeling on the floor, said with a smile that there he was, the brave warrior. Jumkyo turned around and said that it seemed like they were no longer being pursued. Yona put her hand on her head and asked what did you mean, pursued? She still couldn't remember anything. He asked what her last memory was. Yona raised her hand with a thoughtful look and told him her last memory. She said that the earth was shattered into pieces and how they somehow managed to escape. Jumkyo crossed his arms with a serious face and said that she had lost all her memories of that day, but that was a good thing. They managed to escape when the spell failed. They also had only foot soldiers, so it was difficult for them to pursue them, but that monster was behind them again. He chased them almost to the very end, and at that moment the Woodland tribe helped them. While she was fighting that freak, he hit her with his hammer. She looked up with beads of sweat on her face and remembered all the events that were happening. Jumchul, with a serious face, pointed to the side with his hand and asked her to say thank you to Hildra. She had one foot in the grave for 2 days, and Yona would have definitely ended up in it if not for the shaman. Yona, with surprise on her face, asked loudly, has it really been 2 days? And where are their healers? He, with a serious look, crossed his arms and said that for some reason they could not restore her health. Hildra, with a calm face and closed her eyes, said that the Knight of the Holy Grail, Geobrick, can cast a curse that does not allow the enemy to heal their wounds. Because of this, the power of healing and regeneration begin to work differently. She put her hand on Yona's shoulder with a smile on her face. The deputy put her hand on her shoulder with amazement on her face, and looking at the mark left on it asked what it was. Hildra said that it was a magic seal that was applied to restore her health. It was she who helped her recover. These seals are a special skill of this tribe. As she was told, each seal has its own effect. Yona stuttered and asked if this was true. The guild leader asked if the deputy could stand up. Jumkyo said that he thought that they all needed to gather and have a meeting. Yona quickly looked away with amazement on her face. After a while, Yinwang, sitting on a chair among the people of the tribe, looked forward. The chief Belby of the Woodsleeve tribe looked forward with a serious expression and said that the kingdom's army had been robbing their tribe and killing their people all this time, calling them heretics. They skinned their people and cruelly executed them. He said with a drop of sweat running down his face, closing his eyes, that they confronted them, although they could not stop them. 3 other tribes have already been destroyed by them. In the end, they asked for help from God, and as a result, they, the warriors, came to save them. Yanwang and Jungchul listened to him with their arms crossed with interest on their faces. Jungchul, with a thoughtful look, put his hand on his chin and looked up, said that guy was incredibly strong. Yuri, with her eyes closed, said that his strength was equal to 3 S-rank hunters and a squad of 150 people. Hildra remembered Geobrick and said that his armor can withstand a blow from the horns of a huge buffalo. Even if he burns, he can regenerate, and as long as he is alive, all his warriors receive the same blessing. Yanwang, with an interested look, said that they noticed this. He turned back and said that all that could stop him were Yanga's gloves. She put her hand on her hip and said that it was, but they did not penetrate his armor. The deputy, with a thoughtful face, opened her mouth and brought her hand to her mouth, said that it meant that they needed items that could penetrate. Hildra looked at her with a surprised face and asked what items she was talking about. Yona looked up and said that these were the items that ignored armor. The shaman, with an amazed look, said loudly that one of the seals of their tribe had a similar property. The system window notified that it was the Fang seal. Armor penetration increased by 35%, physical strength and endurance increased by 20%. Yamwan, with a smile on his face, looked at the mark that appeared on his hand and said loudly that it was simply incredible. Thanks to this, even they would be able to cope with this monster. Beldy, with a calm face, closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and said that then, they were ready. He asked brave warriors to save their tribe. Beldy looked at them with a menacing look and said that if they had enough strength, they would help in any way they could. Some time later, on Jeju Island, at the Yuol farm, a white horse made a sound. Someone said loudly that this horse was real. After the academy students passed a simple test and completed basic training, Leon sent them to the farm on Jeju Island. Jae-hyuk looked at the horse pen with amazement on his face and said loudly that this was his first time seeing a horse. The horse breeder loudly called out to the protagonist and said that His Majesty had arrived. He turned towards him with a smile on his face and said that the horses were not bad. Leon thanked him and said that he received them so warmly despite the sudden visit. The protagonist looked at the horse breeder and said that, as he could already hear, he came to pick up good riding horses. The horse breeder rubbed his hands with an enthusiastic look and said loudly that it was an honor for them. Only their Yuol farm has horses with famous pedigrees, so their racehorses are their pride. Leon put his hand on his shoulder with a smile on his face and said that the horse's pedigree is very important. The horse breeder looked up at him with beads of sweat on his face and said that he would carefully select the right ones for him. The protagonist, with a serious expression, closed his eyes, called out to Suho and Jae-hyuk and told them to listen. For a night, his horse is a friend who will be with him for life. It is very important to find a common language with him and become one. He looked ahead with a smirk on his face and said that from now on, everyone should approach the horse they like, try to negotiate with him and saddle him. Suho and Choyeon, with joy on their faces, quickly walk into the pen with horses. The protagonist crossed his arms and looked at the horse breeder and thanked him for his work. The horse breeder clenched his fist and, raising it in front of him, said loudly that he would work with all his might. Beatrice, standing under an umbrella, walked forward and said that there were many horses here. Leon, closing his eyes, took her hand and, bringing his face close to her hand, thanked Beatrice for agreeing to such an unexpected journey. She looked at her hand with a smile on her face and asked how she could refuse his invitation. He asked with a smile on his face if she would do him the honor of allowing him to serve her. Beatrice, with a red face, closed her eyes and said that she would be happy to do so. Hari looked forward with a devastated look. There were several brown horses in the central pasture. One of them was eating green grass. The protagonist and Beatrice walked along the pasture and said that these were quite good horses. Leon, with a grin on his face, brought his hand to his chin and asked, looking forward, would she like to ride? She, with a smile on her face, closed her eyes and agreed with him and asked which horse His Majesty would recommend to her. Leon looked at the beautiful black horse standing there and asked, how about that black horse? Beatrice looked ahead and asked, is it that horse? He turned back and looked at Hari and told her to choose a horse for herself too. She stood under the umbrella and looked at him and stuttered, asking, can she really do that? Hari narrowed her eyes thoughtfully and put her hand on her chin and looked at the horses in the pasture. She saw a beautiful horse and said, how about that white one? Leon interrupted her and told her to mount that muscular golden horse. Hari agreed with him with a sad look. She put her hand on her chin thoughtfully and, holding the umbrella in her hand, said that upon closer inspection it was even cute. The main character looked ahead thoughtfully. He quickly looked ahead, seeing something, and told her to get out of the way. Hari received a hit in the face with his shoulder and made a sound. Leon extended his hand forward and told Beatrice that she could lean on his arm. Hari thought with tears in her eyes that this was too much. He held the reins of the horse Beatrice was riding with a serious face. The deputy looked forward with a puzzled expression while standing next to her horse. Leon turned around when he heard Jinsu loudly call out his status. The protagonist asked Jinsu, who was standing there, what was the matter. He put his hands on his knees with a tired look and made a sound and said that it was an important matter. Jinsu was holding a phone in his hand which Kang Hyuk had called with an emergency call. He held the phone in his hand with a serious face and said that it was an urgent call from the association chairman. Leon agreed with him and told him to take the call. Jinsu held the phone towards him, from which Kang Hyuk said that he hoped that His Majesty was okay. The protagonist asked with a calm face, what happened? He leaned his hands on the table and looked at his image on the computer and asked if he could help them. It seems like there will be a dungeon breakthrough soon. The protagonist, looking at the screen with a serious expression, said that he doesn't have to help him. He's not a person who can be forced to do all the dirty work. Kang Hyuk looked at him and said that he called because he thought it would definitely interest him. The knight who claims to serve the goddess of life and fertility is the boss of this gate. After a while, the sky above the field turned red and air currents blew away the leaves. They walked out of the red gate with confident faces. Hari looked ahead with a surprised look and asked what this was. She looked around while sitting on a horse and said with a trembling voice that it was too scary here. A black raven was eating a corpse hanging on a pole. Leon looked around with a serious face while sitting on a horse. He looked towards the building shrouded in smoke. Some time ago, Kang Hyuk looked away with an angry look and said that everything was right. He was one of the survivors of this gate. He closed his eyes standing by the man's bed, said that he was currently under sedation and if Leon would wait a bit. He interrupted him with a serious face and said that there was no need for that. Beatrice closed her eyes, put her hand on her chest and asked if it was her turn. Leon turned his head towards her and asked her to help. She brought her hand with a white aura radiating from it to the man. The protagonist quickly looked forward and said that there was nothing complicated about it. It was necessary to create a new space in his dream, so that this space would completely repeat the world from that gate. Beatrice, with purple energy radiating from her, holds her hand with a sparkling crescent moon over the body of the survivor from the gate. Her body is illuminated by a strong flow of aura. She looked down without opening her eyes and said nothing. Leon looked towards her with surprise on his face and said that this was a knight with a huge hammer. And he claims that he protects the goddess of life and fertility. He bared his teeth and asked if the name of this knight was known. Beatrice opened her eyes and said that his name was Geobrick. It seems they call him the mighty Geobrick. She looked around and said that it seemed like this place of execution was built recently. Maybe these people were hunters. Leon, sitting on his horse, looked in her direction and said that judging by their physique, they were not hunters. Geobrick killed them all after using military tactics of devastation. He wanted to eradicate their entire race. Beatrice, with a surprised face, asked how he knew that. He lowered his head down and closed his eyes and said that he had done similar things when he exterminated the orcs. Leon, sitting on his horse, looked in the direction of Hari and said that quite a long time had passed since they had finished here. If they followed their tracks, perhaps they would find out what had happened here. After a while, they were riding horses through an empty city. Beatrice looked in his direction and called out to His Highness. He looked at her with a serious expression and told her to speak. She said that he seemed to be in a hurry. Perhaps he had some guesses? The protagonist said with a worried expression that he had overlooked something. As he had said before, it would be dangerous for people with insufficient skills. All because the Knight of the Holy Grail was here. Beatrice, holding the reins with a calm face, asked if he was talking about Geobrick. Leon said that Geobrick was the favorite of the goddess Demera, 3 generations before him. His fighting prowess was passed on to the next generations of knights. He said with a terrifying expression that Geobrick lived 800 years ago, and his troops defeated the barbarians, for which he ascended to heaven. Hari asked with a surprised expression, what did he mean by ascended? Chinsu, with beads of sweat on his face, told her that most likely it meant that he had died. Leon said that, however, Geobrick did not go to heaven. The Holy Grail Knights are under special divine protection. Despite this, his soul was not allowed into heaven. Beatrice looked at him with a surprised face and asked, but how is this possible? He looked ahead with a serious expression and said that he had followed the trail of holy water energy, But he did not find him, or the knights of the punitive army. He has 3 theories. The first is that Geobrick survived, the second is that his soul was lost between 2 worlds. Leon, looking worried, said that the last one is desertion. He looked ahead and said that this matter concerns the Holy Grail Knight. And if a battle begins, it will not take place on human territory. The protagonist, with a terrifying look and a blue aura in his eyes, stood in a fighting stance and said that in any case, by attacking this gate, perhaps they will be able to find out the truth. Hari looked ahead at the hanged people and said that it was as if this was done to teach a lesson. Leon looked up with an angry expression and clenched his fists. He said with veins protruding from his face from anger that he couldn't believe that they had committed such horrible crimes. It was simply unacceptable. Leon said with a grin on his face that these barbarians were sinners who deserved to die. Hari looked at him with surprise on her face. She looked forward with an inspired expression and thought that even the king was outraged by this tragedy. Even though he was a little strange, he was a fair person. The protagonist said with a serious expression that Hari and the other cadets should listen to him. Everyone loudly agreed with him. He looked to the side and said that no matter what happened in the future, they should always follow him, their king. They should not rely only on their eyes and reasoning. Leon asked if they understood him. Jae-hyuk raised his hand up with an enthusiastic expression, clenching his fist, and loudly said that they would follow the king. He turned towards them with an angry look and said that it was good. They had to hurry. They were already close to the right place. People with horror on their faces were screaming loudly in pain. A man with a terrifying smile on his face laughing loudly said that they should all die. Not a single one would be left alive. Hari looked ahead at the terrifying battles captured by fire, and said loudly that this was it. She turned towards Leon and said loudly that this was a village. They were slaughtering the entire village. He looked forward quickly with horror on his face. Leon looked at the terrifying battle with an angry look and clenched his fist and said that they were freaks. He galloped forward at high speed and said loudly that they were in danger and they needed to attack. Hari looked at Leon moving away from them and loudly called him by status. She looked forward with an inspired look and thought that he was so angry, he couldn't stand it when people were killed. Leon rushed into battle at great speed and threw the black thing aside while screaming. Jae-hyuk looked forward and loudly said that he was too fast, they couldn't catch up with him. The main character with a terrifying look holding a sword emitting lightning and yellow energy in his hand said loudly that he was filled with incredible rage. The same when he encountered orcs. Hari, with a bewildered look and a drop of sweat running down her face, wondered what orcs he was talking about. He holds a huge sword in his hand and quickly gallops forward towards Stallion. Leon, with a yellow aura in his eyes and veins on his face bulging with anger, raised his fist in front of him and thought, is it really them? The knights are fighting the barbarians who attacked them. The people of the Woodland tribe are blocking the attacks of the knights. The old man from the tribe looked away with surprise on his face. He looked at Leon, who was galloping towards him, covered in aura, with surprise on his face. He, with a ferocious look, opened his mouth wide and said loudly that it was Lionheart. Hari, with a frightened face, looked up and wondered, what is His Majesty doing? Leon, with a terrifying smile on his face, raised the weapon in his hand and loudly said that he will kill everyone to the last one. Hari thought, shouldn't it be the other way around? A powerful yellow beam of energy hit the ground, breaking the earth's crust into many pieces. Hari, with a frightened look, looked forward and asked, how is His Majesty? One of the men who attacked the knights was lying on the ground and coughing loudly. Leon looked down at him with a terrifying expression and said that such a pathetic piece of trash even dies loudly. He held a weapon in his hand and slammed it onto the ground with great force. The protagonist, with a furious smile on his face, held a weapon in his hand and said loudly that they needed to go for the next prey. He called out to Stallion and told him to go forward. Hari looked forward with a surprised expression and raised her clenched fist in front of her and asked, has he really gone crazy? She looked forward with a tense expression and quickly thought that this couldn't be. They had to support those who were being attacked. Hari confidently extended her hand towards her weapon and said that this couldn't be, they had to stop him. She looked at the emanating purple aura with a surprised expression and called out to Her Majesty. Beatrice raised her finger with a purple stream coming from it with a smile on her face and told the lady to wait. She lowered her head with a smile on her face and said that she should trust him. He always has a reasonable reason for any action. Hari looked at her with a surprised look and asked if that was true. Leon put his hand on his head with a mad look and laughed loudly and said for those freaks to die. He hit several people with his weapon and laughed loudly and said that he killed 5 with one blow. Hari and Beatrice looked at him with beads of sweat on their faces. Hari quickly looked forward with a horrified expression and asked if that was definitely not intolerance. Beatrice, with a bead of sweat on her face holding her finger with energy radiating from it in front of her, said that it seemed like his character was a bit hot-tempered. Ji-hyuk looked away with a frightened look and said that there was nothing that could be done about it. Choi-yeon looked at him and said that they wouldn't have been able to stop him anyway. Hari looked down with a sad expression and said that they still didn't fight even after seeing such a bloody scene. It's not because they lacked a sense of justice. But these people aren't real. There are monsters and NPCs inside the gate. So they are just fake echoes of the past. Except for a small number of survivors. The monsters and NPCs living inside the gate are just memories that reflect individual events. So whether it's a massacre or someone's execution, it can't be considered a sin. Leon looked forward with a furious expression, enveloped in fiery energy, and clenched his hand, loudly said that he would leave no one alive. They would die, screaming loudly in pain. After some time, there were corpses of people lying in the destroyed city. The knights under the red sky walked forward, enveloped in grey smoke. Leon looked at them with a confident expression. Lord Vendelic's brother, a member of the Knightly Order of the Dawn of the Rabbanon, Tskata Vendelic, looked forward with a serious expression holding his helmet in his hands. He hits the ground with his fist with great force, shaking it. He kneeled down and said loudly that he welcomed the saint of this land, the Knight of the Holy Grail. Leon looked down with an arrogant expression and told him to stand up. They were still on the battlefield. Tskata looked at him with a serious expression holding his helmet in his hands and introduced himself. Leon closed his eyes and said that if this was the land of Vendelic, then the trading city of Rankville was not far from here. Could it be that his brother was the lord of these lands? He stood surrounded by other knights and said that it was so, since he had only just developed the abilities suitable for knighthood. Leon looked down at them and said that he had not yet completed his training. Tskata agreed with him and said that he was going to set out on a journey right after this battle. Leon with a stern face said that was how it was. He thought that he could not remember the name Tskata Vendelic. If he were a knight of the Holy Grail, he would already be in heaven. This means that he either did not complete his training or died during this battle. He cannot remember any of these faces. Apparently this valiant knight did not manage to leave his mark on history. Leon told him his name and said that he was the Grand Duke of Dragonia. The goddess of light and justice, Ariana, blessed him. She gave him a lion's heart. Tskata looked at him with amazement on his face and said that this meant that he carried the divine light. He asked with a stern look if he should take this as a joke. Leon, with a serious face and his eyes closed, asked what kind of knight would joke that he was given a lion's heart. Hari looked at them with amazement on her face and thought that during the life of these knights, another person had a lion's heart. Tskata looked at Leon with confidence and said that he believed him. Hari, with a drop of sweat on her face, quickly looked forward and thought that he believed him. Leon, with a confident look, looked to the side and said that as far as he knew, they were sent to punish those barbarians. Was he right about this? Tskata, with a serious face, standing amidst clouds of grey smoke, said loudly that it was true, this was their mission. He asked with an arrogant look and a blue aura in his eyes, were they knights of the punitive detachment? Were they knights of the Holy Grail? Were they entrusted with this mission, right, by Geobrick? Tskata, with a surprised face, quickly looked forward and agreed with him. Leon said that he needed to meet him urgently. Where was Geobrick now? He thought that these knights were from the squad of survivor hunters. It was clear from the way they killed those barbarians and the massacre that unfolded here. The knights, with enthusiasm on their faces, raised their hands in front of themselves and said that Geobrick was now on his way to the barbarian camp. Soon he will destroy all these dirty atheists. Leon looked down and said that he understood everything. He thought that with the Knight of the Holy Grail Geobrick, something happened to him during this war. After some time in the closed area there are many fences and wooden stakes. A man stands on the observation deck and peers into the smoky space ahead. Jumchul with a smirk on his face looked ahead and said that he had appeared. The boss of the opponents in person. Geobrick sitting on a Pegasus descends from the sky surrounded by light. The knights hold spears in one hand and shields in the other hand. Yona with a serious look put her hand on the wrist of her other hand and asked if this was really a red gate. She would have given them a black level. Yuri with a confident face quickly looked ahead and said that they can do it. Thanks to them, the tribes of these lands were able to unite. They outnumber them. She looked at the mark on her hand from which a purple glow was coming off. The system window notifies that a wild boar's grin is engraved on her hand. The chance of breaking through a shield is increased by 35%. Stamina and concentration are increased by 20%. The seal of the White Tiger tribe is engraved. The average speed of infantrymen is increased, flexibility is increased by 15%, and the seal of the skin of an iron bear is engraved. The effect of animal strength is applied, the skin of warriors has become thicker and harder, the seal of the claws of a black eagle is engraved. The enemy's resistance is reduced by 30%, and the effect of wind resistance is applied. Yuri looked at the engraving on her hand and thought that if they prayed to the same animal gods that the tribes of these lands prayed to and put these seals on them, then they could win. They stood in a fighting stance with confidence on their faces, holding their weapons in their hands. Geobrick, with a green aura in his eye, looked ahead and said that they were the surviving mercenaries. He held a hammer in his hand and rested it on his shoulder, and said that he was merciful in letting them go, even though they were weaker than him. What are they doing here? Yanwang, with a confident look, loaded a bow covered in fire energy, and asked what else they could do here. They were going to defeat him. He thought that in order to close the gate, they would still have to defeat Geobrick. He, with a terrifying look and a green aura in his eyes, said that he gave them a chance, since they were stupid and blind. They could lay down their weapons and leave, freeing themselves from their mortal sin. Yanwang, holding a bow in his hand, asked with an angry expression, should he tell them anything about sin? They execute people by skinning them alive. So he is acting justly, not sparing even the elderly and children? Geobrick, with an angry expression, looked forward. He raised his hammer high and loudly called out his name. Geobrick, wrapped in green energy, holding a hammer in his hand, said loudly that he is not ashamed before the heavens, and he is not ashamed of his deeds on earth either. He always acts justly. Geobrick threw his weapon back, enveloping everything in an ominous aura, and loudly said that they have crossed the line and there is no turning back. He will send heaven's punishment upon them. Hildra, with a frightened expression, looked forward, crossing her arms in front of her chest and loudly called out to the warriors. Yanwang, with a tense expression, drew an arrow in his bow and loudly told everyone to activate their shields. They will not be able to use it often. He looked forward with a furious look at the green aura and said that if they stop even for a moment. Before he could finish speaking, a green energy ball formed in the sky. Geobrick said that he swore to protect the kingdom and those who believe their souls in the gods. And the power of their unwavering faith rushes into one person. They looked forward at the three knights and loudly asked, "What is this?" One of the knights with a terrifying look and a raised weapon in his hand said loudly that they, the knights of this kingdom, follow the brave knight of the Holy Grail. They will direct their power to the extermination of evil. Geobrick flies in a huge stream of energy. He, with an ominous look, radiating green energy from himself, said that they will bow before the glory of the true gods. Geobrick, enveloped in an ominous stream of energy, took out his weapon. And at that moment a miracle happened. A huge stream of energy hit above his head, shaking the earth, and the earth collapsed. Creatures chosen by the gods, the goddess of light and justice Ariana, under whose protection all knights are, grants power to knights elevated to the ranks of saints. A huge black hole with an aura and streams of smoke emanating from it formed on the earth. This is divine punishment. This divine law increases the power of the entire knightly order. And the effect of the law directly depends on the god that the Knight of the Holy Grail worships. But the Knight of the Holy Grail of life and abundance has the power that makes the earth collapse. Yanwang, lying on the ground, looked down at the hole that had formed and said that this could not be. Yona, with a surprised face, looked up and said what the hell was he? Chumchul, with a frightened look, looked forward quickly and said that in an instant Geobrick did this and 3,000 warriors of the tribe simply disappeared. It's good that they were not in their place. They looked up where Geobrick was flying and said that this knight was simply impossible to defeat. He knelt down, and holding the hilt of his weapon in his hand called out to the goddess. He stood up shrouded in green rays and told her to protect the land they were walking on. Geobrick asked her to make this land a solid foundation for his brothers and sisters, and to give the heretics who have stepped on the wrong path a chance for redemption. He raised his weapon with a terrifying look, shrouded in energy, and told the heretics to disappear from this land. Yanwang, with fear on his face and a drop of sweat dripping down, looked forward, making a loud sound. Someone loudly calls out to the main damage dealer and asks him to stop them and attack them from the side. The damage dealer loudly told them to surround the knights. They still outnumbered them. Geobrick, holding his weapon in his hand, gallops forward on his horse. The knights and heretics entered into a fierce battle. He turned his head towards the beam flying towards him with surprise on his face. Geobrick leaned back to protect himself from the blow with his shield. He covered his body with the shield and said that a simple mercenary has such power. Is it all because of the tribal seals? The guy with an angry look attacks him with his weapon and makes a loud sound. The hunters did not notice it. Perhaps they did not follow the path of honor, as assigned by the god. A huge blue explosion thundered at the place where Geobrick stood. But they still tried to prove themselves, wandering around the continent, and proving themselves as true heroes. The Royal Knight of Realma put his hand on his helmet and said that in order to defeat them they must dismount and stand in formation. He took off his helmet with a menacing look, holding a shield in his hand. For decades they tempered their swords. In their old age, the swords of these knights had already been tempered in battle hundreds of times. They executed both green-skinned monsters and renegades. They defended their lands from the invasion of foreigners. They could hunt monsters for a long time without stopping with incredible strength. Realma with a terrifying look loudly praised Pantheon. Yanwang with a frightened face looked at him and made a loud sound. Jumchul holding a weapon in his hand said that reinforcements were also rushing to them. They can't resist them. Yanwang with a serious look looked at him and said that he himself knew about it. He said that if they were going to retreat, then now is the time to do it. Yona with an angry face looked at Jumchul and loudly asked what retreat he was talking about. He with a serious look recalling Geobrick said that they would not be able to defeat this army of knights, much less their boss. They definitely can't handle it themselves. Yanwang with an angry look put his hand on his chin and said that if they asked for reinforcements from other guilds from the top 10, they would be able to equalize their forces. But the dungeon breakthrough will happen before they get there. Jumkyo put his hand on his hip with a calm face and said that there is actually a way to end things better than they think. Yanwang looked at him and asked what he was talking about. He said that he was talking about Ariana, the goddess of light and justice, and Demira, the goddess of life and fertility. Hasn't he heard of them? Yanwang raised his hand with a smile on his face and pointed it up and said that he hasn't heard of them. He doesn't care about religion, and what does religion have to do with this gate? Jumkyo asked if he hasn't watched King Leonhardt's channel on Pantheon TV on a popular video hosting site. Yanwang looked down with a puzzled look. Jumkyo thought about Leon and said that he seemed to be the ruler of the kingdom of this gate. He initially thought that there was something wrong with him when he started saying that he was a knight of God or something. Yanwan looked away with a frightened look and thought that if he was from the same kingdom as these knights. He said that then, it would be better for them to retreat. Hildra addressed them standing in front of Yanwan. She asked with a frightened look, folding her hands in front of her, are they really abandoning them? Are they really going to abandon them like this? He closed his eyes with a thoughtful look and said that they would return with reinforcements. Yanwan turned towards her with a serious look and said that for now they should retreat. He thought that there was no point in explaining their plan to the NPCs. Yanwan said loudly that they should inform the other guild members about the retreat. They need to leave this gate immediately. Hildra folded her hands in front of her said that in the end they failed to defeat the monsters this time too. He looked at her with a tense face. She bit her thumbnails and said that they had never been able to close this gate. Hildra looked at her finger with a terrified expression and beads of sweat dripping down her face and said that humans are disgusting. Yanwan looked at her and asked what she just said. She looked down while clenching her hands and said that it was decided. She would have to take the shortcut again this time. Hildra held two fingers in front of her chest with an arrogant expression and said that although he wouldn't like it, it was their own fault for not being strong enough. She snapped two fingers on her hand. Red streams of aura enveloped her body. Ryama quickly turned his head to the side with a frightened expression. He saw the man lying on the floor and turned back and said loudly that they were using witchcraft. The man made loud sounds with black liquid spurting out of his mouth. He roared loudly with a tense face and his eyes turning red. The boy from the Woodslim tribe looked forward with an enthusiastic expression and said loudly that the great beast god had blessed them. Grace would soon descend upon them too. Yin Wang turned his head towards the mark on his neck with a furious face and made a sound and asked loudly what she had done to him. Hildra, with a terrifying smile on her face, enveloped in red energy, said that there was no point in resisting. Their seals were made just recently. She looked down at him with a disdainful face and said that their effect was only a matter of time. Yin Wang with an angry look clenched his teeth and made a sound. Hildra with a smile on her face clapped her hands. She with a green aura in her eye stood by a huge red stream of energy and loudly told them to kill the Holy Grail Knights. They with a red aura in their eyes holding weapons in their hands quickly ran forward. Hildra, with a terrifying look, loudly said that they would start from the beginning. They had been to so many worlds, but none of them were capable of killing them. Geobrick struck them with his hammer with green energy radiating from it. He turned his head to the side and quickly looked forward. Jimchul hits his shield with great power. Geobrick, defending himself from his attacks, said that they are fools. They allow these barbarians to put seals on them. The seals are put on the skin, that is their weak point. Jimchul, with fury on his face and a red aura in his eyes, holding a weapon in his hand, put it in front of him. The ground breaks into pieces under a huge flow of energy. Yuri and Yona, with fury on their faces, standing behind Geobrick, hold their fists in front of them, attacking him. Yona hit him with her fist with great power, and his body quickly flew up. Geobrick looked at the fiery stream rushing towards him. A powerful explosion thundered over Yanwang's head. He, with a grin on his face and a red aura in his eyes, put his hand near his face. Geobrick stood on the ground, bent down, and quickly looked forward. He thought that they were very impudent. Geobrick must send the survivors back to the kingdom, even if he has to sacrifice his life. He slams his weapon onto the ground with great force. A strong stream of green energy forms around him. He closes his shield and loudly tells them to attack him. Leon loudly praises Lionheart. A yellow beam of energy strikes between them, breaking the ground beneath it into many pieces. Geobrick looked forward at Leon standing and asked who he is. He holds a weapon in his hand, turns to the side, and says that he is a Lionheart. Leon, with a serious face, wrapped in fiery energy, puts his hand on his head and says his name. Beatrice gallops forward on her horse, turning her head to the side. The system window notifies that in her hands are the reins of the late king. The reins of the late king of Arjun Majesty. They can tame any wild creature, and can also awaken an ancient blood bond. Beatrice said that he suddenly handed her the reins and rushed into the very center of the battle. She expected such an act from His Majesty. Beatrice, smiling, holding the reins in her hands, asked, "His name is Stallion, right?" She thanks him for letting her take the reins. 5 minutes earlier, Leon said with an angry look that they were sick rats. Despite the fact that they periodically raided them to reduce their numbers, they still managed to give birth to the same parasites and reproduce somewhere. Hari, with a puzzled look on her face, said that killing children by tearing off their skin was not much. Leon, with an angry look, looked away and interrupted her, said that the kingdom and its knights were not fools. They tear off their skin because of the seals applied to it. She asked with a surprised look on her face, what kind of seals were they tearing off? He said with a furious look that it was an oath to serve the beast god. If these seals are applied to oneself and the power granted by them is abused, the person's soul will gradually begin to deteriorate. Hari, with a bead of astonishment and a drop of sweat dripping down, said loudly that this could not be. The devil does the same thing. Leon looked ahead with a serious face and told her to remember this. Their inclination for peace and passion for human rights are of no use in a fierce battle. All they need is truth and absolute justice. Currently, Beatrice, with a determined look, holding the reins in her hands, said that she must also fulfill her duty. She raised her hand with a purple aura in her eyes, emitting light energy in front of her face, stretching it forward. Many magic circles appeared in the sky in front of the eagle monster's face. Beatrice, with a serious face, sent light energy from her hand forward and told him to get out of the way. At the same time, Geobrick looked ahead and said that he called himself King Lionheart. Leon, with a blue aura in his eyes, turned around and thought that even though the enemies were attacked by the Holy Grail Knights, their seals did not stop working. That means there is something wrong with Geobrick's divine law. He looked forward at the standing monsters, holding a sword in his hand and turning to the Grail Knights. Demira said that they first need to overcome this obstacle. Geobrick, with a surprised look, said that he agreed with this, but how to do it? Leon, with a confident face, looked to the side and said that first they need to break the connection between these fools. Yanwang, with a furious look, surrounded by other converts, steps forward and lets out a roar. Leon raised his hand in front of him, creating a yellow energy ring, and said that he, the Lionheart King, had come to escort them to heaven. Geobrick, with an astonished face, looked at the glow emanating from the ring and asked where he got the Holy Grail from. Leon, with a confident face, holds a sparkling cup in his hand. He, with his body enveloped in fiery energy, holding a cup in his hand, said that this is the great law of God. Strong rays of light emanate from the cup, illuminating everything around. People are absorbed by bright rays of light. Geobrick, with a drop of sweat on his face, looked at this and said that this cannot be. An unusually strong stream of light struck the space around. The knights looked at their bodies with surprise on their faces and loudly said that all their wounds were healed. This is impossible. After all, his hand was cut off. Yin Wang, with a burning mark on his neck, makes loud sounds of pain. Yona, clenching her teeth, lies on the ground and raising her knees to her hands, said that she is in great pain. Geobrick said that this is truly a divine miracle. How could he not notice this? He looked up at the divine light and, kneeling on one knee, said that this is what he forgot. This is the power of truth. Demira said that he is her child, a lost knight. He asked loudly with a surprised face, "Is this really the goddess Demira?" She appeared above him surrounded by light, and folded her hands in front of her, and told him to go and help the king of knights. Geobrick, with confidence on his face, clasped his weapon in his hand and said that there were no more doubts and questions in his heart. He radiated a green aura and quickly looked to the side and said that he would carry out her order. He would just follow her. Leon radiated energy holding a weapon in his hand and turned towards him. He said with a smile on his face that he was glad to be with him on the same battlefield. Geobrick, with a confident look standing next to Leon, said that they would defeat them together. He looked forward with a smirk on his face and a blue aura in his eyes and thought. He said that all the dead beasts had gathered in one place. Are they really going to reincarnate? Hildra, with a terrifying appearance, enveloped in red energy lightning, thought, this parody of the Holy Grail Knight was already causing them trouble, and what is this? She loudly said to the mighty Iron Bear that she was sacrificing his slaves to him. The bear with a red aura in its eyes opened its toothy mouth wide and loudly called out to Lionheart, saying that he would kill him and swallow him. He, with a terrifying appearance, quickly ran forward attacking him. Beatrice, with a smile on her face, said that she would pave the way for them. She pulled the reins of Stallion with a confident look. She hangs in the air above the huge energy circle that appeared. The system window notifies that this is a great spell. Beatrice, with a purple aura in her eyes, standing above the energy ball, stretched out her hand forward using the death gaze. A purple beam shot forward from the energy ball at high speed. It quickly flew forward, leaving a strong mark on the ground. The bear put his paw on his muzzle and said loudly that it was Lionheart again. A huge red mark from the beam's impact was formed on the ground. Leon slowly walked forward and said loudly that he and his sisters should listen to him. He raised his hand to the handle coming out of the portal with a serious face and said loudly that they were glorious knights and loyal soldiers. It was time to punish the vile heretics. After a while, Hildra, with dirt stains on her body, quickly ran forward through the forest, making loud sounds. She put her clenched fist in a furious look and said loudly that they were damned monsters and the damned knight of the Holy Grail. She remembered him and thought that even this half-knight Geobrick was more than enough for them. Where else did the Lionheart King come from? And also this witch. Hildra looked forward with a frightened look. Beatrice asked where she was going in such a hurry. Hildra looked down at her hands and feet bound to the ground by beams of energy with a confused expression and asked loudly, "What the hell is this?" Beatrice, holding a purple stone in her hand, said that it was some kind of mana stone. She was told that this ore was recently discovered behind the gate during a hunt. She was surrounded by purple energy, holding a stone in her hand, looked towards her, and said that it had a very high mana content. However, the amount of ore behind the gate was very strange. These stones were widely used to capture thousands, if not millions of monsters. Hildra, with an angry look, bound by energy, asked, "So what will happen now?" Beatrice, with a serious face and a purple aura in her eyes, said that this gate was also stuck in a time loop, just like her gate, suffering from depravity. She does not think that they are demons, but they do the same thing as them. Beatrice, approaching her, said that she had many things she wanted to ask her. Hildra looked at her with a frightened look and wondered if she had noticed that she was not just an NPC. Beatrice, with a terrifying grin on her face and a red aura in her eyes, came closer to her and looked down at her and said that she did not like such a power, because it can only be used with great caution. Hildra looked at her with fury on her face and wondered if she was using seduction. She made a sound and called her mistress. Beatrice, with a smile on her face, said that it was true. The gods appeared behind Hildra and said that she had failed them again. Had she forgotten who her masters were that she should serve? Hildra looked at them with a frightened look. Beatrice, with a sly smile on her face, put her hand on her shoulder and said that their slave was now hers. She closed one eye and hugged her and asked what they would do now. The gods, with furious faces, said loudly that she was another creature of pleasure. They would devour her, tearing her to pieces. The gods disappeared under the red sky. Hildra, with horror on her face, loudly disagreed with them. She looked up and said in a trembling voice that the gods would come here. This gate had always belonged to them. This was not their true incarnation, and if all the beast gods descended, then this gate. Beatrice with a calm face looked back and interrupted her, said that then they would be in danger. At the same time, Hari put her hand on the arm of the sitting Yangwei. Leon with a serious face looked forward and said that the 11th king of Lionheart, Ronald Battalion Lionheart, often spoke to him about him and his knights. Geobrick with a green aura in his eyes asked if he had met him. He agreed and said that he was in heaven. Geobrick said with a surprised look on his face that this couldn't be. Hari put her clenched hand into a fist on her chest with a pitiful look and looked at him, and asked if he remembered anything. Geobrick looked down, and said that he didn't have any memories left. He just remembered that they had to defeat those barbarians. They looked at Leon and addressed him by status. He closed his eyes and said that they should also know about everything and asked them to talk. Hari with a drop of sweat on her face with her hand clenched into a fist on her chest looked down. She said that Geobrick and the other knights won't be able to exit this gate. They are just characters of this gate, and in order to close this gate, it is necessary to defeat Geobrick. He put his hand in front of himself, lowered his head and coughed. Hari with a frightened look clenching her palms of her hands into fists looked at him. Geobrick, with a green aura around him, threw his head back and laughed loudly. He hit the ground with the handle of his hammer with great force, shaking it. Geobrick, clenching his hand into a fist, said loudly that so far, for all these years, no one had been able to defeat him. Leon, with a smile on his face, closed his eyes and said that it was clear. If someone had succeeded, they would not have been able to meet him. The god said loudly, shaking the earth, that he would kill Lionheart. A clawed hand of the god appears from the crack. Leon, with a thoughtful look, turned back and asked if it was possible to somehow stop the appearance of the gods. Hildra, with a smile on her face, tied with an energy thread, said loudly that it could not be stopped. Now this gate will definitely come to an end and the beast gods will direct all their forces to destroy this place. Leon, with a confident look, looked forward and said that everything was clear to him, and then he would have to fight. He cannot leave these knights to their fate. Beatrice closed her eyes with a calm face and said to His Majesty that she thought it would be unwise to hit them directly. He said with a stern look that there was no other way. They would come out to the real world if the dungeon was broken through. Geobrick looked up at the sky with a thoughtful look and disagreed with him. He confidently walked to the side and said that there was another way. Leon looked at him with a surprised expression and addressed him by status. Geobrick looked at his hand illuminated by a green aura. He hits his own stomach with great force, breaking his armor into many pieces. Hari with a drop of sweat on her face looked at Geobrick making sounds and loudly called out to him by status. He held a stone emitting a purple aura in his hand with a confident expression and said that in order to close the gate, it is necessary for him to fall. Geobrick, clutching the stone in his hand, looked forward and said that they should step aside and use force to survive. There is no point in fighting for a gate that will soon disappear. Leon clenches his teeth in anger looking at him. Geobrick with a hole in his chest from which a green aura comes out said that his brothers and sisters should listen to him. The decisive battle cannot be avoided. Here, in this place, the Lionheart King, the messenger of the gods, is with them. They, the dead, are ready to lay down their heads for the future of the living. Will they follow him? Rialma looked at his hand with a serious expression. Leon listened to the loud sounds made by Geobrick with horror on his face. He looked at the knights holding purple stones with an aura radiating from them. Leon with a serious face put his hand on his chest and said that he was ashamed that he could never become a knight as devoted as they were. They would leave him with a great mission. Geobrick holding the stone in his hand turned his head towards him and said that he had one more request for him. He needed to wait a little. He envelopes everything around him in a green aura and asks the goddess Demeret to grant his wish. Geobrick, with a determined face with a hole in his chest and enveloped in aura, raised his hammer up. He quickly looked forward and said loudly that he is a slave of the goddess Demeret and loyal to King Lionheart. He will pass on his power through this hammer. Geobrick holds a hammer in his hand emitting bright light and energy. The stone in his hand changes the color of its aura to green and glows. Pieces of the stone rise up along the outgoing aura. His hammer with metal wings is enveloped in green energy. Leon looked at the hammer in Geobrick's hand with surprise on his face, enveloped in energy. He extended his hand with the hammer in it towards Leon and asked him to keep it until someone worthy of this hammer appears before him. Leon, with a serious look, squeezed the handle of the hammer in his hand and said that he does not know if there is someone who can handle it as well as he does. Leon placed his hand on the hammer. Geobrick closed his eyes and said that it was an honor to fight shoulder to shoulder with him. Leon with a calm face said that he would forever remember his glorious feat. He walked away holding a hammer in his hand. Geobrick told the knights sitting on horses that this was his last order. They must protect the king until the last of them falls dead. The cavalry loudly agree with him. Leon, clenching his teeth in anger, holds the hilt in his hand and walks forward. Geobrick said loudly that they should live with honor, and may the gods bless them. Leon looked down with a doomed look and said that they were retreating. Geobrick turned towards the retreating Hari and Leon. He quickly looked up at the bright sky. He looked forward with a confident face, placing his hand on the weapon that Ryalma had given him. Geobrick raised his sword up and said loudly that he, with his own hands, had slain hundreds of thousands of their kingdom's enemies. As knights, they had destroyed 5 million opponents. They defended the lands of Garan from 300,000 orcs. Near Montreal they defeated the ogre chieftain. The goddess Demira protected them, the goddess Ariana looked after them, and they glorified the god Phytos. He is a loyal knight of Montreal, Geobrick, the knight of the holy grail of fertility and life. He quickly walked forward holding a sword in his hand and loudly said that his brothers and sisters should follow him. Today they will die for justice. Many huge monsters crawl out of the portals in the sky. Geobrick standing in front said loudly that the gods will protect them. He got into a fighting stance, raising his sword in front of his face. Geobrick, with a terrifying look and a green aura around his body, loudly glorified the kingdom of Lionheart. At the same time, Leon turned back with a calm face. He looked menacingly at his comrades standing near the portal, and said that they should go first. Hari said with a confident look that they should probably watch the battle until the very end. Leon closed his eyes and said that if they wanted to stay, they could. They looked ahead at the dark portals opening in the sky, and the huge energy ball ahead. Leon looked ahead with a serious look while clutching the handle of the hammer in his hand. He said with a drop of sweat on his face that it was not time yet. Geobrick stood in a fighting stance surrounded by smoke. He opened his mouth wide with a green aura in his eyes. Geobrick, with a terrifying look wrapped in a green aura, stretched out his hand forward. Jaehuk, with a surprised look, quickly looked forward and asked what suddenly happened. Did it hurt? Hari, with a drop of sweat on her face, looked towards Leon with bloody hands and called out to him. He raised his hand in front of him with drops of red aura and said that Geobrick had ascended. Leon, with a terrifying look with his teeth clenched in anger, and a yellow aura in his eye, looked ahead. He looked at his hand with a furious expression, and said loudly that they will pay for this. The beast they serve will die the most cruel death. Leon confidently walked forward, clenching his hand into a fist, and told them to retreat. He walked towards the red portal, clenching his hand into a fist. There has always been a sacred law on the side of the Holy Grail Knights, and the oaths that were said by the Holy Grail Knight must be fulfilled. Leon, with anger on his face and an aura radiating from his eye, turned back and told them to remember today. This oath will be fulfilled through the actions of the King Knight. After a while, Leon, holding a sword in his hand, quickly points it forward and a blue aura emanates from the sword. He looked at the aura emanating from the sword with a tense expression. Leon, with an angry expression, raised the sword up at great speed. He falls into his memories. Leon, dressed as a knight, sits next to a lying knight in the rain, and lightning bolts next to the body of a dead monster. He has an angry expression on his face and raindrops running down his body, and he opens his mouth wide. Leon comes out of his memories and stretches his arms forward and looks down. He is practicing his sword attacks in the hall. Leon, looking tired, stands among the steam, holding a weapon in his hand. He has a drop of sweat on his face, and puts his hand on his head and says that he is tired. Leon recalled what happened and thought that he did not feel this tired when he was killing demons. So why is it so hard now? He remembers his comrades with an understanding face. Leon, clutching his hair with his hand, says that this is the matter. He has gained something that he does not want to lose. Again, he became afraid that in the future he will have to fight alone. Leon, with a tense expression, holding the hilt of the sword in his hands, looks forward and thinks that, however, he is forced to bear this burden alone. How can he pass it on to someone else? Hari loudly called his status and asked if he had really been here all this time. She put her hand on the wall with a smile on her face and asked what he was doing here so late. Leon turned back and stretched his hand forward, creating a portal, and said that she was the one who usually rested at this time. She looked at him with a drop of sweat on her face and laughed. Hari, looking shy, put her finger to her cheek and said that lately, how could she explain it to him? She raised her hands in front of her with an excited and blushing face and said that she thought that she needed to train more. He looked at her with a surprised look and asked why so suddenly? She said loudly that it was not sudden at all. Leon looked at her with a serious expression and crossed his arms. Lately, it seems that many people thought the same thing. He said with a calm face that was it. Leon, holding the sword evaporating in the portal in his hand, turned back and told her to take the sword and he would show her something. Hari loudly agreed with him with an enthusiastic look. She, with a drop of sweat on her face, hit her fist with her palms and said loudly, addressing His Majesty, that it was a great honor for her. Leon, with a puzzled look, thought that when would she stop talking like a heroine of a historical drama. Leon, holding a weapon in his hand, told her to raise her sword. Hari, with a confident face, loudly agreed with him and raised her sword. He, with a serious face, extended his hand holding a sword in it and told her to try to parry his blow. She looked at the cloud of smoke left after Leon quickly disappeared. He, with a blue aura in his eyes, jumped behind her back, preparing to attack. Hari, with a frightened look, looked at the glowing place on her hand after the sword strike. She, with an angry face, quickly looked and making a loud sound, thought that as she thought, he is incredibly strong. Leon, holding one hand with a clenched fist behind his back and attacking her, said that her hands should always be above her waist. If she lets them go even a little lower, the blows will slow down by 0.2 seconds. And if the position of the hands is twice as low, the movements will be twice as slow. Hari, with beads of sweat on her face receiving blows to her body, loudly agreed and said that she will remember this. He decisively put his hands on the weapon and quickly jumps on her, going to attack. A huge beam of energy flies up, shaking the ground between them. Leon said that you can defend yourself not only with your hands and sword. He asks Hari to move her leg back and not let the weight of the sword deprive her of balance. Leon, with a calm face, closes himself from her blow and a red stream of energy appears between the swords. Hari, with surprise on her face, looked at her sword stopping his blow. She said with a joyful look that she reflected, and before she could finish, his hand appears above her head. Hari looked forward with a hurt expression and a red wound on her forehead, clutching her sword. Leon raised his hand and said that her pose was too wide. He asked with a tense face, how many times had he said this already? She should attack quickly and not expose herself to the enemy's attacks. She looked away with beads of sweat on her face and said that in order to use her abilities. Leon turned his head to the side with an angry look and interrupted her, telling her not to start. She shouldn't think that her abilities are the only way to victory. What use would they be if she was dead? Hari looked at him with admiration on her face and asked if he was serious. He asked with a confused look, what was wrong with her? She turned away with beads of sweat on her face and said that nothing. Leon walked closer to her with a terrifying look and asked what she said. Hari said that she thought he would tell her to fight until victory, even if it meant losing her life. This is glory, isn't it, and it's considered honorable? He put his hand on his hip with a serious expression and said that it was not true. Who would she dedicate her exploits to? If she didn't have such people, why would she imitate other knights? Hari looked ahead with a thoughtful face and asked who she would dedicate her exploits to. Leon looked down with a smile on his face. He raised his hand and created a portal and said that this was enough, she should go and rest. She looked at him with surprise on her face and agreed with him. Hari tilted her head to the side with a puzzled look and, clutching her weapon in her hands, looked ahead. After some time, a light building stood under the starry night sky. She said that the king had been looking a little sad lately. Yacht, standing on the table, said that His Majesty was showing signs of an uncharacteristic reaction to external stimuli. Hari looked at him with surprise on her face and asked if he could speak to her in simpler words. He said with beads of sweat that the stress level was increased and it was necessary to relieve stress. She put her hands on the table with an amazed look and crouched lower and said that it was probably due to stress. Does Yak know what brings pleasure to Leon? He calmly said nothing. Yak, with a red stripe appearing on the window, said that he was searching for information. Organic beings enjoy such a concept as entertainment. Entertainment is an activity for pleasure, a leisure activity. Entertainment is an ideal stress reliever. She asked with a surprised look, is entertainment really for His Majesty? She can't even imagine what he might like. Hari looked at Yacht and asked if he had any ideas. He said that his functionality does not provide for searching for entertainment that can increase dopamine levels in organic beings. Hari, with beads of sweat on her face, wondered why he couldn't just say that he didn't know this. She clapped her hands with an inspired face and said loudly that she thought His Majesty might like this. Yacht made a confused sound in his own language. Hari extended her hand towards him with a serious expression and explained her plan. He said he could not deny that it was a possible option. However, the question of translating the sensations of an organic being was beyond the capabilities of his computing system. Hari put her hand under her chin with a sly smile on her face and agreed with him. Yak said with understanding that it seemed to be sarcasm. He would not advise an organic being to behave like that with him. Hari asked, after all, it was she who won, wasn't it? After some time, a female statue with scales in her hands stands in the bright hall. Ariana said, addressing her valiant knight, that his service made the gods happy. However, watching him, they begin to worry. Leon, kneeling on one knee, put his hand on his chest and looking down, said that he apologized for making them worry. She said that he ran for 200 years without rest. At the same time, Ariana, with a smile on her face, put her hand on her face and looking into the yellow energy where Leon was visible, said that it was time for him to enjoy and have fun. It was time for him to rest. She had not heard this word entertainment for a long time. It seemed that Leon had not allowed himself this for a long time. She doesn't even know if there is anything that brings joy to her knight. But the best entertainment brings joy in any era and in any place, right? Leon, with a surprised face and his hand pressed to his chest, asked, is there such a thing? Ariana, with a smile on her face, looked at the energy ball and said that she was talking about sharing a bed with a woman. She yawned and said that his goddess found the queen to be a good match for him. Or what about that red-haired girl? Leon, with beads of sweat on his face, asked, turning to the goddess, how can she say that? Is it really about that young girl? Ariana asked, isn't she a grown woman? People get pleasure from sharing a bed with other people. And he needs to revive his royal lineage as soon as possible. Moreover, in order to glorify himself, King Lionheart, he needs to revive his royal lineage as soon as possible. Leon, with a serious look and holding his hand on his chest, said that, however. Before he could finish speaking, he turned around, hearing someone calling him. Leon said that he had told her not to make noise. Hari happily put her hand on the door and loudly told His Majesty to listen to her. She had prepared something for him. Hari fell to the floor walking towards him and screamed loudly in pain. Leon looked down at her with a serious face and crossed his arms and said that she had superhuman abilities, but looked more like a child who had just learned to walk. So what was the matter? She rose from the floor with a puzzled expression and making a loud sound said that it was nothing serious, but she had prepared something for him. Leon looked down with a surprised expression and crossed his arms and asked if it was really for him. Hari loudly said that Yacht had helped her with this, he had advised her to do it. He looked forward with a puzzled expression and asked how he had helped her. Leon, with an angry look, hit her on the head with his fist and said loudly that if she appeared in front of him again in such a vulgar outfit, he would make her strip naked and run around the whole city like that. Hari, with an angry and red face, raised her hands in front of her and said loudly that it was not like that at all. She thought it was unfair. After some time, the people in black suits were standing near a large green portal. Jinsu turned his head to the side and said loudly, addressing His Majesty, that he had come. Leon, with an interested look, looked ahead and said that he came here after Hari's words. So what happened here? He agreed with him and said loudly that His Majesty would allow him to tell him everything in detail. They had gathered here with the entire association to support Hari's deputy's event. Leon, with a drop of sweat on his face, asked, was it really an event? He thought that he knew that it would be something strange after hearing that Yak Sinner was helping with it, although he did not want to believe it. Hari raised her hand in front of her with an inspired look, clenching her fist, and said loudly that he should first enter this gate. He should like it. Leon looked away with a thoughtful face and agreed with her. After some time, a ladybug was sitting on a leaf among the green foliage and trees. Hari walked forward, leaving the portal. He looked at her with an interested face. Hari stood with a smile on her face, spreading her legs wide and placing her hands on her hips. She said loudly that now she would give him a tour of this gate. Hari looked up with an inspired look and pointing her finger at the orc and rabbit said that this place is called Suha. This is where the most different types of animals, plants and monsters live. She stretched her hands towards the point sign with joy on her face and said loudly that His Majesty should look at this. For a small animal he would get 1 point, for a medium-sized animal 3 points. And for a rare orc he would get 10 points. Leon thoughtfully put his hand on his chin and asked, is this really a hunting game? Hari with delight on her face said loudly that it is. She awkwardly looked down and crossed 2 fingers said that in the place where he comes from, hunting is a popular pastime, I think. He looked away with a smile on his face and put his hand on his hip asked, so they arranged this hunting game for him? This is just incredible. Hari, with a smile on her face, put her hands behind her back and laughed. Leon looked away with an inspired look and said that hunting is hunting. He hasn't hunted for a long time and doesn't even know if he can handle it. A bright light breaks through the foliage of the trees. After some time, an arrow hits the green orc's forehead at great speed. Leon, with a terrifying look, pulling the arrows in the bow with his hand, laughed loudly and said that hunting without a fight also has its own charm. The body of the dead orc flies between several of his comrades. The orc turned around with an angry look and asked loudly, "Who is he? How dare he kill their fellow tribesmen?" Leon, holding a weapon in front of him, asked loudly, "How dare he, an idiot, bare his teeth at him? They will all die." Hari, looking frightened, thought, and he said that he could not cope? This is simply unbelievable. He is holding a white tooth of a dead orc in his hand. Leon, smiling, put the orc's tooth in a bag and said that he would take it with him as a prize when the game is over. Hari, with a drop of sweat on her face, put her hands on her legs and addressed His Majesty. She asked, "So it turns out he is a good shot?" Hari looked at him with a serious look and thought that before she thought that he did not like ranged weapons. Leon, with a thoughtful look, looked at the hand in which he holds the bow and said that it seemed she misunderstood him. Just because he is a knight does not mean he cannot shoot a bow. Hunting is a pastime for aristocrats. Besides, knights on missions and knights errant need to get their own food wherever they are. So knights have no choice but to become good hunters. She looked at the arrow in the orc's body with an amazed look and said that he was an excellent shot. Leon confidently closed his eyes and put his hand on his chest and said that he used to be known as the champion of all time, and he was also the second best hunter of his era. Hari looked at him with an amazed look and asked why he was the second best. Then which Holy Grail knight was in first place? Leon smiled and walked forward with a bow in his hand and said that he would not call him a Holy Grail knight. Although she was under the patronage of the goddess of the moon and the hunt, she was more of a hunter than a knight. She was the high priestess of the goddess of the moon and the hunt. He looked at the arrow in his hand with a calm face and said that it was holy. Her arrows were like stars falling from the sky. When she shot with all her strength, her arrows flew over the mountains. Hari thought with a puzzled look, what did it mean in his world and such a thing was possible? She looked at the dead orc with fear on her face and asked why he only hunted orcs. If she knew, she wouldn't have asked people to catch animals all this time. He looked at the few arrows in his hand and said that he was sorry about this. But if he wanted to take first place, he needed to get as many points as possible, right? She thought with a puzzled look, did he really treat orcs like prey? Leon raised his hand with a magic item in it with a surprised look on his face and said that there was something strange. He could feel the power of the spell. Hari looked at the item in his hand with a surprised expression and said that it was true. It was a witchcraft totem, items like that rarely dropped by monsters. He threw the totem into her hands and told her to sell it and give the proceeds to those who caught the animals. She put her hands in front of the totem with a frightened expression and asked if he really didn't mind if they sold it. But it was worth about 100 million. Leon said with a calm face that it would be a small reward for those who had strained their backs here. Hari looked towards the tired people with beads of sweat on her face. He closed his eyes and told her to follow him now. There were traces of escaped orcs here. She ran after him with a puzzled look and asked if he was really going to kill more orcs. Leon, with a frightening grin on his face and a blue aura in his eyes, turned back and said that they were polluting this forest with just their breath. Even if they were not real, he had to destroy them. He, walking forward among the light smoke deep into the forest, said that he would teach her to shoot a bow. Hari, running after him, loudly agreed with him. She, with a joyful look, put a clenched hand on her face and said that it seemed he liked this game. She was glad about it. Leon, with a smile on his face, closed his eyes and thought that for a long time no one had been sincerely kind to him, but not wanting to receive anything in return. He, walking forward holding a bow in his hand, said that she was good. Hari looked at him with her hands clenched into fists and asked if she had heard wrong. Leon had told her to kill at least 3 orcs using what he had taught her. If she couldn't do it, he would scold her. She said loudly that she had only held a bow and arrow in her hands a couple of times. Some time later, at the Pantheon Guild Training Center, Hari put her hands on the handle of the car with a smile on her face and ran forward laughing. She looked forward with a happy expression and said loudly that she was glad that His Majesty was feeling better. The manager turned to Hari loudly. She looked at him with a surprised expression and asked what business he was in the training center for. He calmly put his finger to the folder and said that the tractor had broken down, so he needed to go to the warehouse. He was told that the tractors were rarely used because only soybeans were grown there before. Hari said loudly with a smile on her face that she would go with him then. They looked at the doors of the Pantheon Guild warehouse. The manager looked at her with a surprised expression and asked, "So this is where the geobrick hammer is kept?" She looked ahead and agreed with him. Hari, with an insistent expression, closed her eyes, folded her hands in front of her, and said that let the earth be his peace. He, with a puzzled expression, holding a folder in his hand, asked, "What kind of a mixture of Buddhism and Christianity is this?" The manager looked at her with a surprised expression and asked, "So this means the hammer was in the warehouse all this time?" Hari, with a sad expression, agreed with him and said that no one can fight with it now anyway. They walked through the open door of the pavilion with surprised expressions. There was nothing in the place where the geobrick hammer should be. Hari, with horror on her face, looked ahead and shook. After some time, a black car stopped on the road under a clear sky. A man with a smile on his face adjusted his jacket as he got out of the car and asked, "Is this the place?" The man with black hair put his hands in his pockets and said that they would see what kind of first epic item Korea had. They stepped back with horror on their faces seeing Yacht. The man with beads of sweat on his face pointed forward and asked loudly, "Is this Yacht?" The man with black hair rubbed the back of his head and asked, "Does that mean the Pantheon Guild really has it?" Yacht moved the spinner with its blades and asked, "Did they really come for the hammer?" The man looked at him and said that it was. Yacht showed a smile on his monitor and said that they were glad to see them. The man put his hands in his pockets and walked forward, turning his head to the side and asking, "What the hell is this?" The man with black hair pointed to the side and asked, "Is he friendlier than they thought?" A bright red light lit up from Yak's monitor. They jumped to the side with great speed with surprise on their faces, leaving smoke behind them, looking down. The man with tears in his eyes held the body of the second man with black hair shaking asked what he wanted. Yacht with a terrifying red light on the monitor told them to pay for the entrance. He extended his iron hand towards the sign and said that there was a fee for entry. They had to pay for the entrance and could pass. The sign said that the entrance fee to the holy place was 5 million for hunters and 500,000 for civilians. The man said loudly that it was a bit expensive. He pointed his hand to the side with a surprised look and asked loudly why civilians only paid 500,000 and they had to pay 5 million? Yak sitting on the sign said that civilians were just watching and hunters were challenging. This was the fee for caring for the holy relics. The man with a surprised look on his face thought, where could that be? And if you think about the cost of epic items. He showed him a white card and asked if they accepted Samsapay. Yak happily looked at the card in his hands and said that they accepted bank transfers. They walked slowly to the side with sadness on their faces. The hunters quickly looked forward with surprise on their faces. She, in a mouse costume, holding a sign with an arrow in her hands, said that she was the deputy from the 3rd Department of the Korean Hunters Association Administration. She looked forward with a calm expression. This whole situation started a week ago when the hammer went missing. Leon looked forward with interest on his face and said that this is where it was. The student with a red face put his hands on the radiating hammer and tried to lift it. Beatrice loudly told His Majesty that no matter how hard they tried, it could not be moved. They had all been outside since early morning. The protagonist, with interest on his face, holding his hands in his pockets, walked forward to the hammer. Hari, with surprise on her face, watched as he reached out for the hammer. Leon calmly picked up the hammer from the ground. He looked down and asked what they were going to do with it. The iron hammer geobrick with wings sparkled with a yellow aura. It jumped out of his hands and fell to the ground with great force. Beatrice covered her mouth with a surprised expression and said that the hammer had a personality. Leon looked at the handle of the hammer with a puzzled expression and said that he seemed to need something special. Hari pointed her finger at the handle with a confused expression and asked if a hammer could really have consciousness. The protagonist looked at her calmly and said that a holy relic could. He closed his eyes and put his hand on his chest and said that especially if this relic belonged to a saint for a long time, it gains its own consciousness, and then it becomes difficult to cope with. Leon thought that, however, when he received this hammer, he did not feel that he had consciousness. The protagonist remembered how Geobrick loudly said, raising his hammer up, that he was devoted to King Lionheart and the goddess Demera. With this hammer, he would pass on his power to his descendants. Leon came out of the memory with a smile on his face and said that that's it. He looked at the energy coming from the hammer and said that he wanted them to find an owner for it. The protagonist looked at Hari with a smile on his face and told her to tell the association about it. Hari asked with a happy look, "What should I tell them?" Leon said that whoever could lift the hammer, no matter who it was, would get it. She put her finger on the phone in her hand with a puzzled face and asked if that was true. Hari looked at him and said that they would send an appraiser first. After a while, the appraiser Lee Chang-soo, with a look of horror on his face, screamed loudly while looking at the system window. She asked with a look of surprise on her face, what was the matter? Chang-soo, with an angry face pointing his finger at the hammer, shook and loudly said that the hammer was epic. The appraiser, with beads of sweat on his face, stretched out his hands forward and loudly said that it was an epic item. Leon calmly crossed his arms and said that he understood everything. The special items that hunters used to hunt monsters were divided into classes for convenience: common, rare, uncommon, and legendary. At the very bottom of the item value hierarchy are those made by common artisans, called uncommon. Items created using a large amount of valuable resources and through very painstaking work are called legendary. However, in the 30 years of history, there have only been a few items that surpassed the legendary class, called epic. The Master of the Thousand Mountains of the Continent, the destructive sword of the heavenly demon. The staff of the Archmage, capable of subjugating the sky and earth, the 12 halos. Still expanding the snow fields of Siberia, the heart of the Snow Queen. The blade lost after the Black Gate incident in London, the wandering demon's sword. One such item on the battlefield can bring victory even in the most hopeless situation. And now a new epic item has appeared. Chang-soo, with a surprised look, extended his hand towards the hammer, shaking, and said loudly that this was incredible. Are they really going to give this hammer to anyone who can lift it? Hari rubbed her eye with a calm face and leaned her hand on her leg and agreed with his words. The appraiser, kneeling, raised his hand to the hammer and turned back. Leon looked forward with a serious face and said that it was true, the one who could lift it would become the owner of this hammer. Chang-soo, with beads of sweat on his face, extended the paper in his hands forward and told His Majesty that this hammer was worth an incredible amount of money. He loudly asked him to look at the paper. The system window announced that this was a one-handed hammer, Geobrick. Its class is epic. It is the sacred religion blessed by Geobrick, the Knight of the Holy Grail under the patronage of Demira, the goddess of life and fertility. The core of faith through the hammer, the owner will receive the power of the goddess Demira. Unrivaled vitality, inexhaustible energy. The blessing of the goddess. When the warrior stands on the ground, the shield's power increases by 400%, health recovery increases by 300%. The shields of the warriors under the command of the owner of the hammer increases by 200%, health recovery by 150%. Holiness, the use of God's law according to the level of faith. Hari looked at the glowing paper in the appraiser's hands with a puzzled expression. Leon looked down with a calm face and said that he would not change his mind. He asked to inform the association about this. Chang-soo turned around with a confused look and asked if he could step aside to make a call. At the same time, Kan-hyuk brought the phone to his ear and placed his clenched hand into a fist on the table and said that the chairman of the association was on the line. He looked at the phone in his hand with a frightened look. Kan-hyuk, with surprise on his face and beads of sweat running down, loudly asked, "Is this really an epic item?" After some time, the Izvestia Korea newspaper wrote that anyone in the Republic could become the first owner of the new epic item. That is why there were so many applicants. In the present, the hunter put his hand in front of him with a surprised look and asked where the hammer Geobrick was. He must see this sacred relic as soon as possible. Hari, with an angry look, loudly told him to watch his words. Actually, he is Sir Geobrick. When they talk about such respected people, they should also mention their title. The hunters with angry faces thought that it was just an object. The hunter looked forward and said that he wanted to challenge Sir Geobrick's hammer. She laughed with a smile on her face and said loudly that they needed to go there. Hari, holding a sign in her hand, turned back and looking at the hammer, loudly said to the respected hunters that here it is. One of the hunters with an astonished face raised his hands in front of him and asked, "What is this?" This energy simply overwhelms him. Such powerful energy comes from a simple weapon. He rubbed the palms of his hands together with a malicious smile on his face, and looking at the handle of the hammer said loudly that then he would be the first to challenge it. The hunter extended his hand towards the handle of the hammer. He grabbed the sword with a frightened look and was electrocuted. The hunter fell to the ground near the hammer, emitting lightning. He with black hair after the blow looked forward with astonishment on his face and loudly asked, "Can the hammer really do this?" Hari, with a bead of sweat on her face, said that sometimes it rejects those who do not deserve to have it. The hunter said loudly that they should have warned him about this from the beginning. he asked with a surprised look on his face, kneeling with his hands on the floor. But how does a hammer solve this? She said that they themselves do not know. The hunter, with a drop of sweat on his face, looked at Yak, who made the sound, and thought that it was him again. Yak tilted his head to the side and asked if they were going to make an offering. The hunter asked, "What kind of offering?" He thought they had already paid for entry, and now they are asking them to pay. The hunter looked up and asked, "Is this really an offering of a sacred relic?" He sat down on the floor and slammed his fist into his palm and said loudly that he would do it. Yak looked at the phone and made a loud sound. The hunter, kneeling, loudly said that he would donate 10 million. The hunter with black hair looked at him and stretched out his hands to the side and asked loudly, "Has he really gone crazy?" Yak looked at them and thanked him for his support. He withdrew 10 million from his account. The hunter, clenching his fists, turned back and looked at the hammer and loudly agreed with him. He grabbed the handle of the hammer, and someone said loudly that the hunter was able to take the handle. The hunter, with a terrifying look, holding his hands on the handle, screamed loudly. He looked at the hammer with bewilderment on his face that did not shock him. The hunter with black hair looked forward with a surprised look and loudly asked, "How is that?" The man with amazement on his face quickly looked forward and loudly said that the hunter just now could not even touch the hammer. Yak stood in front of the geobrick hammer and looked at them. He said that a donation had been received for the development of the Pantheon Guild, and everyone around looked at him with surprise on their faces. Several people raised their hands up holding money in them and loudly said that they wanted to make an offering. Hari looked at the people with a puzzled look, who loudly said that those who paid go forward. She asked Yak, "Is this even possible? It looks like they are profiting off of the sacred objects." He ran forward making a loud noise. Yak stood in front of Hari and asked, "Is it really possible for an organic being to object to the efficient use of their organization's assets? She just needs to follow the prescribed guidelines." Hari crouched down and looked at the people who said loudly, trying to lift the hammer, that just a little more, he would only strain a little more. She said with beads of sweat on her face, that they were behaving so meanly. Yak made a loud noise in surprise. He said that the hammer brings in money. This was just the beginning of Yak's, the guild's finance manager's, plan. After a while, under the clear sky, there is a bright building where Hari lives. She extended her hand forward with a surprised expression and loudly told Yak that Moonbucks was offering to open a coffee shop at their guild's base. He, standing near the laptop, looked at her and said that he wanted to see the total amount of donations. Lately, the Pantheon Guild has become a very popular place. Hunters who challenged the hammer, as well as visitors near the hammer, were healed from most ailments. Everyone, without exception, wanted to see the sacred relic in person. Yak, for the sake of collecting funds for the needs of the guild and improving its reputation, tried his best to make money on this. All this, for the sake of improving the infrastructure of the organization. After some time, in a large building, Hari looked forward with surprise on her face and asked Yak, who was sitting on her head, "What is all this?" He said that this is an advanced workshop. Water bubbles fly up the pipe from the floor of the workshop. She looked around in her room with various unusual mechanics and asked if this was really a forging workshop. Yak said that this was the lowest level forging workshop he could find in his database. This is all he could arrange with such a low level of technology on planet Earth. Hari raised her hand to her mouth with a look of amazement on her face and looked away and said that this place still seemed incredible to her. He looked into her eyes and said that it was all because she had the brain of a primitive organic being. She looked up with an angry expression and said loudly that this was too much. Hari looked forward with admiration on her face and asked, "He was a knight of the Holy Grail of the God of Iron and the Forge, wasn't he?" He looked at her and said that it was true. She looked at the huge sparkling crystal in the pipe and asked, "Then could he forge a knife for her here?" Yak, sitting on her head, said that he couldn't do it. Hari looked down with a disappointed expression, joining two fingers on her hands, and said that everything was clear. After all, she didn't belong here. He said that it wasn't about that at all. This forging shop wasn't finished yet. This shop also needed additional equipment to work with adamantite. Hari looked up with a happy face and flushed cheeks and asked, "Is that so?" Yak quickly jumped down and said that it was time for him to quickly go earn money. She clenched her hands into fists with a frightened look and loudly wished him a good working day. Hari looked at him with a puzzled expression as he stopped at the small entrance. Yak looked up and said that he was initiating the opening of the low-level forging workshop. The collection of money for the equipment of the room was completed. He looked at the switched-on monitors in the workshop and said that today he would become an authority again. After some time, the world stock market crashed recently. Chong-chan looked at the monitors with an angry look and loudly asked, "Why are all the articles not talking about what they need?" The worker with anger on his face holding the phone in his hand loudly asked into the receiver, "What can he even do? He gave him a large sum of money, and he can't even bribe the news media." At one point, someone more like a ghost bought up all the shares that were growing on the market, and also began to knock down the sales dates, thereby manipulating the stock exchange and earning huge amounts of money on this, remaining unpunished. Of course, Yacht was hiding behind this mysterious person. The product that had recently interested him was a common food product. In the 21st century, humanity had not yet solved the food problem. Too much territory had been poisoned by contaminated water. In the early stages of natural disasters, the West and East Asia effectively fought the consequences. However, the poor countries of Eastern Europe and the Middle East, with an unstable political situation, after the breakthrough of the underground, found themselves in a very difficult situation. Yak bought land with contaminated soil for a pittance. His first goal was to create a granary in the People's Republic of Arang. After the Shanghai disaster that occurred 20 years ago, the pollution of the environment of Arang, one of the 50 military powers, reached a critical level. Yak bought part of this territory. The purification of the land took place through the spread of faith in the goddess of life and fertility Demera. Although it was impossible to clear the land and produce grain at the same level as the Neja plain, the land would soon be able to grow rice, corn, barley, and other crops. This territory would become one of the main granaries of the region. Yak looked at the monitor and, while hitting the keyboard with his hands, said that in fact, the Pantheon was in the lead in food production. But the problem was that this territory could be invaded. According to his database, international conflicts were a waste of national resources, while the risk of gates would increase all over the world. Yak quickly looked ahead with a surprised expression and said that a reasonable leader would not start an armed conflict. This land would prosper. After a while, people looked at the TV where the news said that a coup d'état had occurred in the Republic of Jilin. Hari looked ahead with a surprised expression and clutched her shirt with her hand and asked, "Had a war really started?" Yak, with a surprised expression on his face, became alarmed and loudly asked something in his language. He told Hari that he should talk to her alone. She, sitting on a bench, turned her head in his direction with an interested look. Yak said that the guild currently has a large stock portfolio. Thanks to him, their funds are growing steadily. The investment management department will also handle her budget. For this, he asked Hari to register today. She, with a surprised expression on her face, holding a glass in her hand, asked if he really wanted her to handle investments. Yak said that he did not want that, he would do it for her. Hari said loudly that he knew how to invest, it was very cool. Yak said that, based on the information in her poor bank account, her funds should be invested effectively. Hari, with a shameful expression on her face and flushed cheeks, quickly looked at him and loudly said that she did have quite a lot of savings, especially for a person her age. He said with a narrowed eye that her savings were only 15% of the average A-rank hunters. She spent most of her small salary and bonuses for clearing gates on charity. Hari sadly put two fingers together and said that it was true. In addition to housing and other living expenses, she donated money to the orphanage where she grew up. Yak quickly looked at her and said that in order to increase the amount of donations, she needed to increase her income. She looked away with a wicked smile on her face and said that she didn't really need it. Hari quickly moved aside, having been hit by beams from Yak's body, and screamed loudly in pain. He said that modern people living under capitalism and refusing to manage their finances properly were literally giving up on life. Hari should be grateful that the unit would handle this for her. She, with a drop of sweat on her face, brought her clenched hand into a fist to her chest and said that then he could only invest 2 million. Yak said that he would invest 20 million and she should rent out her semi-basement apartment in Seoul. She looked at him with a surprised face and made a drawn-out sound. Hari puffed out her cheeks with anger and thought, what else to expect from Yak? She agreed with him on this. Yak said with a confident look that from now on Hari was a silver-level client, and she was promoted from bronze level. She looked at him with a puzzled look and asked what a silver-level client meant. He said that a bronze-level client is guaranteed 100% of the profit, and a silver client 200%. Would she like to get a higher level? Hari, with an enthusiastic face, clenched her hand into a fist and said that it would be nice. Yak, with a happy face, said that if she invited 5 more clients, she would get a gold level. In that case the profit percentage will be 300%. She looked down quickly with a stunned look. Hari happily clenched her fists and asked if it was true. She, a 20-year-old, was just a tadpole in the adult world. Hari was too naive to notice that it was an ordinary financial pyramid. The problem was that no one doubted her good intentions. After some time, she sat in the dark at the table with a happy face and, putting her hand with a pen in it on the table, said into the phone to Suho that it was Hari. She wrote down names on a piece of paper and asked, "So it turns out he agrees? This is a wonderful solution." The financial pyramid Yak immediately began to grow. After some time, a black car drove up to Leon's house. The man got out of the car and straightened his tie. They go inside the house and the man looked at Leon and said that they came from the district court. He calmly held a folder in his hand and looked at her, and said that they were warning about the seizure of their assets. Leon looked forward with a shocked face and asked what he said. Yak looked forward with beads of sweat from fear. A man stood in front of him with a serious look and wrote something down on a piece of paper. Yak looked scared and asked something loudly in his own language. After a while, Leon, with an angry look, enveloped in a yellow aura, leaned his hands on the table and rested his head on them and looked forward at his comrades. He asked with anger on his face and a yellow aura in his eyes, "What happened?" Yak looked down with a guilty look and a red piece of paper on his head and made a sound in his own language. He said that this is the situation that happened. Firstly, the interest on the loan issued to the Pantheon Guild was not paid. Secondly, a large number of the guild workers got into debt because they trusted Yak with their money. His investment scheme failed miserably. Hari looked up at him with a pitiful expression and tears in her eyes and said that the 87 million was all she had. She even cashed the deposit. Chinsu put his hands on his head with an angry expression and said loudly that he had even stolen his wife's funds. The guy with a doomed face raised his hands in front of him and looked at them and said that it was all his savings for 5 years that he had been saving for the divine medicine. Leon, with beads of sweat on his face, listened to the complaints of the people. He asked Yak with a tense expression, what was their loss? He looked at him shaking with fear and made a sound. Yak looked down with a disappointed expression and said that the loss was 870,054,340,000. With each passing hour, this number increases by 49,853,655 and the loss is about 72%. The people looked at Yak with horror on their faces after listening to him and wondered what he had just said. Leon, with beads of sweat on his face and his arms crossed, listened as the people loudly said that they would take something from here then. The man loudly said that he was taking this stapler. The man with an ore-emitting axe in his hand raised it up and loudly said that there were many expensive things in the warehouse. They could take something from there too. Yak grabbed the axe from his hands with threads and loudly told the man not to move. He was not allowed to take the axe, it was the property of the guild. Hari, with tears in her eyes, lay on the floor and folded her arms across her chest after listening as the people loudly said that they should run there. And what would happen to their money? Yak loudly said that the man should put his weapon on the ground first. The guys were sitting on the floor with doomed faces. Someone loudly said that they should quickly grab their weapons. Leon looked down with an angry look, listening to all the noise. Hari told Shinsu that something was wrong. The manager loudly said that the deputy should come to her senses. Leon, with rage on his face, thought that they were despicable servants, and leaning on the table with his hands, pointing a lion of energy in their direction, he loudly said that they should stop panicking. People looked at him with surprise on their faces, frozen in one place. Leon, with a serious expression, leaned his hands on the table, calling Yak. He looked at him, responding to his majesty. Leon, with a blue aura in his eyes, said that he was sure that with his intellectual ability he could solve this problem. How long will it take him to do this? The man put his hands on his blades. Yak jumped out of his hands towards the table and said that he could solve this problem by tomorrow. Leon, with a calm expression, closed his eyes, put his hands behind his back and said that he should figure it out then. He also bowed in his name as King Lionheart to return their money to them. Now they can return to their business. Chinsu, with a sad expression, agreed with his majesty and thought, could he really return their money to them in one day? Is Yak really that strong? After a while, Yak came to the door among the light smoke. He, with a bright red light in his eye, said that this was an emergency. Yak told them to ignore the warning systems being checked. The special exoskeleton with built-in armor MK1 was activated and the workshop building changed color to red. Operation Code, Foundation Revival. Some time later, in Northeast Asia, the People's Republic of Iran. Strong currents of wind blow among the broken buildings in the empty city. The Orc Corporal of the Jilin People's Army, Rvio, sits at the table and opens his mouth wide, puts his hand to his mouth and yawns. The orc asked the boss, "Where are all the enemies?" The orc in the white t-shirt lifted the curtain with his hand and said loudly that it was too boring in the neighboring city. They came here to fight, but they all fled. The subordinate said that people are weak and know nothing about military honor. Revio, picking his nose with a serious look, leaning on his hand, said that as long as they have food, it is not a problem. They will stay here, and then they will go again to capture the neighboring city. An orc in a t-shirt with a determined face put his hand on his fist and agreed with him. They haven't eaten human stew for a long time. The boss with a smile on his face raised his finger and said loudly, surrounded by happy orcs, that it was fun. He wants to kill people and rob their cities. Revio turned back with his arms crossed and laughing loudly said that as soon as they finish here. He interrupted his conversation with a puzzled look and asked, "What is this?" An arrow is rapidly flying down, shrouded in a red aura. It is flying down at great speed towards the orc's tent, and the boss with a frightened face looked at it and asked, "Is this really a meteorite?" A bright red light hits the ground around after the arrow hits, destroying all the buildings. After some time, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Julios, with amazement on his face, asked, "Was the staff of God really hacked?" He leaned his hands on the table and looked at the monitor where what was happening in space was shown and loudly asked, "Who activated it?" "Only 3 people have the activation code." The worker in the headphones turned to him and said loudly that the Pentagon and the Special Hunter Command said that they also do not know how this happened. Gielios, with surprise on his face, quickly looked forward and asked, "Is this really the work of hackers?" The guy in glasses with beads of sweat on his face, holding his hands over the keyboard, said that the security code changes every minute. He said with amazement on his face that it is necessary to sort out 100 million variants to decrypt the code. Even the most powerful computer will need 13 years to do this. The Minister of Defense looked up with a frightened look and asked, "Who did this then?" He loudly asked to stop this somehow. "Is it possible to do this after activating the weapon?" The worker said loudly that they can't do this. The security system was strengthened by a hacker. Now, to hack, they need to sort out 10 billion decryption variants. Gielios, with an enraged look, his mouth wide open with drool flying out, said that it was impossible. The black-haired worker with a scared face raised his hand from the keyboard and turning back loudly told the minister that the Russian strategic weapon Grizzly had been activated. The sight was moving and the countdown to the shot was beginning. They were preparing to activate it simultaneously with Grizzly. The guy in glasses looked down with surprise on his face and asked, "Was their target really the People's Republic of Jilin?" Gielios asked with a puzzled look, "Why exactly that?" The assistant with a drop of sweat on his face holding a phone in his hand turned to the minister and said that he should take a look at it. He took the phone in his hand with interest on his face and asked, "What was this? Was this really a press conference?" At the conference, Gielios said that the Republic of Jilin was a threat to the security of the United States. The second president said with a menacing look that Russia would not tolerate provocations from its insolent neighbors. They would cooperate with the United States only to prevent escalation. The Minister of Defense looked at the phone screen with a puzzled look on his face and asked, "Was it really him?" The assistant agreed with him with a surprised look and said that the video was fake. Gielios looked at the phone in his hand with a furious look and said that it was a deep fake. The guy put one hand on the keyboard keys and the other on the mouse. The people in the room looked at the blacked-out computer screens. A message appeared on the monitor saying that he had come to end this war. Gielios turned his head to the side with a confused look on his face and clenched his fist and asked, "What is this?" After some time, the head of the People's Republic of Jilin, Rinsen Kaja, sat at the table with a sad look and put his hand on his head. He asked with a puzzled face, "Why did this happen?" Kaja told the orcs sitting next to him that now that they had become one of the strongest nations, all that remained was to start an endless war. An orc with an earring in his ear asked the boss, "What were they going to do? Weren't they finished?" He, with a drop of sweat on his face, holding his hand on his forehead, said that all they had to do was take the money they had and run. The blond orc, with a thoughtful look, crossed his arms in front of him, said that they would come to new lands, give birth to more children and start anew. The second orc, looking at him, loudly agreed with him. He confidently said loudly that now they needed to catch more human women. The robot, flying forward at great speed and breaking through the wall in front of him, hits the orc's head with his hand, breaking the earth's crust with it. The orc, with a terrifying look, hits his head on the ground, breaking it into pieces. His comrades, with surprise on their faces, loudly asked what was this. The robot, standing surrounded by smoke and pieces of stone, said that a target check was being used. He, with a menacing look, put one foot on the orc's body and clenching his palms into fists said that this was an orc that did not look like a human. The robot with a red aura in his eye extended his iron hand forward, standing in front of Kaja. He pointed his finger at his eye with a menacing look and told him to give his money back. Under the night sky there is a building with a hole in the ceiling from which heavy smoke is coming. The robot pointed his pistols in his direction. Kaja with a menacing face put his hands on the table and said that he does not even know who he is. He confidently looked forward quickly and said that he is not afraid of him. The robot jumped aside from the orc attacking him with an axe. The orc's axe flew to the side hitting the table. The second orc swung at the robot, but missed him. The robot activated the destruction mode. Many bullets from his pistols flew towards the orcs, leaving round bullet marks on their bodies. Kaja with determination on his face put his hand on the stone, covering himself with it from the bullets, and loudly told them to raise their shields. The orc, looking furious, holding an axe in one hand and a shield in the other, ran forward towards the robot with the intention of attacking and said loudly that he was finished. The robot stretched out his hand with a hole in it towards him at great speed, and the orc, covering himself with his shield, made a loud sound in his language. He raised his hand up and shot the orc from the hole in his hand, incinerating his body. The robot, looking confident, clenched his palm into a fist and looked at the orc standing in front of him. He stretched out his fists and said that he was using a special modification of the 12-caliber machine gun set. The robot, looking terrifying, pointed forward 2 hands and several weapons from behind his back. He looked forward and all the enemies were noted in his eyes. His restriction on the use of firearms has been lifted, all weapons are free for him, and the entire magazine has been used. Many bullets fly through the window at high speed, leaving holes in it. The robot, looking confident, with his hand stretched forward, shoots fiery bullets forward. The orc, closing his eyes from the bright light, stretches his hand forward and his body is pierced by many bullets. The robot stopped and looked forward with his bright red eye at the many corpses of the orcs, and said that this was the end of the shooting. He stretched his hand towards the orc standing in the smoke and said that there was one target left. Kaja, holding a hammer with red marks from bullets, said that it was not bad. He, with an ominous look, clenched his fist and holding a weapon in his other hand, said that everyone he killed should have been promoted to the rank of general. The robot, stretching out his hand, said that he was using the renewal of the destruction mode. Kaja, with rage on his face, said loudly that he did not understand anything about destruction. The robot directed many bright bullets in his direction. The orc, with anger on his face, raised his axe with the intention of attacking. He hit the robot's hand with great force with his weapon with a blue aura emanating from it. The robot covered his face with his hand with a hand with blue lightning emanating from it, after receiving a wound. The robot, looking at the axe in his hand, said that it was adamantite. Kaja, with a menacing look, said loudly that this was exactly so, his axe was made entirely of it. He had a smirk on his face and veins on his hands bulging, holding a weapon behind his back, and said loudly that even a dragon could not stand before his axe. Kaja dealt a strong blow with his axe to the robot's body, emitting bright rays of aura. The robot thought that he was supposedly in S rank and did not have a firearm. He directed the bullet from his hand towards the weapon and a flash of fiery energy illuminated the axe. The robot confidently pointed his hand towards Kaja. A strong stream of energy from the bullet passed through his head. He had an enraged look, having received wounds from the bullets on his face, and laughed loudly that this was not bad. Kaja, with determination on his face, struck the robot with his hand and said loudly that, however, the god of war Helkan was protecting him. Did he really think that he could not cope with a pile of scrap metal like him? Kaja, with a terrifying look, raised his axe above the robot's head, preparing to attack. The robot shot a beam from his chest and said that there was not enough time and that the plan had failed. The boss, with a drop of sweat on his face, asked what was this. His body was shackled by the robot's energy threads, preventing him from moving. Kaja looked at Yacht, who had flown out of the robot, with a puzzled expression, and asked what was going on. Yacht, flying towards him, said that good data had been received and that it supplemented the general information. The boss, with a furious expression, quickly looked at him and asked what he was even talking about. Yacht, with a fiery aura in his eye, said that this was the law of tactics. He, enveloped in a fiery aura, illuminated the space around him, flying up to Kaja, who had struck him with an axe. The orc boss, with an angry expression, looked ahead, enveloped in Yak's threads. He flew back at high speed from Kaja's exploding body. Yak turned around and, looking at the axe lying on the floor, said that the authenticity of the adamantite material had been confirmed. He confiscates it, eliminates witnesses, destroys it. After some time, the news said that the coup d'état incident in the Jilin People's Republic, which shocked the whole world, was over. The new government of the Jilin People's Republic apologized for what happened and initiated peace talks. In addition, blessed crops were found in the farmland of Beidakhan. Hari turned her head to the side with a smile on her face, and leaning her hands on the table told Yak that this was very good. She looked at the phone in her hand with a joyful expression and said that the war was finally over. Yak looked forward and said something in his own language. Hari looked at the phone with great surprise on her face and put her finger on it and asked, "What is the income from their fund?" "Really as much as 200%. Yak looked at Leon, who was standing with a cup in his hand, and said something in his own language. He raised the cup to his mouth with a thoughtful look and holding the tablet in his other hand thought that fencing, handling a shield, handling a spear or riding skills, the basic skills had also improved. Leon looked at Jaehyuk's resume and thought that he would need to submit it to the gods little by little soon. First, he would have to prove his faith, but there was no time for that. As long as the gods allowed the process to be simplified, they needed to act quickly. He looked at Chon's resume, which said that she was 20 years old. She was from the Hunter Academy organization, Class A. Her main weapon was a rapier, and her specialty was that she was the granddaughter of the 10th Guild Master of the Holy Sword. Leon said that she was a noble knight who followed the king. He looked at her resume and thought that she was greedy. This girl was born into a rich family and applied because of the divine law. Leon recalled his past and closed his eyes, thinking that she reminded him of someone. He quickly looked away with a surprised expression. Leon stood up from his chair with a serious expression and thought that the hammer had just been moved. He asked who could have done this. Hari turned around with a surprised expression and looked at Leon, who was quickly walking towards the door. She called out to His Majesty with a drop of sweat on her face. After a while, he put his hands behind his back and looked at the raised hammer. Leon, with a smile on his face, quickly looked forward and said that he did not even expect this. Taesum, with a bewildered expression, looked in his direction while shaking, holding a hammer radiating energy in his hands. After a while, on a vacant lot next to the Naja plain, a brown horse chewed Hari's braid in his mouth. She looked forward with a surprised expression and folded her hands together. Leon, with a serious expression, crossed his arms and said that a new cadet would join the squad today. His comrades asked why now. Jaehyuk looked at his comrade and said that the academy students, of course, had to join the guild. The guy asked with a surprised face, who exactly would it be? Leon looked to the side at the arriving cadet and said that from this day on he would train with them, and then he would also apply for the title of knight. Hari looked ahead with a surprised look and a drip of sweat. Taesum, holding the reins in his hands, told the horse not to be so stubborn. He sat on the horse with a tense look and stopped near them. Taesum quickly looked ahead and introduced himself and said that he was a first-generation soldier and hoped that they would get along. After some time, in a tall building under a clear sky, a man addressed the chairman of the association. He said that the cross-check of the East Sea Fleet, the U.S. 7th Fleet, and the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force had been completed. Kanhyuk put his hands behind his back and made a sound agreeing with his words. He said with confidence on his face that it was the Dragon Palace, and it looks like it is for sure now. A Red Sea gate called the Dragon Palace opened over the sea. The first time it appeared in Tokyo Bay was 25 years ago. Back then, people thought that gates could only appear on land. That's why no one even paid attention to the sea, which is why there were no satellites to track the appearance of gates on the water. The Tokyo Bay gate went unnoticed until it burst, which not only destroyed Tokyo Bay but also led to the pollution of the sea and the mutation of sea creatures and monsters. The Tokyo Bay gate disaster was one of the most tragic in history. But it was from this disaster that international cooperation began to clean up the gate. The man said that Typhoon Nabi was originally moving towards the Pacific Ocean. However, it suddenly changed its direction, and now Ulleungdo Island is in its path. It is the biggest typhoon this year. Kanhyuk asked with a frightened look, why did it appear now? On the TV, a man standing in the heavy rain and holding a microphone in his hand said that he was moving at a speed of 64.5 meters per second, which is faster than Typhoon Mimi. The typhoon is expected to cause serious harm to the residents of Ulleungdo Island. Kanhyuk turned around with a serious expression and said that they should contact King Leon of the Pantheon Guild immediately. Half an hour later, Youngwang came to the association and asked, are there no others here yet? The chairman looked at him and turning to the guild leader, Yan Wang said that he had changed a lot. Didn't he ignore their calls before? He put his hands in his pockets with an angry look and red cheeks, and said that that was exactly it, he was calling them, but there were other strong guilds. Kang Hyuk put his hands behind his back with a smile on his face, and said that it was hard to find a guild that could compare to the Phoenix Guild. Yan Wang looked away and said that they still hadn't recovered from the incident on Jeju Island. The chairman laughed and said that he thought they had recovered completely. Yan Wang looked at him with an angry expression and thought, so he decided to show his authority? Surely this was all because of Leon. He asked, he wouldn't send them there alone, would he? Their main weapon would also be involved, right? Kang Hyuk raised his hands in front of himself with an astonished expression and asked, what main weapon? Could someone like him treat someone like him so disdainfully? Yan Wang looked at him with an irritated expression, made a sound of displeasure, and said of course it was. He sighed and walked forward with his hands in his pockets, and said that it would never stop. Yuri, with a smirk on her face and her arms crossed, asked if it wasn't his own fault. Yan Wang looked at her with a displeased expression, who was pleased with herself. He turned to the side with a drop of sweat on his face and fell into a memory. The knight handed over the reins of the horse and told him to take this. Even if he is not an expert in horse riding, he will follow the king's orders. He told Yan Wang to live a dignified life and may the gods protect them. He came out of the memory and said that he was not feeling well again. The man pointed at the phone in his hand and addressed the chairman and said that a VIP guest had arrived. Kang Hyuk looked at him with a serious face and said that he understood him. Yan Wang looked in his direction with a concerned look and wondered what was wrong with him. The chairman straightened his tie with a serious expression and sprayed some refreshing liquid into his mouth. Leon walked forward with a serious expression, putting his hands behind his back. Kang Hyuk bowed and told His Majesty that he thanked them for their visit. Leon lowered his head with a smile on his face and closed his eyes and said that since they had summoned the king, there must be a good reason for it. He said that it was so with a smile on his face. Kang Hyuk pointed to the side and told them to come here. He would explain the whole situation to them. Leon crossed his arms with a serious expression, looked forward and listened to him and said that that was how it was. The gates had opened in the sea and a typhoon was approaching, making it difficult to clear them. The chairman, holding the remote control in his hand, looked to the side and said that it was exactly like that. He said that they would be supported by the United States and Japan. In case of an emergency, other guilds would also come with reinforcements. This was an opportunity to consolidate his position. Kang Hyuk lowered his head down and loudly asked the Lionheart King to honor them and perform this feat for them, and bowed to him. Leon with a smile on his face clenched his hand and said that it was well said. However, their performance will not be easy, they will have to prepare a worthy tribute for him. The chairman looked at him with a surprised face, putting his hands on the table and asked if perhaps he had something in mind. Leon with a sly grin on his face clenched his hand into a fist behind his back, turned around, and said that kings never count coins. He entrusts financial negotiations to Yacht. Kang Hyuk lowered his head down and said that he obeyed His Majesty. He thought that Leon gave him an empty promise. What a difficult person he was. Leon, leaving the building, looked at the list in his hand. He looked at Hari with a confident look and said that he would name the people who would participate in the cleanup, and she should write them down. She loudly agreed with His Majesty with a smile on her face. Leon with a thoughtful face said that the first Yacht cadets, Soho, Jae-hyuk, Dae-sung and warriors Gapsu, Jengchul and Kalgan, and also Koldu. Hari with a tense face wrote down the names in the notebook. She looked at him with a drop of sweat on her face and turned to His Majesty. Leon looked at her holding the list in his hand and asked, "What is it?" Hari with a frightened look asked, "Is it really true that among those he named there is not a single girl?" She looked at him with an offended face and thought that even if he divides women into ladies and everyone else, he is not one of those who discriminate based on gender in such operations. Leon looked at her and went forward and said that this is a stupid question. He said with a giga-chad face that a woman on a ship always leads to trouble. Hari with a surprised face looked at him holding a notebook in her hand. After a while, the helicopters flew across the bright sky towards the First Fleet of the Republic of Korea. It lands on the ground near Vice Admiral Choi Jae-sung, commander of the First Fleet. Leon, with black glasses on his face, put his hand in his pocket, got out of the helicopter. They headed towards the standing people. Leon asked if he was the commander of this base. Jason, with a serious face, put his hand on his chest, introduced himself, and said that it was a great honor for him to meet His Majesty. In fact, thanks to the grain blessed by the goddess Demera, his granddaughter was able to recover from a serious illness. If Leon does not mind, he would like to express his gratitude to him. Leon, with a smile on his face, holding glasses in his hand, said that if he was grateful for the mercy of the goddess, then he was his brother in spirit. Jason, with a grin on his face, laughed, and told His Majesty that it was an honor for him and he could follow him. He closed his eyes, turned to the side and said that before giving him a briefing on the operation, he would introduce him to the allied forces that would be fighting alongside them. After some time, in the building behind the closed fence, Yamwan looked away with a serious expression and asked if these were really American soldiers. Jason agreed with him and said that they had flown here on the first cargo flight. He put his hands behind his back with an irritated face and said that all these Americans do is sit around doing nothing. It's amazing. Yamwan clenched his fists and said loudly that that man was Reynold. Could this really be the American master of the magic tower? What is such an important person doing here? Reynold thought with an arrogant expression that even in South Korea his authority was unshakable. He said with a smile on his face, holding a pearl of wisdom in his hand, that he was glad to meet the hunters of Korea. He was called to clear the gate, and he was the master of the magic tower. He looked forward with surprise on his face at Leon standing in the crowd. Reynold looked up with a frightened face, his mouth wide open, and thought that this was the end. He thought with fear on his face, shaking, this was the greatest creature. He was standing right in front of him now. Rakshar in his head said loudly that he needed to pull himself together. This freak was very hot-tempered. If he saw him, he would cut his head off his shoulders with one blow. But he hadn't noticed him yet. He needed to believe in the power of the protective ring. Reynold looked at the golden ring on the finger of his clenched fist and thought that this was a gift from Rakshar after all. She said in his head that this was so. As long as he had a ring that hid demonic energy, he wouldn't be able to suspect him of anything. The ring on his finger glowed with a purple glow. Reynold looked at the ring with a frightened look and thought that this was the greatest creature. Rakshar in his head said loudly to calm down and come to his senses. Because of his energy, the ring was losing its power. Need to get away from Leon as fast as possible. Reynold thought that in that case he would look too suspicious. He approached him shaking with beads of sweat on his face and told His Majesty that he was pleased to meet him, because he was very famous abroad. He always dreamed of meeting him in person someday. Rakshar in his head loudly said not to shake Leon's hand, otherwise he would be caught. Leon with a grin on his hand radiating a yellow aura walked past him and said that he was clearly a spellcaster who knew his business. Reynold with beads of sweat on his face looked towards the leaving Leon. Rakshar asked if he was happy now, and why did he do it? He looked ahead with horror on his face and thought that they were leaving here. He thought that this plan would suit him. Rakshar said that it would not only suit him, but now there was nothing more important than this. They had no choice but to enter the gate. Reynold, holding the pearl of wisdom in his hand, looked at him and wondered why they even got involved with this Rakshar. After a while, Hari, with a fake smile on her face, clutching a folder in her hands, went forward. She looked down and thought that the king said that a woman on a ship means trouble. Hari, with amazement on her face, quickly looked forward and asked if this was really the hunter Tae-sun. She, with a surprised look holding the folder in front of her, turned to him. He, with beads of sweat on his face, holding a towel on his neck with his hand, looked in her direction. A can of carbonated drink fell down. She sadly asked why he was helping the loaders. Tae-sun, with a drop of sweat on his face, holding the can in his hand, opened it and said that it was not difficult for him to do it. Hari, looking at him, said that he was now a knight cadet. The king would definitely not order him to do such work. He said with a smile on his face, scratching the back of his head, that he felt that there were too many honors for him, and he only lifted the hammer. Hari said loudly with an irritated face that this was not true at all, because she could not move it even a millimeter. Thousands of people tried to lift this hammer, but only he could do it. Does he know what this means? It means that the goddess herself chose him. Tae-sun asked with a frightened face if she was really talking about him. It just couldn't be. Hari puffed out her cheeks with anger and sighed loudly. She asked loudly with a smile on her face. She was sure that the king would probably say something like this. How could this mortal dare to doubt the king's choice? And what right does he have to judge the goddess's decision? Leon, standing behind her, turned to Deputy Hari with a stern look. She looked at Tae-sun with an angry look and said loudly what Leon would say, that this won't do. He doesn't work hard enough if he has the strength to think like that. But in his time, they trained so much that they didn't even sleep. Tae-sun, with a confused look on his face, called out to Hari loudly. Leon looked at her with an irritated look. She, with a scared look on her face, pointed her finger behind her and asked if he was really standing right behind her. Leon grabbed a tuft of her hair with his hand with great force. He looked at her face with anger on his face and bulging veins and asked loudly, "What kind of outrageous sight is this?" She dared to parody him, thinking that she understood all his true intentions. Hari, with tears in her eyes, cried loudly and asked him to just kill her. Leon, with a serious look, calmed down and crossed his arms, letting her go. He said that it was incredible that grace had descended on her. She looked at him with a surprised face, putting the folder in front of her and asked, "Is it really grace?" Leon sighed heavily and said that the divine ruler and the waves of Polma had chosen her as his priestess, and they looked at him with incomprehension. He said with a sad face that that was why she should also take part in this operation. Hari looked forward with an amazed look and thought that it was somehow strange. Why was he looking like that? After some time, Hari, with an angry look, tied with a rope, loudly said that this was some kind of mistake. They said that she would be a priestess. Yanwan put his hands on the handrail and looked at her, loudly asked, "Who is treating a priestess like that?" He looked at the people carrying away the log with Hari tied to it with beads of sweat on his face and asked, "Is it really her?" Leon said with a smile on his face that a woman on a ship always leads to trouble. But there is still a way to get around this bad omen. Yanwan looked at him with a surprised look, holding on to the handrail. Leon put his hand on his glasses with a smile on his face and said that this is a toilet figure. Hari looked at Soho with an angry look and said loudly that this is not allowed. She did not sign up for this, she is older than him. He looked down with a resigned look and holding his hands on the ropes apologized to her. She said loudly that they are all traitors. They quickly run to the side holding Hari tied to the log in their hands. She loudly called out to the recruits and hunters, and said that someone in their right mind should stop this. Can't they hear her? Hari loudly asked them to save her. Choyan put her hand on the ropes with a guilty look and looked down without answering her. Hari with an angry face is hanging on a standing log at the end of the deck. She looked ahead with surprise on her face and beads of sweat running down, and made a loud noise from fear. Hari was hanging tied with ropes on a ship in the middle of a huge ocean. The ship's crew put their hands on their heads and loudly said that they were sailing away. She looked at the strong waves splashing towards her with a frightened face. Hari with tears in her eyes from fear loudly asked to be saved. In the raging sea, in the rain and thunderstorms, the ship sails forward. The waves rise up with great force under the current. The man loudly said that a typhoon is approaching. It is Nabi and its speed is 64.5 meters per second. Hari with horror on her face, tied to a log among the waves hitting the ship, loudly said to be saved. Leon, holding a fishing rod in his hands, looked towards her and loudly told her to shut up. She with surprise on her face loudly asked, "Is this really His Majesty?" He raised his glasses with an irritated look and told her to be quieter, otherwise he would scare away all the fish. Hari asked with an irritated face, "Were they going fishing? Did Leon decide right now to tie a man to a pole and catch fish?" He clenched his hand into a fist with an irritated look, winding the fishing line and making a sound of indignation, said that all the fish had escaped because of her. She turned her head in his direction with an angry look and asked where the fish would come from next to a warship. Leon looked at the twitching fishing rod with amazement on his face. He quickly put his foot on the railing and pulled the rod out of the water. Leon squeezed a huge red fish by the tail in his hand. He held the fishing rod in his hand with a serious look, held the fish forward and told Vice Admiral Jason to order everything to be prepared. Jason, with a surprised expression on his face, lifted his cap with his hand and put his hand in his pocket, and agreed with His Majesty. Leon placed a large fish on the marble table. He knelt down, put his hand on his heart, and closed his eyes in front of the fish lying on the table between two candles. Leon asked the generous Lord of the Sea to appear before those who dared to invade his territory. The fish glowed with a bright blue glow and radiated several bright rays of light to the sides. A stream of light aura hit from the sky, illuminating the ship. The sailor, with a surprised expression on his face, leaning on the table, looked forward at the light rushing through the windows and asked, "What the hell is that?" The second sailor, with amazement on his face, clenched his hand into a fist and asked, had he ever seen anything like that? He asked with a drop of sweat on his face, were these really waves? The sailor himself was seeing something like this for the first time. Sea waves appeared in the sky above the sailing ship and a huge wave rose above it. Polma gathered in a circle of sea waves and said to Lionheart that he was his dear lighthouse and protector of his temple Rankwell. Leon with a calm look surrounded by drops of water addressed him and said that he was the divine lord of the sea and waves. A huge shark made of water rose into the sky above the ship. Poma said that this was a very shallow sea and he felt that there was no deity in these lands, and the ships did not even have sails. No matter who you looked at, no one realized all the benefits that the sea brings. Leon put his hand on his heart and looked ahead and said that he could not do anything about it. This world had not yet received the teachings of the sea. He asked Poma to accept and protect them. He laughed loudly in the form of a shark and disagreed with him, loudly asked why he should accept those who did not even believe in him. Grace descends on those who fear and revere him. Leon closed his eyes from the bright radiance and asked why he made this girl his priestess. Hari, with a fake smile on her face and tears in her eyes, thought it was a shark. Poma, laughing, said that Phytos had a hard time convincing him of that. But in the end, he didn't regret it, because this girl was born as a beautiful vessel to serve the gods. She looked at him with a puzzled expression and beads of sweat running down her face. Poma said that she was certainly born, not as a good vessel as Leon. He is worthy of keeping any deity within himself. Leon, with a stern face, looked away, holding his hand on his heart, said that he had a premonition that only failures would befall her. Poma said that it was a blessing and asked why he called it failure. He said that for a person who lacks faith, God's blessing can become a curse. Poma, laughing, said that he believed that he, his lighthouse, would be able to sort this out. In the form of a large shark, he turned to Hari and said that she was the new priestess. She looked up with amazement on her face and asked, "Did he really say that about her?" Poma said that he was blessing her and granting her the power to control water and waves. He asked her to accept this gift and spread his teachings throughout the world. Hari joyfully agreed with him loudly and asked, "So now she would be freed?" He looked at her and loudly said that as long as his priestess was on the sacrificial pole, no wave would harm this ship. Poma dissolved in the sky and a huge lightning bolt struck the sea. Hari, with bewilderment on her face, asked, "Is that all?" The men, calling people to themselves, loudly said that the typhoon was already very close and there was a 10-meter wave ahead. The sailors quickly ran for cover and loudly said that they would be swept away by the wave. She looked towards the raging waves and thunderstorms in the sky. Hari, with tears in her eyes, screaming in fear, loudly asked to save her. Leon calmly crossed his arms and, leaning on the railing, said that she lacked faith. She looked at him with surprise on her face and loudly addressed His Majesty. He said thoughtfully that Poma liked her, however, a small lack of faith can be forgiven. Hari, with an angry face, said loudly that she did not need forgiveness, she just needed to be untied from this pole. Leon, with a smile on his face, put his hand on the railing, squeezed his glasses with his fingers and, looking towards the sea, told her to calm down and trust herself to the sea. He stood on the edge of the deck, spreading his arms to the side, said loudly that then the boundless Mother Nature would accept her. Hari, with a frightened look, addressed His Majesty and loudly said that she just wanted to survive. Leon, with a smirk on his face, turned back and asked, "Isn't it strange? There was such a terrible typhoon ahead, so why didn't any waves touch them?" She, with a surprised face, asked, "What is he talking about?" Hari thought that it was true, because the ship stopped rocking on the waves. And all the waves began to disappear near the ship? Leon said that Poma uses her, his priestess, as a guide, and this calms the waves. She asked loudly if this was true. He, with a smile on his face, crossed his arms and said that since no one here believed in him, all that was left for him to do was to use her as his guide. Hari looked at him with a joyful look and said loudly that she understood everything. She thought that he tied her up like this not because he treated women badly. She looked down with surprise on her face at the untied rope and quickly waved her legs and arms. Hari, with a frightened look, tucked her legs in and fell down. The ship, floating under the striking lightning, tilted downwards due to the violently raging waves. She hit her cheek on the pillar, loudly apologized to Leon, and said that she agreed to be tied up. Hari, screaming loudly from fear, said that she did not like all this. In the end, with Leon's help, she was tied to the pole again as a latrine figure. After some time, the USS Arleigh Burke-class ship sails forward in a calm sea. Reynold, with a thoughtful look, leaning his hand on the railing, looked down and said that he thought the ship was about to capsize. But now that they were sailing behind this ship, everything had returned to normal. The pearl of wisdom in his hands began to glow with purple rays. The Rakshar in his head said loudly that he had used the power of the sea and the waves. Ships under this protection survive even in the strongest storm and always return with a rich catch. Reynold, with a serious face and beads of sweat, looked at the pearl of wisdom and said that that's how it is. He thought that this was no different from the devil's influence. The ship's captain said that this was the Arleigh Burke and he had bad news. A Japanese Murasan-class ship sailed from Sasebo, but it got caught in a storm and now the ship's crew is being rescued. Reynold turned his head to the side and said that even before the operation began, their forces were reduced by a third. Rakshar in his head said loudly that he just needed to focus on this gate, it was very important. He looked at the purple pearl of wisdom with a serious face and agreed with Rakshar. The captain of the ship, the great Kwanjetho, said that they were continuing the operation. They were sending hunters on boats. The red gate opened in front of them and the captain said that the opening of the gate was expected. They were starting to enter the gate. The operation was beginning. Leon, with a serious face, crossed his arms and stood on the edge of the boat near the open red gate. Chinsu turned to the side sitting in the boat, put his hand in front of his mouth and loudly said that the Pantheon Guild was speaking. Hari, with tears in her eyes, looked ahead at the light emanating from the gate. They swam into the gate and the man loudly said that they should be more careful. She, with yak on her head, looked ahead. A long whirlpool rose into the air from the sea, sucking people into it. Hari, with tears in her eyes, spinning in a whirlpool, loudly asked, "What is happening here?" After some time, she lies unconscious on the sand under the rays of the sun. Hari, half asleep, said, turning to the chairman, that she said that she wanted kimchi. She opened her eyes and stuck out her tongue, tried the salty sea water and loudly said that it was too salty. Hari jumped up, leaned her hands on the sand and spat out the sea water. She spat out the water and loudly said that she found it too salty. Hari, with an incomprehensible look, stuck out her tongue and thought that she must have been swept off the ship by a tornado. She stuttered and asked, "Where is everyone?" Hari looked towards her comrades lying on the sand and realized where they were. She put her hands on the guy's body and loudly said that they should all come to their senses. Taesung, with a surprised face, sitting on the sand, brought his hand to his face and making sounds of pain, said that he had a headache. Dryly putting his hand on his head said that he had a very bad headache. Hari, with amazement on her face, leaning her hands on the sand, asked if he was okay. He, with a drop of sweat on his face, said that everything was fine, only his mouth was full of sand. Had they really gotten into a tornado? She looked ahead with a tense look and wondered if everyone was here. Only King Leon was not visible, and where were Yak and the other hunters? Poma in her head told her to calm down, they would all be safe and sound. Hari, with a frightened look, raised her hands in front of her, hearing a voice in her head, and looked around. He told her to look down. Hari, with an interested face, looked down and asked if it was really a turtle. Poma, in the form of a turtle with a smile on his face, quickly looked at her and told his priestess that everything was correct. He personally came here in this incarnation to save her. She, with surprise on her face, leaning on her hand, asked what does it mean in the incarnation. He is somehow small. He said loudly with an angry look that if she sees a divine incarnation, then she should worship him. Hari looked at him with interest on her face and asked, he said that they will all be safe and sound? So he knows what exactly happened to them. Choyan, with a red face, sitting on her knees on the sand, covered her mouth with her hand and looked at Palm. He stood up on his hind legs and said loudly that he knows it. Palm was unable to dispel the hurricane, but the magic of the waves carried everyone to safe land. He moved his paws on the sand and said that it was difficult for him to move in this body. Palm asked her to put him on her shoulder quickly. Hari looked at him, putting him on her shoulder, and wondered what to do now. She turned to the side and quickly looked forward, loudly said for everyone to stand up, monsters have come here. Several crabs ran towards the standing knights. They jumped towards them with great speed with the intention of attacking. Hari put her hand on the sword surrounded by a fiery aura with a determined look and thought that monsters had also been added to everything. If she struck with all her fiery power. She confidently stood in a fighting stance, raising the sword in front of her and surrounding herself with a stream of fire. Hari looked at the sword surrounded by water with a surprised expression on her face, which extinguished her fiery aura. Poma sighed heavily, turned his head to the side and asked how the priestess of the divine ruler of the sea and waves uses fire. She quickly looked at him with beads of sweat on her face and asked what he just said. Hari, with an angry face, held it in her hand, shook it and asked loudly, "Can't she really use fire?" She loudly said that she will not be his priestess. He made a displeased sound and told her to return it to its place. Hari looked at him with a terrifying look, holding Poma by the tail with 2 fingers and loudly said that she does not need him. The crabs ran at high speed towards the knights who covered themselves with shields. At the same time, Reynold, holding a pearl of wisdom in his hands, standing in the forest surrounded by crabs, said that this could be the end. Rakshar in his head said that at first it was hard, but they managed to defeat the monsters. The surviving American soldiers were forced to build a place to spend the night, and now it was time for them to get to work. He looked to the side and loudly agreed with the greatest creature. Reynold went down closer to the crab lying on the ground. He sent a stream of purple lightning in its direction with an ominous look and told it to wake up. A huge crab shrouded in purple energy rose from the ground. Reynold, with a serious face, standing surrounded by revived crabs, looked to the side. He, with an ominous aura in his eyes, told him to lead him to the obelisk. After some time, Reynold calmly looked forward and asked, "Is this the same obelisk?" A huge black stone with a red sphere inside stands among the green grass under the dark sky. Rakshar said that it was him, and they needed to find a few more like it. He sent energy from his hand, creating a magical red circle towards the obelisk. Reynold stopped and turned towards Yang Wang standing behind him. He put his hands in his pockets and asked if the master of the magic tower not only knew what it was, but also touched it. The master, with surprise on his face, standing under the red light, said that they were alive. He wondered how they could get here so quickly. Rakshar in his head said that they were an even bigger problem than the monsters. Reynold closed his eyes and turned towards them holding a pearl of wisdom in his hand and asked if the two of them weren't given a task. He thought they were also told to destroy these obelisks. Yang Wang looked down and said that it was. He checked the task right away. The system window notified that they needed to explore the island and destroy the obelisks of the Great Rakshar. He thought with a thoughtful expression that gate on Jeju Island, the task of that gate was to defeat Geobrick. But he was not the main enemy. That is, there may also be something hidden in this task that they do not know yet. Yang Wang looked forward with a serious face and said that they do not have enough information about that gate yet. The master asked them, "What kind of information is this?" Yang Wang put his hands in his pockets and asked, "They don't know. What if it's a trap?" First, they need to find out what kind of Rakshar this is. Reynold looked away and thought that he was right about something. Rakshar told him that they needed to get away from them, because they couldn't handle them all alone. The master, with a smile on his face, laughed loudly and said that it was true. Korean hunters always amazed him with their insight. He told them that they would meet on the beach then, where the Maverick Guild members were now. After some time, Hari, looking tired, putting her sword back in its sheath, looked at the crabs lying on the ground and said that they had barely coped. She looked away and asked Soho if there were any wounded. He, with a smile on his face, holding a shield in his hand, said that there were none and that everything was fine. Hari, putting her hand in front of her mouth, asked the hunter Park Taeshik if they were all right. He, with a smile on his face, hit his heart with his fist and said that they were all right. Tae-sung turned to Deputy Hari with beads of sweat on his face, and she turned her attention to him with a surprised expression. He raised his hands in front of him with a frightened look and said that His Majesty's aura had been disabled. Hari said calmly that it was serious, but she had seen how many effects were cast on him, so there was nothing to worry about. Tae-sung quickly looked ahead and said that in fact, that was not the problem. He had recently suggested to Leon to conduct an experiment to see how far his aura could spread. He raised his finger with a serious expression and said that it was as much as 30 kilometers, which was the widest range considering the effect of the demon hatred effect. However, none of them currently had this effect. Hari looked ahead with a frightened expression and thought that this island definitely couldn't be 30 kilometers long. She said that most likely, even the neighboring islands didn't have it either, it just couldn't be. She looked to the side and turned to Palm. He said that he couldn't contact Leon either. Hari, with fear on her face, pressing her fist to her chest, said that now it was really serious. No one else washed up on the shore. The deputy looked at the vast sea ahead, illuminated by the rays of the sun, and asked, "Where is His Majesty?" At the same time, in the depths of the sea, a bright ball lit up on an abandoned bridge. Rakshar said that this was true, he had come to end this eternal sleep. Leon looked at him with a serious expression, illuminated by the light of the ball. Rakshar, lying behind the ball, with a terrifying look, said that for 500 years he had eaten only fish, so he was already tired of it. He, with a red aura in his eyes, raised his tentacles and, looking at Leon standing opposite him, asked, "I wonder what a night of the gods tastes like." After some time, the Yak system window notified that the BIOS was loading. An error occurred, some processing systems were contaminated with an unknown substance. Several retries showed an error, and he needed to try rebooting the system with limited resources. Yak was lying on the ground among the blue flower petals. He woke up with a surprised look and looked ahead at the many crabs standing among the rocks. They greeted him by raising their claws up. Yak moved his mechanical ears and asked something in their language. The crabs answered him loudly with an excited look. He raised his left mechanical arm to the side and all the crabs raised their left claws. Yak raised his right mechanical arm to the side and the crabs repeated after him, making loud sounds in their language. Taesung, standing among the knights and guild members, loudly said that they could not find Dohan. Jae-hyuk and the leader Jinsu were also missing. Choyeon, with a drop of sweat on her face, brought her fist to her mouth and said that she did not think that there would be lost people among both the cadets and the knights. Soho, with confidence on his face, raised his clenched palms into fists and loudly said that everything would definitely be fine with them. Hari, with a puzzled expression holding a piece of paper in her hand, asked, "Why perhaps?" She turned back and thanked Alan Taylor for his help and said loudly that they were members of American guilds. Thanks to them, they were able to defeat the crab monsters. He confidently put his hand to his head and laughingly greeted the hunters from Korea. His call sign in the Maverick Guild is Mistral. Hari, with a thoughtful look, looked up and bringing her fist to her face said that she seemed to have heard this call sign. She enthusiastically clapped her palms and said loudly that he was the 6th S-rank hunter in the Maverick Guild. Alan, with an arrogant face, put his fist to his mouth and asked, since she knew his name, then there was no point in calling him by his call sign. Hari, with an annoyed look, put her hands on her knees and loudly apologized to him, said that she should call him by his call sign, since he existed. One of the guild members turned his head towards his comrade and said that it was Mistral. He saw it on the video hosting. So even an S-rank hunter came to their aid. Hari looked at him with surprise on her face and raising her hand clenched into a fist said that she did not know that he would participate in this raid. Alan, with a drop of sweat on his face, turned to the side, raising his hand and asked, were they really given the information? They were sent on a mission very suddenly. Whatever the case, judging by what they heard, the leader of their guild is not here. How will they look for those who were carried away by the waves? Hari, with a smile on her face, closed her eyes and clenched her palms together, told him not to worry about it. She put her hands on her hips and looking at Soho said that they were under the protection of the divine ruler of the sea. If the king wanted to find them, he would have done it long ago. Soho, with a joyful look, said that it was true, and especially since the king has a Pegasus. Alan put his hand on his head with a puzzled expression and wondered, what does Divine Lord and Pegasus mean? He asked, what are they even talking about? The system window notifies that the first wave is starting. They clenched their hands into fists and quickly looked forward. Hari looked away with a surprised expression and asked, is this really a wave? Are they being warned of approaching monsters? Alan squeezed his wrist with a smile on his face and said that they would talk about it later. First they would stop the wave. The system window notifies that the first wave has started, monsters are approaching and the remaining time is 2 hours 59 minutes 34 seconds. Sea monsters with weapons in their hands are rapidly moving towards the people. Alan said that an A-rank boss went from the very beginning, it will not be easy. A sea monster with sharp teeth raised its tentacle from the water. The people screamed loudly looking at the monsters that appeared from the water. Hari put her hand on her weapon with a tense expression and looked away. Daesung, with a determined face, put his shield in front of him and loudly ordered everyone to raise their shields. He, with beads of sweat on his face, slid backwards under the onslaught of a tentacle of a monster that hit the shield with great force. Daesung, with beads of sweat on his face, looked down at the shaking shield and thought that without the king's buffs they had become even weaker than he expected. The tentacle hit the knights, throwing them down with great force and creating a stream of smoke underneath them. Hari, with a serious face, looked at Daesung lying on the ground and loudly asked if the others were okay. He, with beads of sweat on his face, leaned on his hands and coughed loudly, said that they were okay, but they needed to stop the wave. She looked forward with an irritated look and sighed loudly, thinking that if only she could use the power of fire. Hari ran at several monsters, raising her weapon up. She looked to the side with a confident look, jumping at the monsters and cutting them into pieces with her weapon. Hari ran forward, raising a stream of dust under her feet and loudly turning to Palm, asked, didn't he grant her some skill like Super Tsunami? He, with a smile on his face, peeked out from behind her hair and asked, did she seem to have been watching too many cartoons? Hari, with an irritated look and veins protruding on her face, looked up and loudly said that he himself, like from a cartoon. She, with an amazed face, looked to the side at the strong stream of energy that hit the monster. Alan, with a smile on his face, raised his finger with radiating yellow light and steam, and said that one cannot be distracted even for a moment. Hari, with a drop of sweat on her face, thanked him. She, with a surprised face, quickly looked to the side and asked, so they have already defeated everyone? Alan, turning back, looked at the many monsters lying on the ground and said that for a rank, they were very weak. Choyan, looking at Suho, put her hand on the body of the dead monster. He, with an amazed look, looked at the huge head of the monster. Suho confidently clenched his fist and said that Alan was strong enough. Choyan, with a drop of sweat on her face, said that it was true. After all, it was the best guild in the US. Alan, with a smile on his face, put his hands in his pockets, looked up, and said that it was time to deal with the rest. He said loudly that there was no one left here. After some time, the system window notified that the end of the third wave had occurred. It had been 36 hours since Yak had been saved by the crab monsters. They had been following his orders with suspiciously obedient behavior, helping to repel the wave of monsters approaching the island. Yak, standing on the crab, said that it took 12 hours for the wave to refresh. Crustacean-type monsters had abnormal growth and reproduction rates. Every living organism needed a certain amount of time to store up the nutrients it needed to grow and form its skeleton. However, not for these crustacean monsters. Jae-hyuk called out loudly to Yak several times. He turned around with a surprised look and asked something in his own language. Jae-hyuk, with a smile on his face, put his hands on his hips and said loudly that the system window had been refreshed. Jae-hyuk, the man saved on the first day at the beach, raised his finger and said loudly that not a single Rakshar obelisk had been destroyed so far. He looked at him with a surprised face and stretched out his finger to the system window and said that he didn't know that. Can't Yak see the system windows? He said, standing on the crab, that he can't see them. In a situation where information is unavailable, mutual exchange of data is extremely important. Jae-hyuk thoughtfully put his fist to his mouth and looked at the system window and said that the quest says that it is necessary to destroy the obelisks. Yak, sitting on his shoulder, said that he has a guess that the crab-type monsters are in the process of a protracted war with hostile forces. Perhaps the forces sending waves of monsters are trying to destroy the obelisks. Jae-hyuk, walking between the dead monsters on the water, asked, "Is that really true?" He thoughtfully put his finger to his lips and asked, "So the final goal is the obelisks?" Yak looked at him and said that this conclusion is rational. He turned around, putting his hands on his hips, and said that Kikuruk's squad had suffered significant losses. Will they be able to make up for them? Yak said that was impossible. The difficulty of the waves was increasing each time. With this trend, there was a high probability of defeat on the fifth wave. Jae-hyuk, with a surprised expression on his face, sighed heavily and asked, "Is it really even when he was commanding them?" He said that was impossible. The minimum requirement for victory was to be equipped with a bladed weapon. Jae-hyuk, with a puzzled expression, wondered who even thought of giving crabs knives. He, with an enthusiastic expression on his face, raised his head up and, hitting his fist on his palm, said, addressing Yak, that he wanted to tell him that he had discovered something interesting. After some time, they looked at a waterfall flowing from a high cliff among the trees. Jae-hyuk looked into the dark area in the rocks and said that there was a cave hidden behind the waterfall. They went deeper into the cave, illuminating the area around them with the red light from Yak. Jae-hyuk, with a smile on his face, put his hand on the smooth surface of the cave and quickly looked in the direction where the light was coming from. He stood among the tall buildings of the city, spread his arms out to the sides and said loudly that perhaps these Kikuruk were a much more advanced civilization than they thought. At the same time, a huge fish with a lantern swam in the depths of the sea among the stones. Leon, with a stern face, stood under the bright light, took off his glasses and said that he was in a difficult situation. He thought that there were traces of civilization on the seabed. Leon, surrounded by a yellow aura, walked forward into a large building and said that this was a fallen world. He looked to the side with a serious expression, clenching his palms into fists, and thought that when the boat capsized, he lost the power granted by Poma. Apparently, the power decreased because this territory belongs to someone else. It is quite possible that this being is of the same level of divine power, or a demon of the same level. Leon raised his fist with an angry expression and wrapped it in fiery energy, and told this freak to show himself. He looked away with a stern expression when he heard laughter. Rakshar turned to Lionheart and said that he was a fierce hunting dog of the gods with a lion's heart. Leon was a descendant of demon slayers who had killed the largest number of demons. He was the knight of all knights and the king of kings, the protector of the once great kingdom, and he came when its army and strength had weakened. Leon asked with a serious face and a yellow aura from his eye, "So he knew him?" Rakshar asked him, "Who among the demons does not know the lion's heart?" He became famous even among them. Many heroes and heroines came here, but among them there was no one who could defeat the great evil. "Maybe he is not like them?" Leon said with an arrogant expression that the freak was telling him incomprehensible words. Rakshar raised his long tentacles above Leon standing below and laughed loudly. Rakshar, with an ominous look, bound by golden chains, thanked Lionheart and said that after he defeated Malius, he too had a chance. Leon, with an incomprehensible face surrounded by yellow energy, looked at him. Rakshar, with a red aura in his eyes, tensed his tentacles and said that 500 years of waiting had come to an end. At the time and place of the start of the fourth wave, Hari kicked the water and made a loud dissatisfied sound. She, with an offended face and Pulma sitting on her head, touched the sea water with her hands. He sighed heavily and said that if she decided to splash in the water, she should take off her clothes, at least it would be nice to look at. She, with an irritated look and red cheeks, hit the water with her fist, creating splashes, and loudly told him to stop saying such strange things. She is trying her best to awaken her powers. Pulma looked at her with a smile on his face and asked, "Isn't she just splashing around in the water? No matter how much she plays in the sea, she can't awaken the power of the waves." Hari looked at her palms with a tense expression, where sea water was running down them. She said that she had learned from the goddess Ariana that by repeatedly doing righteous deeds, one can increase one's honor. Pulma said with a smile on his face that this was a lesson for a child, and an old-fashioned one at that. Hari said that people praised Demer while cultivating the land. She asked, "Isn't Phytos the god of victory and the flame of fighting spirit?" "Pulma is the god of the sea and the waves." Hari pointed her finger up with an interested expression and asked, "Isn't it possible to contact his powers through the sea?" Pulma looked at her and said that even so, she couldn't do it by splashing in the water. She stroked his head with her finger and loudly asked him to tell her how to do it. They needed to save King Leon. Pulma, with a thoughtful look, leaning his face on his hand, said that it was true. It seemed that he had disappeared in the sea, and not on land. Hari, holding him in her palms, looked down and asked, "Then shouldn't they hurry? They need to awaken the forces as soon as possible and find King Leon." Pulma, sitting on her palms, looked away and said that she was right about that. She, with a serious face, puffed out her cheeks, came closer to him and said that then he just had to tell her how to awaken the forces, and that would be it. She thought that she didn't even understand what was going on in this god's head. Pulma, with a calm look, looked and sighed thoughtfully. He turned to his priestess and told her to follow the basic principles of the sea and the waves, then she would be able to strengthen her faith with ease. The sea is a limitless source of life. Just by being grateful for this, she would be able to strengthen her faith. However, how could she make a mistake and take the path of believers and the path of priests for the same path? How arrogant she thinks that the enlightenment of a knight and an ordinary warrior happens the same way. Hari turned to the side, sighed heavily, closed her eyes and said that she would try even harder. Soho quickly ran towards her and called out to her loudly. She stood in the blue water of the sea, turned towards him and asked, "What happened?" He put his hands on his knees and sighed heavily, said loudly that they found the Rakshar obelisk. The Maverick Guild found the obelisk. At the same time, the Maverick Guild members looked at the obelisk with a large red stone inside. Reynold, holding the Pearl of Wisdom in his hands, looked towards them. He thought that they were still protecting him, and there were more of them than he expected. Why do these fools continue to protect him, although no one told them to do so? Apparently, they are suspicious of this task. Yamwan, with a thoughtful look, put his hand on his chin and looked at the obelisk. Reynold, with a purple aura in his eyes, asked Rakshar in his head, maybe they should quietly destroy it at night too. He said that there was no point in being so suspicious. In any case, sooner or later they would have to fulfill their duty. Minute Meng of the Maverick Hunter Guild, rank S, crossed his arms and turned to Yin Wang and asked, maybe they should destroy this obelisk? Of course, being on guard is not a bad thing, but it has already been 3 days. This is the only obelisk they could find in this area. This is the same Rakshar obelisk that they must destroy. Yin Wang, with a drop of sweat on his face, put his hands in front of him and turned his head towards him. Yuri, with a serious face, put her hand in front of her mouth and said in his ear that she thought there was no other way. He said with a stern look that there was no other way. Yongwan approached Minute Meng, closed his eyes and said that then they could destroy the obelisk. He squeezed his wrist with a grin on his face and agreed with him. Minute Meng tensed his muscles and raised his hand up with a clenched fist with powerful energy emanating from it, preparing to attack the obelisk. He looked forward with an ominous look, straining his hand with light energy. Minute Meng struck the obelisk with a stream of blue energy with great force and broke it into many pieces. The system window notified that the obelisk of the Great Rakshan had been destroyed. There were 2 of the 3 remaining obelisks. They needed to destroy the obelisks of the Great Rakshan. The stones around the red ball of the obelisk collapsed and fell down, creating gray streams of smoke. Minute Ming raised his fist with a smile on his face and looked at the pile of stones in the dark smoke and said that he thought it was the right decision to destroy the obelisk. Yang Wang looked at the system window that appeared with a drop of sweat on his face. He put his hands in his pockets and said that he was still thinking about whether it was right to do this. Yuri turned her head in his direction with a serious face and put her hands in her jacket pockets and said that they had no other choice. And they still hadn't found any other options. She looked at him standing in the ears of grass and turning to Yang Wang said that they needed to quietly prepare. He looked away with a tense expression and asked, wasn't it time for the next war already? This time she hadn't appeared for longer than he thought. Reynold looked at the standing hunters and asked, was it really Yang Wang? He approached them with a smile on his face, holding a pearl of wisdom in front of him, and said that it still seemed that destroying the obelisk was the right decision, since the wave had not come. Yang Wang turned his head to the side with an irritated look and clenched his teeth, saying that it was a good thing that this had not happened. Reynold, with a smile on his face, raised his finger up, laughed, and said that they should sum up the current situation. He asked everyone to gather and said that most likely the obelisks were on each of the 3 islands. What did they think about finding the other missing people and destroying the remaining obelisks? Yang Wang extended the stick in his hand down, put his other hand in his pocket, and said that they should do the following then. He drew 3 islands in the sand with a stick and said that there were 3 islands in total, and they had 2 obelisks left to destroy. They would split into 2 groups and attack the islands. Reynold put his hand on his chin with a thoughtful face and said that the group that destroys their obelisk first can provide reinforcements to the other group. Yang Wang, with a serious look, keeping his hands in his pants pockets, said that several boats washed ashore. It will not be difficult to get to other islands. Minute Ming, with a confident smile on his face, hit his palm with his fist with great force and loudly agreed with him. He quickly looked ahead and loudly said that they will split into 2 groups. Yang Wang turned his head to the side and said that they will also go to the island. After some time, several boats are sailing on the sea. The hunter, with a drop of sweat on his face, looked ahead and asked, what is this? Yang Wang leaned his hand on the boat, put one foot on the ground and asked, what is there? He quickly looked ahead with a frightened look and asked, what is this? Yang Wang looked at the many mechanical parts lying on the ground and asked if a war had happened here. He thought with a tense look that this island was different from the past. Yang Wang, clutching a bow in his hand, said loudly that they need to go back. There is something wrong with this island, they need to prepare. He heard sounds with beads of sweat on his face, clenching his teeth. Yang Wang pointed a charged steel with fire energy towards the forest where the sounds came from. He looked at the mechanical legs stepping on the ground with surprise on his face and asked, what is this? Several mechanical robots quickly walked towards them, making sounds in their own language. The huntress, looking frightened, turned to the leader and loudly said that the enemies were armed with firearms. Yang Wang, with a tense face, holding a bow in his hand with an arrow pointed to the side, asked, why is there only another civilization on this island? He thought that he needed to calm down. On the island they had just cleared out there were primitive monsters armed only with their own claws. He was sure that this was just decoration. The robot pointed his weapon towards them and hit them with a powerful stream of fire. Yang Wang, with a look of amazement, quickly moved his head away from the beam rushing towards him. A high splash of water rose behind him. He turned his head to the side with a frightened face and thought, so they are real and that's it? Many armed robots came forward from the forest. Yang Wang, with a frightening face, holding an arrow in his hand, thought that they would not do without losses. Jae-hyuk, with an ominous smile on his face, loudly ordered them to bow and said that this is the great leader of the Kikuruk squad. He knelt down on one knee and extended his hands towards Yacht, who was sitting on a crab, and loudly introduced him. Yacht, with a majestic look, stood among the flowers, looked at them and said that living organisms should surrender. He, standing on a crab behind an army of robots, said that they have no chance. Yang Wang, with a look of amazement, lowered his bow and asked, is this really Yacht? And also that guy from the Pantheon Guild? The suppression of the Phoenix Guild was successful. After some time, the current situation on the islands, the Phoenix Guild is on the island with Yacht, and Maverick and Reynold are on the island with Hari. The remaining number of obelisks is 2. Reynold, with a serious look, removed the tree branch with his raised hand with a fist clenched in his palm. He looked forward and said to Rakshar in his head that this is also very strange. Rakshar said that he was tired of all this. Hari, with a confident look, spreading her arms to the sides, guarding the obelisk, said loudly that they should not destroy this obelisk under any circumstances. She cannot explain, but she learned this in a vision of the future. Alan, with a serious face crossing his arms, said that this is a difficult situation. She says that she has the gift of foresight, so they cannot destroy the obelisk. Hari, turning her head towards the obelisk overgrown with greenery, said that she felt so. She thought, can everyone see this? This dark energy that these obelisks suppress. Hari looked at the red ball in the obelisk with the red ominous energy radiating from it, and thought that it really was dangerous. If this obelisk was destroyed. Without having time to say anything, Renaud sent a huge stream of purple energy towards the obelisk and destroyed it with a powerful explosion. Hari looked in his direction with surprise on her face, and wondered if they really destroyed it. Renaud, with an ominous smile on his face, looked forward and stretched out his hand, and created a ball of dark energy in it. He stopped with a fake smile on his face, and said that they came here to close the gate. So they destroyed the obelisks, as required by the task. Hari looked back with a tense look at the ominous energy of the obelisk that was released. She stood next to a pile of stones with an radiating aura and began to shake. They looked away with surprise on their faces, feeling the ominous aura and shaking. Minute Meng, with a frightened face, quickly looked away and asked, "What is this, and where is this bad feeling coming from?" They looked with horror on their faces at Rakshar, who appeared among the foliage of the trees and streams of water. He, with an ominous look, freed himself from the shackles and ordered them to obey. He is chaos, who will distort all their faith. He will stop the desperate beating of their hearts, and his roar will crush their hopes. The archdemon of chaos, Rakshar, has awakened. His presence suppresses all living beings. The guild members, with horror on their faces, looked at him, screaming loudly in fear. They, with terrifying faces and blackened eyes, put their hands on their faces. The system window notifies that this is an aura of chaos, and its effect is weakness, confusion, trembling, disorder, dumbfoundedness, and mental disorder, corroding the soul. The legendary demon's effect only affects the living, while the archdemon Rakshar's effect affects everything. He looked to the side, opened his mouth wide, and said that this stench is simply disgusting. Hari, with horror on her face and beads of sweat running down, quickly looked up. Rakshar said that a delicacy awaits him later, and the first to shed blood will be those who dared to seal him here. He quickly bent to the side, standing in the raging sea waves under the red sky, and said that they should enjoy the remaining moments of their lives. Rakshar jumped into the sea, leaving only tentacles above. These lands are polluted with chaos, and all living beings enter a state of confusion. Members of the guilds with black eyes and drops of tears running down from them make a loud sound. The man quickly hit the man in the chest and shouted loudly that they need to do it faster, they need to die faster. They cannot stay alive. Hari, with fear on her face, looked at them and loudly said that they should all come to their senses. Alan, with a red aura in his eyes, quickly jumped over her head with the intention of attacking, clutching a light thread in his hand. Hari, with beads of sweat on her face, taking her sword out of its sheath, said that she would have to endure these oddities. She turned her gaze towards the weapon flying towards her. Hari, with a tense face, jumped aside from the attack, holding a sword in her hand, and loudly said for Mistral to wake up. He loudly said that he would not do this. This is the true path. Alan, with a terrifying look, looked at her holding a weapon made of energy in his hand, and said that they must die, and he would help her with this. The system window notifies that this is the blessing of the archdemon Rakshar, and the number of all those who have submitted is unknown. Mistral, with an angry look, holding his weapon in his hands, quickly jumped towards her. Hari, with a frightened look, jumped back and loudly called out to him. The streams of their energies hit the place of their battle. She closed one eye, put her clenched hand into a fist on her chest, and said loudly that this can't be done, he needs to come to his senses. Alan, with black eyes and a red aura in them, with his mouth wide open, loudly said for her to die. Minato Man hit his cheek with his fist with great force. He, with a red aura in his eyes, jumped towards Alan and attacked him with his fist, throwing him aside. Hari, with surprise on her face, looked towards Alan, who was rapidly sliding along the ground, creating a powerful explosion and clouds of dust. Minato Man stood in front of her, emitting a red aura and clenching his palms into fists. Hari, with amazement on her face, raised her hand and thanked him. He, with an ominous aura in his eyes and veins protruding on his face, turned back. Minato Man, with an ominous grin on his face, hit her stomach with his fist with great force, creating a powerful air recoil. She, with tears in her eyes, thought that they were not reacting to her. Her body quickly slid along the ground, breaking the earth's crust and creating a stream of yellow energy towards the sea. Hari lies on the sand under the streams of water. In the center of the raging sea, there was a splash. She plunged into the sea and, barely opening her eyes, wondered if she was really going to die like this. Hari fell into memories on the verge of death. A man in a suit sitting on a chair told little Hari that her parents died a heroic death. Aren't they very cool? He stroked her head and said that he did not know what she would become when she grew up, but she had to promise him one thing. She had to become an outstanding person who could be proud of. Hari, coming out of the memory, clenched her teeth. She stretched out her hand forward and wondered what she had to do to become a worthy hunter. What should she do to become a priestess of the god? She was not worthy of even a toe of geobrick, let alone King Lionheart. Hari, with a tense look, stretching out her hand forward, thought that at least like geobrick, on her last breath. She, with surprise on her face, plunging into the depths of the sea, looked at the illuminated Poma. He turned to her with a smile on his face, and told her not to try to embrace the sea. Even if she takes the endless ocean in her palms, it will not become just a small puddle. She must fill her heart with faith, loyalty, and trust. Hari must recognize them and understand them. Poma, with a smile on his face, looked at her and asked, "What is its greatness?" She, with surprise on her face, thought that she did not understand what he was talking about. He told her to listen to the sea. If she had not yet understood how endless its embrace is, then she will feel it now. The chaotic movement of the ocean currents, the whisper of the coral reefs is a huge song of the sea. Hari, with amazement on her face, spreading her arms to the sides, looked forward. Poma leaned his head against her forehead and said that her existence has a limit, because she is mortal. If Hari really wants to obtain the power of an immortal, then she should not try to hold it in her hand. The vastness surrounds her, and right now she is in infinity. Her hair is covered by a blue aura, lifting it up. Hari with a calm face raised her hands, surrounding her body with a light blue aura. She thought with surprise on her face that it seemed she understood what she could do now. Hari looked to the side and thought that the king was here. She raised her hand with an interested look, quickly creating a stream of air. Hari with a calm face quickly lowered her hand down, cutting the water in half. She used the sacred law of the parting sea and it around her split into two parts. At the same time, the bright city located in the depths of the ocean fell under the rays of the sun in the sea that split into two parts. Leon, illuminated by a yellow aura, clenched his palms into fists and said that Stallion had come. Hari, waking up while lying on her arm, looked to the side and made a long sound. She quickly looked forward with a surprised expression after listening to Leon say that she was doing well. Hari, looking frightened, put her clenched hands into fists on her chest and loudly called out to His Majesty. Leon, with a tense face, closed his eyes and holding the reins, told her not to scream and just sit still. She calmly remembered how Stallion held her by her clothes and flew through the sky. Hari, coming out of her memory, asked if she had probably almost drowned in the water. He, with a drop of sweat on his face, said that it was good that no one else had seen the whole absurdity of the drowning priestess of the god of water. She, with amazement on her face and a dripping drop of sweat, looked forward. Hari, clenching her hands in front of her, loudly told His Majesty that the archdemon had returned. Everyone had gone crazy, injuring and killing each other. Leon, with an interested face, looked at her and said that he knew about it. He put his hands on the reins with a tense look and directed Stallion to the side. Leon said that it was difficult for mere mortals to maintain their sanity in the face of such great evil. He remembered how Minute Meng hit the knight's face with his fist with great force. The knights with beads of sweat on their faces looked forward holding their weapons in their hands. Leon came out of his memories and called Stallion. He calmly held the reins in his hands and lowered himself to the ground. Leon, with a confident look and a blue aura in his eyes, held the grail in his hand that appeared from a blue portal near his face. He opened his mouth wide and raised the grail with rays radiating from it, and illuminating the space around him, loudly said that he was here. The system window notified that this was the aura of the Lionheart King, with resistance to abnormal influence. A guy with dark hair with amazement on his face stood among the streams of light aura and raised his hands in front of him and asked what happened to him. Taesun, with a shield on his back, approached Leon and greeted His Majesty loudly and said that he was safe and sound. He looked at them with a surprised expression and said that they had held up well while he was gone. Taesun, with a drop of sweat on his face, told His Majesty that several soldiers and cadets had failed. He had heard that they were safe thanks to the god Palm. Leon, with a serious expression holding the reins in his hand, told them not to worry, he could sense their presence. Leon told them to retreat from this gate. If they believed in the priestess's protection, they would be able to walk on water, and they should run to the gate that way. Taesun asked in surprise what he was talking about. The man looked up with a concerned expression and asked what the two of them would do then. Leon, with a calm expression, told them to try to save as many survivors as possible. He and the priestess would buy them time to retreat. Hari, with a sly smile on her face sitting on Stallion, looked up. After some time, a huge archdemon shrouded in a purple aura looked forward. He looked at the people below and said that they were parasites. They had all gathered here. The archdemon was waiting for this moment on the deep sea bottom. People must obey him. A huge explosion thundered near the face of the archdemon, causing the waves to rise up. He, shrouded in yellow lightning, said loudly that this energy was that of the Holy Grail Knight. Most of them died, since they could not survive on this island. Yacht, sitting on a mechanical robot, said for the third battery to open fire. All mechanical robots shot a stream of energy to the side. Powerful explosions thundered with a strong yellow flame near the body of the archdemon. He looked forward with red eyes and said that Yacht had truly turned from a piece of iron into a sacred relic. He raised a tentacle covered in purple energy in front of him and said that, however, he was still weak. The archdemon, with a terrifying look, struck with a tentacle and a huge stream of water headed towards them. A huge wave quickly floated towards the island. Jae-hyuk looked at the wave rushing towards them with surprise on his face and turned to Yacht. He said that this battle cannot be avoided. Yanwan, with an angry look and a drip of sweat, quickly looked forward. The archdemon uses the sacred law of wave control and a huge stream of water splashed through the air. The archdemon looked up covered in waves of water and loudly asked, "What was that?" "This is the energy of divine waves." Hari directed her hand forward and sent a stream of water towards the archdemon. He looked at Leon, who was sitting, with red eyes, and said that he was the guardian of the Holy Grail, Lionheart. The archdemon curled into a ball, enveloped in rays of water, and screamed loudly. Leon, with confidence on his face, crossed his arms, looked down and turned to Yacht, saying that they should close this gate and retreat. Yacht, standing on the robot, looked at them and said something in his own language, saying that they had inflicted serious damage on the enemy. It was possible to gradually retreat. Leon, turning back, disagreed with him, saying that they needed to destroy the remaining obelisks and then close the gate. He thought that it was impossible to defeat the archdemon without the holy sword. While the world tree had not yet blossomed, it was better to save as many people as possible. Yak said that he also advised saving the island's aborigines. Leon, with a thoughtful look, crossed his arms, looked down. Yak said that the Kikaruk people sealed this demon. They are not NPCs. Leon asked with a tense look if they had time for this. There was very little time left until the release of the archdemon. Yak said that it was possible the Kikaruk people would be their last stronghold. At the same time, Soho stepped his foot on the water foam. The system window notifies that this is the patroness of the priestess of the god of the sea and waves. Actions on the surface of the sea are given a 35% advantage, using the waves to your advantage. The penalty for being in and under water is removed, and the ability to walk on water is obtained. Soho, with a surprised face, clenching one palm of his hand into a fist, said that he can walk on water. Hari, with a tense face, turned back and clenching her hand into a fist, loudly said that they should hurry. They must get out of here before the archdemon is released. Leon, with an expectant face holding the reins in his hand, looked down. The archdemon sealed in the water ball said that Leon Dragonia Lionheart, as he thought, is the enemy of demons. But he is one step short of his goal. He breaks out of the water ball with his tentacle. The archdemon, with a terrifying look, tearing the ball apart, said loudly that he will never be able to escape from it. Leon, with a yellow aura in his eyes, holding a weapon emitting strong energy in his hand, raised it and loudly addressed Stallion. He pointed the weapon forward at high speed and headed towards the archdemon. He loudly said for Leon to die with purple lightning from his eyes. The archdemon opened his mouth wide and sent rays of strong energy from his eyes into the sky. Leon jumped up from Stallion without trying to get under the flow of energy. He jumped onto the rising tentacle of the archdemon. Leon, with a determined look, holding the weapon in his hand, exhaled a stream of air. He ran along the tentacle with an irritated look, enveloped in aura, leaving traces of aura behind him. The archdemon pointed two tentacles at him and said loudly that he was ridiculous. A huge explosion occurred at the place where Leon stood. An energy thread bound the tentacles of the archdemon. Leon, with determination on his face, jumped forward, cutting the tentacle into pieces with his weapon. He looked at the archdemon enveloped in purple lightning with a confident look. The archdemon sent a huge stream of energy from his eyes forward. He stood in the water and looked at the smoky air around him. Leon looked down, sitting on Stallion among the gray clouds of smoke. The archdemon looked at him and said that he was flying like a fly. Leon, with an angry face, looked down, enveloped in fire and pointing his weapon forward, said that he would punish evil. Yang Wang, with a surprised look and a dripping drop of sweat, looked forward and asked, "What is this?" The energy ball illuminates the entire space around with its rays. Leon, with a terrifying look, clutching the reins with one hand, pointed the weapon enveloped in the most powerful rays of light, and said that this fire will burn the Chaos Archdemon alive. His scream still sounds like a sweet song in his memory. The archdemon, with lightning from his eyes, opening his mouth wide, said loudly that he will kill him before he can do it. He looked ahead with surprise on his face, and said loudly that there are really still living creatures. The huge crabs grabbed the archdemon by the tentacles with their claws. The archdemon, with horror on his face, turned his head towards the crab and loudly said that they should leave him alone. Leon, with a serious face, raised his weapon covered in the flames of the holy battle. He, with an enraged look, quickly looked towards the one enveloped in a red aura and loudly praised Lionheart. Among the bright light, Leon flies in the sky towards Stallion. He aimed the weapon illuminated by the fiery aura forward, attacking the demon, with fury on his face. This is divine punishment, the flame of the holy battle. A strong stream of solar energy flew down rapidly. The archdemon, with an angry look, opened his mouth wide and roared loudly. A powerful beam struck down, leaving traces in the sky, and hit the archdemon's body. Alan looked ahead among the flying stone remains with surprise on his face and asked what was that there? Is a human even capable of such a thing? The people looked in surprise at the beam of light flying across the sky. They looked at Leon, who appeared in the water, sitting on Stallion, and said that this was the Knight of the Holy Grail. He said with a calm face that there was not much time, they should quickly exit through the gate. His comrades loudly agreed with His Majesty. Leon, with a serious look, holding the reins in his hands, turned to Yak and asked how the evacuation was going. Yak said that it was 80% complete. Most of the materials and people of Kikaruk are safe. Leon said that then they do not have enough time. Yak looked ahead and said that this is not so, they can hold out. He turned back with a stern look and asked, "Have they already made their decision?" Yak said that they slept for 500 years for this moment. He looked at the crab that appeared and said that an analysis of the language system is taking place, the flowering of Krashtria. Leon, with a thoughtful face, said that this is what they are called, it is a very proud name. He turned back in the bright light over the sea, said that the gates are starting to gradually close and they need to retreat. Yak flew to him and made a sound in his language. The archdemon, addressing Leonhardt, said loudly that he decided to escape. Leon, with an incomprehensible look with Yak sitting on his shoulder, turned back. The archdemon, standing in the middle of a powerful fire, asked loudly, "Is not immortality the dignity of his knights?" He asked not to kill them, as if they were frightened, they must fight to the end. They looked forward with sly smiles on their faces. Leon said with an arrogant look that they would not abide by the chivalric code in relation to such a freak as him. Monsters and the creations of evil do not deserve to be treated with respect. The archdemon, with an angry face and a bright red color in his eyes, said loudly that he would kill Lionheart. Leon, holding the reins in his hands, rushed forward at high speed, splashing water around. The system window notifies that the gate has been closed. The world has turned into chaos. Such an archdemon has been discovered for the first time. For humanity, which has suffered so many losses in the battle with the great evil, this was very unexpected. However, not everyone found this news terrifying. There were those who were able to withstand the mental pressure that even the famous S-rank hunters could not bear. The activities of the Pantheon Guild inside the gate were broadcast around the world on a video hosting site. After a while, Leon shook President Andong Gil's hand with a smile on his face and said that he had given them great support. He closed his eyes with a smile on his face and said to His Majesty, "You're welcome," but he was very surprised to hear that 10,000 living beings had been saved. In the Krashtria Special Autonomous Residential Area, Leon said with a calm face that they were a proud people who had fought the demon for a long time. Andong Gil, with beads of sweat on his face, turned to His Majesty and pointed his finger at the statue in the sea and asked what this was. He wondered if this was really a division of the territory inhabited by different races. Leon turned back with a calm face and said that this statue was built in honor of the great hero who sacrificed himself in the fight against the archdemon. In the center of the statue is a figure symbolizing Palm, the god of the sea and waves. The president said with a smile on his face that it looked like these were not the only characters on the statue. Leon said with a satisfied smile on his face that he and Yacht were also depicted there. After all, He is the representative of the Kikuruk people. And Dong Gil, a Protestant with beads of sweat on his face, thought that this was idolatry. He looked at the unfinished statue of a man and turning to His Majesty asked, "Is this figure by any chance?" Leon, laughing, interrupted him and said that he was observant. "The president will be in this place, he is the benefactor who gave them the land to use." He, with a smile on his face, closed his eyes and said that Ndong Gil may not be an object of worship, but now the Kikuruk people will worship him every time they pass by. Ndong Gil, with an angry look, looked up, raising his hands in front of him and thought that this was not right. He said loudly to His Majesty with anger on his face that he did not need it and asked to remove his statue. Leon put his hand on his shoulder and laughed loudly, saying that it was incredible that he, as the leader of the country, was embarrassed by such a thing. He walked forward, turned around and clenched his hands into fists, saying that he hoped for further cooperation with him. Ndong Gil, with beads of sweat on his face, agreed with His Majesty. He wiped the sweat from his face with a rag, sighed and thought that it was as if his life had shortened by 10 years. The president, adjusting his jacket with his hands, asked what was the matter. His assistant, clenching his hands into fists, addressed the gentleman. He, with glasses on his face, holding a folder in his hands, said that this was not on the agenda, but data had arrived from the National Intelligence Service. The assistant handed him the folder and said that it concerned Northern DPRK. Ndong Gil, laughing, said that they had been especially quiet lately. He looked at the open folder in his hands with a surprised expression and said that, however, North Korea had renounced its nuclear weapons. So what was the cause for concern? The assistant, adjusting his glasses with his hand, said that they had severed all communication channels yesterday at midnight. The president, leafing through the pages of the folder with an amazed expression on his face, asked what this was. The assistant said that satellite surveillance of the DPRK had also been stopped. Their reconnaissance satellite had failed to take a single photo of North Korea. Sometime later, in North Korea, Pyongyang, heavy rain was falling on the broken city. Chairman Kim, standing in front of the corpse, looked ahead and said that 30 years had passed and a spatial hole had appeared. He looked down thoughtfully and said that until now they had only been able to ask for support from the south. He struck the man lying on the ground with great force. Kim, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the precipice with many corpses. He, with a smile on his face, laughing, said that by serving the devil, they would become the most powerful nation of the future. The assistant, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, called the leader's comrade and said that it was a Yankee magician. Kim, with a sly smile on his face, raised the walkie-talkie in his hand to his ear. Reynold Shellman said into the walkie-talkie that everything was ready. He threw the walkie-talkie into the mountain of corpses lying in the cliff. The assistant asked what he would order him to do. Kim said loudly for them to call the flying freak. The people in black cloaks raised their hands, stretching them forward, and said something in their own language. The corpses of people began to open their mouths and their bodies were enveloped in a red aura. A red magic circle appeared in the dark sky and directed the red aura downwards. Red tentacles appeared from the magic circle. The people looked into the cliff with horror on their faces from where several tentacles crawled out, tearing the earth. Kim looked forward with an amazed look and asked what was this. Why was he all covered in scars? The archdemon looked at him with a terrifying look, standing among the dark smoke. Kim asked with a surprised look on his face if they were sure they had summoned the right one. The archdemon loomed over them and said that it was hard, the wounds were deeper than he thought. Kim looked at the huge demon and asked what he was talking about. The archdemon, with steam coming from him, said that first he had to restore his body. It would take time before the other archdemons gathered. Luckily, there was plenty of food here. Kim asked with a frightened look what was this. The archdemon interrupted him and told them to obey him. A beam of energy surrounded by lightning flew down quickly from the magic circle, hitting the ground with great force. After some time, in an empty underground room, Hildra is sitting on a chair tied with energy threads. She, with tears in her eyes, laughing, looked away and said that she had already told them everything. She turned to the lady and said that she had nothing more to hide. Beatrice, with a smirk on her face, putting her hand on her cheek, said that it was interesting. She says that archdemons can enter any gate they want. Beatrice, raising her finger to her head, Hildra asked, then can they also go through any gate they want? After a while, Hari calls for Sir Yacht while the people of Karuk are working to create buildings. She asked if of course they can breathe underwater, but will they be able to build their own on the sandbank? Yak says that they will have no problem with that. Their people can exist on their own as long as they have a home and a place to breed. Hari holds the kitten on her feet and looks at it with a confused look and said that she understood him. She looked ahead with a puzzled look and thought about something. She looked at the many crabs in front of her and said that they probably have a lot of work ahead of them. Besides, finding food is also difficult. Yak said that they maintain cooperation with other cities on the coast. They also joined the Pantheon's security service so that they can successfully adapt to the modern world. Hari looked at him with a surprised look and asked, "Did he say the Pantheon's security service?" Yak said that it offers many services to its members, including administrative and legal services. She asked, "So she can join too?" She was very surprised when Yak said that she was already a member of the service and had been receiving the services since last month. The kitten ran away from her and Hari suddenly grabbed it and looked at it with a very worried look. She squeezed its head hard and asked what kind of fee she was paying for this. Yak looked at her and said that it was 19 billion won. She became very angry that he said such a big amount and stretched him out so much. Leon galloped up to them and asked what they were doing here. They immediately knelt down after hearing his voice and called him His Majesty. He said that it was time for them to return to the guild since they had business to attend to. She should get on his horse. Hari was surprised by this and immediately raised her head with a surprised look. She wondered if she could ride with him. Since it was the king's horse, only the queen and Sir Yak could ride it. Breaking through the gates in the Eastern Sea was an emergency, so this was an exception. Leon noticed that she hesitated and looked at her silently for a few seconds. He got off his horse and held out his hand to her, and Hari looked at him with a shocked face. He continued to hold his hand in front of her and said that she could sit down. She was very surprised by this and looked at him with a worried look. She knelt down and said with a very scared look that she was very scared. Why was he doing this? Leon got very angry at the way she was acting, turned away and clicked his tongue with a displeased look. He quickly calmed down, took an envelope out of his jacket pocket, and said that she should take this. Hari looked at it and asked what it was. Leon said that it was the title deed to the land. Now everything on this land belongs to her. Everything is under her control. Hari looked at this envelope with a very surprised look and asked, "Is he serious now?" Leon said with a small smile that she is a royal knight. By law, the king must grant her at least one estate. Her faith is not confirmed, but it is obvious that the gods have chosen her to become a knight and priestess. From now on, she will be treated as a knight and priestess. She must accept her duties and spread the word of God. Hari was about to say with a happy look that it is a great honor for her, but Leon interrupted her and said that she should also stop talking so strangely. He doesn't ask her to mind her manners, so she doesn't have to belittle herself like that. Hari looked away with a very embarrassed look and agreed with him. She pulled herself together and thanked His Majesty. Leon looked at her with a displeased look and scared. He grabbed her by the clothes while she stood there looking embarrassed, and said that in that case she should quickly mount the horse. After some time, they are all riding down the street on a horse and Hari called out to His Majesty, and Leon lets her speak. She looked at him with a happy look and asked, "Does that mean she is an aristocrat now?" He looks at her silently for a few seconds and still says that it is true. Although in the Pantheon she will be after the Queen and Sir Yak. Hari was very happy about this and called out to that Sir, after which he immediately paid attention to her. She said with a smug look that from now on he should only address her with respect, because she was now an aristocrat too. Yak looked at her silently for a few seconds and thought about what she had just said. He immediately struck her with his whip and told this organic creature that she should not be arrogant. He had no respect for low intellectual monkeys. Hari told His Majesty with a dissatisfied voice that she was an aristocrat, just like him. Some time later in the Pantheon building, Queen Beatrice's workshop. Leon stands next to her, looks at the crown and asks how the research went. She said that everything went well, as he thought the demons used the gate. Leon looked at it with a thoughtful look and said that he understood everything. He thought that at the gate in Jeju, his assumptions were confirmed. Although the purpose of the gate seemed to be a fight for justice, in reality, the quest forced them to save the barbarians who sold their souls to the demons and fight against the Knight of the Holy Grail. The system and quests do not pursue good intentions, but use evil intent to manipulate the awakened. Leon said with a worried look that now the earth has become dependent on magic stones. Even if the gate's quest seems strange, no one will refuse to do it due to financial or other reasons. They are stupid creatures, he can't do anything about it. He calls Beatrice, and she immediately tells His Majesty with a smile that he can speak. Leon turned to her and said that the conspiracy of the evil forces has reached its peak. He heard that she can also control the gate. Beatrice looks at him with a smile and said that more precisely, she can control the virtual spaces that have already fallen. She needs a standard of evaluation to determine the gates with survivors and demons. Leon looked at her with the crown in his hand and asked how about using this as a standard. Beatrice said that since this item belonged to demons, it seems to be suitable. In that case, can she try something else? Leon looked at the crown in his hand and asked what she was talking about. Beatrice asked with a smile if she should use one of his sacred artifacts. Leon recalled all the sacred artifacts he had and asked if she wanted to try using this. He thought about this suggestion for a few seconds and said that she should try doing so. What would he need to do for that? Beatrice created magical energy in her hand and said that the fuel that was needed to open the gate, in other words, she needed a large amount of magic stones. Leon said thoughtfully that the problem was that he didn't know where he could get so many stones. Beatrice said that it was very simple. There were many places all over the world where these stones could be mined. Leon said with a smile that he would then make a plan for what to do next. She would have to tell everyone that he was calling all the members of the Pantheon Guild. From now on, let them attack all the gates of the Republic of Korea. Sometime after that, the Pantheon Guild began to appear in all corners of the Republic. Including the 4th-rank warriors and cadets, the total number of warriors was 1,000 people. In addition, 2,000 warriors were allocated from the people of Karuk. The scale reached the level of a real army. They all split up and went to the gates that were located in different places in Korea. The Pantheon Guild divided the warriors into 20 squads and began to clear the gates all over the country. Their speed was truly amazing. Hari takes her sword out of its sheath with a satisfied look and says that they should aim and open fire right away. Immediately after her order, many military vehicles started shooting. If other guilds carry out an average of 2 attacks on the gates per month, then the Pantheon cleared 20 gates in 4 days. At the same time, Leon defeated several orcs, and they loudly tell this man in dissatisfied voices that he was supposed to help them, but instead he killed their leader. He said with a smile that they are primitive freaks who only parody the structure of human society. It's just funny. Who of them wants to die next? As a result, one guild took control of the gates throughout the Republic of Korea. Sometime after clearing all the gates, Jinsu looked at something in front of him with a surprised look. He looked at the many items lying in front of him and said that there are 13 sets of unique rank equipment here. 89 rare items and another 500 common items. Yak said that there were only 3 tons and 830,000. The classification was completed. The total value was 38 billion won. The estimated price of one lot at the auction was 12 billion won. Hari was very surprised by what he just said. Leon said with a smile that even after opening their own gate, they would still have some left over. He turned around and asked, "This amount would be enough, right?" Beatrice, who was standing next to him, agreed with a smile and said that it was enough. Leon turned around and said with a serious expression that in that case, they should listen to him. This time, the gate clearing would be carried out by a small number of elite warriors. Also, all information regarding this operation is forbidden to be reported to anyone. Do they understand this? He calls Hari and Chinsu and said that they will also have to avoid contact with the association. Will they be able to do it? They looked at each other and thought about what he just said. She asked His Majesty with a serious look, "He doesn't plan to harm their country, does he?" Leon closed his eyes with a small smile and said that of course he doesn't plan to do something like that. Hari said with a happy look that in that case she trusts him. He said that was good news. He turned around and looked at the magic circle drawn on the floor and said that then they would begin a secret operation. He stood in the center of the circle, which began to glow with a bright light, and pulled out his sword. Leon looked down with a serious look, and Beatrice said that she would use the sacred sword to enter the coordinates. The magic crystals that were in this room began to slowly turn into energy, which was directed towards her. She folded her hands in front of her with a very concentrated look, while the energy of the crystals gathered around her. Everyone in the room watched what was happening with a very surprised look and said nothing. Jinsu said with a very surprised voice that he was able to artificially create a gate. Seo Yun stands next to the shocked knights and says that until now she thought that the gate appeared by chance. Beatrice told His Majesty with a smile that everything is ready. Leon called her by name with a smile and said that she did a good job. In that case, they can move out. After that, they entered the gate and found themselves on a battlefield where several warriors were already fighting. Soho helps Jae-hyuk and loudly asked His Majesty what kind of place is this. Leon turned to them and said that this is a battlefield. He thought that there must have been a problem with the gate. Apparently this time, all the warriors were scattered everywhere. Suddenly, they all hear a loud scream that caught their attention. They see an army of orcs running towards them with weapons in their hands, and one of them loudly said that they must die. Soho loudly said that he should get up quickly. Suddenly, one of the knights saved the two of them by crashing into an orc who was running towards them. The orc's mouth was splattered with blood from the warrior's blow. He fell on his back, and the brave warrior continued to run. Soho and Jaehyuk watched the scene with surprised faces and heard a loud scream from the monster in pain. The warrior sighed and pulled his sword out of the body of the orc he had killed. He turned around and asked the knights if they had been drugged. This was a battlefield. He noticed Leon and asked His Majesty with a surprised voice what they were doing here. He recognized the warrior and called him the orc slayer Valtaric. He knelt down in front of him, agreed with His Majesty, and said that he was a warrior from the Valtaric squad, a squad leader named Babel. Leon looked at him with a serious expression and said that he should get up, because the battle was not over yet. He should tell him what this place was. Babel stood up, agreed with him, and said that they were in the middle of the Liam Valley. They were transporting Sir Ziriai's sacred relic. Leon thought thoughtfully that such events had actually happened. Ziriai of Twilight, the Knight of the Holy Grail of Dreams and Death, this was his last mission. And in the end, he had failed. They were going after Babel, and Leon thought that if he had known that he would end up here, he would have gotten information from heaven. This was not the case. He could not change what had already happened. Before starting, they needed to find out everything about the current state of affairs. Babel pointed and told His Majesty that Sir Zirai was there. They saw him and heard one of the knights say loudly that they must die. The warrior standing next to the knight turned around and said loudly that they must retreat. Sir Zirai summoned an illusory space. He looked forward and held a sword in front of him that was burning with his energy. He created a magical wall between the knights and the orcs who were standing with weapons in their hands. The orcs passed through this wall and stood in place for a few seconds, but suddenly they felt something strange and began to scream very loudly, clutching their heads. These orcs fell to the ground, and Ziri calmly stood in place and looked at them. He turned around and said that they should move back 20 steps and form a line. Leon approached him and said that the orcs were advancing. Zirius was very surprised when he saw him and asked His Majesty how he got here. He knelt down with the other knights and told the messenger of God that they welcomed him, the first knight of Arian. Leon looked at him with a serious expression and said that he should get up. He thought that when a knight drinks the holy water from the Holy Grail and awakens, his body reaches its best form. Leon was an incredible warrior since he became a knight of the Holy Grail at a young age. But in front of the king's eyes was an old man, which means that he had already reached the limit of his capabilities. Leon thought that Zirius, who had spent decades perfecting himself, the oldest knight of the Holy Grail. He ordered him to get up again and thought that he had not changed. Could he please explain the current situation so that he could give his next instructions? Zirai stood up and agreed with His Majesty. They had obtained the sacred relic as they were supposed to, and they were on their way to the border of the Empire. The orcs and the beast god worshippers had attacked them. Leon said with a thoughtful look that this did not happen often. Zirai looked at him and said that that was why they had left the infantry and a couple dozen knights to hold the defense here. The rest were divided into 5 squads, each guarding the relic. Leon looked at him and said that this was a reasonable decision. In that case, where is the squad with the true relic now? Zirai closed his eyes and said that the 5th convoy had left for the southwest and that his past self was leading them. At the same time, in another place, Zirai asked Taesong, who was lying on the ground, if he had woken up yet. Was he so worried that he wouldn't make it that he decided to throw himself in front of the Iron Bear? Taesun was very surprised because he saw a bear being carried by 2 knights. Hari leaned over to him and asked if he was okay. He was surprised to see a deputy and wanted to ask her something. She understood what he wanted to ask, agreed and said that it seemed like the squad was scattered again this time. Zirai asked with a wide smile, "How are these wandering knights? How did they end up here?" He didn't think that anyone other than him would dare to do such a crazy thing. Taesun asked with a surprised look, "Did he call them wandering knights?" A system window appeared in front of them, which said that they must help the Holy Grail Knight Zirai of Twilight deliver a sacred relic to the border of the Lionheart Kingdom. Taesun asked with a surprised look, "Should they deliver the relic?" Zirai said that's exactly it. They take sacred relics from barbarian lands and bring it to the kingdom. Daesung said that he understood everything. It was too late to explain the situation. Zirai said that they were wandering knights who had come to this wilderness to seek honor. Daesung thanked him for understanding and asked, "His name was Zirai of Twilight, wasn't it?" He bowed and said that it was a title he would receive in the future, and now he was just a knight on a mission. Daesung looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked what that meant. Zirai Burdom had not received a mission from the gods for a long time. He had been traveling the world since he was 15, and he had been a wandering knight for 10 years. He had been fulfilling his duty as a knight of the kingdom for another 10 years. He had been wandering for another 50 years in hopes of receiving a mission from the gods. He was an outstanding knight. He was not a person with superpowers who could change the course of a battle single-handedly, but most of those who received missions from the gods had superpowers. However, his refusal to give up until the very end earned him both admiration and ridicule, and the ridicule was replaced by pity. But one day, a woman he had never seen before appeared to him in a dream. She asked this child why he wandered in endless suffering. The Pantheon knew of his devotion. It was time for him to return and serve the kingdom. Zirai knelt and told Milady that she could blame him for his shortcomings, but she should not deprive him of the path to glory. Challenging himself was all he could do. After that, he kept trying. He sank into the mud in places where no noble knight would go. Even bards began to make fun of his foolishness, but he did not give up on his quest for honor. He eventually became a knight of the Holy Grail when he turned 100 years old. Thus, he became the oldest awakened knight of the Holy Grail. At the same time, in the place where Leon was, Zirai ordered the knights to put their shields forward and prepare to attack, and they immediately did as they were ordered. The orcs along with the other knights are heading towards them very quickly, and one of them said loudly that they should kill them all. They run to attack, but the knights with shields stop their attack. One of the knights standing in front said loudly that they should prepare to attack. Immediately after that, they started to attack back and their enemies screamed loudly in pain. After that, they were ordered to close ranks and the knights immediately followed this order. One of the knights orders them to raise their shields and they block the attacks of these orcs. One of the knights ran out of the line and said loudly that they should hit them. He attacked one of the orcs and cut him into pieces with one blow. Their opponents screamed loudly in pain and a shocked Jaehyuk said that this is really crazy. Suho turned around with a surprised look and thought that the problem was not their strength. Their fighting power is beyond expectations. Even hunters from the earth of the same rank as them would not stand a chance against them. Zirai called out to His Majesty who was standing next to him. He saw a huge monster and said that it was a rock troll. Leon looked at the battlefield and called out to Suho and Jaehyuk and said that they should watch carefully. The state they were about to see was what they would have to achieve. He raised his hand as the knights on horseback galloped next to him towards the battlefield. They continued to gallop very fast and Leon said loudly that they should prepare themselves. Suho and Jaehyuk looked at this with a surprised look and asked, "Are they going to do this in such a narrow gorge? Isn't it too dangerous? At this rate, they will strike their allies." Zirai galloped along with the rest of the knights, holding his spear in his hand and letting out a loud battle cry. His horse jumps high and gallops on the wall above the knights who are standing with shields. The rest of the riders are also galloping on the wall like him. Jaehyuk looked at this with a surprised look and thought, "Is he running on a steep cliff?" The orcs were also surprised because of what happened, and one of them loudly called them crazy people. Ziri, who is galloping on his horse, bounced back and flies above the knights. His spear caught fire with his energy because he is using the Holy Flame skill. He released several streams of flame that hit those orcs, and they begin to scream loudly in pain. Suho and Jaehyuk with surprised faces said that this is amazing. At this rate, he will kill them all. Leon with a serious look said that they should not let down their guard. The enemy has not yet attacked with full force. Jaehyuk with a wide smile asked His Majesty, "By the way, will he not be speaking?" The task also tells them to just deliver the relic. The system notifies that they must help the Holy Grail Knight deliver the sacred relic to the border of the Lionheart Kingdom. An additional task, to protect Zirai's army to the end. Leon thought with a serious expression that Stallion would surely catch up with the real convoy. He said that he would stay here and help Sir Zirai. He thought that this time he would protect the Holy Grail Knight to the end. Leon calls Suho and Jaehyuk and asks if they checked what he ordered them to do. They agree and say that as he said, they searched the orcs' bodies. However, they did not find a single magic stone. Leon said with a serious expression that he understood everything. He thoughtfully recalled the past and thought that this was an unbiased task. The tasks inside the gates they encountered before had malicious intent, but he does not feel that the task in this gate was faked. So he realized that this gate is neutral, but it is impossible to change the task this way. The good thing is that they got a lot of information the first time. He calls his knights again and tells them that they should go to the rear and check if there are any more cadets there. He was about to say something else, but he felt a spear flying towards him and caught it with his hand. Suho and Jaehyuk were very surprised by this and loudly asked His Majesty if he was okay. The orc, flying high in the sky on a horse, laughs because of this and says that he is very sorry. Leon was very angry about what happened and sighed in displeasure. He broke the spear and with a very angry look asked loudly, how dare those dirty green freaks use a ranged attack? The system notifies that the ranged hater buff has been activated. He looked at this orc and asked this pathetic insect with rage, how dare he look down on the king? He loudly called the Knight of the Holy Grail and said that he must bring him the head of this beast. Sirius turned to the orc who dared to anger him and said that he would do so with pleasure. He took out his sword and said that he would dedicate his execution to His Majesty. The orc looked down on him, began to laugh loudly and called him insolent. He did not even have time to notice that Sirius was already behind him and asked what a man clinging to the ground could do to him. He called him an idiot, but Sirius had already dealt a very strong blow with his sword to his head. Because of such a strong blow, he was thrown down with great speed and he hit the ground very hard. He tries to get up after what happened and coughs loudly because of the pain. He turned around and asked how is this even possible. Zirai, who was standing next to him, asked him the same question while looking at him. He called him a freak who should crawl on the ground with a very angry expression and asked if he really thought he could fly into the sky where their king rules. The orc looked at him with a very displeased look and said that they are crazy knights of the Holy Grail. However, this is all they can do. They have a whole army. He will regret that he came here alone. Zirai turned around and said that they were able to mobilize such a huge number of monsters. This is certainly amazing. The orc stood up and began to laugh loudly at him. He said with a wide smile that although he is the strongest of humans, he cannot cope with them all alone. Zirai gave him a disdainful look and said that there are indeed many of them. A sly smile appeared on his face, and he said that they were indeed able to recruit a lot of soldiers, but they were still just ordinary trash. The orc noticed the energy that surrounded his opponent and thought that something was wrong. He had a bad feeling. The energy surrounded Zirai and he called out to the goddess of dreams and death, the Lady of Doom. One of the orcs turned to the others with a worried look and said loudly that they must run away from here. They need to run away from this man. Zirai with a very serious look holds a sword filled with energy in front of him and said that the knight who carries out her will ask for help. A goddess appears behind him, concentrating the same energy in her hand, and he said that she must kill those who did not believe in her. Let them never wake up from the nightmare. After he finished the preparation, the orcs began to see the world in black and white, and in a second many cuts appeared on their bodies. At the same time, Zirai put his hand on Tayson's head, which surprised him very much. He was looking at something from the bushes with a serious expression, and said that he should be careful because most of these monsters were demon spawn. Taesung turned to him and apologized for that. Zirai showed a thumbs up with a kind smile, laughed, and said that it seemed like he didn't know that because he was still very young. Hari was sitting next to them, and said that they were lucky that they were close to the forest. Zirai said that it was not safe here yet. He saw a cave nearby, they should head there carefully. After that, he put a very heavy box on his shoulder, and sighed because he was tired. A girl named Stella, who was sitting next to him, was surprised by that and asked if he was allowed to do that. A noble person like him shouldn't do such dirty work. Zirai told her with a kind smile that he was just a knight now, so he would like to ask her to treat him more easily. Stella is angry about this and would like to say something back, but he says that he is fine. Taesung looked at her and thought, so he is not a knight of the Holy Grail, but just a wandering knight? Zirai pointed his finger to the side and said that then they need to move faster, they need to sneak in there unnoticed. He believes that they can do it. After some time, when they all entered the cave he was talking about. With the help of magical energy, he created plants to close the exit and said that he thinks that will be enough. Hari looked at him and said that this is simply unbelievable. So thanks to holy power, he can do even this? Zirai smiled again and said that this is just an ordinary old trick. He doesn't even know how to respond to such praise from the younger generation. Anyway, he closed the passage here, so they can go further and set up camp. It will be a very long night. After that, they all went further into the cave and made a fire, around which they sat. Stella sat for a few seconds with the box in her hands and called out to Sir Zirai. She turned to him and asked if he could guard the relic. He said in a respectful tone that he did not want to exceed his authority. Didn't she know that the knights of the kingdom were higher than ordinary wandering knights? Stella continued to sit with a serious look and thought about his words. She closed her eyes and said that, however, he was a knight of the Holy Grail, chosen by the goddess of dreams and death. She thought that he would cope with this task better than her. Zirai said that he did not want to take credit for the achievements of his future self. For now, he was only wanting to get this title, and not a knight on a divine mission. The others felt awkward about their conversation, and a very displeased Stella again wanted to object to something. Taesong raised his hand and apologized to get their attention. He asked in confusion, what does it even mean that he is from the future and the past? Zirai understood him and said that knights who have just begun their journeys may not know this. The thing is, the goddess rewarded him, although he does not deserve it. Zirai of Twilight, a knight of the Holy Grail of the goddess of dreams and death. When he became a knight of the Holy Grail after long journeys, the goddess of ardor, as a reward for the path he has taken, endowed him with an unusual ability. He, I quote the goddess, said that he is destined to win in the endless dream. She allows him to summon a second version of himself, who is still wandering. Now he is 85 years old. Just soon he should receive a task from the gods. Taesung asked with a surprised look, is this really possible? Hari asked with a surprised look, but doesn't this divide the power between the two versions? Zirai with a joyful smile said that this body is just summoned from the past. It doesn't take any power from its current version. Hari asked with a happy look, does that mean it's invincible, right? Zirai laughed and asked, can a normal knight-errant be that strong? He can never compare to a knight of the Holy Grail. So they shouldn't expect much from it. They heard a loud frightening sound. They immediately turned around and Stella asked what that sound was. Zirai with a serious look motioned for them to be quieter and said that they already knew where they were. Taesung and Hari listened to the sounds made by the monster with worried faces and took up their weapons. On the ceiling, the sounds were getting louder and the ceiling was starting to collapse. Zirai immediately noticed it and turned to the place where the sounds were coming from. The moment that monster broke the ceiling and started to fall on him, he loudly said that they should all run from here. Because of what happened, huge rocks started falling to the ground, after which a large cloud of dust rose. Taesung fell next to Hari, and Zirai, who was standing on his feet, loudly asked if everything was okay. Stella, who was sitting on the floor, raised her head and saw how he stopped the monster's bite with his sword, but his back was scratched and energy was coming out of it. Zirai turned to her and loudly said that this was a spawn of evil, and it was poisonous, so they should be careful. They needed to retreat as quickly as possible. Hari turned around abruptly, called the hunter Taesung and loudly said that he needed to get up quickly. She was very surprised because she noticed something strange and called his name again. She began to call him even louder while he was lying on the ground and suffering greatly because of the poisonous wound on his hand. She bandaged his wound with a bandage and Taesung asked the deputy for forgiveness. Hari calls his name and says that he doesn't need to apologize because of this. The most important thing right now is the poison. He can't move too much because of this. She thought with a serious expression that she should stop the monster. She stood up and said with a serious attitude that he should wait for her for a while. Hari took her sword in her hand and walked towards Zirai, who was fighting against the monster. He noticed this, turned to her and said that she should stop because it was too dangerous. He was very surprised because of what he just saw and couldn't say anything to her. Hari walks towards him with a very serious expression, and a strong energy comes from her sword. She remembers what happened during one of the trips to the gate. Leon said with a calm face that he thought she was chosen by the god of war and fire. How could she take a divine gift so lightly? Hari said with a guilty look that she did not know that. Leon created a flame in his hand and said that these divine powers were like waves. The power was like the sea current and would move as she wanted it to, like a wave. She needed to remember that. At this time, Hari swung her sword, in which she had concentrated both water and fire energy. The sacred law is the power with which one can change the foundations of the world. She struck a very strong blow with her sword, released her strong energy, and dealt significant damage to this huge monster. Zirai, surprised by what happened, silently watched her do it with a surprised look. After that, they went to the fire again, and he said that it was a neurotoxin from sea corals. Hari said that, however, they were in the center of the continent, far from the sea. Zirai, who had his wounds bandaged, said that these were chimeras of the Empire's mages. Fortunately, he could make an antidote, however. He couldn't finish his sentence, but Stella understood him and said that, however, it was only enough for one. Hari said with a guilty look that she was asking for forgiveness since she had accidentally burned it. Zirai said with a calm look that you never know what will happen during a battle, so she shouldn't blame herself. He stood up, went to another part of the cave, and asked, his name was Taesung, right? He handed him the antidote with a kind smile, and said that he should take it since an old man like him didn't need it. He took the bottle of antidote, and asked with a confused look, was he sure he wanted to give it to him? Zirai said with a calm face that he was still young and would accomplish many more feats than an old man like him. Taesung thanked him for that with a worried look. He drinks the antidote, and Zirai says it was the right decision. He turns to the girls and says he hid the entrance better this time. Even with their good sense of smell, they won't be able to find them. He feels very weak from the poison and falls to the ground and starts coughing, and everyone else gets very worried about it. Taesung helps him up and asks what they should do. Is there really nothing they can do? Zirai says it's okay and he shouldn't worry about it. Even if this body dies, the other version will help them. Taesung says with a very serious look that however he is the only one here now. Zirai looks at him with a calm and very painful look and smiles. They put him on the ground and he says his other version received the blessing of the Lady of Doom, and she has blessed him too. His death will be more peaceful than anyone else's, so they shouldn't be sad. Someone is hunting for the holy relic. In order to deliver this to King Lionheart, they must treat him as someone who can be sacrificed without hesitation. Hari and Stella are very upset about this, but they can't say anything against him. Zirai leaned on the rock behind him, raised his head and stared at something. Everyone began to worry even more because he called the Lady of Doom, whom he saw behind their backs. Zirai said that she should not have personally come for her humble servant. The poison continues to have a detrimental effect on him, causing his pupils to gradually dim, and before his death, he said, "Glory to Lionheart." At the same time, the second version Zirai finished dealing with the orcs and put away his sword, and Leon said that it was magnificent. He bowed to him and said that he dedicates this to the Lady of Doom and King Lionheart. Leon goes to him and asked, he probably intended to lure out their leaders like this. Zirai said that he had indeed planned it, but it still hadn't worked out. Leon looked at the orcs and said that those green monsters had a lot of patience. If they hadn't moved a finger after such a provocation, they must have a pretty strong leader. Zirai looked in the same direction and asked, in that case, their leader should have appeared, right? Leon said that they probably would. He thought with a serious expression that their attack had been well organized. So, there was an orc champion among the orcs? Sometimes they appeared. They were chosen by the orc gods and then they became leaders, chieftains, leading the orcs into war. Back then, he hadn't seen any orc leaders worthy of the title of chieftain. He said with a thoughtful expression that it was too early to draw conclusions. Leon called Sir Zirai to get his attention and said that he had something important to tell him. They went to the camp and he said that there was a place where they could talk. After this conversation, Zirai became very upset, clenched his fists tightly and asked, does this mean that he has already ascended to heaven? Does he mean that he is in paradise? For 200 years he fought against the creatures of evil. How could he endure such a long battle alone? Such a faithless knight like him does not deserve his forgiveness. Leon calmly asked, what is he apologizing for? He does not need to worry about it. Zirai turned to him and said that if he died at the hands of an orc, then the appearance of the orc leader is guaranteed. Leon said that it seems so. On this battlefield, there will be a champion chosen by the orc gods. Although he did not see him in the subsequent battles. Zirai looked at him intently and asked His Majesty, so what is he looking for in this place called the Gate? Leon calmly said, it is an experiment with the gate. Pray, this is a secondary task. However, after they entered the gate, another task appeared. Zirai looked at him with a serious expression and asked what kind of task this was. Leon calmly opened his eyes and was about to answer his question. He remembered Geobrick with a smile and said that this time he wanted to be by his friend's side until the very end. Some time later, at night, in the orc camp, where they were sleeping peacefully, lying on the ground. Orcs live simply, fights after breakfast, fights after lunch, have dinner and go to bed. They are strong in themselves and unpretentious in themselves, that's what orcs are. That's why they can't resist night raids. That's because they sleep at night. Leon, looking at this camp from afar, started a fire there with magic and the shocked orcs loudly said that their storerooms were burning. What were their patrol doing at that time? He himself doesn't know anything. These are obviously those freaks that stink of animals. Leon looked at this camp with a smile, and said that he loved the smell of these burning monsters. Zirai, who was standing behind him, agreed with His Highness. He said that he could tell him everything he knew. He thought that with the appearance of the king, the story of his death had changed. If this place is a gate that could perfectly recreate the kingdom of that time, then that person will definitely come. The one who can match the power of the king is Lionheart, the strongest knight of the Holy Grail. Those who carried out the deity's tasks, drank holy water and became the messenger of the gods, the knights of the Holy Grail. Their main power was the power granted to them as messengers of the gods. The deities, whose power depends on the faith of their followers, grant the saints on earth the power of faith. In other words, unlike ordinary knights who are limited in their holy power, the knights of the Holy Grail transform their faith into divine power. Thus, the knights of the Holy Grail can be called huge vessels of faith for all believers. This means that they never get tired. A few days later, the crazy man in the orc camp stretches the wound on his face and asks loudly with a crazy look how these crazy freaks can attack them non-stop for 3 days in a row. The orcs walking around the camp of the allied forces of the followers of the beast god noticed his screams and looked at the tent he was in. The exhausted man knelt down and said that they had already been attacked by them 3 times. The crazy man boils with rage and says loudly that there are tens of thousands of them. How can they attack a camp with tens of thousands of warriors day and night? Besides, there are only 2 of them. Why can't these idiots catch them? The kneeling warrior said that they are knights of the Holy Grail. The leader of this camp calmed down, holds his head in his hand and said that this cannot continue. What should they do in such a situation? Suddenly, someone threw the body of a dead beast into the tent, which scared him very much, and he asked with a worried voice, "What is this?" They were both very surprised by what they saw, and the leader asked, "Is this the Iron Bear, right?" He thought, the Iron Bear, the strongest creature of the beast god, was cut into 2? He turned to the orc who entered this tent and thought, who could do this? The orc with a big axe in his hand looked at him and called him a weakling. The man was very angry about what happened and stared at him with an angry look. He asked Champion Helkin loudly what the hell that meant. He didn't answer that question and grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground, causing him to choke. He continued holding him by the throat while he looked at him with a very scared look. Helkin with a very angry look said in a serious voice that he had told them to open the way for them until yesterday. He looked at him with a very scary look while he said that, and his eyes were shining with anger. The man he was holding looked at him and wondered where he got so much power from. Even though he had fought with the Holy Grail Knights in his younger years, he was still unable to resist them. He was much stronger than the Holy Grail Knight. Helkin threw him to the ground and said that they would attack them tomorrow. He would have to send his troops. The man with a worried look said that however they had 2 Holy Grail Knights. Helkin stopped at the exit and said that he and the great warrior Skunika would lend them a helping hand. So he must gather his soldiers, tomorrow they will destroy them. The man with a frightened look agrees with him and thought that now there are only 2 champions of the orc gods, which he read about only in history books. Will they be able to win with their help? Suddenly they heard a loud sound, because of which he began to scream loudly in anger and said loudly that it was those crazy idiots again. He ran out of the tent and said loudly that they should quickly catch them. They noticed a huge spear that was stuck in the ground and killed several orcs, and the man guessed that this was a message. He opened the scroll and said that this message was written in the kingdom of Lionheart and goes around the lands once a year. The man and Helkin silently read the contents of this letter with interested faces. The man got very angry, tore the scroll and said loudly that those impudent freaks offered them a duel, apparently because they realized that they were inferior to them. Helkin said with a serious expression that he should accept this challenge. The man looked at him and asked if he was really going to fight them. It seemed like if he came out, they had a chance to win. Helkin smiled widely because of this whole situation with a confident expression. He said with a calm voice that he would bring the corpse of the Holy Grail Knight here. At the same time, in another place, the knights looked at the corpse of the big monster and thanked the queen. Beatrice comforted the girl who was crying due to stress and said that they were very scared. She calmly asked if they were okay. She was glad that no one was hurt badly. Soyeon came up to her and said that they really almost got into trouble. She was grateful to her for helping her. Beatrice laughed looking at her and said that she should thank the gods for this. Soyeon asked, by the way, have they seen Suho and Jaehyuk? Beatrice looked at her and asked what she said. She looked away with an embarrassed look and said that it's not that she's worried about them that much, or rather, she's not worried about them at all. She became even more embarrassed because Beatrice asked with affection, so she's worried about her colleagues? That's very cute. She asked, the purpose of their mission is to help Zirai and protect the convoy, right? The knights agree with this, and she said that since His Majesty didn't come to see them here, it means he's escorting a different convoy, not this one. So there's no need to worry about her friends, right? Beatrice concentrates her energy on the tip of her finger, and said that this time, she cast a tracking spell on them just in case. The knights were happy about this, and said that it was simply incredible. She turned around and said that they would meet up with them soon. For now, they should do what they can. After a while, they continue walking along the road with the knights and escort the convoy. Beatrice thought with a serious face that it seemed like Knights Suho and Jaehyuk were with the king, so the problem was with the remaining three. From what she could sense, Taesung and Hari were with another convoy right now. However, she couldn't find Yacht. She thought he would do just fine in this ravine. Where is he now? At the same time, Yacht is flying through space, attached to another device. He said that the situation in orbit. Calculating the gravity coefficient, all clear. Successfully established surveillance of the world inside the gate. Successful launch of the satellite inside the gate. The amount of information received is limited. Calculating the probability of phenomena. Limitations have been detected. Although the world is in the shape of a planet, it is impossible to establish surveillance of areas other than the ravine and the borders of the empire. Organisms with a high energy indicator are observed. The battlefield is being zoomed in and analyzed. An organism with a high energy indicator, presumably a knight of the Lionheart Empire, has been detected. The knight he was watching suddenly raised his head and looked straight at him, which surprised him very much. He was embarrassed by this and said that surveillance was being established. This simply couldn't be. The knight took off his helmet and looked at him again with a very serious expression. He said with a very angry expression on his face that he should get out of here. At the same time, on the battlefield, Leon's army was standing in front of an army of orcs and other monsters that were at a great distance from each other. The orcs were walking towards them and making very loud sounds. Jaehyuk looked at this army with a very frightened look and asked, will they really be able to handle them? If they angered them, they could attack them at any time. Leon looked at him and said that they had to do it. He remembered what happened in reality and said that by studying their history, one could easily understand what they were capable of. If they could stop their main army here, then it would be easier for the other knights accompanying the sacred relics. Of course, in the past, the sacred relic escort squads were unsuccessful even despite this. Jaehyuk and Suho were very surprised by this and asked, aren't they in danger then? So should they join the escort squads too? Leon said with a smile that they have Queen Beatrice and Yacht. They can handle this task without him. Jaehyuk is still worried about this task but still agrees to it. Ziria walked up to him and called out to His Majesty to get his attention. Leon looks at him and calmly asks if everything is ready. He agreed with His Majesty and said that he will be in the vanguard. After that, he walked forward with a very serious expression and looked at the orcs who were standing in front of him. They start to hit the ground with their weapons and loudly say that they must die. He sees Helkin, they must destroy these people in armor. Leon looked at this with a displeased look and called them pathetic creatures. Zirai stood next to him and said that they, as always, shouted very loudly to raise their spirits. Helkin came out to meet them and told these strong people that they had finally come. The rules of the battle are simple, the loser is considered to be the one who dies. He pointed at himself and said that his name was Balbaha, Helkin's champion, nicknamed the Invincible. Who is the warrior who will have the honor of fighting him? Leon asked with an evil grin, did he really consider this an honor? He said in a very evil voice that he was just an impudent frog who could not see anything further than his well. Zirai of the Twilight must cut off the head of this impudent beast. Immediately after that, he took out his sword and said that he accepted his order. He stepped forward and swung his sword as a sign of readiness for battle. With a very serious look, he directed his energy into the sword and said that he would be his opponent. Balbaha stood calmly in front of him and told this squire that he must state his name. Zirai pointed his sword at him and asked him if he really thought he would tell his name to a beast like him. He looked at him with a very angry expression and said that he would die here and now. Balbaha continued to look at him with a calm expression and told the old man that he was talking nonsense. Zirai said that he should let him prove that it was true. Balbaha began to laugh happily, hit the floor with his axe and told the squire that he was very interesting. In that case, he would prove him right. He quickly jumped up and ran towards him, swinging his axe. Zirai swung his sword with a serious expression and screamed before attacking. Balbaha laughed very loudly while running towards him and said that he was already too late. He struck a very strong blow with his axe and cut him into two parts. Shocked by what happened, Ziri fell to the ground and before dying asked, "What was that?" Balbaza raised his axe above his head as a sign of victory, and his brothers were also very happy about this. The knights were very surprised and asked, "What was going on? How is this even possible? Why is he still standing in one place?" Balbaha, who was under the influence of the magical power, is in a trance and says something incoherent about his victory. A strong aura is emanating from Ziri, who is standing still, and he said that after all, the beast is still an ordinary beast. A sly smile appeared on his face, and he said that this idiot fell for this trick. Soho, with a surprised look, said that he is after all the knight of the Holy Grail of the goddess of dreams and death. It seems that he showed them an illusion with the help of divine power. Ziri slowly walks towards his opponent and continues to use his divine power, the dream dimension. When he got closer, he swung his sword and said that he should die in his sweet sleep. Before the attack, he additionally used the divine power, the aura of condemnation. He starts to make a strike and thought that at such a distance, and with such speed he would definitely reach him. As soon as he reaches him, the power of death will envelop him, and he will die. At the last moment, Balbaha grabbed the blade of his sword with his hand and stopped the attack. He looked down at him with a frightening look and asked, "Was that a divine power?" Ziri immediately leaned back with a surprised look and realized that it didn't work. Balbaha started screaming very loudly and furiously because of what happened with an angry expression on his face. He struck very quickly with his huge axe and Ziri was thrown back by the attack. A large amount of blood immediately flowed out of his wound, and he gritted his teeth in pain with a surprised look. Suho and Jaehyuk were also very worried about what happened and loudly called his name. Ziri was still able to land on his feet and grabbed the place where he was wounded with his free hand. Balbaha started laughing with a smug smile and told the squire that he was quite fast. Ziri looked at him with an angry and serious look and said that it was Helkin's support. Balbaha raised his hand, from which a strong energy emanates, and said that he understood everything correctly. He is his right hand. He granted him the power that destroys everything around him. He was about to attack with his axe again, and with an evil look, he loudly told this squire that his tricks will not work on him. He struck the ground with a very strong blow with his axe and Ziri staggered due to such a strong blow. He looked at him with a surprised and tense look and thought that it is not so easy to fight him. He jumped back a few meters and slid on the ground. Immediately after that, he ran towards Balbaha with great speed. He noticed this, swung his axe, laughed loudly and told this old man that he can attack. They both strike many fast blows with their weapons and reflect these attacks. Ziri does not cope well with all the attacks of his opponent, and receives many wounds. Balbaha also gets several wounds but still continues to laugh and asks this squire if he really got that bad from just one blow. Ziri was very surprised because his opponent grabbed his clothes. Balbaha slammed his back into the ground very hard and said loudly that as he thought, at his age, he is no match for him. Ziri gritted his teeth after this attack and seized the blade of an axe that is heading towards his head very quickly. Balbaha struck very hard and said loudly that he must die. Leon watches this with a smile, while Jaehyuk is very tense because of this fight. Balbaha looked ahead with a serious face and said that he is very sorry. Ziri, who was very badly wounded, was able to stand on his feet, coughing and thought that this was such a pathetic battle of an unfaithful warrior. He thought that he could dedicate the glory of victory to the king, but now he is lying in the dust and bleeding. Ziri felt a strong pain in the hand that held the sword, and in order not to let go of the sword he tied his hand to the hilt of the sword and said that he was too tenacious for a pathetic beast. He got into a fighting stance to prepare for his next attack. He ran forward with incredible speed and swung his sword. Balbaha stood calmly and waited for him to run close enough to him. He dealt a very strong blow with the axe and said that he turned out to be an ordinary weak man in the end. Some time ago, before the Orc subjugation war, when Leon was a war knight, he stood next to the other knights and said that he should tell him his name. Ziri bowed, told his name and said that he was the second son of Baron Burdom. He was a knight of Leon's Twilight Squad. Leon looked at him with a calm expression and said that he had heard of him. He had been serving as a knight of their kingdom's order for 50 years. Ziri continued to bow and said that he was ashamed to admit it. Leon called his name, which caught his attention. He looked at him with a calm face and said that in this war with the orcs, they must destroy the orc champion. This might be too dangerous a battle for him. Ziri raised his head and called him an honorary knight of the Holy Grail of Light and Justice. He said with a serious look that he would like to ask him to give him the dirtiest job. He is ready to fight in the ranks of the cavalry or spearmen, it does not matter to him. Leon looked at him with a slightly surprised look and said nothing for a few seconds. He asked why he wanted to fight so much. There are other ways to become famous, right? Zirai said with a kind smile that glory and honor are not so important to him. He just wants to live the way he wants. At the moment, Zirai, who was badly wounded by an axe, begins to cough due to a very bad wound. Balaha looked at him with a wide smile and told this squire that victory is his. He began to try to pull out his axe, but was surprised that he could not do so because Zirai had grabbed his weapon. He said with a serious expression that, as he thought, rumors cannot be trusted. He remembered that before, Leon extended his hand to him and said that he had always been a loyal warrior. He must illuminate this military camp with his honor. At this time, Zirai continued to hold on to the axe, and a very strong energy began to emanate from him. He swung his sword and said with a serious expression that the great lady who commands the end of all things must bless her knight who has already experienced many deaths. After he said this, he thrust the sword into Balbaj's body and he wondered with a surprised expression, how is this even possible? He does not even have the strength to move. He falls to the ground and Zirai used the great divine power, immunity to death. He pulled the axe out of his shoulder, and his whole body started shaking due to the intense pain from the wounds. He raised his hand with the sword in a sign of victory in the duel, and the knights, happy about this, started shouting loudly and raised their weapons above their heads. Jae-hyuk and Suho were very surprised that he won this duel. One of the orcs said that this weakling Balbaha lost. The man, who was very tense because of this, was very unhappy with how everything ended. An orc in a cloak came out onto the battlefield and said that this idiot let his guard down. A strong energy began to emanate from him, and he said that he was the champion of the sorcerer god Gakrog, named Majihar. Apparently he himself was going to die soon, but he wanted to ask him one question. How about lighting the flame one last time? Zirai stood silently on his feet and thought that he had spilled too much blood. When the immunity to death ends, he will die for real. He began to lose consciousness, and said that in that case he will take another orc with him. He began to fall to the ground, but Leon came to him and caught him by the hand. He looked at him and said that he fought well. He left him to his knights and said that it was time for him to rest, he blesses his death. Zirai raised his head, looked at him, and called his majesty. Leon looked at the crowd of orcs standing in front of him and said that he would give these green monsters the only chance to win. He took out all his relics from his space with a very angry expression. The spirit of a huge lion appeared behind him, and he said that he must attack all the remaining freaks. At the same time, Yacht, flying in space, looks down at the planet and said that movement was detected on the border of the Empire. An uneasy alliance was established between the Empire and the Kingdom of Lionheart. The squad accompanying the sacred relics is moving according to plan. 2 squads were defeated, but the Pantheon Guild members are safe. The number of orcs and heretics is growing. He noticed something strange that caught his attention, and he immediately detached himself from the shuttle. Immediately after that, the shuttle was destroyed by a very strong beam of energy. At the same time, Leon calmly stands in front of the enemy army with his weapon in his hands. All the knights who were watching what was happening have very surprised faces. They see the huge destruction that was left after his attack and that a huge mountain was destroyed. He turned to the knights who were standing behind him and calmly looked at them. He called Zirai and said that he had the Holy Grail. If needed, it would be by his side until this world came to an end. He looked at him with a shocked expression and called his majesty. He said that he shouldn't get stuck in the memories of the past and waste precious time. He showed him what a great man he was. What else could he ask for? He covered his face with his hand and started coughing because of the injuries he had received. Leon approached him, bowed and said that he would perform the ascension ceremony and hoped that he would accept it. Zirai asked his majesty what he was saying. He should keep his divine power. Leon calmly said that the orcs and heretics would retreat. He didn't need to fight anymore, unless he had to drive away the remaining enemies. Zirai looked at him with a very tired expression, wanted to object to something and thought that he was just a fake, an awakened memory. Leon knelt down, his body was engulfed in a strong energy, and he said that he would begin the ceremony. He opened his eyes slightly and said that he was a knight of the Holy Grail, Zirai Burdam, the second son of Baron Burdam. A knight of Leon's Twilight Squad and the first knight of the goddess of dreams and death. He must pray to the holy lady he serves. Zirai immediately saw the spirit of the goddess he serves and began to pray to her. He looked at her smiling face and said that a boatman who rose from the very bottom. The great lady who commands the end of all things. The end of the long journey of her faithful servant has come. He has avoided lies and vanity all his life, he despised gold. He protected his subordinates and fed them to their fill. The great lady, she prays, bless him for what he has done in this life. She must expand the domain of his king and deprive him of sorrows and worries. Leon put his hand on his shoulder and called the goddess of dreams and death. He closed his eyes and said that her first night was going on his last journey. The living would remember his deeds and honor. Let him drink wine at her feasts, and let his name remain in memory forever. He, the 15th king of the Lionheart Kingdom, promises this. They will meet again at a divine feast. He leaned towards him. A very strong divine energy began to emanate from them, and he said goodbye to his old friend. Zirai closed his eyes and bright energy began to emanate from him, and Leon said that he would be glorified in the Lionheart Kingdom. Some time later, in a place where a large army of orcs had gathered, the orc leader, sitting on his throne, said that there was nothing special about them, they were just pathetic worms. The hooded orc standing next to him said that he was asking for forgiveness. His student was not good enough. They need to retreat, because there is no point in staying here any longer. The chieftain said with a thoughtful look that he was interested in this King Lionheart. Several orc spirits appeared behind him, and he said that if fate allowed, he would fight him again. At the same time in the forest, Zirai looked out from behind a tree and said that they need to go here. Judging by the tracks, monsters do not walk along this road. Hari apologizes to him to get his attention, after which he immediately turned around and asked what was the matter. She asked if he remembered what happened before. Zirai turned to her and asked, is she talking about those memories that belong to another version of him who was with them? To be more precise, he seems to have memories from his original body. Unfortunately, this version of him has no memories of them. Now he is an 80-year-old wandering knight, and their king is now a knight of the Holy Grail and a knight of war. Hari asked happily, so they knew what his majesty was like when he was young? Stella said she wanted to hear about it too. Zirai said thoughtfully that the memories of those times were very fresh. His majesty was the youngest knight of the Holy Grail in history at the time. He also had a great reputation as a wandering knight. Could they believe that he set out on a wandering when he was only 16 years old? He was originally supposed to serve as a volunteer royal knight, but his majesty was the heir to the Duke of Dragonia. Even his path to glory was shorter due to his status. He was worthy of the titles he received. He single-handedly slaughtered an orc village, and also invaded the ranks of heretics, and destroyed them. Bards composed songs about the glorious deeds of his majesty and his companions. When he turned 20, he was chosen by the goddess of light and justice and given a mission by her. At the age of 27, he became the youngest knight of the war and the knight of the Holy Grail. He was truly dazzling. No one could become such a talented and courageous man. Zirai called Lady Hari and she immediately agreed with him with a happy look. He said that she should stay by his majesty's side and learn from him. She also has great talent, since they are already so capable at their age. She said with a proud and happy look that she will try her best. Taesung looked at his hand with a kind smile, and did not say anything to this. After a while, they all lay down to sleep near the fire. Taesung did not sleep and went to practice swinging his sword. He struck another blow and cried out during it. He was surprised when he heard Zirai say that he saw that this was the royal sword technique. Taesung turned to him, apologized for waking him up with his training. Zirai said that he did not need to apologize, because at his age sleep rarely comes. He came to keep watch, but he was training here with a sword. Could he, an old man, look at his swordsmanship? Daesung was confused by this, and said that it would be a great honor for him. They stood in fighting stances in front of each other, and stood in silence for a few seconds. Zirai with a kind smile said that he could not be careful with him, he needed to try to parry the blow. Daesung agreed to this and continued to watch him. He was very surprised when he noticed an incredibly fast sword strike that was aimed at his head. At the last second, he managed to block and parry the attack. Zirai immediately stood in a fighting stance and said that by holding the sword above his waist, he should make the sword not only a weapon, but also the most accessible armor. It should always be in a position that will allow you to quickly parry an attack. He began to deliver many fast blows with the sword, and Daesung parried all these attacks. He thought with a very tense look that he was really fast and accurate with the sword. He couldn't resist him. Zirai dealt the final blow and knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands. He stopped the blade of his sword at Daesung's throat, who sighed in surprise after that. He was breathing heavily because of the tension, and said that he lost. Ziri put away his sword, laughed, and asked, "Is winning or losing so important?" He sat down on a log, invited him to sit too, and said that he had good reaction and the basics were well honed, he trained very well. Daesung put away his sword and said that he still lacked a lot. Could he compare him and Mrs. Hari? Ziri understood what he was worried about and looked at him with a kind expression. He said that there was a big difference between them. In his strategic eyes, Hari has outstanding talent. And God's blessing. He is confident that she will achieve great results and surpass anyone. Taesung sat down next to him and said that he actually knows about it. He clenched his hand into a fist, rested his head on the sword, and said that no matter how hard he tried, it was no use. Ziri looked at him with a calm face and smiled slightly. He leaned back and said that as he thought, they were very similar. Taesung turned to him and asked, "Is this what he was talking about? But didn't he eventually become a knight of the Holy Grail?" Ziri asked, "Is this what he was talking about, his future?" However, this is unfamiliar and surprising to him. He had heard many times, his family and colleagues, even His Majesty Leon and the dream lady who appeared to him in a dream, advised him to give up. Taesung looked at his face and asked, "Then why didn't he give up?" Ziri looked at the night sky with a smile, and said that it was because a challenge does not need someone else's opinion. Even if something is impossible, it doesn't mean he can't try. Isn't he right? He's still very young. Does he know such a word as effort? Taesung looked at him with a surprised look and asked, "Is he talking about strength?" Ziri said that he also talked about fearlessness, love and hope. A knight must always make an effort. This applies to fearlessness and unbreakable hope and pure love. A knight of the Holy Grail must make the most effort. Does he think every knight of the Holy Grail has such qualities? Taesung looked away with a thoughtful look and said that of course it is. Ziri refused and said that no one is born with the ability to make an effort. This cannot be mastered from birth, it can only be learned. He put his hand on Taesung's shoulder, which surprised him a little. With his other hand, Ziri hit himself on the chest and said that this is something that can be nurtured here. He stood up and asked this young knight, when he prays for power, does it seem to him that the gods immediately give it to him? Or do they give him a chance to show it? After some time, at the wall, which is guarded by many soldiers, Stella pointed to this gate with a happy look and said that this is an outpost of the Empire. Ziri looked in the same direction and said that they have finally arrived. If they go along this road, they will go straight to the border of the kingdom. Taesung looked at him and thought with a smile that this means that the Lionheart Kingdom borders the Empire. He remembered the system window with the quest and thought, but why is the quest still not completed? They have already reached the border of the Empire, the quest is almost complete. The soldier standing on the wall said loudly that they should stop and identify themselves. Stella, who was standing in front, said loudly that they were an escort squad from the Lionheart Kingdom. They should have records that they had already passed here. The knight standing on the wall did not answer them for a few seconds. After a while, the gate began to rise with the help of a mechanism and silhouettes of several people were visible there. One of them told the Lionheart Knights that they were glad to see them here. Ziri, looking worried, said that this could not be. After all, this is the head of the Magic School of Light, Sir Wolfheart, the commander of the Imperial Guard. Even the Stargazer Stavworth. What are members of the 13 feudal lords of the Empire doing here? The old man with a sly smile said that this is the Knight of the Holy Grail, Sir Ziri of the Twilight. More precisely, this is his other version. Hari, looking surprised, noticed the silhouettes of orcs and monsters that were standing around them. She told the others with a tense voice that they were surrounded by enemies. Ziri, with a very angry expression on his face, wanted to say something about this, as he guessed what all this meant. He did not have time to finish because a beam of very strong energy hit his body, which knocked him to the ground. Taesung looked at what happened with a surprised look, and the old man said that he was glad to see them on the territory of the Empire. Now they must go to the other world. They have nothing to worry about if they are not Knights of the Holy Grail. Or will they also decide to test their fate in battle? Stella turned to this arrogant old man and was very angry because of what he just said. She pulled out her sword, which is engulfed in strong fiery energy, and releases a large fireball towards them. The old man with a calm face raised his hand and created a small magic circle in front of him with a smile. He used the spell Destruction of Higher Elements, and dispelled her attack. Stella said loudly with a surprised look that he had reflected the divine power. The old man said with a wide smile that they had been studying the divine power for a long time. Holy Grail knights like them didn't even know that their divine powers were incapable of breaking the rules. Stella became even more angry at this and said loudly that studying the divine power was blasphemy. The old man also became angry and said loudly that this was why they, the fanatics, were so stupid. They couldn't progress by clinging to old-fashioned things like worshipping deities. Because people like them were in power, the progress of all mankind was very slow. Taesong began to take out his sword and said that the Empire had been cooperating with the orcs from the very beginning. They wanted to seize the sacred relics. Stella asked loudly with a surprised look that those damned freaks had decided to get the sacred relics bestowed upon the kingdom by the gods. The old man laughed loudly and said that by knowing yourself and knowing your enemy you can win 100 battles out of 100. This sacred relic will greatly help them in understanding the deities. This is the kind of progress that the Empire strives for. Their attention was drawn to the fact that the clouds above them had thickened and this was illuminated by bright flashes in the sky. While one old man was casting a spell, the second said that they should look at this power of humanity. A strong thunderstorm begins to beat from the sky because he used a great spell, the lightning of Ramanth. The squad looked at the lightning with a surprised and worried look, which was heading very quickly in their direction. At the last moment, Beatrice appeared next to them, who used great magic, deprivation of the power of the strongest element. With the help of this spell, she was able to stop a very strong lightning bolt, which almost hit the squad of knights. This surprised them very much, and the old man with a displeased look asked who she even was. He thought that she was able to stop the attack with a great spell. Beatrice said that she felt like they were in danger, so she hurried to come. This is exactly what she was waiting for. She flies through the air on a huge bird and creates a magic circle, while on the ground below her there are knights. Beatrice looks down at them with a very serious expression and greeted them. The knight who came out of the gate stared at them and asked who she was. The old man said that magic was emanating from her. But is she really surrounded by divine energy? She felt strong magical pressure due to the spell of deprivation of strength, and uses double recovery of mental strength and strengthening of spirit. He continued to maintain the magic circle in front of him and said that this is very vulgar, she exudes seductive magic. She has no sense of shame at all, like other magicians. Beatrice stared at them and said that she asked for forgiveness, but she thinks that this is her innate talent. The old man with a tense expression thought that this was a lie. Can her natural appearance have such a seductive power? In that case, she is the spawn of the archdemon of debauchery and pleasure. The old man with a short stature said that this divine power belongs to the goddess of dreams and death. More precisely, she belongs to the priest class. Those idiots from the kingdom said that they would only send one knight of the Holy Grail, but they did not expect that they would send a priestess here. But he thought that the head priest of the goddess of Ardor was a man. The old man raises his hand from which magical energy emanates and said that anyway, appearing in front of them was a mistake. He uses the spells of kindling, enveloping flame and fireball at the same time and says that it would be better if they made a surprise attack. Beatrice pretended to be surprised because of this and asked what he was going to do with such a cute thing. The old man with a very evil smile said loudly that that is not all. He puts a huge amount of energy into this projectile and uses the spells acceleration, magic transformation and blazing gaze. He released this projectile of magical energy, and said loudly that she must die. Beatrice looked at this spell with a calm expression, which was flying at her very quickly. She used the spell Hexagonal Shield and was able to stop this attack. She looked behind her, and saw that she was being additionally attacked by lightning from behind. This old man used the great spell Lightning Ramantha and a very strong stream of energy hit the ground. He laughed loudly with an evil smile and asked how she could handle this. She was unable to reflect two spells used at the same time. Hari looked at the sky with a worried look, where there was a cluster of very bright energy, illuminating everything around. She is very worried about what happened and calls the queen. Beatrice survived the attack and covered her mouth with a handkerchief, and used the great spell Magic Cycle, and said that she would first get rid of filthy freaks like them. The old men were very surprised by this and asked with a worried look what she just said. It was an incredible spell. Beatrice created a huge magic circle above her head, and used the great magic Eye of Death. This magic circle turned into an eye from which many magic projectiles began to fly out, hitting in different directions, and they all heard the loud screams of those who were hit by this attack. The squad of knights who were standing in front of the gate were very surprised because of the power of the spell she just used. The magic crystal on the old man's forehead begins to emit magical light due to him using a pure barrier spell, and the two old men said that she gathered all the remaining traces of mana and used it. It is an incredible amount of magic power. Beatrice looked at them with a smirk and asked, "So he used a barrier spell? It would never compare to His Majesty's power." She looked away and asked, "So the magic of this world is spells?" So it is no different from the magic in her world. However, she didn't know that it was possible to use magic so vulgarly. The old man got angry because of this and loudly asked what she just said. Beatrice continues to maintain the Death Eye spell with a calm smile and concentrates her magical energy into a small ball with her hands. She lifted up this ball of energy and said that they are so obsessed with magic that they do not even realize its potential. She feels like they do not understand anything at all. One of the old men asks loudly with a surprised look, "Did she just take away his magic?" Beatrice continues to enlarge the ball of energy and uses the great magic lightning bolt. After a while, Zirai, who was lying on the ground, came to his senses and suddenly opened his eyes, and magical energy was emanating from his body. He sat up, which attracted the attention of the knights, and a worried Stella asked if he was okay. He said that this place is an outpost of the Empire. Since he woke up here, that means the Empire betrayed them, right? Beatrice left a huge mark next to the gate of the Empire with her spell and told him that he understood everything correctly. Hari was very scared because of this and asked what was that voice in her head. Beatrice called her and the rest of the knights of the squad and said that they should immediately request reinforcements. Hari was even more surprised because of this and asked, "But aren't they winning now?" Beatrice looked at the old men hiding behind the barrier and said that it was only a matter of time. She felt a strange energy coming from them. If things continue like this, she alone won't be able to hold them back. At the same time, Yak fell to the ground at great speed and hit the ground very hard. His body was very badly damaged and he said that a major system error had occurred, urgent repairs were needed. The emergency protocol was activated. A knight approached him, who was able to notice him from space, grabbed him by the wires and lifted him off the ground. He asked with an angry look who he was and why divine energy was coming from him. At the same time, Hari and a squad of knights on horseback galloped away from the wall of the Empire. Zirai said loudly that they needed to quickly leave this gorge and request reinforcements. He looked back and said loudly that they needed to hurry up because the Empire's army was already on their tail. Taesong said loudly that he could ignore them and continue running forward. Hari, looking very scared, told the horse to run a little faster. He heard one of the soldiers loudly order to grab them and turned around at that voice with a surprised look. Hari, looking very scared, said loudly that it was the Empire's army. The man who was standing with the Empire's magicians was riding behind them on horseback and loudly asked those freaks where they were going. He continued to gallop quickly after them and said loudly that they needed to stop immediately. Hari, looking worried, turned to him and began to take out her sword, into which she immediately directed her energy. She swung her sword and released a huge fireball at him. The man very quickly pulled out his sword and with one swing dispelled that fireball, which surprised her very much. He looked at her with a threatening look and said that they must kill those dogs that belonged to the gods. He caught up with them very quickly and struck with his sword, but Hari managed to react to this attack and blocked it with her sword. She was unable to sit in the saddle because of this and was thrown off the horse, and Taesung noticed this and called out loudly for her. He looked with a worried look as the man jumped towards him and loudly told those idiots from the kingdom that he would kill them all here and now. He used the spell Evil God Appearance, and dark horns grew on his head. He used the spell Merciless Destruction Nua and with the attack and the fall released very strong dark energy. He with a wide smile began to quickly run after the others and laughed loudly. He ran after the rest of the group of knights and loudly told those wandering knights that they should get out of the way. Daesung fell off his horse because of this and loudly told Lady Stella that she should be careful. The knights looked at him and loudly said that they should protect the relics and stop the villains. Immediately after that, they turned around and one of them loudly said that the order will be carried out. They gallop at that man and loudly say, "For Lionheart, for King Lionheart." The man, who was engulfed in a very strong dark energy, swung his sword to attack and began to laugh very loudly. With the strike of his sword, he released a very powerful wave of energy, and loudly said that they should get out of the way. He was very surprised when he looked up and heard Stella thank her loyal knights. She flew towards him and used a divine power spell, Opening of the Holy Sword. She landed next to him and released that energy as she slammed her sword on the ground. She raised her head and thought with an angry look that he had enough power to defeat even a high-level demon. She didn't have time to finish her thought because she was very surprised when the man grabbed her head. He told this impudent woman with a very angry look that he would kill her. Her divine sword was still able to injure him. It was strong enough. He managed to notice that Zirai came to her aid and managed to dodge his blow. Dark energy was emanating from the man, and he told him with an angry look that he was just a stupid copy of himself who hadn't even become a Holy Grail Knight. With all this, he was still trying to stop him. If they wanted to kill him, then they needed to call a Holy Grail Knight for help. Zirai chuckled with a calm look and said that the Empire had also become very impudent. Since when were they allowed to discuss the Holy Grail Knights? These words deeply hurt the man, and he became very angry with him. He was very confused because he noticed something strange and asked loudly in a worried voice, "Where are the sacred relics they had?" Zirai said with a sly grin that he did not know that, because with age his memory was already starting to fail him. He noticed Taesong, who was quickly riding his horse and understood everything. He said loudly that it turned out that it was just a distraction. Zirai and Stella looked at each other, understood each other without words and nodded at the same time. She turned around and loudly told the glorious knights of the Lionheart Kingdom that they must listen to her. She, as the leader of the squad, orders them to stand up and draw their swords. Today they will die here, do they understand this? They must immediately carry out the order. The man is very angry about everything that happened and calls them stupid religious fanatics. His body is filled with strong energy again, and he said loudly that they are just dogs controlled by the gods. He kicked the ground hard and released a very strong wave of energy that caused the ground beneath the knight's feet to begin to crumble. He released a wave of energy with a swing of his sword and said loudly that they were just a herd that had forgotten how to think for themselves. He swung his sword for another attack and said loudly that they were even worse than this. Zirai, who was quickly running towards him, grabbed his sword with a serious expression and watched his opponent's actions closely. He was caught in an incredibly strong sword strike from the man who had filled his sword with dark energy. He blocked the strike with his sword, but due to the terrifying strength of his opponent, he was hurt and started coughing up blood and said loudly that she didn't have to worry about him. He was very surprised that the man immediately grabbed his clothes with his hand. He slammed Zirai into the ground very hard and loudly asked that idiot if he couldn't see how much superior he was in strength. He slashed his sword at Stella, who blocked the blow and said loudly that they were all weaklings. She was thrown back hard by the blow, but immediately at that moment, Zirai, who had become younger, ran towards him. He slashed several times with his sword, but the man blocked all of his attacks. He wondered if his reincarnation speed had increased. He stood a few meters away from his opponent and said that the Empire had betrayed them. Stella called him by name with a serious expression and asked how many more times were left. Zirai raised his sword and said that until his patroness took his life. After a while, the man stood in place with his huge sword on his shoulder, and Zirai stood in front of him, while Stella was lying on the ground, badly injured. He looked at him with a wide smile and said that it seemed like the last one was left. Now he was not just an idiot, but an ordinary young man. If he wanted to destroy him, this version of his body would definitely not be enough. Zirai looked at his fist for a few seconds and said that it was amazing. A goddess chose such a weak knight as her knight? The man called him a child with a wide smile and said that even so, nothing would change. What could he do to him now? Zirai walked towards him and calmly said that the Knights of the Holy Grail spend all their strength to complete the missions given by the gods. Their lives bloom like beautiful flowers thanks to faith. This dazzling glory was his goal. He stopped, began to use his energy, and called the patron lady. He thought that everyone told him that it was impossible. He was told that it was the gods giving him a sign to give up. Sirius said that she rules the afterlife and the souls of sinners. A bold woman who takes mortals away from the most hopeless places. The man was very surprised by what he had just seen and said in a confused voice that this could not be. Sirius thought that, however, knights always fight the impossible. He did not need anyone else's opinion to fulfill this mission. And he had no reason to think that this would make his mission impossible. In the end, he defeated death by doing the impossible. The goddess of death was happy to see this. His hair turns white and Ardor told her little knight that his patroness will take care of him so he should fight the impossible. Zirai emits a very bright energy and said that he is not immortal but he is fighting surrounded by immortals. He overcomes immortality and victory is guaranteed for him. After some time, Zirai lost this battle and the man kicks him very hard while he is lying on the ground. He gave the last kick and threw him far away. He held the wound on his neck with a very dissatisfied look and loudly called them stupid fanatics. He remembered the fight against Zirai and thought that he can't believe that he was almost killed by ordinary wandering knights. If he hadn't transformed into a demon, he would have definitely died. Several knights of the Empire approached him, and one of them told his lordship that it is not too late. They will need half a day to reach the border of the kingdom of Lionheart. This will be enough to catch up with them. The man with a very angry expression said loudly that they must do this. They must get the sacred relics at all costs. Stella, who was stained with her own blood, tries to get up with her sword and said that they should stop. The man turned to her with a smirk, and said that it looks like she is still alive. He looked at how she could barely stand on her feet due to the wounds she received, and called her name. His face became more serious, and he stood silently for a few seconds. He took his sword back, started to walk away and said that they must kill her and make sure there are no survivors left. Stella raised her sword, gritted her teeth and said, "Glory to Lionheart." Suddenly, they all heard a loud sound that attracted everyone's attention and immediately turned to it. They saw a stream of flames that rose high into the air at great speed a couple of kilometers away from them. They looked at it, and one of the knights asked if it was a comet. They all looked at it with surprised faces and couldn't say anything. It flew to them very quickly and fell between the knights and Stella with a very loud sound. She and the man were very surprised because of what they just saw. The knights looked at it with scared faces and said that it was the executioner who beheaded knights, the witch hunter, the horseman of destruction, the punisher summoned by the gods. The knight in huge armor who just fell from the sky said loudly with a very angry voice that his name was Vulcanus. He said his name loudly again and started emitting a very strong aura. He pointed his huge sword at the knights of the Empire and their commander, after which he said that he should try to come up with an excuse for himself. The commander asked with a very surprised look what he just said. Vulcanus said loudly in an irritated voice that he must do this before he incinerates their souls, for they can only earn forgiveness through their death. The commander became very angry about this and said loudly that it turns out that he is also insolent. His insolence will bring him death. No one can resist the power of the Empire. Vulcanus ran very quickly towards him and interrupted him, saying that he should stop there. He struck a very strong blow with his sword, but the commander was able to block this attack. He asked loudly if they knew why they could call themselves an empire. The commander was trying to resist the very strong pressure that was being put on him by the sword and wondered where he got so much strength from. Vulcanus continued to attack with his sword, not allowing his opponent to do anything, and said loudly that it was because they allowed them to exist. Do they really dare to strive for independence? He attacks with his sword non-stop and said loudly that they were expanding their territory unnecessarily. When Vulcanus broke his opponent's sword and knocked him to the ground, he said loudly that everything they have was only with their permission. The commander was thrown aside and thought with a surprised look that this could not be. Strength, agility, endless magical power, he surpasses human capabilities in everything. He, kneeling, looked at this knight, from whom a flaming aura emanates, and thought that this was simply impossible. A third eye appeared on his forehead, dark energy began to appear, and he said loudly that Noah must give him strength. He made a pact with him and will pay any price for the transformation into a demon. Vulcanus became even more angry because of this, and said loudly that he had never seen such a disrespectful person. The commander, who turned into a demon, began to laugh loudly and said that he felt this strength and power. They don't even know that they get everything they want just by praying. Now he should be afraid of him. He started looking up with his third eye because he saw something that caught his attention. He saw a huge flaming sword that Vulcanus created from his energy and held above his head. He struck an incredibly strong blow with this sword, and because of this, a very large explosion occurred. The commander in his demon form started screaming loudly in pain when this blast wave reached him. At the same time, at the Empire's outpost, Beatrice was attacked by very strong dark magic, and she put up a barrier in front of herself to protect herself from this attack. She looked straight ahead with a serious look while holding the barrier in front of her, and didn't say anything. The old men, who had also transformed into demons, laughed loudly, and one of them said that defeating this girl is only a matter of time. He feels this endless stream of magical power, and he likes it very much. Their next attack will put an end to this. Leon came to them, who asked these freaks with a serious look, so this tragedy was the work of the Empire? Beatrice turned around with a slightly surprised look at his voice, and the two old men were very scared when they saw him. She told His Majesty that he came just in time. Leon, flying on his Pegasus with a smile on his face, said that he sent them his old friend. Could he join this battle? Beatrice said with a smile that she was not going to take all the glory of the victory for herself. He said with a serious look that they would need to discuss this in more detail. She sighed with a joyful look and said that, however, she was not a knight. The frightened old man began to use his magic and in a very frightened voice said loudly that it would not change anything, he would kill them all. He noticed a very bright glow in the distance, and stopped because it attracted his attention. He saw a volcanist flying high in the sky and asked loudly, "What is that? Who summoned the meteorite?" Beatrice asked with an interested look, "His Majesty, is that the man he spoke of him?" Leon said with a smile that it seemed like they didn't have to fight. He also doesn't tolerate evil as much as he does. The frightened old man looked at Volcanus and asked loudly, "Is that really the Knight of the Holy Grail? What is he doing here?" Volcanus, without saying a word, cast the spell Divine Punishment Flame of the battlefield. He summoned a pillar of very strong flame, and with this spell alone killed both old men with demonic horns. Some time after what happened, Volcanus knelt down in front of Leon and Beatrice, who were standing next to each other and looking at him. He spoke loudly and listed his titles such as Messenger of the Gods, Ruler of Leonhardt, and Guardian of the Holy Grail, and told King Leonhardt that he welcomed him. Leon looked at him with a smile, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Volcanus agreed with His Majesty, and said loudly that he hoped that he was in good health. Beatrice called His Majesty, and when he turned to her said that they needed to gather the knights before the gates closed. Leon agreed with her, and said that he understood her. He walked up to Volcanus and put his hand on his shoulder. He knelt down next to him and said that he wanted to tell him a lot, but the situation required immediate action, so they needed to go. Volcanus asked how he could resist following the path he had chosen. He could simply say what he needed to do. Leon asked with a serious look if he could give him something that symbolized him. Volcanus immediately opened a portal and said that he was ready to give it to him if he wanted it. A dagger came out of this portal, which he was going to give. Leon took this weapon and thanked him for it. He started to leave, looked back and said that in that case it was time for them to say goodbye. Volcanus said with a happy look that he was glad to serve him. Leon turned to him with a smile and said that one day they would meet again. He looked at Volcanus and thought that he was not in heaven, which means that he is still alive. Some time later, when all the knights gathered at the gate, Hari attracted the attention of the knights by noticing someone and happily said that they had come. She looked at Leon and Beatrice, who flew in on a Pegasus. She asked His Majesty, "Is he here too?" He helped Beatrice off her horse and agreed with a smile, and said that he saw that everyone had already gathered. He noticed the badly injured Yak in Hari's arms and asked if he was okay. He said haltingly that he was okay. Taesung walked up to him with the sacred relic in his hands and told His Majesty that here it was. He handed him the box with a serious look and said that it was the sacred relic. Leon took it in his hands and said that in the end they were able to protect the sacred relic. They all did a great job. He opened the box and a very bright light emitted from the object greatly surprised the knights standing nearby. He looked at it with a smile and said that it was amazing, so the lost relic was here. Now it had been returned. Some time later, at the Pantheon Guild on the Neju Plain, the appraiser of the Korean Hunters Association, Department Chief Park Soo-jin, got out of the car and said that the president of the association was certainly well done. What could be so urgent in the morning? He told her to come to the Pantheon Guild quickly. She started looking around and said that it really was a real tourist attraction. Soo-jin looked around and thought, how can she resist a place where epic items are given away just if someone can pick it up? She noticed a guy standing next to Yak. He told him that they were accepting donations. You can donate using Osung Pay. Soo-jin walked up to him, said hello and asked, "Is he Sir Yak?" He used facial recognition and said that she was an appraiser of the Korean Hunters Association, the head of the department. Soo-jin asked with a surprised look, "So he knows her?" Yak said that he has access to all the data banks of the Hunters Association. She was surprised because of this and thought, isn't this confidential information? Yak said that he will contact His Majesty. She can wait for him inside. Soo-jin asked then, since she was here, could she take a look at the hammer? He asked, so she wanted to take the test? She was embarrassed by the question and said that she was here for that purpose, including work. By the way, how much should she pay to take the test? Yak pointed to the sign next to him with a fishing line and said that she needed to pay 5 million won. The fee depended on her account balance. She was in the second category, so it would cost her 500,000. Soo-jin was happy about this and asked, did he give her such a big discount? She thought about it for a few seconds and was very surprised by the realization and said that he should wait. How did he know about her account balance? Yak looked at her and said that it was all thanks to the records. So she will take the test? Soo-jin said with a sad look that she couldn't do it today. After that, she entered the building and Hari, noticing her, called her by name. She turned to her and said happily that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Sujin chuckled when she saw her in a lion costume as she walked towards her. She thought it was very cute and said that she looked good. So that's what she does for a living now. Hari said that she shouldn't look at her outfit, she's a priestess after all. She's here to do an assessment, right? Sujin agreed and asked where she needed to go. Hari laughed and said that she would show her the way. They walked further using her name tag, and along the way they met many people they knew who were chatting with her with happy faces. Sujin looked at her with a smile and thought that she seemed to be very loved here. She was happy to see that. Hari noticed Leon and said that so that's where he was. Sujin sighed in surprise when she saw him. She looked at him and Beatrice, who were sitting at the table with cups of tea, and thought that they were just like a real royal couple. Leon put the cup on the plate and asked if she was an appraiser from the Hunters Association. Sujin bowed, agreed with His Majesty, and told her name. Leon asked Hari if she taught her this. She was surprised at this and said that she did not do it. He said that first he would show her this thing. Now she will bring it. After some time, Hari carried a box with the relic he mentioned. Sujin was very surprised because she saw the items they had. She looked at the weapons standing on the stands, adjusted her glasses, and said that they looked quite expensive. Is this an orc champion's axe? And what is this diadem? Is it called purity? She looked at the dagger they recently received from Vulcanus, and said that it was an incredible item. The system window says that this is a legendary class ceremonial dagger. Feature: a dagger given to Vulcanus, the great knight of the Holy Grail of the god of war and fire, for his dedication to the god Phytos. Divine fire is present in this dagger. Lifeless, due to the damage received in a long war, it has lost the ability to exhibit special properties. Hari ran to her with a box and told the chief that this is the last item. Could she examine this relic too? Sujin turned to her and agreed to it. She opened the box and they saw a very bright light coming from the relic. She said with a surprised look that this is an epic class. She showed it to Leon and said that this is the scabbard of the knight Richard the Lionheart, as far as she knows. He took out a sword from a portal that appeared next to him and said that he understood it. He swung this sword sharply and a worried Sujin called out to His Majesty. The sword in his hand began to emit the same energy as the scabbard. It flew into the air from the box, and this surprised her very much. She stood next to Hari and wondered with a surprised look, did it start moving on its own? Leon calmly stands in place while the scabbard is put on the sword by itself. He looked at this sword with a small smile, from which strong energy emanates. Small runes appeared on the scabbard, and he said that one must strive for the stars despite all obstacles. One must do good with courage even if the heavens fall, he must restore justice. One must love brightly, like a sparkling star, and make one's destiny brilliant. Beatrice looked at him and asked His Majesty, what did he just say? Leon looked at the sword with a smile and said that these are the instructions of the first Lionheart King, which he left for the next generations. He needs to step away for a while. This confused the girls and they looked at him with incomprehension, but did not say anything. The people standing on the street say that she should look over there, towards the terrace. Who is this person? They looked at Leon, who was standing on the edge, and asked, isn't this the king from the Pantheon Guild? He raised the sword in front of him and said with a serious look that he was the 15th Lionheart King. He, Leon Dragonia Lionheart, the rightful successor of the first king. He began to pull the sword out of its sheath and said loudly that he was the messenger of the gods on earth, asking for the awakening of the sacred relic. After that, a very bright energy began to emanate from him, and it attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Leon looked at the sword in his hand and thought that he had finally regained the powers of the time of his heyday. He said with a smile that it happened just in time. He turned around, called Beatrice, and said that a grand ceremony was about to happen, she should prepare. Now that he had the sheath, it could be done. She agreed with His Majesty and asked, is he talking about what they discussed earlier? Leon looked at the sword in his hands with a smile, and said that he would gather the knights first. The knights of the Holy Grail are already prepared. He thought that he would fulfill his duty and summon the star. Some time later on the street, Soyeon was walking down the street and someone on the phone asked if she was really going to stay there. She agreed and said that she would stay there for a while. The person on the phone said that their guild also has many sword techniques and a clear mission. Soyeon said that she knows about it. But he knows that this is not enough, right? In order to kill this guy, she needs divine powers. Can he find out where he is now? She was told on the phone that the last time he was seen was in Vietnam. He is still fighting with the demon's sword. After some time, Leon looked ahead with a calm expression and placed the Holy Grail next to him. While the knights were standing in battle formation, knights on horses galloped towards them, and someone loudly told Suho that he should break through. They all shout loudly while attacking and defending. Suho loudly said that it was bad that the horses stopped. Jae-hyuk turned to him and loudly said that he should try to break through. He stabbed with a wooden sword and loudly said that their formation was too strong. He tries his best but it doesn't work. He was very surprised because the knights grabbed his clothes with angry faces. They pushed him to the ground and he looked at them with a surprised face. The knights who were standing around him looked at him with very angry faces. The girl who was looking at him with an evil smile said that they should kill him. They start kicking him while the rest of the knights with shields looked at the remaining cavalrymen with wide smiles. Suho screamed very loudly in pain from being beaten. One of the knights laughed loudly and said that his bones will heal anyway thanks to the Holy Grail. They should definitely beat him, he is not in the same position as them. The knights threw the badly injured Suho to the ground and a surprised Jae-hyuk thought, did they smear him? Leon said that they should stop, the defense team won, the next team should go out for training. Jae-hyuk went to his comrade and asked if he was okay. Suho, looking very scared, said that for a second he thought he was going to die. Hari told him that she would definitely avenge him. Right after that, she used a divine technique, a wave punch, and threw all the knights in different directions. Leon said loudly that the cadet team had won. With that, the morning training was over. He stood in front of the knights and said that he would tell the cadets first. If they couldn't break through the defense, they should use cover and retreat. The foot troops were slower than them. They should take advantage of their advantage in movement and prepare to attack again. Do they understand that? They happily agreed loudly with His Majesty. Leon was about to say something to the armor team, and Jae-hyuk turned around and looked at Soyeon. He was confused by the fact that she looked strange, but he didn't say anything about it. After a while, the cadets entered the dining room with a tired look and said that he was falling off his feet and had no strength left. What idiots that armor team were. They immediately turned around when they heard Hari tell the guys that they should go eat. She said with a smile that there were only sweet potatoes and potatoes here, however. They immediately approached her with a happy look and asked, "What about the kimchi?" Hari said that Mr. Choi would bring it soon. They all sat down to eat and said that it was very tasty. How long will they have to eat salt and water with sugar? It was better at the academy, because at least they were fed there. Hari said with a smile that the initiation ceremony was coming up soon. Then they would eat properly. Jae-hyuk turned around and said that, by the way, he heard that they had established a connection with the gods. Hari asked, haven't they been studying the gods of the pantheon lately when they had a chance to do so, right? To become a knight of the kingdom, you need to have some kind of sacred technique. As for her, Bulma and Phytos themselves chose her. They will choose the ones they believe in the most, right? In that case, maybe it will be the goddess of light and justice Ariana and the god of war and flame Phytos? The king seemed to say that knights mainly serve the two of them. Soyeon asked, but Sir Yacht is a knight of the Holy Grail and serves the god of iron and forge Hito, right? Then what abilities does he have? The cadet said that he definitely has the ability to make money. Or maybe he has the ability of a blacksmith? Didn't he conduct a test of shooting charged particles or something like that last time? It's like he's playing in a one-man sci-fi movie. Yak's image appears on the TV and he says that's not why he has the ability to make money. Jae-hyuk asked with a surprised look, so he installed a wiretap here too? He said the answer was no. His ability to identify sound waves is not comparable to that of living organisms. One of the cadets said loudly that he should respect their personal boundaries. Yak said that he would consider his request. He called Cadet Jae-hyuk and said that his guardians had come to visit him. He asked him to come to the office entrance as soon as possible. He got really angry about this and clicked his tongue in displeasure. Immediately after that, he made a kind face and said that he would be right back. He walked to the entrance with a really displeased look and Hari noticed it. He left and closed the door behind him, and she stared at the door for a few seconds in silence. She turned around and called Suho. He sighed in displeasure and said that he knew that this would come out. He turned around and said that, however, it was not for him to tell about it. They should just forget about it. At the same time, in the lobby of the Pantheon Guild office, Jae-hyuk asked his mother with a displeased look why she came here. She asked what she meant. Why did she come? Did she really need a special reason to visit her son? Jae-hyuk said that she should just say what she needs, even though he already knows. His mother was very unhappy with his behavior and asked how he talks to her. He calmly said that he is busy, so she should say it already. His mother sighed with an unhappy look and said that he is no different from him. Their guild called him up for service. So why is he still here? Jae-hyuk calmly said that he would take care of his own affairs, so she can ignore it. His mother asked how she could ignore it. She is his mother after all. Jae-hyuk calmly said that even because of this, he will not take her side. His mother loudly asked if he could tell her what his problem is. This guild is one of the top 10 guilds in Korea. If he joins there, he will have a bright future. He will not only betray him, but also join this company of blasphemers. Jae-hyuk was very angry because of this. He gritted his teeth and said nothing. His mother, he looked at her with a displeased look, and she said that he should go back quickly, he should listen to her. After some time, the knights were sitting on the podium, and Leon was standing in front of them. He asked with a serious look, what is the difference between the gods of the pantheon and the deities of other pseudo-religions? They should answer him this question. The cadets were confused because of this question, and no one could answer it. Sung thoughtfully wondered how to answer such a question. Isn't it blasphemy to compare the gods of the pantheon and the gods of pseudo-religions? Beatrice asked, isn't the difference that some gods exist and others don't? Leon asked with a smile, is there any proof that they don't exist? They may actually exist somewhere. She asked what evidence he was talking about. Soho raised his hand and said that as far as he knew, these gods didn't perform miracles. Leon asked him with a smile, so if they don't perform miracles, then they aren't gods? He felt embarrassed by this question and couldn't answer it. Jae-hyuk asked, maybe the difference is that they can see some and not others? Not long ago, the goddess Demera appeared in the form of a scarecrow. Leon said that there are many gods in the pantheon, but most of them didn't appear to people. Does that mean they don't really exist? Jae-hyuk asked with a confused look, but they do exist, right? He saw them, right? Leon asked, but is there any proof of this? Can they guarantee that he's not deceiving them? Jae-hyuk thought about it with a surprised look, so did he lie to them? Soyeon raised her hand and Leon said that she could answer. She was silent for a few seconds and said that the gods of the pantheon actually help them. This is how they differ from the gods of other religions. They answer their prayers, perform miracles and prove that they really exist. Leon said that she serves the god of war and flame, as well as the goddess of light and justice. They answered her, right? Soyeon said that they did not answer her because she still lacked a lot. He asked, for example, what is she lacking? She said that she probably lacks faith. Leon said that this is not true. He raised his hand, bright sunlight fell on him, and he said that, however, they are all mistaken. He clenched his hand into a fist and released a very strong energy, which greatly surprised the knights next to her. Suddenly it began to rain in the city, which greatly surprised the inhabitants. Soyeon, with a surprised look, raised her head and asked, thunder and rain during a clear sky. However, it does not rain only in this place? Leon, with a calm look, asked, is this proof of the existence of a god? Common people might think that way. They think that the gods give them what they want and pray for. However, he prayed for rain, he didn't pray to not get wet by the rain. Soyeon asked then, why didn't it rain only here? Leon said that it was because the gods were protecting him. They wanted to keep his head dry. So they shouldn't try to negotiate with the gods. They won't fulfill their every wish. They have the right to choose who to believe in, no matter if it's a god of the pantheon or not. Even if these gods don't really exist, it's important for them to remember. However, they should be careful of false prophets who put a price on faith. They shouldn't treat faith lightly and with mean intentions. Do they understand that? Jae-hyuk thought about his words with a very serious expression and looked at him silently. Some time later, in the place where the statues of the gods of the pantheon stand, Ariana told her knights and cadets that she was glad to see them. They looked around with a surprised look and asked, is that a goddess? He could actually hear his voice. It was incredible. Vitos told those children that they should not make a fuss here. How will they become knights of war with such behavior? The cadets were very happy when they heard his voice. One of them told him that he would show him what he could do. Vitos said that he could try to do it. Leon calmly thought that, considering him, there were 3 knights of the Holy Grail. He still had a long way to go. It was necessary for a couple more new knights of the Holy Grail to awaken. There was a high probability that it would be Hari. Soho approached her and said with a happy look that the goddess Ariana had just spoken to him. She happily congratulated him on this. Leon looked at them and thought that they had similar personalities. He turned around and thought that there was a problem. He looked at the other candidates and thought that these two were still left. Jae-hyuk and Soyeon were standing in front of the two god statues and silently looked at it. Leon also looked at these statues and thought that this was the most powerful god of the pantheon and the most dangerous god. There was nothing good about these two being interested in them. A few days later, at the Pantheon Guild branch office in Neju Plain, the people noticed a crowd of people that caught their attention. One of the residents asked, "Aren't they from the Palace of Light?" This group of people came to the Pantheon office and put a speaker on the ground. A man in a suit took the microphone in his hand with a wide smile and adjusted his tie. He loudly called them heretics, and said that they would only go to heaven by believing in the Dragon God. The members of the Palace of Light loudly said that the Dragon God should show them his mercy. His mercy is like spring rain. They are surrounded by the mercy of the Dragon God. These heretics will only get to heaven by believing in the Dragon God. The citizens looked at them with surprised faces, and one of them said that they were very loud. They even came to the land of the Pantheon. Are they even crazy? The man from the Palace of Light said loudly that these heretics should go away. The Dragon God will appear very soon, so the heretics should turn away from Satan. Yak came to them and asked what was going on here. The noise level had exceeded the permissible mark, so he asked them to stop it. The man looked at him with disdain and did not answer him. He turned away from him and said loudly that they loved them all, so they should realize the truth. Then they would all go to heaven together, because that was what the Dragon God promised. Yak was confused by this and looked at him blankly. He said that they should stop making noise immediately, because shouting was forbidden here. This was the last warning, they should stop making noise. The man with a sly smile said that he was a soulless machine possessed by the devil. He pointed his finger at him and said loudly that as the head of the church he conjures them, otherwise they will die that night. Yak ran very quickly past that crowd of people and with the help of divine tactics technique, a strong net tied all those people. This greatly surprised the residents who were nearby and silently watched this. Yak lifted the head of the church head and told those living organisms that they had gone crazy. They must leave here immediately. There was a hidden camera on the head of the church's tie, which was turned on all this time. After some time, the beaten people stood silently with new signs, and on the one their head was holding it was written that they asked for forgiveness and would never cause noise pollution again. Yak got very angry at them and said that they were not allowed to come here anymore. He started beating them with his whips, and the head of the church with a displeased look loudly asked him to stop. He ran away and loudly said that he was a real devil. Yak continued to beat them and asked if he really wanted more. The head of the church ran away and said loudly that he was running not because he was afraid of all this, but because they were dirty freaks. After some time, the very unhappy church members who ran to another street threw their signs on the ground. One of the members approached the head of the church and told Brother Quante that it was very humiliating. Was he hurt? He said that he was not hurt much. What can they do now? Secretary Choi approached them and called the head of the church. He adjusted his glasses and asked if they had done what he had assigned them to do. Quante said with a sly smile that of course he had done everything. He showed his tie and said that he had filmed everything with a hidden camera and he could look at it on his phone. Choi showed his phone and asked, "Is this it, right?" Quante looked at it, agreed, and said that he should open it through the app. In this video Yak attacked him, and he said loudly that a robot attacked a person. A wide smile appeared on Choi's face, and he said that this would be quite enough. They decided to sneak into the Republic of Korea without even knowing the laws, right? After some time in the Palace of Light, Choi, sitting at the computer and with a wide smile, said that for sure all the news now are attacks on Pantheon. He opened the news and saw that there were articles in which it was written that a suspicious amount of money was received to the O account from the media company XXX. It was found out that the sender was the Palace of Light. A crusade at such a time? The preacher of the Palace of Light caused a commotion in the Pantheon Guild. Choi asked with a puzzled look, "Why are all these articles attacking them?" Suddenly his computer turned off. This surprised him very much, and he loudly asked, "What is this?" Yacht, who was in the server room, made the Palace of Light's server crash. At the same time, Jae-hyuk is walking down the street and looks at his phone, which has a picture of him as a child with his parents. He puts the phone in his pocket and says that he was told to come, and he did. He stops at a building and says that he is not sure if he should do this. He remembers about the god who chose him and called his name. Jae-hyuk thought with a worried look that he was scared to even think about it. He gathered his strength and went inside the building. He went down the stairs, reached the door and rang the intercom. He heard sounds coming from behind the door, and his mother called his name and asked if it was him who came. She opened the door and said with a happy look that he really came. Jae-hyuk said that he only came to eat. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the god who called his name, and he was very surprised because of it. He said that he must punish his mother and subject her to heavenly punishment. This is a test given to him. His mom went back inside and said that she had just made his favorite kimchi jjigae. Would he like to eat a bun before eating? Jae-hyuk gritted his teeth with a very worried look because of what God ordered him to do. He walked into the room and looked at the table with a surprised look, where there were many different dishes on one side. He sat down at the table and asked, "What about her?" His mom said with a smile that she had already eaten. Jae-hyuk took his chopsticks in his hands and thought that he would never fall for such a lie. He sighed and said that she had eaten early today. His mom said that he should eat the omelette too. He agreed with this and his mother asked if he liked the food. Jae-hyuk looked up and heard the voice of God calling him again. He looked at his mother's face, who was looking at him with a smile, and God said that he should punish this heretic. Jae-hyuk continued to eat the dishes and said that it was very delicious. His mother said with a smile that she could put more then. After a while, he went outside, sat down on a bench, looked up with a calm expression and took a deep breath. The god standing next to him said that these vicious and treacherous heretics are a gathering of blasphemers. He must punish his mother, because she is a heretic. Jae-hyuk looked down with a worried expression and said that this is his mother. The god said that there are things that are more important than blood ties. Being in a false cult is an unforgivable sin, so he must punish her. Jae-hyuk started kicking the ground, grabbed his head and asked why the god of sky and thunder chose him. He wondered how he could destroy such a huge cult. His mother was there. Leon scared him a lot by quietly approaching him from behind and saying that this is where he came from. Jae-hyuk screamed very loudly in fear, turned around abruptly, and called out to his majesty with a surprised look. He immediately knelt down and asked what he was doing here. Leon sat down on the bench next to him and said that he already found out about everything. Jae-hyuk was surprised by this and asked how he did it. He calmly said that after such a showdown in the lobby of the guild office, he couldn't help but find out about it. Jae-hyuk remembered how he quarreled with his mother, and with an embarrassed look asked for forgiveness for it. Leon calmly said that he could get up on his feet. He called the thunder god and asked why he was putting the burden of heavenly punishment on such a young guy. The god asked, "He is the sky itself, who if not him would send heavenly punishment." Leon said that if there was a cult to punish, he could entrust it to him. Jae-hyuk was very surprised by this and looked at him with a worried look. The god refused and said that he wanted this guy to punish the heretics with his own hands. He wanted him to submit to his will. Leon calmly asked why he didn't tell him anything about this back then. Jae-hyuk took him aside with a worried look and said that he didn't think it would turn out like this. Leon looked at him with a stunned look and couldn't say anything about it. He said that recently a cult tried to interfere with the Pantheon's work. However, Sir Yak taught them a lesson and they have already declared war on them and their gods. This is not really a war, it's more like a one-sided attack. Jae-hyuk was very worried about these words and looked at him silently. Gathering his thoughts, he loudly called out to his majesty and asked, "What about his mother?" Leon shut him up and said that he was not a madman who killed everyone indiscriminately. Jae-hyuk was surprised by this and looked at him with a confused look. Leon turned his back to him and said that he would simply make them answer for their actions. He began to emit a strong aura with a sly smile and said that he should show him where their base was. The head of the Palace of Light, this is Park Yong-shin. He was born in 1990 and survived a catastrophe at the age of 12. There was no academy back then. In that turbulent time, everyone learned the hard way. That is how he became a renowned A-rank hunter. Also, his meeting with God took place in the winter of 2014 in the unstable Samchik Gate. Due to the sudden increase in the difficulty of the gate, he lost his entire team and found himself in a dangerous situation. Yi-shin saw a system window appear in front of him and asked, "What is this?" In this system window, it was written, "He is asking for salvation, isn't it?" It was at that moment that a voice responded to him. The one who owned the voice showed mercy to him, and at that moment, the 7th S-rank hunter appeared in the Republic of Korea. At present, Yi-shin stands in the hall with a kind smile. He pointed his hand at the man standing next to him, and said loudly that he has proven the existence of a god. They must look at those who have received his blessing. They must hear a divine revelation when they enter the gate. The man said with a wide smile that at first it was an ordinary gate, But when they entered inside, the system became different, not like other hunters. In a dungeon where there was only a boss and magical resources, the system showed where the treasures were. At that moment, his life turned around 180 degrees. All this happened thanks to his mercy. The people sitting in front of them looked at them with ecstatic faces and shouted joyfully. The man raised his hands and said loudly that they must believe in him. They cannot help but believe in him. This happened to the hunters from the Palace of Light often. This miracle happened more than once, so even the Hunter Association admitted that these miracles had a direct connection with the Palace of Light. It was not difficult for the Palace of Light to spread their belief. The joyful people with tears in their eyes loudly said that they believed. Yongshin, with a very joyful and flushed face, listened to many people loudly calling for him. He said loudly that this was not all. The hunter who was clearing the gate to pay for his mother's treatment was given a panacea herb that cures all diseases. The other incompetent hunter instantly became stronger. And the two proved their faith by making a small donation. God was pleased with their faith and performed a miracle for them. They must prove their faith, nothing is impossible for them. After all, they have already become one family. Yongshin looked away and noticed someone who caught his attention. He saw that in the crowd of people were Leon, Yacht, and Beatrice, who were staring at him. He looked at Leon's very angry face with a slightly frightened look and wondered what the people of the Pantheon were doing here. Beatrice turned her head to the side and called out to His Majesty. Leon continued to look at him with a very angry face and thought that the cultists profit from people's poverty and broken hearts. They are parasites who promote the belief in false gods for personal gain. Yongshin said with a happy look that they had very important guests come to visit. It was time to baptize the newcomers, so they should come here. Beatrice continued to look away and noticed that Leon immediately stood up after saying these words. He walked towards him and said that he called the king to the stage. He seems to be quite brave. He walked onto the stage and stopped in front of Yongshin. He calmly created a portal and took out a large bag from it. Stacks of money started falling out of the bag and it immediately attracted the attention of the people sitting in the hall. When Leon threw all the money on the floor, he threw the bag at Yinshin's feet. He looked at it silently for a few seconds with a puzzled look, and then asked what this all meant. Leon calmly said that he had to perform a miracle. He did say that for a small donation the deity would perform a miracle, didn't he? He was ready to make a deal with his god. Yinshin hid his anger and said that this was very rude. He decided to test whether the god would perform miracles by making such a donation. Leon asked. He did say that he would go to heaven if he proved his faith, right? But does this mean that this decision was behind him? Yinshin became even more angry because of this and said very loudly that they should obey and show respect to their pastor. This is the truth, this is God's law. Leon looked at him with a serious expression and asked why a servant of God would consider himself equal to God. Who gave him such a right? He kicked an empty bag towards him and said that it means that this is indeed an empty and false faith. Yongshin looked at him with a very angry expression and thought that this freak is no different from him anyway. So how dare he talk to him like that? He pointed his finger at Leon and loudly told the believers that this blasphemer, a spawn of evil, has sneaked into their temple. They must expel him from the temple of the dragon deity. The disciples of the Palace of Light must stand up. Immediately after that, the people sitting in the hall with dissatisfied faces stood up and began to loudly complain. They loudly chased him out of the deity's house, and Jaehyuk sat next to Beatrice with a worried expression and did nothing. He hears the dissatisfied people shouting loudly at him, and wondered if His Majesty should do this? Yongshin called him a vile sinner, and a stupid heretic with a wide smile, while Leon looked at him with a calm expression. The guy sitting next to Beatrice and Jaehyuk called him a demon very loudly, which immediately attracted their attention. They all looked at him with surprised faces and only Yacht repeated the word Kirik many times. Leon began to emit a very strong aura. He can withstand most of these insults with royal grace, but there are some things he will never ignore. First, it is an insult to his parents, since it is an insult to his lineage. Second, it is blasphemy, since mortals have no right to insult the gods. And lastly, it is a comparison to a demon. He became very angry because of this, turned around and with a very angry expression loudly asked this despicable cultist, how dare he call him, the lion-hearted king, a demon? He started to emit a very strong energy around himself, and said loudly that he would never forgive them for this, and they would be punished. He would never tolerate such an insult. He took a small sword on a rope, created a magic circle with it, and said loudly that he would bring them to heavenly punishment for their stupid worship of false gods. Yanshin looked at him and asked in a worried voice what he was going to do. Leon covered his face with his hand with a very serious look and said that the light of the divine star would cleanse them. At the same time, the astronaut who was looking out the porthole was very surprised when he saw something. He saw a huge meteorite flying towards the planet and asked what it was. The dinosaurs were watching this from the underworld with a joyful look and said that it was their turn now. Leon said with a serious look that this relic of Saint Eniac would bring a star and destroy all the blasphemers. Yangshin asked with a surprised look what he was saying. The man standing next to him said that this demon was out of his mind. Beatrice stood up and told Yak that he should be ready. She created a magic circle above her head and said that it seemed like it would be faster if he saw everything with his own eyes. She really scared the people in this room when she released a very strong beam of energy that broke the building. The very surprised people looked up and said loudly that this was really crazy. The roof of the building was broken. Yangshin asked with a shocked look what he just did. Leon stood in front of him, looked up and said that he summoned a star. He asked him what kind of star summoning was he talking about. He shouldn't lie to him. He noticed a huge shadow that appeared above that building and was very surprised by it. He saw a huge meteorite that was flying towards them and loudly asked that crazy man, "What the hell is that?" The approximate weight of that meteorite is 68 billion tons, Mickey's comet. Leon turned to Beatrice, called her by name, and she said that everything was ready. She activated the divine power and shot a beam of strong energy at that meteorite. Yak starts emitting strong energy and said that the divine power transformation bomb is loading. He fired several projectiles and hit that meteorite. Yongshin looked shocked and called out to God. A system window appeared in front of him, which said that you can go crazy because of this, it's just unbelievable. He continues to loudly call out to God, and the meteorite touched the building and a strong explosion occurs. Yongshin was so scared that he lay down on the ground and screamed loudly because of what was happening. He opened his eyes with tears in his eyes and looked up. He noticed a huge meteorite that stopped a few meters in front of him and asked loudly, "Why did everything stop? But how is this even possible?" Leon walked up to him and said that this would be enough. Beatrice looked at him and said that it was really amazing. Yak said that the abnormal influence effect was activated. He can't compare it to any metal in the database. Yongshin looked at Leon with a very scared look while Leon looked at him with a calm look. He pointed at him and said that he was just another idiot. Does he know what sins he has committed? Yongshin looked at him with a confused look and asked, "What is he talking about now?" Leon looked at him with a very angry look and asked, "How much longer is he going to hide?" He called Jaehyuk, who was helping a scared old woman from the audience at that time. He walked towards them when he told him to come here, and Yongshin immediately recognized him when he took off his mask and cap. Leon said with an evil look that he would now see everything, what an evil parasite latched onto him. Jaehyuk agreed to this and was very surprised by what he had just seen. He saw a demon standing behind him and asked what the hell was that. Yongshin loudly told those freaks that they couldn't even say a word to other people. Leon said with a very displeased look that it was eating people away from the inside. This parasite was waiting for the right moment to tempt a person. Jaehyuk's mother came to them and asked if it was really him. He turned to her and was very surprised by what he saw in front of him. There was exactly the same monster behind his mother, and she asked with a worried look, "What was that?" He had to explain to her what was going on here. Jaehyuk called His Majesty with a worried look, and Leon with a calm look said that this parasite is what the God of Heaven and Thunder wants to punish. And he must do it. He told His Majesty with a worried voice that his mother then. He turned around with a tense look and Leon said that he must trust in the divine will. He must let the great power of the God fill him, and be sure that everything will be as he wants. Jaehyuk turned to his mother and looked at her silently for a few seconds. He raised his hand and it was just a gesture that went from worry to an inner impulse. He closed his eyes and thought that he hoped that the divine miracle would punish only the creatures of evil. He told the God Ultima that his wrath will not pass by the guilty. Jaehyuk remembered a photo from his childhood with his parents. Immediately after that, his mother was struck by a very strong lightning bolt, and she began to scream very loudly along with the monster. He clenched his fist with a very worried look and was worried about his mother. He opened his eyes when he heard his mother calling his name. Jaehyuk opened his eyes and saw that the monster behind her had disappeared and called out to her. Immediately after that, he ran up to her, knelt down and hugged her. She asked him for forgiveness with tears in her eyes and he was glad that she was okay. They were both shaking after what happened and she said that she had completely lost her mind and was asking him for forgiveness. Leon looked at him with a small smile and called him a good boy and thought that this guy was chosen as the god of heaven and thunder. He turned around and calmly called out to the leader of the Palace of Light. Youngshin was sitting on the floor with a very scared look and silently looked at him. Leon created a magic ball in his hand and said with a frightening look that it was his turn. After a while, he finished using his energy to free the people from the monsters and stopped using his energy. Because of what happened, Youngshin fainted and lay on the ground with a surprised look. The badly injured monster that was on him managed to survive and started to run away. It started to run away very quickly, but Leon pressed it with his foot and asked where it was going in such a hurry. He called this creature the consuming greed, the archdemon of stinginess. He looked at this monster with a calm look and thought that just like the archdemon of debauchery and pleasure, such monsters like to hide among people. It's good that he didn't directly make a contract with this freak and his soul was not destroyed yet. Leon pointed his sword at this archdemon and said that now he has to check something. He directed his energy into the sword with a wide smile and said that with his insidious lips he promised salvation to people. So he has to save himself on his own. After what happened, the report said that the Palace of Light collapsed. They managed to recruit 1,800,000 believers in 20 years, and also have great influence in politics, business, and the hunting world. Due to the incident with the meteorite that fell on the Palace of Light, big problems arose. The TV station showed an emergency press conference of the leader of the Palace of Light. Youngshin said that the Palace of Light plans to merge with the Pantheon Guild. All the palace's funds will go to the leader of the Pantheon Guild, the demigod in the flesh, His Majesty Leon Dragonia Lionheart, and their hunters will become part of the Pantheon army. The reporters loudly called out to him and said that they had questions. Is what he said really true? How does he feel about the leader of Pantheon? Youngshin spread his arms out to the sides and said loudly with a wide smile that he is the true savior and God's anointed one on earth. The brothers and sisters must believe in the true God. He is the only savior of this world. Leon, who was standing outside with a calm expression, said that it was very noisy here. Surely, such an event was happening for the first time on Earth. Yacht, who was standing next to him, said that there was no scientific explanation for this incident. Leon turned to him and asked when they could start working. Yak said that key infrastructure needed to be built. The main facility should be located on the Pantheon grounds. Leon said that they currently needed 50 sets of armor and swords. The second most important were spears and horse armor. Yak asked, what about his armor? Leon said calmly that of course, their armor was the most important. Yak said that they had a lot to do, since they needed to restore the facility, and also comply with local laws. Yanshin came to them, and told His Majesty that he had finally found him. Leon turned to him, and asked what business he was looking for him for. He stood next to two men and said that the president of the Hunters Association and a representative of the Ministry of Science and Information Technology had come to visit. A man looked up with a surprised expression, and Gang Hyuk greeted His Majesty. The man, who had been silent until then, blushed and spoke indistinctly about the meteorite that had caught his attention. He came to his senses, apologized, and said that his name was Kim Shincheol, the Minister of Science and Information Technology. It was a great honor for him to meet His Majesty. What kind of meteorite was this anyway? Leon said with a smile that the ownership of the star belonged to him, which was why he had called them. Shincheol asked with a surprised expression, did he really send a meteorite here? Gang Hyuk asked His Majesty how he was going to use it. Leon said that he was thinking about recycling it. He was going to make armor and swords for the knights out of it. Shincheol asked with a shocked look, he was going to use such a valuable scientific object to make weapons? Gang Hyuk calmly told His Majesty that he could do whatever he wanted with it. He remembered the past and said that Hari had told him something about a star iron forge. The meteorite would be used for that, right? Leon calmly said that it was. Gang Hyuk asked His Majesty if he was going to do something like that, he would need the proper infrastructure and legal support, right? Leon agreed with this and he said that the government would help him with it. They would handle all the legal and tax issues, even if it required special laws. Leon said with a small smile that he could say what they wanted from him. Gun Hyuk said that they wanted a meteorite piece and a weapon made by Yacht. Of course, if they were to voice their intentions, they would also like to receive a weapon made by the blacksmith god. Leon said that it would not be difficult for them to give them a meteorite piece. He was going to give it to the president anyway. However, he could not give them a weapon made by the star iron forge. Although it was not a sacred relic, it was too valuable. Gun Hyuk coughed into his fist with a calm expression. He raised his head and asked His Majesty, would Hari, who they had sent to his organization, also receive a weapon made by the Star Iron Forge? Leon calmly said that he understood correctly. Gunhyuk asked, in that case, when she came to work for the association, could they not just have an expert look at her weapon and evaluate it? After all, Hari was first and foremost the hunter of the association. Leon said with a small smile that in that case, there was nothing he could do. He extended his hand and said that they would do so. Gunhyuk shook his hand and thanked him for it. He took out a tablet from his jacket pocket and said that there was something important besides the meteorite. Leon looked at it with an interested look and asked what it was. He took the tablet in his hands and Gunhyuk asked with a smile if he could watch this video. Leon looked at the video with a worried look and asked if it was filmed inside the gate. He refused and said that the video was of a battle filmed in Vietnam. This event definitely happened on Earth. Leon watches the video in bewilderment as a man attacks people and they scream loudly in pain and beg for mercy. Gunhyuk said that this is a wandering demonic sword. This is Young Jiho, a 6th-generation demon man, the owner of the demonic sword. Right now, he is heading towards the Japanese archipelago. At the same time, Yamwang stands still and takes a deep breath. Yuri, who was standing next to him in front of the meeting room, noticed this and asked if he was okay. He said that he was not okay. She asked, then why did he skip the meeting? After all, they had the deciding vote in discussing the tax reform plan. Yangwon said that he didn't skip anything, he just didn't feel well, so he couldn't come. It's all because of the Lionheart King, or the Lion King, or whatever his name is. He held his stomach and realized that after he started working with the Pantheon, he began to gradually change. Yuri looked up and looked at him with a sly smile. She patted him on the back and said that he shouldn't be embarrassed that he had become kinder to him. Should they just join the Pantheon already? Yamwon asked, was she crazy or something? He is responsible for the other guild members. 10 guilds have already crossed the line. Yuri looked at him with a smile and said that it was basically like that. They were met by a girl who asked with surprise why they didn't come in here. Yangwang greeted Dr. Yun and said that she hadn't changed at all. The girl was the head of the Juan Medical Guild, an S-rank healer, Yun Sue. She asked, by the way, they didn't accept the offer to advertise her nutritional supplements, right? Yangwang looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked what she was talking about. Yuri said that this advertisement didn't match the image of their guild. He looked at her and asked what kind of supplements these were at least. She turned to him and said with a smile that it was for people with erectile dysfunction. The three of them entered the office where the old man was sitting, who said that they had finally arrived. He called Jiangwang and Yuri and said that they could sit down. In this room, there were already the head of the Mujin Guild, Park Young-soo, the head of the Cha Sung Guild, Kang Jin-song. Yoon Sue sat next to the Golden Lion Guild, Huan Yunha and Jiam Chio, and someone said that only a few people were missing. At the head of the table, there was the head of the Divine Sword Guild, Young Jin-soo, with a pipe in his hand. He called Yuri and asked if a girl could really wear clothes like that. She was embarrassed by this question and said in confusion that she would definitely improve. Yang Wan took off his jacket, handed it to her, and said that she could take it. She thanked the head of the guild for this. Jin-soo asked, so when should we expect children from the two of them? With this question, he greatly embarrassed most of the people in this room. Yuri looked at him with an embarrassed look in silence, and Yang Wan, who was also embarrassed by this, said that there was nothing between them. Jin-soo cried out loudly and asked, what kind of young generation is this? If a man and a woman get along, then let them do what a man and a woman can do. He already had 6 children at their age. Someone said that this was simply unbelievable. Yona, with a very displeased look, thought that this old man had completely lost his mind. Jin-soo shook the ashes from his pipe into the bowl. A strong aura began to emanate from him, and he said that he was going to kill Jiho, so he decided to warn them. Jimchul was surprised by this and asked the gentleman, is he really going to decide it like this? Jin-soo, with a displeased look, asked loudly, do they have any complaints about the fact that he decided to kill his own son? Hearing this question, he immediately fell silent and thought that he wanted to go home. After that, the door opened and Leon, Ganghyuk and Youngshin entered the office. He looked around this office with a calm look and then went further into the office. He walks calmly through the office while Jong-soo looks at him with a surprised look. Jin-soo looked at Leon, who stopped in front of him, and thought, this man is not young either, right? Thus, the first meeting of the old Yangban with the old king took place. He pointed to the chair with a very displeased look and said that he should leave here. Leon threw the first stone, requesting the main seat at the table. Korea's #1 sword, a living legend, the head of the Divine Sword Guild, Jong Jin-soo. His legends and titles, as well as his contributions to the country, made him an untouchable old man of Korea. His influence and power made him truly untouchable. This meant that the already old-fashioned Jin-soo was becoming even more old-fashioned. Leon sighed with a very displeased look when the old man did not give up his seat to him. He asked, "Is he still in his prime and already deaf?" Jin-soo was very surprised by this and asked loudly, "What did he say?" He slammed his hand on the table very hard and was about to say something to the young man with an angry voice. Gang Hyuk looked out and said in a calm voice that he was turning 300 years old this year. Jin-soo was very surprised and asked what he just said. Gang Hyuk said that he had heard that the Knights of the Holy Grail do not age and remain young forever. So he was definitely 300 years old. Jin-soo asked with a shocked look if what he said was really about him. Leon asked with a very displeased look how he addressed him. Jin-soo immediately began to address him more respectfully with a sad face. He gave him his seat and told the gentleman that he could sit down. Leon sat on the chair, agreed and thanked the young man. Everyone was very surprised that he was able to pacify the old man. He said with a displeased look that there was no tea here. Yongshin immediately ran across the office and said that he would immediately serve it to him. Yun Sua said with a sly smile that she was surprised. She looked at him, said her name with a smile and told His Majesty that the rumors were true that he was handsome. Yongshin turned to her and said to the guild leader with a displeased look that this was very rude. How dare she talk to him first? Yun Sua turned to him with a displeased look and asked what was wrong with him. Leon called his name and said that he should stop. Immediately after that, Yongshin loudly agreed with His Majesty. Everyone looked at what was happening with surprised faces and wondered what was going on here. Leon called the association president and said that his time was more valuable than gold. Gun-hyuk started searching for something in his jacket pocket and agreed with His Majesty and said that they should get straight to the point. He pressed a button on the remote control and said that 13 years ago, a black gate opened in London. No group of hunters could capture this gate because it was incredibly difficult. The European Union remembered the disaster that happened in Shanghai. S-rank hunters were sent to clear the gate in London. There were 24 S-rank hunters alone. In addition to them, 32 guilds in 13 countries and 1,834 A and B-rank hunters were sent to the gate. The battle was led by the Great Mage of the Clock Tower, Cornwall, and they held out for more than 2 months. As a result, the clearing was successful. This was the first clearing of the Black Gate. Leon watched this presentation and said that this means that the problem arose later. Gun-hyuk said that this is exactly how it was. The epic weapon called Overkill, in the 30 years following the disaster, the strongest weapon appeared. After a fierce bidding war, the British government won the sword. Their bid was more than 1 trillion won, which was more than the price of a state-of-the-art warship. The best swordsmen of the modern era fought with the epic sword Overkill in their hands, and then it was given to James Spencer, the leader of the League of Gentlemen. And after that, a huge disaster occurred. Then, 870,000 civilians and more than 600 hunters died. Leon said with a thoughtful look that he was told that he was a 6th-generation demon man. Was he killed? Gang Hyuk said that they managed to kill James, but his vessel, the demon's sword, escaped. It soared into the sky and hid from everyone. After that, attempts to stop the next vessels continued in Australia, Mexico, Cambodia and Spain. Finally, 4 years ago, it appeared in South Korea. Sword Master Jiho, who was appointed as the next guild master of the Divine Sword, obtained this sword. It seems that His Majesty has already noticed this. He is the son of the current guild master of the Divine Sword, Jin-soo, and the father of Soyeon, whom he took in. Gang Hyuk took the list in his hand and said that this is the list of guilds that will participate in the destruction of the demonic sword. First, the Pantheon Guild, the Palace of Light, the Divine Sword Guild, and the Golden Lion and Phoenix Guilds. Jin Seong raised his hand and attracted their attention by saying that he also wants to participate. Jung-soo asked with a surprised look, does he also want to participate in this? Gang Hyuk looked at him and said that in that case, it is decided. Jung-kil, with a slightly worried look, said that he is still worried about it. Is there really nothing left? Leon asked with a calm look, why is there nothing left? Actually, there is honor left. They will be able to glorify themselves. And they can also receive the titles of knights and aristocrats. They will become a support for the common people who have nothing else to rely on. Yangshin clasped his hands in front of him and began to shake with joy from what he heard. He said loudly with tears of joy on his face that he really is their savior. Such a pathetic person like him can't even hold back his emotions. His words warmed his soul very much. Yuri calms down the dissatisfied Yang Wang with a smile, who does not want to participate in this. Gang Hyuk called His Majesty with a smile and thought that as he thought, he was not mistaken. He said that financial support was also received from Japan. Leon looked at him and said that they should accept it. After that, he left the office and asked, "They also have a king, right? They should establish contact with him in advance." Gang Hyuk confusedly said that he will send a request to the government. He said goodbye to His Majesty and stood among the guild leaders who stood with confused faces. Leon walked down the hallway and asked where they should go now. Yongshin ran after him and said that they could look at the trained hunters. His savior would definitely like them. They stopped when they heard Jinsu's voice, who impolitely asked him to wait. Leon turned to him with an angry look and asked what he just said. He looked at him with a scared look and called out His Majesty Lionheart. He looked at that old man and asked what he wanted. Jinsu collected his thoughts and told His Majesty that he had a favor to ask of him. He didn't think that he couldn't ask him about it. Leon calmly said that he could tell him, he would listen to him, and then make a decision. Jinsu seriously said that he only had one favor to ask. He knows that his granddaughter is in his guild, right? Her name is Jeon So-yun, and he would like to ask him to keep her away from this mission.